Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Changsheng. The eternal swordsmanship resembles a prolonged night. Everyone believes that the master brother of Qingyun Peak is an unparalleled genius. Little did they know that hidden within the sect was a junior disciple who was the most extraordinary of all prodigies, possessing a celestial physique of unparalleled rarity in the world. Yet one insists on pretending to be worthless, clinging to the sect. Senior brother's cultivation. He slumbers. Fellow disciples' trials. He idles away, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. For a decade, unwavering in his diligence. Just moments ago, Yi Tianyi, who has traveled the world with his master for a decade, has returned. He gleaned insights from his uncle, Lin Pa. My junior disciple not only languishes away each day, yet still insatiably greedy. The spiritual rice and elixirs distributed by the sect each month are events he shall undoubtedly attend punctually. Then, put on 2 burlap sacks and depart. Every fortnight, I deceive the eldest senior brother into obtaining spirit stones under the guise of reaching a critical moment in my cultivation, even inciting the inner disciples to collect protection fees. Yi Tianyi felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye. Being a man of integrity, he made an immediate decision. With his master absent, he would take it upon himself to discipline this junior brother. Before the words could escape my lips, the resonant chime of the sect echoed through the air. It was once again the day for the distribution of spiritual herbs by the sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's spirits were instantly invigorated. He swiftly grabbed a burlap sack and dashed down the mountain. Master Lin, accustomed to the ways of the world, warned Yi Tianyi with a sense of caution: one must never wander alone on the desolate roads at night. In the late 1980s, a malevolent figure known as the Night Demon emerged within the sect, periodically seeking out individuals to unleash a brutal assault upon. Initially, his wrath was directed solely at the inner disciples. The following is a personal transmission. Elders have recently become obsessively fixated on the various peaks. Lin Poyu's remarks grew increasingly absurd. Noticing that the sky was darkening, he hurriedly took his leave. Soon, Lu Changsheng returned, carrying a sack taller than himself. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Yi Tianyi beheld an abundance of spiritual herbs. While inner disciples typically collected only 1 or 2 stalks in a month, he had instead brought back an entire sack. What an absurd situation this is! It is utterly disgraceful for Qingyun Peak. Just as I was about to voice my reprimand, a graceful figure approaches, wielding her sword with elegance. Yi Tianyi hurriedly bowed in respect to greet his senior sister. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, "In the span of half a month, my senior sister has become even more ethereal and exquisite." The woman smiled with a hint of annoyance, her words as sweet as honey. Her name was Lu Qingcheng, the esteemed senior sister of the flowing cloud peak. A person embodies their name. Radiating captivating beauty. A smile that evokes longing. My affection for this junior disciple is abundantly evident. Directly stating the intention, there was a minor issue with the formation, and I sought his assistance to examine it. Having said that, I followed Lu Changsheng to the rear courtyard. Yi Tianyi gazed in a daze at Lu Changsheng, who was shouldering a sack. The issue with the formation prompted his visit, leaving him to wonder if his senior sister had indeed chosen the wrong person. After a while, Lu Qingcheng approached slowly, a subtle smile gracing her face. "Senior sister. The issue with the formation has been resolved." Yi Tianyi tentatively inquired. "It has been resolved. My junior apprentice has resolved it." Yi Tianyi wishes to express something. Lu Qingcheng remarked. "It seems you have also heard some rumors within the sect, leading to misunderstandings regarding junior brother Changsheng. He is not as you perceive him. Engage with him amicably, and in time, you shall come to understand him better. Show him kindness. You shall find it rewarding." Yi Tianyi, perplexed, said, "I shall go and speak with him." Lu Qingcheng said, "Let it be another day. He has gone to pursue his cultivation." At this juncture, Yi Tianyi's expression softened slightly. It seems that there is still a glimmer of hope, for he is at least aware of the necessity of cultivation. As a result, upon turning around, I beheld Lu Changsheng rushing urgently from behind the mountain, directly making his way to the old pine tree at the foot of the hill, where he collapsed onto the rocking chair. The training has concluded. The pace is such that even the time taken to relieve oneself exceeds this. Yi Tianyi turned to his senior sister, seeking her guidance. Lu Qingchun, however, paid him no heed. Instead, she called out to Lu Changsheng, "Junior brother, do take care and slow down, lest you stumble." Lu Qingcheng gazed at Lu Changsheng, a smile gracing her features. It seems that her junior brother has matured quite well, hasn't he? Yi Tianyi was taken aback. What does this mean? Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng arrived beneath the old pine tree. His brow furrowed deeply, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were enduring immense agony. Can I possibly forego this body of eternal tribulations? Each time I attempt to cultivate and break through, it feels as if my very life hangs in the balance. How could one possess such a repugnant constitution? Every session of training is a torment. And each breakthrough feels like a fight for life. His body endures endless agony, reflecting his very constitution, as if he were destined to endure 1,000 tribulations. Moreover, the spiritual energy he requires for his cultivation is several times greater than that of others, even exceeding 12 times. Additionally, as his cultivation level continues to ascend, the demand for this energy increases exponentially. However, his magical power surpasses that of his peers in the same realm by several-fold. He has devoted himself to cultivation for a decade now. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of qi, establishing a foundation through the gathering of spiritual energy. Following this, one progresses to the condensation of essence, the formation of the elixir, the birth of the primordial spirit, and ultimately the transcendence into the ethereal realm. He has also ascended to the 8th layer of the golden elixir realm. Upon this realization, he could not help but cast a glance at Qingyun Peak, the abode of the sect leader. It is said that after the sovereign ascended to the 8th layer of the golden core, their cultivation began to wane. I am uncertain whether I can contend with them now. Lu Changsheng contemplated, donning a garb of ebony, and with a single step into the void, he soared into the heavens. A long, mournful howl shattered the tranquility of the night, as countless lights surged forth upon the lofty Qingyun Peak. A figure suddenly dashed upward into the high heavens, that of Luo Tian, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect. At this moment, Luo Tian was far from embodying the esteemed leader of a sect. Instead, he appeared disheveled, his garments tattered, hair unkempt, and his face marked by several bruises. His eyes were so swollen that they could barely open, rendering him particularly disheveled. A shadow loomed behind him, relentlessly in pursuit. Bold and audacious rogue! You have overstepped your bounds! Luo Tian bellowed, his rage causing his hair to stand on end. As the esteemed leader of a sect, he found himself unexpectedly dragged out and beaten on a night like this. And to make matters worse, he did not emerge victorious. Although he had not sustained any substantial injuries, the humiliation was undeniable. This nocturnal fiend had now dared to strike at the head of his own sect. The more Luo Tian pondered, the more his anger intensified. In this dark night, the formidable demon single-handedly compelled the entire sect to rise at the crow of dawn, immersing themselves in devoted cultivation, fearing that one day, it might come for them. Soon, the lords of the peaks arrived in haste, yet it was already too late. The night demon had long since vanished without a trace. On the peak of Qingyun, Yi Tianyi rose upon hearing a commotion and was just about to rush to offer assistance. Yet he caught sight of a shadow slipping into Qingyun Peak. Instantly, his heart tightened, and he felt compelled to investigate. Yet, I behold Lu Changsheng approaching from a distance, that being the direction where the elder brother is in seclusion. Yi Tianyi was filled with suspicion, and an absurd thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that the night demon was his junior disciple? He immediately felt as though he had lost his senses, to even consider that it might be his own junior disciple. The sect truly causes me great distress. If I do not press them, they show no inclination to cultivate. If this continues, how can we aspire to greatness and strength? Who will provide me with protection? With a sigh, Lu Changsheng expressed his frustration, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor lamenting the unfulfilled potential of his disciples. The following day, Lu Changsheng was leisurely reclining on a rocking chair, while several female disciples were diligently massaging his shoulders and legs. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. What are you all engaged in? Startled, several female disciples turned pale, retreating to stand aside. Yi Tianyi gazed at the scene before him, rendered speechless by his indignation. You are inner disciples of Qingyun Peak. Instead of dedicating yourselves to cultivation, you squander your time here for his amusement. It is utterly preposterous. At this point, his fury left him at a loss for words. The female disciples hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother, we act of our own volition. We have encountered difficulties in our cultivation. The peak master is absent, and the elders frequently retreat for meditation. Senior brother Changsheng often assists us in consulting the Grand Master. We learned that he often suffers from bodily pain. Thus, we help alleviate his discomfort through massage. And it is not for mere amusement. Yi Tianyi, with a dark expression, dismissed the female disciples. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Changsheng, determined to have a serious discussion with him today, resolute in ensuring that the honor of their sect would not be tarnished. As a result, he still had no opportunity to voice his thoughts. In the distance, a young maiden ascended Qingyun Peak and gazed at Lu Changsheng, saying, "Brother Changsheng, something is amiss. Our senior brother is experiencing difficulties in his cultivation once again." Upon hearing that his senior brother had encountered difficulties in his cultivation, Yi Tianyi's face instantly betrayed a sense of urgency. Simultaneously, he was perplexed as to why yet another problem had arisen. Moreover, given that an issue had indeed surfaced, why had they not sought the elders or the sect leader, but instead turned to Lu Changsheng? Lu Changsheng, however, wore an expression of calm indifference. He merely raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What troubles have arisen again? Such a source of constant concern." After the young girl finished speaking, she quietly gazed at Lu Changsheng, her face adorned with a radiant smile, while her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The girl, named Luo Qianling, was the daughter of the sect leader and often visited this place. Those who understood the significance of the glimmer in her eyes would surely comprehend its meaning. Lu Changsheng sensed the gaze and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Junior sister, did you not say that elder brother was in trouble?" "Indeed, indeed." "Then quickly bring the person back. The package is already on its way. Allow me to inform you first." "Indeed." Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He found himself at a loss when it came to this junior sister. After all, she was the daughter of the sect leader. Her presence inevitably drew excessive attention, which was at odds with his inherently modest disposition. Soon, several disciples assisted a figure as they approached this location. "Master brother." Yi Tianyi hurriedly stepped forward, anxiousness evident in his eyes, as he reached out to examine. However, the outcome was that Zhou Qingyu forcefully pushed him aside, making a beeline for Lu Changsheng. "Junior brother, I have encountered another predicament." "Do not rush," Lu Changsheng replied, supporting the senior brother as they entered the room. Only Yi Tianyi stood there in a daze. "What does this mean?" He turned his gaze towards Luo Qianling. "Luo Qianling Dao. Let senior brother Changsheng help him find a remedy for his wounds." Yi Tianyi furrowed his brow increasingly, exclaiming, "Isn't this absurd? Surely, my senior brother has lost his senses." With that, he prepared to rush into the room. Though uncertain of the circumstances, the mere thought of his junior brother filled him with doubt. Luo Xianling, however, expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that it was always senior brother Changsheng who handled these matters, and she had yet to observe any issues arising from his management. What does it mean by every time? Yi Tianyi was lost in thought. Could it be that he truly misjudged his junior disciple? Could it be that the junior disciple appears to be leisurely and indifferent? In truth, he is a masterful and miraculous physician. Lost in thought, Lu Changsheng stepped out of the room. From a distance, he sighed, lamenting, "Why must I always bear this burden? Can one truly rush the path of cultivation? If I were to leave this mountain, it would inevitably fall apart." He murmured to himself as he entered another chamber. Yi Tianyi hurriedly went to take a look. He found Zhou Qingyu already seated on the bed, her previously pale complexion now softened. "Senior brother, what on earth happened?" "It's nothing. I merely injured myself inadvertently while honing my sword intent. Therefore, I sought the guidance of my junior disciple. Following his advice, I have already restored my condition to a considerable extent." Yi Tianyi exclaimed in astonishment. He also comprehends the art of the sword. Yesterday, he assisted his senior sister with the array formation. And today, he shares insights on swordsmanship with his senior brother. Is this truly the little junior disciple he has observed? Zhou Qingyu pondered for a moment and remarked that he possessed a modicum of understanding, albeit limited. Yet you still dare to let him take charge. His understanding may be limited, but the volumes he has perused are numerous. Whenever a challenge arises, he invariably manages to extract the solution from the pages of those tomes. Yi Tianyi found it hard to believe. Soon, Lu Changsheng approached, holding a book. "Senior brother," he said, "I discovered something in this book that closely resembles the problem you are encountering." Before Zhou Qingyu could extend his hand, Yi Tianyi had already taken it. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that there were indeed no issues. Following the words of his senior brother, it could almost be deemed a flawless response. "How did you know this book contained it?" Yi Tianyi inquired. Lu Changsheng said, "In my leisure, I indulge in reading. By chance, I have encountered it before. Upon hearing my senior brother mention it, it all came rushing back to me." Zhou Qingyu said little more, taking the book and perusing its contents. As he read, he nodded in agreement, feeling that the arguments presented were sound. His inquiries had been met with a most satisfactory response. However, as he continued to gaze ahead, he discovered nothing but an expanse of emptiness. "I am also uncertain. Upon our meeting, there were merely these few pages." Lu Changsheng spoke. At this moment, Yi Tianyi also noticed that his fingers had darkened, seemingly stained with ink. "Recently, the weather has been rather damp, likely due to the return of the monsoon." Lu Changsheng began to elucidate, yet the others paid little heed. Only Yi Tianyi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. Soon, their attention gravitated towards Zhou Qingyu. As the esteemed elder brother of Qingyun Peak, he possessed extraordinary talent. At a tender age, not yet 30, he had already reached the 9th level of qi condensation, with the attainment of Dan formation within his grasp. The sect held him in the highest regard. Among the disciples of the entire Changzhou region, he stood as one of the most exceptional figures. Moreover, he has studied the art of swordsmanship and has attained an understanding of the 6th level of sword intent. He is hailed by the world as a rare genius in swordsmanship, a talent that emerges only once in a century, and is further renowned by the title of the Celestial Sword Immortal of Qingyun. After all, the path of swordsmanship is arduous to traverse. For ordinary cultivators, even the threshold to entry is a formidable challenge. Reaching the 2nd layer represents the pinnacle of achievement for many throughout their lifetime. Should one grasp the essence of the 9th layer of sword intent, they might have the opportunity to touch upon the legendary clarity of the heart of the sword, a dream pursued by countless sword cultivators throughout their lives. Across the entirety of the Yu Kingdom, such an extraordinary individual has yet to emerge. Zhou Qingyu is no exception. Aside from his cultivation, he immerses himself in the profound understanding of the sword path, never allowing himself a moment's respite. His relentless efforts stretch into the night, and even if Lu Changsheng were to remain atop this mountain for an entire month, he would scarcely encounter him more than twice. Moreover, each time he seeks Zhou Qingyu, it is solely to inquire whether he has encountered similar questions in the books he has read. He had to go to the scene of the incident. This time, he appeared rather hurried, almost revealing his true intentions. Just as it seemed that the issues had been resolved, Lu Changsheng was about to leave the room. Zhou Qingyu remarked, "Junior apprentice, what is it?" "The Ning family has already arrived. Please attend to the matter." Lu Changsheng replied and exited the room. However, observing Zhou Qingyu's serious demeanor as he diligently studied, he couldn't help but shake his head. Is the path of the sword truly so challenging that it requires more than mere manual skill? He found it difficult to comprehend. Yi Tianyi decided to stay behind to have an earnest discussion with his senior brother regarding the issues concerning their junior disciple. Ultimately, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge and insight, the essence of a cultivator lies in their cultivation. Without diligent practice, how can one attain true mastery? Luo Qianling chased after Lu Changsheng, calling out, "Brother Changsheng, where are you off to?" "Wait for me." Observing the approaching individual, Lu Changsheng inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, junior sister Luo?" "I am well. I simply wish to share a few words with you," Luo Qianling remarked, a hint of shyness gracing her countenance. Lu Changsheng let out a sound of acknowledgement. "Then I shall wait for a more opportune moment. I have matters to attend to." "What is it that requires your attention?" "Just now, the senior brother mentioned something. Thus I must make a trip to Qingyun City." "What purpose does this serve?" "There are indeed quite a few matters at hand. Ning Yusen has arrived in Qingyun City, and I must meet her in person. The daughter of the wealthiest individual in Suzhou." Lu Changsheng responded. Luo Qianling raised her delicate eyebrows. The courtesan is to be disregarded. She is aware that Lu Changsheng frequents the establishment. Ning Yusin is the daughter of the wealthiest man in Sangzhou. She has heard from her father that the lord of Qingyun Peak seems to share a profound friendship with this affluent individual, and had once arranged a betrothal between his disciple and Ning Yusin. What could her purpose be for coming here? Could it be to discuss a marriage proposal? Luo Qianling was engulfed by a sense of crisis. Though she did not explicitly mention who it was, she couldn't help but worry about what would happen if the other party were to take an interest in Lu Changsheng. It is not permissible. Brother Changsheng, you must refrain from going. Before the elder brother could utter another word, Lu Changsheng had already vanished without a trace. Lu Changsheng arrived at the outskirts of Qingyun sect, making his way towards Qingyun city. A month prior, the Ning family had already sent word, intending to send Ning Yusin to Qingyun Peak for a period of cultivation. Zhou Qingyu is wholeheartedly devoted to the path, showing little inclination to concern herself with such matters, which she has always entrusted to Lu Changsheng to decide. In this day and age, even the daughter of the wealthiest struggles with the prospect of marriage. What she claims as a need for personal cultivation is merely a guise for nurturing a bond between two individuals. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, is it not curious that the senior disciple shows such indifference? Could it be that he harbors no affection for women? As Lu Changsheng pondered aloud, he approached a tavern. This place is known as the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, renowned across 1,000 miles. However, today, the Ning family has reserved the entire venue. The immortal master of longevity. You have arrived. The innkeeper approached with a welcoming demeanor. Surrounding them were guards, all affiliated with the Ning family. Lu Changsheng followed the innkeeper as they ascended the stairs, arriving at a private chamber. At the moment the door swung open, Lu Changsheng beheld several maidservants standing in the background. A youth, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, was seated there. Upon noticing Lu Changsheng, the young man rose and remarked, "I presume you are my esteemed senior, Changsheng." "I am Ning Yuchen, the younger brother of Ning Yusin. I accompanied my sister here, and I was the one who corresponded with you previously." "So it was you." Lu Changsheng did not stand on ceremony. He stepped inside. And the two took their seats. Having exchanged correspondence several times prior, they were somewhat acquainted. Before us stands Ning Yuchen, exuding an air of elegance and grace, with a demeanor that is gentle and composed. It appears that he hails from a family with a strict upbringing, and he is certainly not a frivolous individual. As they took their seats, Lu Changsheng remarked, "Junior brother Ning, there is no need for such formality. You may proceed directly to Qingyun Peak without the necessity of summoning me here." Ning Yuchen, with a smile radiating from her countenance, surveyed Lu Changsheng. Observing his demeanor and essence, one might easily mistake him for the renowned young swordsman, Zhou Qingyu, had they not previously heard of his illustrious reputation. "We have come here to disturb. We ought to host a gathering to express our apologies," Ning Yuchen remarked. Upon witnessing this, Lu Changsheng remarked, "Junior brother Ning, feel free to speak your mind. From now on, we are all family, there is no need for such roundabout expressions." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuchen approached. "Senior brother Changsheng, I have heard that you are the one who knows senior brother Qingyu the best. Therefore, I wish to inquire about certain matters." Upon the utterance of these words, Lu Changsheng cast a glance at the person beside him and inferred the general situation. Both parties were bound by a marriage contract, and the Ning family harbored intentions of uniting the two. After all, his senior brother, as a rare young talent above Tsangzhou, was on the verge of forming his golden core at such a tender age. Other sects are not devoid of such prodigies, however, he alone has attained the 6th level of sword intent. Without a hint of modesty, Zhou Qingyu stands as a figure of admiration among the younger generation of Tsangzhou. Since his debut, he has never tasted defeat. In fact, in the eyes of Lu Changsheng, when it comes to excellence, the senior brother is second only to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Junior brother, feel free to inquire about anything, I comprehend it all." Ning Yuchen expressed her delight, saying, "I am unaware of what my senior brother enjoys on ordinary days." "Spirit stone," Lu Changsheng replied. His words resonated. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Changsheng declared with certainty, "Indeed, it is the spirit stone. A plethora of spirit stones." Ning Yuchen appeared somewhat lost in thought, sensing that something was amiss. As a celestial sword cultivator of Songyun, one would expect a fondness for exquisite blades. Lu Changsheng elucidated that such a minor secret would undoubtedly be unknown to others. Of course, if it were a renowned sword or a sword technique, it might still be somewhat acceptable. Indeed. Ning Yuchen pondered thoughtfully. It seems quite reasonable. Cultivators require substantial spiritual energy to support their practice. When the natural environment does not provide enough, they must rely on spirit stones. In this light, one cannot fault a fondness for spirit stones. He immediately turned to Lu Changsheng and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." "Polite," remarked Lu Changsheng, casting a glance at the sky. "Since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I spend most of my time on the mountain. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out directly." "It is still early. Where is your senior brother headed?" "Drunken Moon Pavilion." "A brothel." Lu Changsheng made no effort to conceal his intentions. He had already made arrangements with the courtesan of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. After all, his reputation was already well established. In an instant, Ning Yuchen found herself captivated by a thought. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Changsheng had already departed. With his figure vanished, a sense of regret washed over him. Meanwhile, within the tavern, a young woman furrowed her brow as she observed Lu Changsheng's retreating silhouette. She was Ning Yuchen, a beauty of 17 or 18, with an elegant and refined appearance. She had keenly overheard the previous conversation and could not restrain herself from speaking out. How could a genius like Brother Qingyu, hailing from the celestial Qingyun Peak, possibly mentor such a disciple? Upon arriving in Sunyan City, they had inquired extensively about Lu Changsheng and had gleaned some vague information. Yet, even this scant knowledge was enough to elicit disapproval. What would be the reaction if they were to delve deeper? An old servant interjected, "Miss, you came for young Master Qingyu, it matters little who Lu Changsheng is." Ning Yuchen found this reasoning sound and refrained from further comment, instead beginning to prepare her belongings for the journey to Qingyun Peak the following day. In the meantime, Lu Changsheng found himself amidst a bustling area. Surrounded by lively chatter and melodious tunes, he arrived at the renowned Zuiyu Pavilion. Before he could step inside, he was greeted by someone, Master Changsheng. "Miss Mu Yu has been awaiting your arrival." "Very well," Lu Changsheng replied, following the individual inside. He traversed through the pavilions and arrived at an upper floor. From a distance, he spotted a young woman leaning against the railing, her gentle gaze softening as she smiled at him, like flowing water. "Young Master Lu. It has been some time, have you forgotten me?" she teased, revealing herself to be Su Mu Yu. As Lu Changsheng approached, he replied, "Circumstances have conspired against me, recently. I have been utterly absorbed in my cultivation, yearning for ascension and enlightenment." He spoke as he settled down slowly. Su Mu Yu laughed, "What jest is this? Young Master Lu? A carefree soul such as yourself, how could you be so engrossed in cultivation?" "Ah, you know me well, alas. It is the lack of funds that has driven me." He chuckled lightly. Su Mu Yu, now seated opposite him, continued, "I have come on behalf of my brother to inquire if any secret realms have recently manifested." "Indeed, you are relentless in your pursuits." Su Mu Yu shook her head. "But your brother has been entering secret realms rather frequently. Who doesn't know of his obsession with cultivation? Such experiences are indispensable." Lu Changsheng sighed, recalling how he had stumbled into this place years ago and fortuitously met this intriguing courtesan. Although her true identity remained shrouded in mystery, their rapport had flourished, and she had assisted him in locating numerous secret realms. After all, the spiritual energy he required was vast, far beyond what the outside world could provide. And spirit stones were not easily acquired, thus, he found himself constantly delving into secret realms. Their conversation flowed effortlessly until a sudden commotion erupted from outside, as several figures, disregarding any obstruction, made their way towards them, disrupting the atmosphere. Chapter 6. Are you familiar with the term local tyrant? The two were indulging in a delightful exchange beneath the moonlight, reveling in each other's company. However, their serene moment was abruptly interrupted by an intruder. "Esteemed young sir, Miss Su Mu Yu is otherwise engaged today, it would be best for you to visit another day." A figure stood in their way, attempting to mediate. The intruder glanced up, noticing the pair in the pavilion, and let out a derisive laugh. So, what you refer to as engaged is merely her keeping company with this pretty boy. Young sir, please refrain from such baseless accusations. The guard pleaded, aware of the identity of the individual before him, and his heart sank with trepidation. The newcomer was a young man, in his 20s, of unremarkable appearance yet possessing a robust physique, his eyes brimming with arrogance, displaying disdain for the situation at hand. I am merely looking out for your interests. I fear that your courtesan may be deceived by this dandy, for such individuals are masters of sweet talk, are they not? You should retreat, this person is not one to be trifled with. The guard implored, genuinely concerned for the young man's well-being, fully cognizant of who Lu Changsheng was. The youth chuckled, I am Shifeng, a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, merely a pretty boy, nothing to be feared. Before he could finish his sentence, Shifeng disregarded the objections and pressed forward. The Xintian sect was one of the three great sects of Zhangzhou, holding a status comparable to that of the Qingyun sect. Even here, he felt no fear. Lu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance but remained unperturbed, continuing to sip his wine. Sumu Yu, however, was taken aback. The youth's impetuousness was to be expected, yet his calm demeanor in the face of such provocations was indeed striking. Are you not angered by his words? Sumu Yu inquired. Lu Changsheng replied casually, jealousy is a common human emotion, the fact that I am more handsome than he is undeniable, so why be vexed? One cannot prevent others from feeling envy. Sumu Yu was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Shifeng had approached, standing before their table. His eyes betraying a sense of astonishment as he beheld Sumu Yu. My good sir, I find myself rather pressed for time today. It is Lu Gongzi who arrived first, and thus I cannot entertain you. Sumu Yu spoke with polite restraint. Yet Shifeng countered, then let him depart. If he does not, I shall throw him out. His demeanor was undeniably domineering. Youth, do not be overly arrogant, it does you no favors. Lu Changsheng admonished. His tone mature and unruffled throughout the encounter. Bang! Shifeng slammed his palm heavily on the table, causing wine to spill everywhere. His imposing presence radiating from his six-layered spirit-gathering proficiency. Sumu Yu felt no alarm, rather, she was curious to see how Lu Changsheng would respond. After all, they had known each other for quite some time, and she had never witnessed him in action. Lu Changsheng remarked, Is that your tactic? Slamming the table to intimidate me? What does that even signify? Shifeng sneered, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, what if I were to overturn it? Would you dare to challenge me? With that, Shifeng raised his hand and flipped the table. The sound of shattering dishes echoed as he reveled in his triumph, casting a provocative gaze at Lu Changsheng. I recognize you as Lu Changsheng, and so what? At that moment, Lu Changsheng stood up, unhurried yet composed. You know me? What of it? Do you understand what it means to be a local tyrant? Stone Peak raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed by the implication. What? Do you wish for your senior brother to come to your aid? He scoffed. For a minor character like you, there's no need to involve my brother. With a cold smile, Stone Peak was about to retort further when, from the heavens above, streaks of radiant light appeared. A group of figures flew in on swords. Senior brother Changsheng. Several figures bowed toward Lu Changsheng. Although they were considerably older than him, they were merely inner disciples, still respectfully addressing him as brother. Stone Peak observed this, glancing at Su Ming, a look of confusion evident on his face. Sumu Yu also regarded the scene with curiosity. Only to see Lu Changsheng suddenly raise a hand, pointing at Stone Peak. He threatened me by flipping the table and looks down on our Qingyun sect. What? As the words fell, the expressions of those gathered darkened. Stone Peak frowned, feeling the weight of their gazes, yet remained composed. So what? Do you dare to strike me? Smack! No sooner had he spoken than a young man stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The sound echoed crisply, leaving Stone Peak stunned. His face swiftly swelling with vivid red imprints. I am a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, you dare to bang. Before he could finish, the table he had overturned was suddenly lifted by an unknown assailant and crashed down upon him with a resounding thud. Immediately, several individuals closed in. Their initially calm demeanor transforming into that of ferocious beasts. Stone Peak screamed in agony, attempting to muster his spiritual energy to resist. But he was firmly pressed to the ground. It was then he realized that these individuals possessed cultivation levels of the 6th or 7th layer of spirit gathering. Overwhelmed, he was utterly defenseless against their collective assault. His companions fared no better, suffering similarly. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng leisurely stepped aside, quietly observing the chaos unfold, a smile gracing his lips. No one understood the situation better than he did. Sanyun City lay at the foot of the Qingyun sect, where elders routinely brought disciples to maintain vigilance, constantly monitoring the happenings of the area. When Stone Peak flipped the table, the patrolling elder had already been informed. Typically, such trivial skirmishes would go unnoticed, but in this case, it was different due to Lu Changsheng's involvement. Who didn't he know that he was the junior disciple of Zhou Qingyu? Disrespecting Lu Changsheng would mean disrespecting Zhou Qingyu as well. Moreover, despite Lu Changsheng's penchant for shirking responsibilities, he was genuinely kind-hearted and considerate towards them, always willing to assist with any uncertainties they faced. Stone Peak, however, had arrogantly presumed to provoke Lu Changsheng, thinking that a mere scuffle would pose no significant issue as long as no one was harmed. Instead, the other party resorted to underhanded tactics, surrounding him for a beating, branding him with the label of disdain for the Qingyun sect, and unleashing a torrent of punishment upon him. Lu Changsheng, you! Stone Peak bellowed in fury. Lu Changsheng replied, silence him and continue the beating. It is time to let the prowess of our Qingyun sect be known. Upon hearing this, the group complied. Meanwhile, Su Muyu stood in a daze, initially curious about how he would resolve the situation, only to find herself utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Provoked yet remaining indifferent. One might perceive him as lacking in valor, and moreover, not adhering to the principles of martial ethics, resorting instead to mob violence. Is this the esteemed demeanor of the Qingyun sect? Of course, regarding the act of violence, Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed, for as long as he was unharmed, it mattered little to him. His gaze, however, inadvertently drifted towards the distance. Upon his arrival, he had instinctively employed his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings, discovering that there were indeed individuals clandestinely observing the scene. Moreover, they were not alone, all were formidable beings who had achieved the golden core stage. According to the regulations of Qingyun, anyone who has reached this level must report their presence upon entering the sect's territory, failing which they would be deemed enemies. The sect would then take action without regard for life or death. During this period, no one had submitted any reports. With this in mind, Lu Changsheng withdrew his gaze, noting that the altercation was nearing its conclusion, and instructed for the assailants to be expelled. He then took his leave of Su Muyu. However, after his departure, he vanished without a trace, and in an instant, found himself near the concealed Golden Core experts. One at the 4th level of Golden Core, and two at the 3rd level. What were they plotting? Lu Changsheng observed from a distance, quietly assessing the situation. He could not permit any harm to befall his sect. His affection for it ran deep. In this perilous world of cultivation, should the sect fall, where would he find refuge, and who would protect him? Chapter 7, Lu Changsheng? Fear not. The pavilion has been meticulously tidied, and the Zuiyu pavilion has returned to its serene state. Su Muyu stands there, her expression indifferent, seemingly lost in contemplation of the recent events. What could the young lady be pondering? An elderly man approached and inquired. I am reflecting on Lu Changsheng. Is there something amiss with him? The elder asked. Su Muyu replied, Elder Qi, what is your impression of him? The old man pondered for a long while before delivering a single remark, he is a wastrel. Do you share that sentiment? Su Muyu probed. Setting aside today's occurrences, who in the Qingyun sect is unaware of his reputation? Previously, I suspected he harbored secrets. I once shadowed him, yet all I observed was a man who drank tea, slept, and wandered aimlessly, scarcely engaging in anything of substance. The elder recounted his findings, the fruit of years of vigilant observation. Moreover, in the corridor before them lay a special formation, capable of revealing the cultivation levels of those who traversed it. Lu Changsheng had visited numerous times, and his progress was not entirely stagnant. From the 9th level of Qi refining to the 1st and 2nd levels of spirit gathering, he had recently achieved the 3rd level. Compared to the direct disciples, he fell short even against the majority of the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. However, Sumu Yu remarked, I have an inexplicable sense that this individual is extraordinary, quite intriguing. The elder offered no further comment, merely cautioning. It is well and good for the young lady to harbor interest, provided she does not lose sight of her primary objectives. The Qingyun diagram must be secured. I understand. Sumu Yu nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng quietly observed the several individuals at the core formation stage. Initially, none spoke, but after a while, they witnessed Shifeng being carried into the courtyard. Upon seeing his condition, they all frowned. One among them remarked, let us take him away to recuperate. Indeed. As they watched Shifeng depart, one voiced, Lu Changsheng is truly exceptional. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe the earlier incident. It was ostensibly a trivial rivalry between two young men vying for a woman's attention, which would typically culminate in a scuffle. Yet, the confrontation did ensue. But it resulted in a collective assault on Shifeng. They had initially intended to give Lu Changsheng a beating, hoping to draw out Zhou Qingyu for a test of strength, only to be met with the unexpected outcome of a group assault. It was not surprising. They had underestimated the situation. Why is that? One wondered. Lu Changsheng's cultivation is merely at the third level of spirit gathering. His refusal to engage with Shifeng indicates he is not foolish. Besides, what sort of integrity can one expect from such a person? Why would he fight himself? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and mused, what kind of person am I? The three exchanged glances, and one suggested, let it be. Zhou Qingyu can be tested another time. For now, we must prioritize our objectives. Agreed. The patrol in Qingyun City is changing. Upon our return to Qingyun, reinforcements will arrive. We have half an hour to act. That should suffice. This time, the Ning family has brought only one core formation individual. I will draw him away. You all should wait for the opportune moment to strike. As they plotted, Lu Changsheng became curious, realizing that this group was targeting the Ning family, while his own provocation was merely incidental. Opportunities are fleeting. Tomorrow they shall ascend Qingyun Peak, and thereafter, chances shall dwindle. Shortly, after I divert their attention, you must strike down the Ning siblings. Their demise within Qingyun City will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Ning family. Consequently, chaos will ensue in Qingyun. And with the support of the Ning family, we shall have the opportunity to eradicate them entirely. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt a wave of astonishment. He had not anticipated that such treachery lurked in their hearts. Ning Yusin had come to Qingyun with the intention of ascending Qingyun Peak. Should the siblings meet their end in Qingyun City, the sect would undoubtedly be implicated. If others were to incite further discord, pitting the Ning family against the Qingyun sect, it would surely spell disaster. How wicked their intentions were. Lu Changsheng was also taken aback by the unfolding events. Initially, their choice of targets held no concern for him. However, should the Ning siblings be slain and Qingyun descend into turmoil, it would undoubtedly affect him. Without the protection of the sect, what fate awaited him? It would be akin to shattering his livelihood. Soon after, one individual set forth towards the drunken immortal tower. They appeared to have an intimate understanding of the Qingyun sect's guard rotations and were well aware of Ning Yusin's plans to ascend Qingyun Peak, suggesting they had plotted this meticulously. Before long, distant sounds indicated movement as two figures exited the drunken immortal tower, heading straight for the city gates. They sought to remain undetected, avoiding the attention of the elders of Qingyun sect. As their plan seemed to succeed, the two nascent soul experts prepared to depart. Yet, at that very moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before them. Lu Changsheng! The two exclaimed in surprise. Lu Changsheng stood before them, a smile gracing his lips. What grievance does my Qingyun sect hold against you, that you would conspire to harm us so grievously? You heard? Lu Changsheng nodded. Instantly, they adopted a wary demeanor, their gazes sweeping the surroundings, their spiritual senses extending outward. Initially believing their plot had been uncovered and they were surrounded, they soon realized that apart from Lu Changsheng, there was no one else. Fear not, it is just him. One declared. The other remarked, had you not appeared, perhaps you could have lived, yet, you have chosen your own demise. There is no need for further conversation, kill him. As he spoke, a surge of power emanated from him, and he formed a sword technique with the intent to end Lu Changsheng, clearly underestimating him. Seeing them prepare to strike, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow and said, "Facing two opponents alone is indeed somewhat daunting, yet I shall give it a try." "Give it a try? You dare to confront us?" They could not suppress their laughter, it was akin to a jest. As they commenced their assault, however, just as the sword technique approached, an inexplicable force surged forth, shattering their lethal intent. "What is happening?" The assailant frowned, but before he could react, Lu Changsheng raised his hand, and a sword chi manifested, slicing through the air and severing his neck in an instant. Bang! The figure collapsed, leaving the remaining individual in a state of shock. Nascent soul, how can this be? The elder gazed on, incredulous at the level of cultivation displayed before him. The youth before them, merely 17 or 18 years of age, possessed the formidable cultivation of the core formation stage, exuding an aura so terrifying that it far surpassed their own. In the presence of this young prodigy, the esteemed young sword immortal, Zhou Qingyu of Sangzhou, seemed utterly insignificant. As the elder turned to employ his escape technique, he realized that merely sensing that overwhelming aura indicated a power beyond his capacity to withstand. However, with a single step, Lu Changsheng's figure seemed to flicker into existence in mid-air, blocking the elder's path. In that moment of silence, he raised his hand, channeling his magical energy to extinguish the elder's life force. The elder, until his last breath, remained in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the true source of terror within the Qingyun sect was neither the sect itself nor Zhou Qingyu, but the very youth standing before him. Lu Changsheng regarded the two lifeless bodies for a moment, then formed a fire seal with his hands, incinerating them completely until nothing but ashes remained. With a flick of his sleeve, he scattered the ashes into the wind, erasing all traces before turning to depart. Yet, as he gazed toward the direction of the city outskirts, he pondered for a moment before lightly tapping his fingertip, sending a beam of spiritual light soaring into the sky. It was a distress signal from the Qingyun sect. Chapter 8. Are you capable? Soon, elders from the sect arrived, yet they found the place deserted. Lu Changsheng observed quietly from a distance. There was no need for anyone to inform him, as the Ning family members would naturally relay the events. Indeed. As these individuals arrived, the Ning family hastily recounted what had transpired. Elder Qingyun nodded and swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Watching them pursue, Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The reality of the situation had been exceedingly intense. The members of Xuantiangong were fearsome, and he had narrowly escaped. A thought that still sent shivers down his spine. Just as he contemplated returning to the sect, he discovered that the entire Qingyun city had been sealed off, with no one permitted to leave and individuals conducting inquiries. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to find an inn and rest. After all, the situation was as it stood, and there was no need for him to fret further. The following day, he languidly rose around noon. The sect's inquiries had concluded, and he strolled leisurely towards Qingyun Peak. Along the way, he habitually greeted those he encountered and did not head directly to the summit but instead made his way to the gathering place of the inner disciples. He had previously promised the inner disciples of Qingyun Peak to assist them with any cultivation queries they might have. Senior brother Changsheng. The crowd greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Lu Changsheng replied, "I have already inquired about your questions, let us begin." With that, he settled down and began to elucidate their inquiries one by one. Whether it pertained to swordsmanship, cultivation, or talisman crafting and alchemy, he had dabbled in all during his idle moments. Since he had traversed these paths himself, answering their questions came effortlessly, akin to revisiting familiar territory. He was unperturbed, for he understood that a robust sect was essential for sustainable growth. Nurturing the strength of the sect's younger generation was imperative. Some challenges were beyond his solitary capacity to bear. Ultimately, a powerful sect was necessary. Even though he had recently bested the sect leader, he was acutely aware that there existed an even mightier ancestor within the sect. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Changsheng finished addressing all the inquiries. He was not concerned about revealing any inconsistencies, as he carried with him the insights of his senior brother. Should questions arise, they could be attributed to his senior brother's wisdom. As nightfall gently descended, Lu Changsheng made his way up Qingyun Peak, supporting his waist. The aftereffects of his cultivation were yet to fully dissipate, and after sitting for an entire afternoon, his back was beginning to protest. Upon his arrival, he noticed the area was crowded with people, and it dawned on him that the Ning family was visiting the peak today. His gaze fell upon a young woman seated nearby, Ning Yusin, who awaited quietly, devoid of anger. How could he have forgotten this? Lu Changsheng spoke up, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him. Ning Yusin glanced back, and Ning Yuchen was the first to approach, saying, "Senior brother Changsheng, you finally returned." "Ah! What nonsense are you spouting? I had matters to attend to today." "I know you had business, I understand, truly," Ning Yuchen replied, a pure smile illuminating his face as he noted Lu Changsheng's supporting hand on his waist. At that moment, Ning Yusin also approached, addressing him, "Senior brother Changsheng." Although she held disdain for him, she maintained her decorum. "Junior sister Ning, are the senior brothers not present?" Lu Changsheng inquired. Ning Yusin shook her head and remarked, "I haven't seen the senior brother for a while. The second brother seems to be engrossed in alchemy, so I didn't want to disturb him." "I see," Lu Changsheng responded, casting a glance before continuing, "the senior brother is a fervent cultivator, and his return is uncertain. I shall seek him out tomorrow. For now, you should rest." Although Lu Changsheng suggested an arrangement, he casually gestured towards an unoccupied room. After all, there were only the three of them on Qingyun Peak, there was ample space. Ning Yusin nodded in farewell, without further ado. Ning Yuchen then inquired, "Senior brother, where shall we place these items?" "What items?" "The things that senior brother favors." At this remark, Lu Changsheng's eyes brightened, and he pointed towards the direction of his own room, instructing them to carry it inside. Observing the abundance of large boxes, his grin nearly reached his ears. Once this was accomplished, Ning Yuchen said, "Senior brother, I shall trouble you to take care of my sister. I must take my leave." "Junior brother, you." Lu Changsheng did not have time to intervene before Ning Yuchen vanished with his companions. The urgency in his demeanor suggested there was pressing business at hand. Lu Changsheng dismissed the matter, rubbing his hands together as he entered the room. Upon seeing the vast boxes filled with spiritual stones, his eyes widened in astonishment. There were 5 large boxes containing over 10,000 spiritual stones. A cloth bag appeared in his hand, and he promptly gathered all the stones into it. Besides the stones, there was another box filled with swordsmanship texts and a brocade case containing a precious sword. However, he paid little attention to these, planning to deliver them to his senior brother's room at a later time. As a direct disciple, he received merely 10 spiritual stones a month, thus 1,000 stones would suffice for a century of savings. It was no wonder the Ning family was renowned for their wealth. The more Lu Changsheng gazed, the more exhilarated he became. With these spiritual stones, he could cultivate anew, alleviating countless troubles. If the senior brother were to marry into the Ning family, wouldn't he enjoy an inexhaustible supply of spiritual stones throughout his life? He muttered to himself. Just then, Lu Changsheng sensed a presence and stepped outside to investigate. A long rainbow streaked across the sky as Zhou Qingyu approached on his sword. "Senior brother!" Lu Changsheng called out. Zhou Qingyu glanced at him, letting out a sigh. He was evidently aware of the events from the previous night and did not express blame, but instead offered a caution. "Things have been unsettled lately. Be cautious when you venture out." "Understood." Lu Changsheng nodded. Meanwhile, Ning Yusin heard the commotion and stepped out, her face lighting up with a smile as she called out from afar, "Senior brother Qingyu." "Junior sister Ning." Zhou Qingyu acknowledged her with a nod, his expression remaining impassive. Ning Yusin asked, "Have you just returned from your cultivation?" "Indeed." In response to the girl's exuberant greeting, Zhou Qingyu remained indifferent, glancing at her before slowly responding. "Junior sister Ning has traveled a great distance to practice at Qingyun sect. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek Lu Changsheng. He will make the necessary arrangements." "You." Ning Yusin began to speak but was interrupted as Zhou Qingyu turned and entered the house, leaving only Lu Changsheng and Ning Yusin together. Lu Changsheng felt a headache coming on, uncertain whether his senior brother was genuinely oblivious or merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Why must the daughter of the wealthiest person in Sangzhou choose to cultivate here? It is evident that she has come specifically for him. Yet he scarcely deigns to exchange more than a few words. Ning Yusin felt a pang of disappointment, her expression revealing a tapestry of emotions. Observing her dismay, Lu Changsheng remarked, "My senior brother is simply like that, utterly devoted to cultivation and enamored with the sword path. During my initial 2 years upon the mountain, he paid me little attention, and you will soon grow accustomed to it. But, dear junior sister, this approach will not suffice. Do you not understand how to capture a man's heart? By appealing to his appetite?" Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. What does a cultivator need to do with appetites? Does he have the leisure to dine? What, then, should one grasp? Ning Yusin queried, a hint of frustration in her tone. Lu Changsheng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Certainly. One must cater to his interests. He is passionate about the sword path, thus, you should immerse yourself in sword cultivation as well. This will naturally create a shared topic." Upon hearing this, Ning Yusin's eyes brightened, finding the reasoning compelling. Yet, as she regarded Lu Changsheng, she noticed that he was not quite as frivolous or lacking in virtue as she had initially presumed. At least in this matter, his words held considerable merit. However, a moment's reflection led her to express her concern, but the sword path is arduous to master, merely entering the realm requires an immense investment of time and energy. You simply have not approached it correctly. In truth, the entry is not nearly as formidable as it seems. Is it truly that simple? Not difficult in the least. What must I do? Seek my guidance, and you shall find your way. Seek you? Ning Yusin was taken aback, hesitantly asking, "But are you capable of this?" With that single question, silence enveloped the entire mountain peak. Chapter 9, Fairness to All. On a serene mountain peak, two individuals locked gazes. Ning Yusin regarded Lu Changsheng with sincerity, her eyes brimming with skepticism. "What do you mean by is it feasible? Young man, have you ever heard of the sword heart clarity pill?" "Never heard of it." Ning Yusin decisively shook her head. As the daughter of the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, she was accustomed to acquiring rare treasures with ease, yet she had never encountered the item Lu Changsheng spoke of. Lu Changsheng nodded. "It is indeed unsurprising that you have not. What does that imply?" "It signifies that it is a secret not passed down by my master. Neither of my senior brothers were instructed in it, only I received the transmission. Consume just one, and within 3 days, you will comprehend the way of the sword and ascend to the first tier of swordsmanship." "Is that true?" "Absolutely genuine, fair, and square. Only 10,000 spiritual stones for each." "I shall purchase one," Ning Yusin declared, producing a cloth pouch, a magical artifact capable of containing numerous items. This action left Lu Changsheng momentarily speechless. He had prepared an array of arguments for a prolonged negotiation, yet before he could utter a word, she had already made her purchase. "You're buying it just like that? Aren't you going to think it over?" Ning Yusin shook her head. "Though your reputation is less than stellar and your character appears questionable, with everyone advising me to keep my distance, I sense that your nature is not malevolent." Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. Her statement seemed both a compliment and a critique. Ning Yusin continued, "Moreover, it is merely 10,000 spiritual stones." "Merely?" Lu Changsheng felt a twinge of regret, having underestimated Ning Yusin's financial capacity. He reflected on the truth that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng accepted the spiritual stones. Ning Yusin, in haste, asked, "When will you deliver it to me?" "Tomorrow morning." "A promise is a promise." A smile returned to Ning Yusin's face. For the sake of Zhou Qingyu, she had journeyed countless miles to this place. He was her idol, and she was determined to seize the opportunity. As Ning Yusin departed, Lu Changsheng glanced at the pouch in his hand and joyfully made his way to the alchemy chamber to concoct the pill for her. However, upon entering the chamber, he encountered Yi Tianyi, who sat there in a daze, alongside 2 exploded alchemical furnaces. "Senior brother, are you attempting to refine thunder explosive pill?" "What thunder explosive pill?" "I am concocting the clarity pill for our elder brother to assist him in cultivating the sword path." "Then why did the furnace explode?" Yi Tianyi replied, "I am unsure whether the fault lies in the refining steps or the materials. he pondered, retracing his thoughts through the earlier process. Yet Lu Changsheng pointed out, both are problematic. The heart clarity herb is the most crucial material and must be added at the very moment of pill formation, otherwise it will collide with the alchemical fire, leading to an explosion of the furnace. Furthermore, your heat control is evidently excessive. How do you know this? Yi Tianyi asked in astonishment. It seemed as though Lu Changsheng had witnessed the entire process, prompting him to inquire, do you also possess knowledge of alchemy? I possess a modest understanding. Then you. Oh, I often strolled at Qingyun Peak in the past and happened to overhear the Peak Master discussing it. You strolled at Qingyun Peak? Yi Tianyi was taken aback. Qingyun Peak specialized in alchemy. And had it not been for the Peak Master and Elder being in seclusion, he would not have undertaken the task himself. His talent had once caught the attention of the Master of Qingyun Peak, and he was forcefully taken to Qingyun Peak by his own mentor. After years of cultivation, he had honed his alchemical skills. Lu Changsheng said little, approaching the exploded alchemy furnace. Wiping a hand across the furnace wall to gather some alchemical ash before turning to leave. Yi Tianyi observed with a skeptical gaze. Pulling out materials in preparation for an attempt. Lu Changsheng had already returned to his chamber, where two dark hands shaped a pill the size of a thumb. Almost perfect. He nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands, and an overwhelming sword aura surged within the room. A gust of fierce wind swirling as a shadow of a sword flickered by. That was his original sword intent, which he had infused into the pill. Once completed, his sword heart clarity pill was ready. The name had been conceived merely for the purpose of trading with Ning Yusin for spirit stones. Of course, it was not a deception. The pill contained a strand of his original sword intent that, once entering Ning Yusin's body, would take root and flourish. This would allow her to comprehend the way of the sword and step into the realm of sword intent. As for how far she could progress thereafter, it would entirely depend on her innate talent and fortune. This method was a serendipitous discovery of Lu Changsheng's. It bore no significant side effects, though it did slightly deplete his sword intent, requiring some time to replenish. Nevertheless, for the sake of spirit stones, there was no other choice. After all, the Wan Jia immortal body demanded an enormous amount of spiritual energy, becoming even more formidable post-Dan formation. Without a plan, a breakthrough would be a distant dream. Having completed these tasks, he lay back down in satisfaction. Now, with 20,000 spirit stones in hand, he felt an unprecedented sense of wealth. After finishing his tasks, he could resume his cultivation. With this thought, he felt both joy and sorrow. The next morning, he awoke at noon, and upon opening the door, he found Ning Yusin standing there. Junior sister, what brings you here? Did we not agree on an early delivery? It's already noon. Ning Yusin complained. Having eagerly awaited all night, only to find him still asleep. I apologize for my oversight, I was engrossed in alchemy until late last night. Lu Changsheng explained, producing the pill from his hand. Ning Yusin looked on, her expression one of doubt. Is this pill safe to consume? Do not worry. Taking it will surely enable you to forge sword intent. Ning Yusin swallowed hard, hesitating as she asked, brother, what did you use to create this? Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding, it consists of extremely precious spiritual herbs, which I have accumulated for a long time to refine this single pill. Were it not for our friendship, I would not have been willing to part with it. I have not even profited from this one, and in fact, I have incurred some loss. Lu Changsheng lamented, his face a mask of regret. Ning Yusin was moved. Increasingly convinced that her elder brother was different from the rumors circulating outside. Lu Changsheng watched with eager anticipation as she declared, brother, thank you. I shall take it at once. With that, she turned and dashed back to her room. Lu Changsheng was left dumbfounded. After such an earnest declaration, she did not even pause to express her gratitude? She simply left? Ah, it seems young women are becoming harder to deceive. And spirit stones are growing increasingly difficult to earn. Contemplating these matters, he felt a sense of helplessness. With no other recourse, he shook his head and sighed lightly. Relieved that he possessed an ample supply of spirit stones, and resolved to find a suitable place to commence his cultivation. However, A loud shout echoed once more from the alchemy chamber as Yi Tianyi emerged, casting a glance towards Lu Changsheng. Have you succeeded? Lu Changsheng inquired. I have. A smile graced Yi Tianyi's face. That's splendid. Senior brother, please continue with your tasks. Lu Changsheng said as he prepared to depart. Yet, he was halted by Yi Tianyi. Junior brother, I wish to have a word with you. Lu Changsheng, taken aback, looked at his earnest senior brother and furrowed his brows. Is there something on your mind? Senior brother? From what I've observed over the past couple of days, you may lack some temperament, yet you possess remarkable talent. Your ability to discern the flaws in senior brother's swordsmanship, and your capacity to memorize the alchemical processes after just a single hearing, are indicative of your potential. Lu Changsheng opened his mouth to respond, but Yi Tianyi continued, it seems that in the absence of our master these past years, senior brother has become engrossed in his own cultivation, neglecting your guidance. Henceforth, I shall take it upon myself to oversee your training, given time. You will undoubtedly achieve great things. Senior brother, There's no need for further discussion, my mind is made up. Yi Tianyi declared resolutely. Before long, the Qingyun secret realm shall open, and you will accompany me within. Senior brother, truly, this isn't necessary, I believe. Do not worry, you shall rest now. Tomorrow, I shall formally commence your training. With that, he took the elixirs and sought out Zhou Qingyu, leaving Lu Changsheng no opportunity to protest. Is this how it is to be decided? Chapter 10, Wealth is sufficient. The following morning, Yi Tianyi roused Lu Changsheng from his slumber. As promised the previous day, he intended to guide his junior brother in cultivation, and in a brief moment, they had departed from Qingyun sect. Brother, must we be in such a haste to cultivate? The dawn has yet to break. Lu Changsheng murmured, still bleary-eyed. The early bird catches the worm. And diligence is the foundation of a lifetime. As cultivators, we must be industrious. Previously, with our master absent and my focus on my own training, I regrettably neglected your guidance. Henceforth, I shall oversee your progress. Yi Tianyi declared with resolute conviction. Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. After having been raised in a lax manner for a decade, he found this sudden shift quite jarring. Why not wait for master to return and let him supervise me personally? It would be less trouble for you, brother, he suggested, hoping to elicit a more lenient response from Yi Tianyi. However, Yi Tianyi's expression turned solemn. Junior brother, there are matters I had intended to share with you at the right moment. Since you have broached the subject, I shall disclose them now. What is it? Is master unwell? Lu Changsheng's heart sank at the thought. Yi Tianyi shook his head, contemplating for a lengthy moment before responding, I was accompanying master on his travels. But 2 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Vanished? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. Yes. I searched for 2 years without any leads and was compelled to return to the sect. However, this matter must remain confidential, we fear it may attract unwanted attention. Only the higher echelons of the sect are aware of this, Yi Tianyi said gravely. Lu Changsheng was rendered speechless. Years ago, he had been walking along a path when an elderly man descended from the sky, insisting that he possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation and pleading to take him as a disciple. After much persuasion, the elder had directly brought him to Qingyun Peak, leaving Lu Changsheng's substantial family fortune in the hands of unknown heirs. Despite his initial reservations, he had thought to embrace his fate, believing that if he excelled in cultivation, he might wield considerable influence. However, to his astonishment, the very next day after arriving on the mountain, he was entrusted to his senior brother while the master set off on his own journey. That departure lasted a decade, without any consideration for the harsh environment in which an 8-year-old child was expected to grow. Now, after 10 cautious years of existence, he was confronted with the news that his master was missing. What treacherous vessel have I boarded? A tumult of emotions surged within him. What difference did it make whether his master was present or absent? Meanwhile, Yi Tianyi remained oblivious to Lu Changsheng's turmoil, continuing his narrative. I have heard from the sect that master arrived at Qingyun sect over a century ago, seemingly suffering from amnesia. Over a decade ago, he suddenly recalled something and sought to travel. The sect, concerned for his safety, insisted I accompany him, and yet I have lost him at this juncture. He even exhibited a hint of self-reproach. Brother, enough of this. Let us focus on our cultivation. Lu Changsheng offered, initially meant to be a comfort. However, Yi Tianyi abruptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, junior brother, you are right. I shall diligently cultivate, and once I attain the golden core, I will seek him out and surely bring him back. Lu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. It was clear that it was his master who had abandoned him, wandering off without a care, yet he still harbored hopes of retrieving the old man. As they spoke, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, their intended destination for this venture. However, gazing up at the peak, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows once more. You woke me early just to bring me to the outer disciples' trial grounds? Lu Changsheng mused, feeling a sense of disorientation. This place lay hundreds of miles from the sect, specifically designated for the trials of outer disciples. To others, although he possessed only the cultivation of the third layer of spirit gathering, which paled in comparison to the direct disciples, bringing him here seemed somewhat dismissive. At the very least, he should have been taken to the inner disciples' trial grounds. Yi Tianyi whispered, Junior brother, you are unaware that the sect has upgraded the difficulty here. It is unlike anything before. And almost no one knows that this place harbors the earth spirit vein. Even our senior brother has come here to cultivate. Lu Changsheng let out a soft sigh. Knowing that their senior brother had indeed arrived the previous night, he was well aware that the spiritual vein had been nearly drained by him in prior years. What use was there in coming now? Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his thoughts. While there was little remarkable about this place, it did offer tranquility. And with 20,000 spirit stones in hand, he could engage in peaceful cultivation. Upon arriving, Yi Tianyi watched with satisfaction as Lu Changsheng began his cultivation, seating himself contentedly nearby. Observing his senior brother, Lu Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness. He was merely trying to assist him. Resolutely, he too commenced his cultivation. For advancing his cultivation was the true path. After all, having witnessed the harsh realities of the immortal cultivation world, where death lurked at every turn, he dared not grow complacent, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. What pained him, however, was how swiftly the 20,000 spirit stones were consumed. The distance to the 9th layer of golden core was still vast, and without at least 100,000 spirit stones, a breakthrough was unattainable. If the 9th layer required such quantities, how many would be necessary for the nascent soul? Was he truly being compelled to resort to thievery? Lu Changsheng felt utterly exasperated. The demand for spiritual energy was overwhelming. The energy he absorbed could easily suffice for 2 experts in the transformation void realm. All he desired was to swiftly break through to the nascent soul. According to accounts, with the immortal body of 10,000 calamities, once he reached nascent soul, the agonies of cultivation would cease, though each breakthrough would necessitate facing tribulations. Yet, time and again, he found himself lacking spirit stones, and the required amount seemed insurmountable, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to accumulate such wealth. The image of Ning Yusen flashed through his mind. As the daughter of the wealthiest man, she must possess considerable riches. With this thought, he was suddenly filled with determination and quietly departed to return to the sect. He had lingered here for several days. Ning Yusen should have successfully manifested her sword intent by now, and he wished to ascertain whether she had any further needs for enhancement. Before long, Lu Changsheng returned to the sect, hastily making his way to Qingyun Peak. Upon his arrival, he found her seated at a stone table, surrounded by a multitude of books and scrolls, her face etched with worry and disappointment. Ning junior sister, have you not succeeded? That cannot be right. Lu Changsheng expressed his confusion, as he had already sensed the burgeoning sword intent residing within his own being. Ning Yusen lifted her head and let out a soft sigh, exclaiming, I have succeeded. Then why are you still troubled? Has the senior brother still ignored you? No, Ning Yusen shook her head. After I manifested my sword intent, the senior brother's attitude towards me has undergone a significant transformation. He has even kindly explained the sword path to me, generously sharing his insights and writings, and comes to instruct me every day. Isn't that wonderful? Your relationship has grown closer. What are you still worried about? Lu Changsheng interjected. Based on his understanding of the senior brother, the only things that could capture his attention were the sword path, rare sword texts, or fellow practitioners of the sword. This was clearly a success. Ning Yusin pointed to the table and lamented, however, after several days of study, I still do not comprehend them. If, over time, he discovers that I have made no progress, will he? Lu Changsheng immediately grasped her concern and casually picked up one of the books to read. After a brief moment, he nodded and remarked, indeed, it is somewhat complicated. Without a foundation of at least the 5th or 6th level in swordsmanship, it is difficult to understand. Ning Yusin became increasingly anxious. Yet Lu Changsheng reassured her, however, it is not a significant issue. As long as your sword intent continues to improve, he will perceive you as having grasped the concepts, and your interactions will naturally increase, leading to a deeper connection over time. Ning Yusin's eyes brightened but quickly dimmed again. But improving my sword intent is no easy feat. I am not a swordsmanship genius. How could I possibly advance in such a short period? She felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Actually, it is not particularly difficult. Really? Ning Yusin perked up. Lu Changsheng smiled and replied, with sufficient resources, it can be accomplished. Chapter 11, The Conscientious Seller with a single remark from Lu Changsheng, Ning Yusin's spirit sword. As the wealthiest individual in Sanzhou, her father possessed an abundance of riches, and in her view, spending money to enhance her swordsmanship was undoubtedly the simplest approach. Senior brother Lu, do you truly have a solution? She inquired. Not a significant issue, though the cost may be somewhat steep, Lu Changsheng replied. A hint of hesitation in his voice. How much? Ning Yusin pressed. 20,003 spirit stones, he stated, holding up 2 fingers. Having learned from his previous experience, he boldly quoted an exorbitant price. After all, the leader of a peak earned merely over 100 spirit stones a month, which represented the total earnings of their years of service, a sum not to be underestimated. He also left himself room for negotiation, aiming to profit at least 14 or 15,000 spirit stones. Yet, he had underestimated the Ning family's financial clout. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yusin decisively retrieved a pouch from her ring, filled to the brim with glistening spirit stones, over 20,000. How? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. This girl was astonishingly generous, not even bothering to haggle. How much wealth does your family possess? 20,000 spirit stones, and you don't even blink? Ning Yusin replied. If money can enhance my swordsmanship, what is 20,000? As Lu Changsheng accepted the spirit stones, he couldn't help but feel unfortunate, indeed. Being born into the right circumstances was a skill in itself, as it determined the quality of one's life. Watching the spirit stones being stored away, she asked. Senior brother Lu, what shall we do next? These books are unnecessary. If you wish, you may keep them as mementos. Then, return after a good night's rest and find me in the morning. Thank you, senior brother. No, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Lu Changsheng inhaled deeply, astonished by how effortlessly he had earned her money. At this rate, as long as he continued to assist her in her advancements, making a fortune of 80,000 was practically assured. However, he reminded her, junior sister Ning, there is one thing you must ensure. What is it? Our dealings must remain a secret. Primarily, the enhancement of your sword intent requires the assistance of an old friend of my master, who prefers to remain anonymous. Naturally. You must not disclose my involvement, otherwise, should I take a disliking to you, I too would face repercussions. Understood. Ning Yusin solemnly assured him, promising repeatedly before she departed. If her previous skepticism regarding the sword heart clarity pill lingered, it had now vanished entirely. She had indeed manifested sword intent, which even Zhou Qingyu found remarkable. Thus, she was more than willing to place her trust in Lu Changsheng, and given that it was merely 20,000 spirit stones, the risk seemed minimal. Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. With 20,003 spirit stones in hand, he ventured into Qingyun City and entered a herbal shop, spending 3 spirit stones on herbs. The remaining 20,000 would serve as his labor fee. Since Ning Yusin had arrived at Qingyun Peak, his fortunes had skyrocketed, netting him 20,000 in a single day, an amount he had not earned in several months prior. Contemplating this, he began to consider whether to offer Ning Yusin a comprehensive enhancement package. Charging her 100,000 for the 4th level of swordsmanship and the 9th level of condensation seemed reasonable enough, did it not? In the eyes of Lu Changsheng, both the 9th layer of condensation and the 4th layer of sword Dao are not particularly arduous. As long as one's talent is not exceedingly lacking and one possesses some spirit stones, success is within reach. Under his meticulous guidance, his senior brother has achieved his current accomplishments. The path has been traversed by him, rendering it a broad avenue for Zhou. The more Lu Changsheng contemplated this, the more he felt it to be true. He was about to return and devise a plan when, just as he turned, several figures approached him. Lu Changsheng. A voice laced with coldness and resentment echoed through the air. Upon looking, Lu Changsheng recognized it to be Shifeng, accompanied by a young man in his mid-20s and an elderly man. Ah, brother Shi. It has been a few days since we last met, I trust you are well. Why the sour expression? Lu Changsheng greeted, a smile gracing his lips. Even in the presence of a core formation expert, he remained unfazed, for this was Qingyun City, the domain of Qingyun sect, where he could almost walk with impunity. As Shifeng appeared ready to erupt with anger, Lu Changsheng mused on the reason for his resentment. Aware of his own past actions, the elderly man interjected with a smile, so this young friend is the junior disciple of the little sword immortal, indeed, a striking figure. Hailing from a prestigious lineage. Your flattery is too generous, esteemed elder, Lu Changsheng replied, maintaining a calm and modest demeanor. Shifeng's expression darkened further. Unable to bear the sight of such a hypocritical facade, after all, this was not how they had behaved when he had been assaulted. Now, with a core formation powerhouse in tow, they suddenly appeared so amiable. The young man glanced over, chuckling lightly. Youth, you are being overly modest, the elder remarked cheerfully. Have you come to Qingyun sect for a purpose? Lu Changsheng inquired. Qingyun is nestled against the deep mountains. Every few decades, beast tides arise. We thought to pass through. Lend a hand, and take the opportunity to admire the splendor of Qingyun. Is that so? Lu Changsheng replied, eyeing them with suspicion. Then I shall not disturb your affairs. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, his gaze lingered on them, instinctively sensing an air of scrutiny akin to that of a criminal being examined. As Lu Changsheng departed, the elder remarked, the 3rd layer of spirit gathering. His talent is quite ordinary, just as the rumors suggested. Elder, do not be deceived by him, he is quite shameless. Previously Shifeng recounted his experience of being humiliated, his anger intensifying with each recollection. Let us not forget why we are here, do not allow a trivial matter to cloud our judgment and jeopardize our greater objective. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingyun Peak, reflecting on their earlier conversation with a hint of disbelief. These individuals had previously sought to use him as a pawn. How could they now be so altruistic? Who could fathom their true intentions? Regardless, he remained unconcerned, for the sect had become accustomed to the onslaught of beast tides, possessing ample experience. With just the 3 of them, they posed no significant threat. The sect was not naive, such matters were evident to any discerning eye, requiring no worry from him. Besides, trivial concerns were far less significant than the acquisition of spirit stones. He then proceeded to the alchemy chamber, seizing the opportunity to refine Ning Yusin's elixirs before Yi Tianyi returned, for he was a person of integrity. If there is no trust in this matter, how can one expect to extract money from the wealthy mistress in the future, without the means to deceive her? When would one ever transcend the tribulations of the nascent soul stage? This time, it is imperative to acquire enough spirit stones for the breakthrough through her. Early the next morning, Lu Changsheng awaited at the entrance, presenting a vial of elixir to Ning Yusin. Upon accepting it, she could still feel the residual warmth of the potion. Thank you, senior brother, she exclaimed. In the future, we are all family, so there is no need for such formalities. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, not in a hurry to depart. Instead, he said, Junior sister. This time the method is different and requires the collaboration with the sect's sword cavern. Allow me to guide you. As Lu Changsheng spoke, he stepped forward to lead the way. Ning Yusin nodded and followed closely behind, making her way deeper into the sect. However, observing Lu Changsheng this time, she increasingly felt that he was quite different from the rumors. Such meticulousness and responsibility were not traits typically associated with a wayward scion. Moreover, Lu Changsheng's diligence was essential. If the elixir proved ineffective, Ning Yusin would lose faith in herself, and how could she expect to earn her money thereafter? After all, in this era, there are not many Na'vi wealthy women left to deceive. Chapter 12, A Twinge of Conscience Deep Within the Sect, Beneath Qingyun Peak. Mist swirled and drifted over the mountain gorge, revealing a long and barren valley. The valley, devoid of flora, was suffused with a spiraling sword aura that soared skyward. Yet it emanated a chilling silence that deterred any approach. This was the Sword Cave. Lu Changsheng pointed ahead. Ning Yusin nodded thoughtfully. Before they could exchange further words, an inappropriate clamor interrupted them, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lu Changsheng felt helpless. To outsiders, he was notoriously indolent, having entered the Sword Cave only once in a decade at the sect. However, on that occasion, he had already reached the 7th level of the Sword Path. He had sought an opportunity, only to find the cave utterly unhelpful. He exited shortly after and had not returned since. Rumors circulated that he had been so frightened during his solitary visit that he wept and vowed never to return. Fortunately, while his reputation was poor, he was well liked, and his interactions were harmonious. The two then entered the Sword Cave. Lu Changsheng remarked, "They simply enjoy the commotion, pay them no mind. Now, let us discuss your training. First, consume a pill before entering the cave each day, then practice for 2 hours. If you maintain this regimen for a time, you should be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Sword Path." Ning Yusin nodded, listening intently, without a hint of skepticism, though a spark of curiosity lingered. "Senior brother, you seem quite familiar with this. Why are you in your current state?" "In what manner?" Lu Changsheng replied. Ning Yusin hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to voice her thoughts, given that such evaluations were not suitable to be expressed in the presence of the person in question. Lu Changsheng, however, was unperturbed. "Junior sister, everyone has their own way of living. One cannot expect every individual to pursue the path as fervently as the senior brother does." "Indeed." Ning Yusin agreed. It was akin to her initial apathy towards the Sword Path, which she had only pursued to draw closer to her idol. One sought to earn spiritual stones, the other to be near Zhou Qingyu. Both had their motives. Following Lu Changsheng's guidance, Ning Yusin consumed a pill and stepped into the Sword Cave. Lu Changsheng, standing nearby, frequently offered insights, for she was his first client, and ensuring her satisfaction could lead to a steady influx of spiritual stones in the future. For 2 consecutive days, he accompanied Ning Yusin in honing her sword intent. Ning Yusin was pleasantly surprised. What seemed insurmountable to others, the sword path, felt remarkably fluid to her. Within just 2 days, she could clearly sense the enhancement of her sword intent. Observing that she had no further questions, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingyun Peak. The pills he had concocted allowed for a better perception of the sword intent, while the Sword Cave, with its relentless sword aura, guaranteed that with sufficient strikes, mastery would eventually be attained. This was indeed the most straightforward and unrefined approach. However, just as he hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely plotting how to continue earning Ning Yusin's spiritual stones, he was called to a halt. "Senior brother Changsheng." Turning around, he saw a figure approaching, eyes ablaze with indignation. It was none other than Luo Qianling. "Junior sister Luo, what troubles you?" Lu Changsheng inquired. Luo Qianling replied, "Brother, you have been exceedingly busy these past few days, hardly finding the time to visit me. Have I sought you out?" Lu Changsheng blurted, prompting an immediate reaction from the girl. "Lu Changsheng, you have changed. You were not always like this. Ever since that woman arrived, you have grown distant, and now..." Her voice trailed off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evidently having caught wind of something amiss. Lu Changsheng was taken aback and hastily responded, "Junior sister, this behavior could lead to misunderstandings. Those unaware might think I have wronged you. If you do not clarify this today, I shall return and inform my father that you have bullied me." The girl stubbornly huffed, turning her head away, seemingly awaiting reconciliation. However, after a brief silence, she turned back only to find that Lu Changsheng had already dashed off into the distance, disappearing into the forest. Lu Changsheng. Luo Qianling stamped her foot in frustration and hurried after him. Atop Qingyun Peak, Lu Changsheng exhaled deeply, realizing that he could not afford to provoke the sect leader's daughter. He contemplated finding a place to rest and alleviate his fatigue when suddenly, a figure approached. "Junior brother." The voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Yi Tianyi stood before him, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. "Senior brother, you have emerged from seclusion. When did you return?" Yi Tianyi questioned, having expected to train together, only to find his companion missing upon awakening. "I just returned this morning. Seeing you still asleep, I left alone," Lu Changsheng explained. "Is that so?" Yi Tianyi replied, skepticism evident in his tone. "Lu Changsheng, stop right there. If you do not clarify matters today, I shall truly inform my father." Luo Qianling had caught up, but upon seeing Yi Tianyi, she fell silent. "Junior sister, what is the matter?" "It is nothing." Luo Qianling shook her head, aware of Yi Tianyi's stern nature and fearing punishment for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, apprehensive of being dragged into further training by his senior brother, quickly stated, "Brother, the truth is I have experienced a breakthrough, which is why I returned early to rest for a couple of days before resuming my training." "Really?" Yi Tianyi's expression softened with intrigue. Lu Changsheng nodded earnestly. "Lu Changsheng, remain right there. In a few days, a beast tide will strike. According to tradition, only those at the third layer of spirit gathering and above may participate in the defense. This will serve as valuable experience for you. Prepare diligently." Lu Changsheng was momentarily left speechless. "I shall go enroll you," Yi Tianyi declared, already departing. Luo Qianling, upon hearing this, turned to Lu Changsheng and said, "You have yet to clarify your relationship with that woman, otherwise, I shall truly inform my father." Gazing at her, Lu Changsheng sighed deeply, feeling as though one wave had not yet settled before another arose. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I have no relationship with her. Yet you still spend every day with her." At this juncture, Lu Changsheng appeared to have made a certain resolution. "Junior sister, it seems there are matters I must divulge to you." "What is it?" "You may not be aware, but my master has gone missing." "I know. My father informed me a few days ago," Luo Qianling replied. Lu Changsheng continued, "In truth, the public narrative of his disappearance is merely a facade. He has been kidnapped." "What? Kidnapped?" "Indeed, but this information must remain confidential. No one else can know, not even the sect leader. I have been assisting Ning Yusin in her sword training, partly to foster a bond between her and senior brother, and partly to accumulate spirit stones to pay the ransom. I cannot bear to witness my master suffer. Keeping this matter under wraps is also to protect the sect's reputation. As you know, the sect is my family." As of now, he could only suppress his conscience, fearing that this girl might create further complications. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianling's expression grew serious, filled with concern. "How many spirit stones are needed?" "A considerable amount." Lu Changsheng replied earnestly, eager to rid himself of this junior sister so that he could later engage with Ning Yusin without hindrance. However, to his astonishment, Luo Qianling declared, "I will fetch the spirit stones for you. We need a large sum, and your meager offerings would be insufficient. It's better to do not worry. My father's spirit stones are plentiful, I know where they are hidden. I shall steal some for you." "What on earth?" Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, as she had already dashed away. He found himself at a loss, a twinge of discomfort gnawing at his conscience. Chapter 13, Is it fatal not to show off? Lu Changsheng returned to Qingyun Peak, his face marred by worry. The once tranquil days had been disrupted. He was preoccupied with instructing Ning Yusin in her cultivation, earning spirit stones, and his second senior brother had assigned him a task to fend off a beast tide. If it were merely this, it would suffice, at most. He would accompany his seniors and elders for a brief excursion. However, to his astonishment, Luo Qianling intended to steal spirit stones from the sect master for him. Should the sect master discover this, what calamity would befall him? Would he not find himself in a predicament? What if he were assigned to guard the herbal garden again? Would it be a basket or a sack this time? Sighing softly, Lu Changsheng lamented the hardships of life. Yet, in that fleeting moment he lifted his gaze. A familiar figure stood before him, none other than Shifeng, whom he had encountered previously. An elderly man also stood nearby. Sensing the presence, the elder turned, and upon seeing Lu Changsheng, merely smiled and nodded. Shifeng, however, retained his hostility, choosing silence as he continued to gaze toward the rear of Qingyun Peak. He was indifferent, yet curious as to why they were present. In the next instant, he sensed two powerful auras converging, accompanied by a surge of intense magical energy. Two figures leapt from the ground into the sky, Zhou Qingyu and a young man from Xiantian sect. Zhou Qingyu moved through the air, forming seals with his hands. Azure magical energy surged forth, transforming into a sweeping torrent. As it danced, the fierce winds howled, stirring the mountains and forests. At this moment, he had reached the 9th layer of yuan condensation, just a step away from forming a core. Yet Lu Changsheng observed that he had suppressed his cultivation to the 7th layer. The young man from Xiantian sect also sprang into action, his arms wielding crimson magical energy that descended like a roaring tiger, exuding an air of dominance. As the two powers collided, a thunderous sound echoed in their ears. The surrounding spiritual energy was thrown into disarray, and ethereal light soared into the sky, bursting forth in splendid colors. A faint sound of dissipating magical energy could be heard. The entire Qingyun Peak was engulfed in chaos, with stones and dust rising beneath their feet. Lu Changsheng watched as his hair fluttered in the tumult, furrowing his brow. Were they engaged in a contest? As he pondered, he sensed that the young man from Xiantian sect also possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of yuan condensation. According to his knowledge, in the Xiantian sect, only the second disciple, Li Changfeng, would have such prowess at this age. As the two combatants continued their fierce exchange, their energies clashed, and it appeared as though neither side gained the upper hand for an extended period. The elder remained engrossed in the spectacle, oblivious to Lu Changsheng's presence. Observing intently, Lu Changsheng fell into contemplation. Soon, a glimmer flashed in Li Changfeng's hand, and a long spear materialized. As he grasped it, the spear surged forth like a dragon, emitting a series of silver flashes accompanied by a resonant sound. With a flourish of his arms, he appeared to wield 1,000 Jun force, launching an assault toward his opponent. Zhou Qingyu hovered in midair, unperturbed, one hand resting behind him while the other formed a gesture with two fingers, a sharp energy surging within him. Suddenly, streams of sword energy manifested, suspended beside him. With a flick of his finger, a multitude of sword energies soared into the air, the sound of their flight resonating in the air, causing a tremor in the hearts of those who heard it. The elder's expression hardened at this moment, as he felt the sword intent emanating from Zhou Qingyu, stirring him deeply. Just as the sword energies descended, the spear quaked, producing a startling sound. Originally rising like a soaring dragon, it was abruptly halted before him. The sword's radiance was excessively fierce, its lethality astonishing. Li Changfeng was forced to retreat, his sleeve severed, the sword's energy slicing through his garment and grazing his neck. Yet he persisted, his spear clashing against the blade, leaving behind a trail of sword marks. His eyes reflecting a profound terror, the might of the sword path instilled dread in all who beheld it. Unsurprisingly, Li Changfeng was defeated. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Li Changfeng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Brother Zhou is indeed exceptional, I willingly concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyu remained composed, still standing with his hands behind his back. Brother Li, you flatter me. You are already a paragon among our peers, I merely had the advantage of the sword path. I was outmatched, Brother Zhou's talent is unparalleled in Sangzhou. Li Changfeng chuckled lightly, descending from the void. The elder also spoke. The Qingyun little sword immortal truly lives up to his reputation, I have learned much. You flatter me, senior. After this exchange, the three took their leave. Lu Changsheng paid no mind to them, merely observing Zhou Qingyu lost in contemplation, feeling somewhat helpless. If the earlier scene were to be witnessed by those Na'vi young maidens, it would surely incite a frenzy. How many hearts would be ensnared? Must one always display charm to survive? He mused. Zhou Qingyu had been strikingly impressive, yet it only added to Lu Changsheng's headache. It was clear that Zhou Qingyu had come to test the waters, yet he displayed no pretense, being utterly forthright. The last time the Xiantian sect sent someone to assassinate Ning Yusin and her brother, he had already spared one life. Was it that they had failed to capture another? Or was it that they had not extracted the information? Had no one thought to alert Zhou Qingyu? However, Lu Changsheng felt powerless. It was not that Zhou Qingyu reveled in ostentation, but rather that he was wholly absorbed in the sword path, oblivious to such matters. Yet, the more he garnered attention, the more meticulously others would devise strategies against him. Alas! Lu Changsheng sighed in resignation, feeling an urge to admonish Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu noticed him and descended gracefully. Speaking slowly, little junior brother, I heard from second junior brother that he intends to take you to withstand the beast tide? Indeed. The mention of this matter only intensified Lu Changsheng's headache. Zhou Qingyu, however, remarked nonchalantly, remaining in the sect indefinitely is not ideal, it is beneficial to undergo some trials. In due course, you shall accompany me. All right. Lu Changsheng nodded, unreserved, for this had indeed been his intention all along. As long as he was in Zhou Qingyu's presence, aside from Shifeng, no one would pay him any mind. The prominence of the Qingyun little sword immortal eclipsed all else. He merely needed to follow along, play a supporting role, and perhaps collect a few beast corpses to sell for some spirit stones, not a bad deal at all. After speaking, Zhou Qingyu departed to continue his cultivation. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Changsheng mused, he truly embodies the essence of a sword immortal more each day. After 10 years of companionship, though his words were few, he held great regard for this little junior brother, pouring forth his insights and experiences. Whenever he obtained treasures from the Ascension Conference or secret realms, he always thought of Lu Changsheng. This senior brother was so straightforward that it was truly worrisome. He needed to be sent to those great sects, where his talents would surely find superior protection. He contemplated the impending dynasty war. Every few years, the Kingdom of Yu organizes a grand dynasty battle. During this event, the entire sects of Yu will send forth their most elite disciples to the battlefield. There, the most extraordinary talents will be determined, who will subsequently be absorbed by more powerful sects, gaining access to superior resources. The original sects will also receive protection, which is one of the reasons why Qingyun sect has remained steadfast. After all, in such a modest locale, many disciples would only find their potential hindered. They require a broader stage to flourish. As long as Zhou Qingyu secures a commendable rank and gains entry into the immortal sect, Qingyun will be afforded protection, rendering his stay here considerably safer. The realm of cultivation is exceedingly brutal, the outside world is fraught with peril, and one cannot afford to reveal too much of oneself. The adage a tree standing out in the forest is easily felled is a truth he comprehends well. In the Kingdom of Yu, the pinnacle of power is represented by the nascent soul stage, and there are but a handful of such beings, as long as he refrains from reckless actions, he should remain relatively secure. With these thoughts in mind, he decided to return to his chambers, yet atop Qingyun Peak, a streak of light descended from the heavens, radiating a brilliant azure glow that lingered. Lu Changsheng understood that this was a warning of an impending beast tide. Chapter 14, The Lord's melancholic gaze. As a surge of azure light illuminated the surroundings, the entire sect entered a state of readiness for battle. The elders and stewards, who had been in seclusion, emerged, for it was customary that a tide of beasts would soon arrive within a few days. Lu Changsheng observed, perplexed by the incessant recurrence of this phenomenon. Why must it always come from the same direction? Was there something about Qingyun sect that captivated their attention? After spending a decade here, if such a thing existed, it should not concern them. Yi Tianyi had also returned, urging Lu Changsheng to prepare diligently. He refrained from further commentary. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain, 3 members of Xiantian sect gazed toward Qingyun Peak. I was no match for Zhou Qingyu, please, elder. Impose punishment upon me. Li Changfeng knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. The elder shook his head, saying, Zhou Qingyu's brilliance surpasses all expectations. It is rare for anyone in Sanzhou to rival him, and this is not your fault. Li Changfeng remained silent. Shifeng furrowed his brow tightly. The outcome of that battle weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him unsettled. Not yet 30 and nearing the formation of his dan, coupled with his remarkable swordsmanship, even the elders dedicated to sword cultivation would likely find themselves outmatched. What shall we do now? He pondered. The elders gazed dark and ominously. You will continue to defend Qingyun against the demonic beasts, the rest is of no concern to you. Understood. Both replied affirmatively. Time passed swiftly. And it was soon time to gather. The sect retained a portion of its experts for defense while the others accompanied the lord to fend off the beast tide, preventing them from breaching the sect and harming the common folk. After Lu Changsheng had imparted some precautions to Ningyusin, he joined his senior brother to report for duty. The entire sect was on high alert, with disciples brimming with enthusiasm and ambition, as though they had finally awaited such a moment. After all, cultivators, in their quest for immortality and enlightenment, possessed extraordinary abilities and reveled in valorous endeavors. In their youth, they were often filled with unquenchable fervor and lofty aspirations. Except for Lu Changsheng, who was somewhat reluctant, the others were awash with excitement. Soon, individuals from various peaks had assembled, with Zhou Qingyu, Yi Tianyi, and Lu Changsheng standing at the forefront, followed by dozens of inner disciples. Just then, Luo Qianling arrived. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." She bowed before Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi, who smiled in acknowledgement. Subsequently, with a light-hearted stride, she approached Lu Changsheng. "Brother Changsheng," she called, her hands clasped behind her back, a bright smile gracing her face, her eyes shimmering with delight. "What troubles you, junior sister? I brought you some spirit stones," Luo Qianling exclaimed, producing a cloth bag and placing it into his hands. Lu Changsheng was taken aback. Upon inspecting it with his spiritual senses, he stood frozen in astonishment. Inside lay a staggering sum of 10,000 spirit stones. A peak master typically earned over 100 spirit stones monthly, and the sect leader 200, yet, this amount, how many years would it take to accumulate such wealth? Aside from the affluent Ningyusin, for ordinary cultivators, even a mere 10,000 spirit stones is undoubtedly a substantial sum. For a moment, he felt a surge of anxiety as he stammered, "So much, you." "Rest assured, my father is unaware," Luo Qianling replied with a smile, tinged with a hint of shyness. "After all, he has mentioned that this is my dowry, which will eventually belong to me. I merely took it in advance." This revelation left Lu Changsheng's hands trembling, as he gazed at his junior sister, feeling utterly at a loss. With a hint of guilt, he cast a furtive glance towards the sect leader, only to find him staring intently in his direction, his gaze more fearsome than that of a ferocious beast. "Junior sister, does the sect leader truly not know?" Lu Changsheng questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Was that not a look of awareness? Meanwhile, the sect leader was observing the scene, prompting an elder beside him to remark, "Has little Changsheng offended the sect leader?" "Not at all," Luo Tian replied, though the fierce glint in his eyes remained unyielding. The elder continued, "Then what is the sect leader's demeanor about?" Luo Tian glanced back. "Is it not evident? My daughter is on the verge of being taken away. How can I possibly find amusement in that?" After a moment's pause, he added slowly, "I cannot fathom why, but every time I lay eyes on that boy, an inexplicable surge of anger wells up within me, almost compelling me to throttle him. There have been instances where I nearly lost control." "Surely, sect leader, that is excessive. Although Changsheng may be somewhat indolent, he is fundamentally a good person. Moreover, I hear that Tianyi has begun to urge him. And he has already broken through to the fourth layer of spirit gathering. Is there a significant distinction between the third and fourth layers?" Luo Tian's expression remained grim. "The master of Qingyun Peak possesses discernment. Changsheng's talent is not lacking, he merely requires guidance and experience." Luo Tian frowned at the elder, maintaining his discontented demeanor. Qingyun was, after all, Lu Changsheng's unofficial mentor, the master of Qingyun Peak. Ultimately, Luo Tian cast a glance at Lu Changsheng before muttering a curse under his breath, "Beast." His daughter was merely 16 or 17, and he dared to make such advances. He was indeed more beastly than man. All these words fell upon Lu Changsheng's ears, and he let out a long sigh, having thought that his theft of spirit stones had been uncovered. Luo Qianling once again urged him, "If you find yourself lacking spirit stones, just inform me, before returning to her father's side. As the sect leader's daughter, she ought to set an example and share in the sect leader's burden." Yet, she remained concerned for Lu Changsheng, approaching her father to inquire, "Father, will there be any issues for brother Changsheng during his first participation in repelling the beast tide, given his lack of experience? What problems could arise? Aren't all the disciples here participating for the first time?" Luo Tian retorted, exasperated. "Just because it's Lu Changsheng's first time doesn't mean it's the same for everyone else. I don't care, you must protect him." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's brows furrowed even more tightly. After a prolonged silence, as he was indeed her biological father, he found himself at a loss and reluctantly conceded, with Zhou Qingyu watching over him, and the elders of Qingyun Peak present, he will encounter no difficulties. That's a relief. Luo Qianling felt her worries dissipate. Luo Tian, however, questioned, "Linger, do you truly have such fondness for him? Is that a problem? You will inevitably depart from the sect and part ways with him. Often, such choices are beyond your control. I fear that this may disrupt your resolve and hinder your future, for he is destined to be unable to keep pace with you." Luo Qianling furrowed her brow, her expression becoming intricate. After a prolonged silence, her delicate features revealed a steadfast determination. "Then I shall wait until my cultivation flourishes, and I will protect him." Her words were resolute, surprising Luo Tian. In that moment, he could not help but steal another glance at Lu Changsheng. Observing the young man who always stood behind his senior brother, lost in contemplation. "I do not comprehend what it is that you find appealing about him," Luo Tian inquired. Luo Qianling cast a glance back, her eyes shimmering like stars, imbued with an indescribable joy. "He is exceptionally handsome. Luo Tian? In this world, it is indeed reasonable to consider talent, background, and effort, yet the emphasis on appearance is rather rare. Can one truly subsist on looks?" Luo Tian fell silent, unable to suppress the urge to touch his own face. Could it be that he was not attractive? Chapter 15, When You Call for Help. Be sure to shout loudly. Everything was set in motion. As Luo Tian spoke, everyone raised their arms in a fervent cheer, countless figures stepping into the void, soaring on their swords. From a distance, one could see streaks of radiant light cutting across the city, as if innumerable sword immortals were descending to the mortal realm. Such a scene stirred the entirety of Qingyun City. Countless gazes turned toward that direction, hearts filled with envy and reverence. Elderly individuals recalled witnessing similar sights in their youth when Qingyun emerged from the mountains to fend off the beast tide, securing decades of peace. As they neared their twilight years, memories flooded back, a poignant reminder of their own youthful fervor, yet, regrettably, many had no destiny with the immortal gates and could only gaze longingly, resigned to a life of unfulfilled aspirations. Lu Changsheng trailed behind, too indolent to ride his sword, opting instead to follow Yi Tianyi, allowing him to carry him through the skies. Originally, Zhou Qingyu had intended for him to accompany her, but her senior brother's brilliance overshadowed everything, making it difficult for him to maintain a low profile. It seemed wiser to stick with Yi Tianyi for a more subdued presence. After traversing 3,000 miles, they halted before a majestic mountain range. Before them lay the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, breathtaking and imposing. Ahead was a pass, and in the distance, a palpable aura of menace surged forth. The beast tide was gathering, charging toward them. A middle-aged man emerged from the mountains, his gaze fixed on Luo Tian. "Sect leader, the beast tide has arrived. It will reach this place in an hour." Luo Tian nodded, surveying the surroundings. "Where are my Qingyun disciples?" "Here," they replied in unison. "We shall resist the beast tide. This is our trial, to protect the common folk." "Yes." Their voices echoed like a resounding tide, countless young men brimming with vigor, ready to slay the monsters and shield the innocents from harm. Yet, as the beast tide approached, the weight of reality dawned upon them. Multitudes of ferocious beasts appeared, each more grotesque than the last, roaring with rage. Their eyes glowed with either a furious red or a chilling coldness as they advanced towards the pass. The disciples of each peak awaited orders, following the elders, splitting into 7 paths to attack. At the moment the command was given, all parties sprang into action. Zhou Qingyu stood with arms crossed, gazing ahead, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos, maintaining an air of calm detachment. Lu Changsheng glanced sideways at the 3 from Xiantian sect, who were observing the beast tide. At that moment, an elder spoke, "Friends from Xiantian sect." "Friends." The elder from Xiantian responded. The elder continued. "Our Qingyun Peak specializes in alchemy and is not adept in combat. We kindly request your assistance." Lu Changsheng listened closely, recognizing the underlying intent. The sect leader was cautious of these individuals, likely suspecting they aimed to separate Zhou Qingyu from the group. To his surprise, the members of Xiantian sect showed no hesitation, readily agreeing and departing with them toward another direction. Lu Changsheng was taken aback. He had expected them to make excuses to stay, yet they left so decisively. What grand scheme were they concealing? Zhou Qingyu, ethereal and unparalleled, had always scorned base tactics, leaving him to keep a vigilant watch over him. At that moment, Luo Qianling hurriedly approached. Brother Changsheng. What happened? As she rushed forward, the crowd was puzzled. She had just left not long ago only to return. Luo Qianling did not indulge in idle chatter but spoke with utmost seriousness. I forgot to mention something to you earlier. What is it? If you find yourself in danger and need to call for help, you must shout loudly, otherwise, I fear I might not hear you in time to summon my father for your rescue. A few were caught off guard, unable to suppress their laughter. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Had she come all this way just for this? Yet, in front of so many, his demeanor could not help but flush with embarrassment. Did he really need reminding to shout for help? Nevertheless, he understood that Luo Qianling meant well and nodded earnestly. Thank you, junior sister, I will surely shout loudly. That's good to hear. Luo Qianling sighed with relief and turned to hasten towards the sect leader. Initially, she intended to remain. But Luo Tian's concern and the fear of embarrassing Lu Changsheng by having him follow her compelled her to leave. Lu Changsheng called out to her. Junior sister, wait. What is it? Lu Changsheng produced a cloth pouch from his hand. Take this and keep it on you at all times. What is this? Luo Qianling asked, puzzled. It's a talisman for your safety. Upon hearing this, the young girl blushed, accepted it, and solemnly placed it against her chest, covering her face as she turned and dashed away. The crowd continued to stifle their laughter. Even Yi Tianyi, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, could not suppress a faint smile. Only Zhou Qingyu seemed disinterested, his focus solely on cultivation and swordsmanship. In that moment, a surge of sword energy erupted forth. Zhou Qingyu raised his hand, cleaving down a massive bull-like beast several yards long. The beast tide had begun. Zhou Qingyu was at the forefront, his palm descending, a long sword materializing, and as he swung, the sword energy surged, piercing mountains as he charged ahead. Chaos erupted as various factions stirred, unleashing countless spells and roars. The elder from Qingyun Peak led many inner disciples forward, while Zhou Qingyu pressed on. His gentle demeanor transformed into something fierce, unperturbed even in the face of beasts at the 8th and 9th levels of cultivation. The sword light surged, drawing innumerable gazes as beasts fell one after another, blood splattering, their massive forms crashing to the ground with earth-shaking force. Yet, Zhou Qingyu stood at the front, untouched by a single drop of blood. In that moment, he resembled a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm, wielding his sword with unmatched valor, earning the admiration of all the elders present. Moreover, he was on the verge of forming his core. How astonishing would he become once he succeeded? To Lu Changsheng, however, it all seemed calm. He had been positioned behind the others, ensuring that no beast slipped through to the rear, while the group fought valiantly ahead. He did not feel the need to observe closely. With a mere thought, he sensed everything around him without the need for deliberate observation. Instead, he busied himself with his spatial artifact, gathering the fallen beast corpses. The carcass of a demon beast at the condensed essence stage can fetch over 100 spirit stones, while those at the gathering spirit stage may sell for 30 to 50. As for the core formation stage, having already birthed a demon core, its value is considerable, and sects will collect them for medicinal refinement. Merely gathering these remains constitutes a windfall. He even found the pace of his slaughter somewhat slow. Were it not for the fear of exposure, he would have preferred to engage directly. He was also discreetly observing, ready to intervene should anyone fall into peril, ensuring their survival. Some onlookers noticed this scene and felt a sense of helplessness. However, no one voiced their thoughts. Given his strength, he was indeed not of much assistance. They thought he could engage in whatever he wished, as long as he refrained from causing chaos. No one expected him to withstand the beast tide. The presence of these disciples was merely for the sake of experience. Yet, Lu Changsheng himself had not anticipated that this outing would also yield a profit in spirit stones. A pure gain. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed without incident. Immersed in the joy of collecting demon beasts, Lu Changsheng also began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he had misjudged the people of the Xintian sect? However, just as he spoke, the air, thick with the lingering scent of blood, was subtly intermingled with a hint of sweetness. Chapter 16, The Illusory Divine Flower. As the seventh day arrived, despite the damages sustained by various factions, such outcomes were anticipated. Although Qingyun Peak lacked a leader, it was fiercely represented by Zhou Qingyu, who, compared to other mountain strongholds, displayed unprecedented ferocity. Armed with his sword, he struck down adversaries with relentless vigor, each swing sending forth a more formidable sword aura, exuding an indomitable spirit. The onlookers gasped in awe, even others were aware of the unfolding battle, their faces adorned with smiles. The emergence of Zhou Qingyu in this generation promised to sustain the sect for at least a millennium. Even Lu Changsheng expressed his admiration, exclaiming in wonder, "This is how the youth should be." Yet amidst the previously harmonious atmosphere, a discordant remark suddenly pierced through. It could have been uttered by anyone without consequence. But when it emanated from his lips, it elicited a collective sigh and furrowed brows. How could he dare to utter such words? A group of individuals turned their gaze towards Lu Changsheng, who was seated upon a large stone, a substantial bonfire blazing before him, atop which lay two birds he had slain. Their skins were already golden and sizzling with juices. He tore off a wing, devouring it with delight and beckoning others to join him. "Come, it's ready. Don't just stand there." His words raised eyebrows among the crowd. The disciples, who had established a friendly rapport with him, naturally gathered around, each tearing off a piece to savor. An elder sighed softly, shaking his head, and remarked, "Changsheng, what is it?" "Add more chili, I relish spicy food." "Absolutely," came the cheerful reply, as Yi Tianyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his junior brother indeed excelled at roasting meat. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyu remained undeterred, standing atop a solitary peak, gazing into the distance with his sword in hand, lost in contemplation of the insights gained over the past few days. He felt himself inching closer to the realm of Dan formation, yet his swordsmanship seemed to stagnate, prompting deep reflection on his next steps. As the gathering indulged in their feast, two sizable demonic beasts were nearly consumed. Lu Changsheng lounged nearby, relishing in his leisurely pursuits of gathering and roasting meat, contributing to the logistics, thus keeping himself engaged. However, just as everyone began to unwind, an unusual disturbance rippled through the distant sky. A massive azure bird soared through the heavens, its presence casting a shadow over the crowd, its cry resonating like thunder, sending shivers down their spines. With wings spanning nearly 30 feet and talons sharp as blades, its piercing gaze radiated malevolence. It was the Qingfeng bird. Lu Changsheng fixated on the sky, recognizing it as a particularly vicious beast, known for its preference for human blood, swift as lightning, and boasting formidable combat prowess. Already having reached the Dan formation stage, as it beat its wings, a tempest erupted. The arrival of the Qingfeng bird roused Zhou Qingyu from his reverie. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the cold gleam of his sword shimmered. He leaped forth, charging towards the creature. As the two engaged, onlookers were astonished to witness the Qingfeng bird's feathers, seemingly forged of gold and iron, capable of withstanding the sword's fierce strikes. The blade grazed its plumage, igniting a shower of sparks. The clash of spiritual power reverberated, shaking the surrounding mountains. An elder, witnessing the encounter, prepared to intervene, fearing for Zhou Qingyu's safety, only to be halted by another. "First, let us take a moment to observe. Qingyu has reached the 9th level of the foundation stage, standing at the pivotal moment of a breakthrough. It would be beneficial for him to undergo some trial. Moreover, with his mastery of the sword path, that vile creature cannot harm him." Upon hearing these words, the others paused their actions, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Should the situation turn unfavorable, they could still intervene. Lu Changsheng cast a glance, not overly concerned, for he knew that Qingfeng bird was no match for him. The senior brother had been nurtured by him, and defeating a mere first-level core formation bird posed little challenge. Although they were currently evenly matched, once Zhou Qingyu unleashed his sword intent, the outcome would become apparent. The elder of Qingyun Peak also perceived the situation, his heart swelling with joy. As the foremost prodigy of Qingyun sect, he indeed shone remarkably. Soon, a commotion arose from afar, the earth trembled, rocks quaked, and a low growl echoed through the air. In the distance, a colossal snail was swiftly approaching. its immense form causing the surrounding mountains and forests to topple. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, for this snail measured 6 or 7 zhang in size, moving at an alarming speed. Though it could not rival Qingyun bird, it was not far behind. Wherever it traversed, a corrosive slime consumed everything in its vicinity, with vegetation wilting and stones melting under its toxic influence. An elder immediately intervened, blocking its path to prevent it from nearing Zhou Qingyu. The others breathed a sigh of relief, only to witness a massive black tiger shattering the forest, barreling toward them, also at the core formation stage. Before they could react, several more demon beasts appeared, all at the core formation level. What was happening? Where did all these core formation beasts come from? The elders sprang into action. Yet they could still sense more beasts approaching from the distance. Quickly notify the others for support, someone urged. Yi Tianyi turned to Lu Changsheng and said, "The situation is changed, you must lead the remaining disciples to retreat." Lu Changsheng nodded, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. As they retreated, he caught another whiff of that strange fragrance and noticed clusters of crimson flowers blooming vibrantly. Their vivid and eerie beauty exuded a bizarre scent, illusionary divine flowers. Lu Changsheng frowned. These flowers had not been present upon their arrival. Furthermore, these flowers required blood to nourish their growth, thereby producing an alluring fragrance that posed a deadly temptation to demon beasts with unawakened spiritual intelligence at the nascent soul stage. They would become deluded, irresistibly drawn to the flowers, even to their own demise. With these flowers present, a continuous influx of demon beasts would be attracted. The despicable creatures of Qingyun sect truly wielded treacherous tactics. Such a method, using others to do their bidding, left them with no incriminating evidence. Scanning the area, it was evident that aside from this location, there were no illusionary divine flowers, clearly aimed at Zhou Qingyu. All they needed to do was scatter the seeds, requiring no further action. They could simply wait for Zhou Qingyu and his companions to slay the demon beasts, spilling blood on the ground, allowing the seeds to take root and sprout, luring more beasts. Initially, they had managed the situation with ease, but with the arrival of the core formation beasts, Qingyun Peak found itself in dire straits. The elders faced the demon beasts alone, while Zhou Qingyu was engaged in combat with Qingbird, unable to divide his attention. Although reinforcements would eventually arrive, the flowers continued to bloom, generating new ones. If their numbers reached a critical mass, the demon beasts would undoubtedly descend into madness. The method employed was indeed ruthless, treating everyone as fools. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself, recognizing that unraveling the situation was quite simple. He formed a fire seal with his hands, and as the sparks touched the ground, they ignited the forest, flames swiftly spreading across the earth, burning fiercely ahead. The bizarre crimson flowers were set ablaze, turning to ashes. Had anyone paid attention, they would realize that a single fire could thwart their efforts, and if limited to this, the destructive power was not substantial. As the flames spread, the monstrous beasts appeared to awaken somewhat, and the approaching aura from afar came to a halt. Although the crowd was oblivious to the origin of the sea of flames, they understood that the threat had significantly diminished. Lu Changsheng, however, remained vigilant, sensing that something was amiss. In an instant, a shadow darted through the inferno, unnoticed by all, ascending a peak, its gaze fixed intently upon the airborne Zhou Qingyu. To Lu Changsheng's astonishment, he felt no trace of vitality emanating from the shadow, yet it possessed a cultivation level of the third layer of core formation. Chapter 17, The Thousand Towers. Everything here is enveloped in Lu Changsheng's consciousness. He gazes at the shadow, certain that it does not belong to the members of the Qingyun sect, and its objective is unmistakably Zhou Qingyu. At this moment, a group of disciples has retreated to the rear, leaving only a few elders still battling to impede the advance of the demonic beast. However, in the next instant, the shadow moves, a surge of magical energy emanating from it as a small tower materializes in its palm. Just a few inches high, it possesses 7 tiers and, without a hint of hesitation, is hurled skyward. Below, a vast shadow envelopes the sea of flames. Just above Zhou Qingyu, the small tower expands dramatically in the wind, growing to dozens of zhang tall, descending from the heavens to strike downwards. Be careful, senior brother. Yi Tianyi, witnessing the sudden appearance of the tower, calls out a warning while rushing toward the scene. Zhou Qingyu cannot extricate himself, he must hold his ground for the moment. Yet, as the shadow infuses its magical energy, the tower's might is once again revealed, becoming increasingly formidable as it descends. A spirit-level magical artifact. Lu Changsheng is astonished. Magical artifacts in this world possess various ranks. The lowest is the mortal grade, followed by the mysterious grade, spirit grade, king grade, and divine grade, among others. Furthermore, magical artifacts are precious and challenging to forge. Their price is staggering. Even the most rudimentary mysterious grade artifacts can cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Spirit grade artifacts require tens of thousands and can reach exorbitant prices for the finest specimens, often exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. As for king grade artifacts, they are treasures that a nascent soul level artifact master may labor for decades to create. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator may not possess a high grade spirit artifact, let alone a king grade one. Within the vast Qingyun sect, there exists merely one low grade spirit artifact and one high grade spirit artifact. In fact, spirit-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare even in Sangzhou. Lu Changsheng looks on, utterly astonished. As the small tower descends, its overwhelming force emanating from it. Even Zhou Qingyu's complexion changes in response to the spirit-level artifact summoned by the cultivator at the core formation stage. Yi Tianyi, still in the essence-gathering realm, attempts to defend himself, only for his sword to shatter instantaneously under the terrifying power that threatens to pierce his body and obliterate him. Tianyi, the elder from Qingyun Peak's expression darkens. Zhou Qingyu briefly repulses the Qingyao, manifesting his sword intent, as sword energy rises to break free from the impending doom. However, with the Qingyao attacking, the tower has already descended. No one anticipated such a sudden turn of events, aware of someone acting in the shadows. They find themselves with no time to investigate. Yet, what they did not foresee was that just as the tower was about to crush Yi Tianyi, a beam of spiritual light manifested from the ground. A wave of golden spiritual energy surged forth, intercepting the tower's descent at the critical moment. Immediately, magical energy enveloped the tower, attempting to confine and seal it, all its sharpness subdued. The tower, now trembling and striving to escape, shrinks under the binding magical energy, ultimately returning to its original size and plummeting towards the earth. This. Yi Tianyi felt a jolt in his heart, initially believing he was doomed. Yet the murderous intent inexplicably dissipated. A group of elders was equally bewildered, glancing towards the ground, only to find the sprawling sea of flames devoid of any trace of the figures. Amidst the inferno, Lu Changsheng stood resolutely, clutching the diminutive tower in his hand. Its exquisite form was adorned with countless engravings, exuding an aura of antiquity. He soon discerned a fissure along the tower's body, and with a furrowed brow, he murmured, "Qian Luo Tower." Recognizing this artifact, he identified it as the sacred relic of the Qian Luo sect. Like the Qingyun sect and the Xiantian sect, Qian Luo sect is one of the three paramount sects of Sangzhou, its emblem emblazoned upon the tower, which still bore its mark. Once a top-tier spiritual artifact, it had sustained damage during a great battle, now relegated to a lower tier. At that moment, the small tower writhed in resistance, as if someone were attempting to summon it back. The assailant was the shadowy figure clad in black, who, after a prolonged effort, achieved no success. Soon, others from the peaks hastened towards this location. Observing the approach of Qingyun sect members, the shadowy figure relinquished its interest in the tower and vanished into the forest. Lu Changsheng traversed the woodland in pursuit. 100 miles away, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to intercept the shadow. The figure was violently propelled away, crashing into the mountainside. As it attempted to rise and flee, it was too late. Lu Changsheng had already closed the distance, raising his hand to impose a suppression. The fluidity of his movements left the adversary with no strength to retaliate, rendering it entirely immobile beneath his arcane might. As Lu Changsheng investigated, he was astonished to discover that the entity before him was not a living being, but rather a human-shaped puppet. Beneath the black robes lay an exceedingly ordinary visage. Yet it emanated the powerful aura of a third-tier core formation. A core formation puppet who possessed such resources to create this. Lu Changsheng felt a wave of astonishment. Puppets generally fell into two categories. One was crafted from the corporeal form of a living being, a method both simple and convenient. Yet it invariably resulted in the loss of the original's cultivation. The resources expended were staggering, rivaling the investment needed to cultivate a formidable individual anew. Conversely, puppets made from rare materials and precious treasures were significantly more valuable, and if the materials were extraordinary enough, they could even continue to grow. In their quest to eliminate the senior brother, the Xiantian sect certainly displayed a willingness to invest heavily. Lu Changsheng began to piece together a hypothesis. It was common knowledge that the Qianluo Tower belonged to the Qianluo sect. They would not employ it for an assassination. Thus, the only remaining suspect was the Xiantian sect. Should their plan fail, they could easily distance themselves from the incident and redirect blame towards the Qianluo sect. Yet, no one was a fool. Such overt actions would inevitably be surmised, and even if the Zhangyan sect suspected foul play, they would remain cautious of the Qianluo sect, with no one daring to claim absolute certainty. Moreover, there existed another possibility. If the Qianluo sect remained unaware of their artifact's loss and traced its resonance back to this location, how would the Zhangyan sect respond? Would they truly assert that someone painstakingly sought to steal the Qianluo sect's artifact to assassinate Zhou Qingyu? Such a notion was preposterous. Would the Qianluo sect believe it? Even without direct action, they would harbor reservations towards the Zhangyan sect. If there were individuals stirring the pot, how would the situation evolve? Lu Changsheng pondered deeply. Regardless of the outcome, only the Xiantian sect would stand to gain. If it were best to eliminate Zhou Qingyu, and if not, both sects would inevitably face friction and mutual suspicion, which bodes ill for all parties involved. Is the heart of the Xiantian sect truly so malevolent? Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly unable to escape his fate. The Qianluo Tower had been refined by the Qianluo sect for millennia, its imprint deeply entrenched. And it could not be eradicated in a short span of time. The Qianluo sect would surely sense its presence here, even if it were discarded. Should it be discovered within the Zhangyun realm, what would their thoughts be? Lu Changsheng gazed at the tower in his hand and the individuals before him, letting out a sigh as he glanced toward the distant battlefield. What enmity or grievance drives them to target Zhangyun so meticulously? It is rumored that the leader of the Xiantian sect is a woman. Could it be that she has committed some undisclosed transgression? For a moment, Lu Changsheng's thoughts drifted, and it was some time before he turned to return. Upon his return, he must inquire further, otherwise, such visits would become a persistent headache. Yet this time, did they come solely out of envy for Zhou Qingyu's exceptional talent, fearing his growth and harboring trepidation? Or did something transpire during his senior brother's attendance at the Zhangzhou Ascension Conference that he remained unaware of? Suddenly, he recalled that during the last gathering, it was said that the leader of the Xiantian sect held Zhou Qingyu in high regard, and afterward, he seemed to vanish that very night. Could it be that his senior brother? Chapter 18, Gratitude to the Xiantian sect. Moments later, Lu Changsheng returned to the battlefield. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that the sea of flames had been extinguished. Many had arrived, aware of the sudden changes, and had discerned the cause. Fortunately, the flames had manifested in time, incinerating all the illusory divine flowers. However, the identity of the one who intervened remained a mystery. They only knew it involved a tower, which had evaded their searches and had clearly harbored murderous intent moments before vanishing without a trace, leaving them bewildered. Emerging from the woods, Lu Changsheng found that the elders paid him little mind. Only his two senior brothers, upon seeing him unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qianling had long since rushed to the scene but had yet to locate Lu Changsheng, her heart racing with anxiety, nearly brought to tears. Upon finding him safe, she dashed forward, unable to contain her tears. "Brother Changsheng, where have you been? I heard there was trouble here, it nearly scared me to death." Lu Changsheng reassured her. "With my brothers and the elders present, how could I possibly be in danger? You truly worry me, please refrain from coming to such perilous places in the future." Luo Qianling expressed her lingering fear. The elders sighed quietly, finding it difficult to articulate their thoughts, their favoritism glaringly evident, treating everyone else as mere outsiders. Members of the Xiantian sect soon arrived. An elderly man glanced around but showed no sign of concern. Li Changfeng remained silent as well, having sustained some injuries while fending off the beasts. Only Shifeng, observing everyone's safety, couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, everything was managed appropriately, and in the following 3 days, Zhangyun sect successfully repelled the beast tide and began their return. Lu Changsheng remained leisurely, accompanying the group back to Qingyun, and without pause. He set about selling the myriad of beasts they had collected. Although the individual price was modest, the sheer quantity amounted to nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, he donned a black robe and made his way to the Zuiyu pavilion. He understood that while it ostensibly functioned as a brothel, it actually engaged in various enterprises, facilitating numerous transactions. Lu Changsheng produced the Qianluo Tower, which had become a veritable hot potato, something he could not retain, as it would undoubtedly attract significant trouble. To his surprise, despite its damage, the tower fetched an astonishing price of nearly 40,000 spirit stones, nearly making him wealthy overnight. In acquiring a substantial sum of spirit stones, he also resolved this troublesome matter. Another advantage of selling items here was the anonymity. No one inquired about their origins, ensuring a clean exchange of money for goods without interference. This time, his gains were considerable, and combined with previous earnings, he now possessed close to 80,000 spirit stones, which he estimated would be sufficient to break through to the 9th layer of the golden core stage. In high spirits, Lu Changsheng hummed a tune as he strolled back to the sect, feeling grateful to the Xintian sect for their financial windfall. Without this tower, he couldn't fathom how he would have gathered the energy for his cultivation. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on a few individuals, intending to eliminate them all once they left Qingyun, for trouble within the sect was still trouble. Meanwhile, the three from the Xintian sect exchanged glances, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by their hands from behind the scenes. What was truly unexpected was that, despite such a layout, Zhou Qingyu remained utterly unscathed. And neither did his companions suffer any harm. He had witnessed the emergence of the Thousand Luo Tower, yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon attempting to inquire, those from Qingyun Peak remained tight-lipped. What had transpired had their plans been unraveled? Li Changfeng spoke up, genuinely perplexed by the utter lack of results. The illusory divine flower had been incinerated, the Thousand Luo Tower had vanished, and even the puppets were unreachable. Could it be that someone had covertly intervened, disrupting everything? The elder spoke, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his expression foreboding. Shifeng asserted, Lu Changsheng must be aware. I shall retrieve him and directly probe his soul. Not advisable. Although he is not held in high regard, the people of Qingyun Peak treat him exceptionally well. Should we act against him, we may provoke a considerable upheaval. What then shall we do? The elder pondered for a long while before responding, given the circumstances, we can only relent. Even if someone has sabotaged our plans and the Thousand Luo Tower has been taken, it is an artifact forged by the Thousand Luo sect over millennia. Its imprint cannot be easily erased. With time, it will surely resurface. Once the Thousand Luo Tower is within the domain of Qingyun, they will find it difficult to explain. Which remains advantageous for us. As the elder articulated this analysis, Shifeng experienced a moment of clarity. This scheme, regardless of its evolution or the myriad of changes, could not be definitively resolved by Qingyun. After all, the imprint's aura of the Thousand Luo Tower could never be obliterated. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the three once more, yet they were taken aback to discover that, after being sold, the Thousand Luo Tower had been spirited away from Qingyun City to a distant locale. The only mystery that eluded them was the identity of the one who had acted in the shadows. Few possessed the capacity to discreetly remove such an artifact from Qingyun. Moreover, these individuals were either absent at the time or were in their immediate vicinity, leaving them at a loss as to who else could wield such power. Could it be that ancient figure from the Qingyun sect? The three remained baffled. Li Changfeng inquired, what shall we do now? I have already relayed the information back. There is no further action required on our part. The Thousand Luo sect will naturally seek their retribution, and the Qingyun secret realm will soon be opened. We merely need to await that moment. Li Changfeng continued, however, the Qingyun secret realm only permits entry to those under 30. As for Zhou Qingyu, who could possibly counterbalance him? By then the adversaries poised to confront him are already en route. Even if he has yet to form his core, he may not necessarily be their match. This time, it is not solely my Xintian sect that is involved. The elder's expression was steeped in malevolence. Coupled with the Thousand Luo sect's aggression, it appeared as if they sought to annihilate Qingyun with minimal exertion. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng had returned to Qingyun Peak. Once assured that all was well, he retreated to a secluded spot, sitting in meditation. A plethora of luminous spirit stones lay before him, yet as he formed his seals, they disintegrated into layers of ash. The immense spiritual energy surged into his seals, voraciously consuming the spirit stones, coursing through his veins and bones, ultimately solidifying into strands of magical essence. Feeling the surge of magical power, his breath grew stronger, and his body underwent transformations. Every inch of flesh and bone quivered, as an indescribable pain surged through him, reverberating in every part, a relentless cycle. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, emerged on his forehead, cascading down as his brows furrowed tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was the immortal body of eternal tribulation, possessing unparalleled strength among peers, yet demanding tenfold or even dozens of times the spiritual energy of others at the same level. Each time he practiced, exhausting his ingenuity to gather enough spirit stones. He endured immense suffering, countless moments of wanting to succumb to despair and abandon his quest. Under such torment, his physical form also evolved, even without deliberate cultivation. He was no weaker than those who specialized in body training. Buzz! Soon, a soft hum resonated from his body. After depleting 80,000 spirit stones, he finally ascended to the 9th layer of the core formation stage. In an instant, every inch of his flesh felt as though it were being incessantly torn apart. Dragging his weary form down from Qingyun Peak, he found solace beneath an ancient pine tree, where he lay quietly for several days without the energy to move. However, he did not remain idle. While consolidating his realm, he also sought to comprehend the new sensations that came with it. Now, he experienced a bittersweet existence, consumed by the desire to amass enough spirit stones to reach the nascent soul stage. Although the path ahead promised trials with each breakthrough requiring him to face the thunder tribulation, he would no longer endure the agonies of cultivation and could practice in peace. Yet, the spiritual energy required would only grow increasingly daunting. In that moment, he felt the weight of existence pressing down upon him, with the arduous nature of cultivation looming ever larger. Alas! Ultimately, amidst a myriad of thoughts, only a deep sigh remained, dissipating into the wind. Chapter 19, Wealth is Everything. For several consecutive days, there was no sign of activity. Lu Changsheng lay beneath the old pine tree, quietly processing his pain. Initially, he had been observing when the Xintian sect would depart, but they had settled in, showing no intention of leaving. Zhou Qingyu continued his cultivation as usual, undeterred by the changing weather, while Yi Tianyi, recalling past events that nearly endangered his junior brother, refrained from disturbing him and instead focused on his own training. After all, the Sangyun secret realm was about to open, necessitating thorough preparation. Conversely, Ning Yusin visited daily for several days, yet she did not intrude, her countenance tinged with concern. It was not until Lu Changsheng had fully recovered and returned from beneath the old pine tree to Qingyun Peak that she approached him. "Senior brother Lu, do you have a moment?" Ning Yusin inquired. "Is there something on your mind?" Lu Changsheng responded, noticing her presence as she sat before him. Through their time together, she had grown more comfortable around him, shedding the previous air of formality. "Is it that your sword intent has not grown? Or that the senior brother has failed to notice you?" "No, my sword intent has been steadily increasing, and Zhou's senior brother has been attentive, often engaging me in discussions regarding the sword path." Lu Changsheng, puzzled, asked, "Then what is this?" Ultimately, Ning Yusin confessed, "Ever since I began cultivating the sword path, I have sensed something amiss." "What sort of issue?" At the mention of this, he became animated. He prided himself on being a conscientious mentor who took aftercare seriously, believing that problems must be resolved to uphold one's reputation. Ning Yusin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It concerns changes in my body." "Is it unregulated? Or has it ceased? Or perhaps have you and the senior brother already?" Before he could finish, Ning Yusin's face flushed crimson, and she frowned, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what are you saying?" "I merely. Ah, so it is difficult to articulate." Lu Changsheng nodded in understanding. "Perhaps I could take your pulse to assess the situation." "You know how to take a pulse?" "Somewhat." Ning Yusin extended her hand, feeling shy to speak openly. If he could discern the issue through pulse-taking, it would spare her the embarrassment of verbalizing it. As Lu Changsheng took her pulse, he pondered thoughtfully, so there is a sense of oppression in your chest, accompanied by pain and a tearing sensation of expansion. You. At his words, Ning Yusin's face deepened in hue, reaching her ears, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was far too humiliating. Wasn't her reluctance to speak precisely because of her embarrassment? He understood, which is why he had come to take her pulse, yet after doing so, he blurted out his findings. What was the purpose of the pulse-taking then? Nevertheless, she was astonished, despite Lu Changsheng's poor reputation, which could be described as utterly lacking. He was capable of aiding others in their sword path and even understood the nuances of pulse diagnosis, quickly identifying the problem. Lu Changsheng withdrew his hand, his brow furrowing. He comprehended the issue at hand. Fundamentally, Ning Yusin's sword intent had been derived from his own. He had erased his essence, allowing it to gestate within her, forming her sword intent. Yet, intrinsically, this sword intent was identical to his, and the formidable nature of his sword intent could overwhelm an ordinary constitution. Thus, within Ning Yusin's body, an overwhelming force surged, leading to injuries that she could no longer endure. What happened? It's not a significant issue, Lu Changsheng reassured while gesturing dismissively. To elaborate, your sword intent is excessively domineering, causing your body to be unable to withstand it, resulting in some areas being torn and swelling. Ning Yusin glanced down, pondering. Domineering sword intent? I hadn't been warned that this type of sword intent was different. No wonder senior brother marveled at my swordsmanship talent. Claiming my sword intent is extraordinary. Seemingly enlightened, she continued, so what should I do? I feel as though I'm on the verge of breaking through to the second level of swordsmanship, yet the pain is intensifying. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng scrutinized her closely. Lost in thought. Junior sister, this matter can be resolved, though it may require, he said, fixing his gaze intently upon her. This scrutiny made Ning Yusin furrow her brow, instinctively preparing to retreat. Senior brother, what do you mean? She had already resolved that if something were to transpire, she would flee. Lu Changsheng then remarked, it might be somewhat costly. Costly? Indeed, this domineering sword intent necessitates a robust physique to bear it. Moreover, your cultivation is slightly lacking, requiring a breakthrough as well. Ning Yusin exhaled in relief, albeit with lingering doubt. Are you suggesting that I need to temper my body and enhance my cultivation? Precisely. However, I am not a body cultivator. And elevating my cultivation is not an overnight endeavor. I sense my sword intent is nearly at the second level, and it is growing autonomously each day. Lu Changsheng nodded. Thus, it may incur significant expenses. Spiritual stones are needed to purchase the necessary medicinal materials, and it is not a trivial sum. Is having money sufficient? Indeed, having money is all that matters. He responded without a hint of hesitation. What a jest, is there anything that cannot be accomplished with wealth? As long as the funds are available, I could even wield a blade against the sect master of Xintian without a second thought. Assisting you in tempering your body and enhancing your cultivation is merely a minor task. Ning Yusin no longer hesitated. Then, how much do you require, senior brother? I cannot ascertain that, we must visit Qingyun City to assess the specifics. Some items fluctuate in price, and you know I do not profit from your expenditure. All right. Then please accompany me to Qingyun City tomorrow. Ning Yusin held considerable trust in Lu Changsheng. After all, from the inception of her sword intent to its growth, there had been no missteps, and the results were exceedingly favorable. Her family had been informed of her success in developing sword intent and her nearing the second level, which brought her father great joy. Particularly, upon realizing that such substantial progress had been achieved with merely a modest investment of spiritual stones. He was thrilled and began contemplating fostering her brother as well. In his view, it was a true manifestation of achieving grand results with minimal expenditure. Very well. Lu Changsheng made no further comments as he watched Ning Yusin depart. However, once she was gone, he raised an eyebrow. Could it be that she suspects I am profiting off her? That is unlikely. Lu Changsheng felt a twinge of guilt. Recalling that the last time he refined a pill for her, it had cost him 3 pieces of spiritual stone. Upon this realization, he fell into deep contemplation. Recognizing that this was indeed a lucrative opportunity he could not afford to let slip away, it was time to showcase his true prowess. Meanwhile, Ning Yusin returned to her chamber, her thoughts drifting incessantly to Lu Changsheng. As she gradually engaged with him, he appeared increasingly different from the rumors that had once clouded her perception. The reservations she had previously harbored due to his reputation had dissipated, and she found his company less objectionable than she had anticipated. The night passed in silence, enveloping Qingyun Peak in a serene stillness. It was not until the break of dawn that Lu Changsheng awaited her outside, eager to accompany Ning Yusin to Qingyun City. Chapter 20, Consumption. Though it was early morning, the city of Qingyun was already bustling with activity. Lu Changsheng and Ning Yusin walked along the streets. He frequently visited the city, often wandering about when he had nothing else to do. In contrast, Ning Yusin had not ventured outside since arriving at Qingyun Peak. She had become somewhat engrossed in her cultivation during this time. It was a rare occasion for her to step out, and her excitement was palpable, after all. At merely 17 or 18, she found it impossible to remain indifferent to the lively atmosphere. As they strolled, Lu Changsheng, leisurely observing the familiar sights, couldn't help but reflect on the joys of the mortal realm, which far surpassed the monotony of cultivating immortality. After all, if one were to spend every day practicing like Zhou Qingyu, one might very well lose their sanity. "Senior brother, what do we need to buy?" Ning Yusin inquired. "Let us start by purchasing some spiritual herbs," Lu Changsheng replied as he entered a herbal shop. "Long time no see, Master Changsheng. What would you like today?" A young attendant greeted him with a smile. Lu Changsheng's reputation in Qingyun City was well known. He was famous for his carefree lifestyle, especially with a sword immortal as a senior brother. "Do you have Qingling grass, Ningyuan flower, Juling leaf, and Qihua root?" he asked. "Yes, how much would you like?" Lu Changsheng pondered. "I'll take 100 of each for now. If it's not enough, I can always return." 100 of each? The attendant was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. "Is that not possible?" "Of course. Please wait a moment." The attendant excitedly dashed to the back, calling out, "Boss, we have a big order." The total would amount to over 15,000 spirit stones, indeed a significant transaction. Ning Yusin was also taken aback. These were all herbs rich in spiritual energy, and she looked at him in disbelief. "Senior brother, why do you need so many spiritual herbs?" "I'm going to refine pills," he replied. "But how long will it take me to consume all this?" "This should last only a few days." "Consume all this in just a few days? You'd be bursting even before reaching the Ningyuan stage." It wasn't the spirit stones that concerned her, but the sheer quantity. Consuming this much would surely be overwhelming. Lu Changsheng explained earnestly, "Junior sister, you don't understand. The process of pill refining has a failure rate. It's not guaranteed that every attempt will succeed. And considering the complexity of the pills I plan to make, it's wise to have a surplus." "Oh, I see. Exactly." Ning Yusin listened to his reasoning and opted not to voice further concerns. After their previous experiences, she had come to trust Lu Changsheng. Yet, she still felt the amount was excessive. Once they had packed the herbs, the two ventured into another shop, selecting various rare materials, taking 100 of each. Most of these items were imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. By midday, they had already spent 30,000 spirit stones. However, as Lu Changsheng walked along the street, he was still calculating. With the extensive amount of herbs and considering the waste rate, he could only anticipate a profit of around 28 or 9,000. Which was a considerable deviation from his expectations. Yet, having already ordered 100 of each item, adding more would seem to treat others as mere fools, which felt somewhat disrespectful. After pondering, he turned to Ning Yusin and asked, "Junior sister, would you care for a Ningyuan package?" "What package?" "This is a treasured technique from a senior. Within 3 years, you will undoubtedly cultivate to the 9th level of condensation, and refine your physical body. Although it may not rival that of a body cultivator, it is not significantly inferior at the same realm. It includes 3 years' worth of elixirs, and will enable you to break through to the 4th level of sword intent within this period." As these words fell, Ning Yusin was taken aback. Currently, she was at the 9th level of spirit gathering, to reach the 9th level of condensation in just 3 years. Transcending an entire realm and refining her body to a state comparable to body cultivation was astonishing. Moreover, achieving the 4th level of sword intent in 3 years was simply remarkable. In another 3 years, she would only be in her early 20s. And attaining such accomplishments at that age would make her a paragon in the entire Zhangzhou. The allure of this promise was immense, surpassing that of countless prodigies. Was this not too extraordinary? Ning Yusin found it hard to believe. However, Lu Changsheng interjected, though it may sound somewhat ludicrous, it is absolutely true, if it proves ineffective. A refund is guaranteed. In his pursuit of spirit stones and the prompt attainment of the nascent soul, he was determined to exert every effort. Each realm he traversed had been honed to perfection, and he was well aware of the path to take at each stage. He had thoroughly researched this in his leisure time. Furthermore, the cultivation below the nascent soul often revolves around the accumulation of spiritual power. For him, if an ordinary person possessed even a modicum of talent and some spirit stones, reaching this stage was nearly a certainty. It was far easier than for him. What must I do? Ning Yusin inquired, clearly intrigued. It's quite simple. Do you have the funds? Lu Changsheng replied. Indeed. How much is required? 100,000 spirit stones? Lu Changsheng suggested, his confidence wavering, fearing he might be asking for too much. The sum was certainly considerable, given that even if Ning Yusin possessed wealth, she was not foolish. Moreover, 100,000 spirit stones were a staggering amount in Zhangzhou. The annual revenue of the entire Qingyun sect was merely 30,000 spirit stones. I'll buy it. Ning Yusin responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Lu Changsheng was elated. However, it may take some time. I only brought a few thousand spirit stones with me and am quickly running out. I need to send word for my father to send more. No hurry, no hurry. Take your time. Lu Changsheng suppressed his inner joy, astonished at how easily she could be persuaded. According to his calculations, his own breakthrough to the nascent soul would require at least 300,000 spirit stones. Should this transaction succeed, he would net 98,000. Nearly a third of his goal accomplished. Let us continue to explore, Lu Changsheng suggested. Ning Yusin nodded, her heart racing with excitement. However, both were secretly jubilant, believing they had struck a lucrative deal. To break through to the 9th level of condensation, the 4th level of sword Dao, and refine her body to approach that of a body cultivator for merely 100,000 spirit stones was, in her view, an incredibly advantageous bargain. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. If Lu Changsheng possessed such a remarkable method, why was he only at the 4th level of spirit gathering? Or was there something he concealed? She found it difficult to comprehend, yet chose to trust him, her first inclination of suspicion towards Lu Changsheng emerging. As she pondered, Lu Changsheng had already arrived at a shop, and upon seeing a crimson spiritual herb, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. In Qingyun City, such a remarkable treasure exists. As he gazed at the fiery red spiritual herb, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. The shopkeeper approached and remarked to Lu Changsheng, "You possess a discerning eye, esteemed immortal master. This crimson spirit herb is indeed a rarity. There is but this single specimen in all of Qingyun City. And even in the entirety of Zhangzhou, one would be hard-pressed to find another. It is indeed rare. I have searched for several years." Lu Changsheng exclaimed with joy. Each time he practiced, he endured excruciating pain, but he had fortuitously discovered an ancient formula that could refine the crimson spirit pill, alleviating his suffering. He was acutely aware that when he broke through to the Yuan stage, the torment he would endure would be tenfold, if not greater. It was a formidable tribulation on his path of cultivation. Thus, he had longed to concoct this pill, with the crimson spirit herb as its primary ingredient. A precious and elusive find. Once the elixir was completed, he would have a greater assurance of surviving this catastrophic trial. Ning Yusin was also taken aback. She had never witnessed such a fervent reaction from Lu Changsheng before. The shopkeeper continued, "We have known each other for years, since you desire it. Take it for 1,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt elated and was about to speak when a voice from afar shattered the tranquility. "I will offer 2,000 spirit stones. As the words echoed, several individuals turned to see a young man in his mid-20s approaching. He was lean and not particularly handsome, exuding an air of sharpness. Dressed in feathered attire that fluttered in the breeze, he regarded Lu Changsheng with a smirk, his eyes imbued with a hint of provocation. Chapter 21, You're quite something. The young man approached, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable challenge. Ning Yusen furrowed her brows. Initially believing he was an enemy of Lu Changsheng, deliberately targeting him. However, as she gazed at the youth, he seemed to drift into a moment of distraction. The individual before him was a stranger. Apart from Shifeng, he had scarcely any foes, and since arriving here, he hadn't ventured beyond the territory of the Qingyun sect. As his gaze scrutinized, the mockery at the corners of the young man's mouth deepened. "Friend, you seem to misunderstand the rules of precedence," Lu Changsheng remarked. The youth chuckled lightly. "The highest bidder wins. Can you not afford it? You are quite arrogant." Lu Changsheng found himself somewhat perplexed. Casting a glance around, the young man noted the presence of an elderly figure and a young man in his late 20s nearby, accompanied by several disciples. The elder possessed an impressive cultivation level of the 8th layer of the core formation stage, while the younger man was at the 9th layer of the condensation stage. Indeed, they were a remarkable group. The young man did not shy away from speaking openly. "Lu Changsheng, I am aware that you are a local tyrant, relying on the Qingyun sect and Zhoqing you, making it so that no one dares to provoke you here. Is that why you seek to challenge me?" "Indeed." The two engaged in candid dialogue. "What do you seek?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "Nothing much, merely wishing to slap the face of your Qingyun sect." "Are you not Zhoqing Yu's junior disciple?" It's time to temper his arrogance, the young man continued. "How bold you are to act so brazenly on the grounds of the Qingyun sect." Even Ning Yusen found this difficult to comprehend. The young man added, "I forgot to mention, I hail from the Xinshao sect." As his voice fell, he regarded Lu Changsheng with a domineering glare. Lu Changsheng scanned him with surprise. The Xinshao sect, situated beyond the borders of the Yu Kingdom, is an ancient sect with a lineage spanning countless millennia, truly a grand sect. It governs 36 nations within the Yu Kingdom, alongside 108 sects scattered across the lands, claiming vast territories that stretch for innumerable miles. Those who emerged victorious in the previously mentioned dynasty wars were ultimately granted entry into the Xinshao sect. In the Yu Kingdom, Yuan-ing experts are regarded as ancestral figures. Within the Xinshao sect, however, they are but commonplace. Despite this, Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, responding coolly, "What of the Xinshao sect? Do you dare to kill me casually? This is the ironclad rule of the Xinshao sect. One must not oppress those beneath them unless provoked, or face severe penalties." "You are quite astute," the youth replied with a smile. "Since you understand, then endure a little longer, lest you bring ruin upon your entire sect. This spirit herb now belongs to me." Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. It appeared the other sought to provoke him, but ultimately, what purpose would that serve? Who would take the trouble to harass a mere junior disciple? The ultimate goal likely centered on Zhoqing Yu, as he was indeed his junior disciple. However, he remained oblivious to the true intentions of these individuals. Lu Changsheng cast a glance and remarked, "It may not necessarily be yours. I shall offer 3,000. The young man frowned, taken aback by this unexpected response. "Are you attempting to compete with me in financial prowess? In the 36 nations, wherever one goes, even the royal family must show courtesy. How dare you contend with me?" Lu Changsheng was disinclined to elaborate further. He had already made his decision. His current inaction was merely a means of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Once they departed from the territory of Qingyun, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Although he maintained a low profile, fearing for his life and biding his time within the sect, he was no pushover to be easily manipulated. Moreover, in terms of financial prowess, it was prudent for them to consider who stood behind him. No matter how arrogant he might be, he was merely a disciple of the Xinshao sect. Could he possibly rival the wealth of the daughter of Zhangzhou's richest man? "Ha! Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. 4,000. The youth called out, but before he could muster a challenging glare, Lu Changsheng glanced at the shopkeeper. A faint smile gracing his lips as he raised the stakes. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. Lu Changsheng continued to bid, his demeanor unfazed. The youth, however, exhibited signs of hesitation. 8,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum, yet, with the atmosphere escalating, backing down now would result in more than mere embarrassment. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at the two observers in the distance before finally declaring, 9,000. 10,000. Lu Changsheng's resolve remained unshaken. After all, it was he who declared that the highest bidder would claim victory. If he lost, he would simply have to accept it. And the one who would ultimately be humiliated would be the youth. Yet, a single Qingyun grass was worth at most 1,000 or 1,200 spirit stones. Now, the price was nearing tenfold. Was it truly a foregone conclusion, or merely a matter of pride? Just as he was engulfed in doubt, Ning Yusen observed the scene. She recognized that the item was not worth such an exorbitant price, yet since Lu Changsheng desired it and the cost was only 10,000 spirit stones, she figured it was of little consequence. He had assisted her considerably during this time, so it could serve as a token of her gratitude. At that moment, however, Lu Changsheng suddenly turned to Ning Yusen, his voice resonating in her ear. "Junior sister, this grass must be brought back with us. It is not an ordinary Qingyun grass, but rather the fabled Zhihuan grass. The ancestor specifically tasked me with acquiring it. The shopkeeper is oblivious. And the true value of this item is immeasurable. Prepare the spirit stones." Lu Changsheng communicated telepathically. Ning Yusen was momentarily taken aback. She knew of the Zhihuan grass but had never seen it. Moreover, when had the ancestor instructed him to procure it? Wasn't this merely a chance encounter? Burdened with questions, she maintained her silence. The youth, meanwhile, wore a smile, his gaze once again fixated on the spiritual herb. Upon closer inspection, he detected an unusual fluctuation, which filled him with delight. It was then that Lu Changsheng spoke. "My friend, since you choose not to raise your bid, this herb is mine." Shopkeeper, await. "I bid 12,000. "What?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, as Lu Changsheng feigned a frown. "It seems you shall be disappointed. 15,000. Lu Changsheng's expression grew increasingly serious, shedding the earlier nonchalance. 18,000. The youth countered, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of disbelief. He could never have anticipated that the bid would soar to 18,000. Under the gaze of all present, Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth and declared, 20,000. 22,000. The youth once again raised the stakes, his eyes glinting with increasing provocation. Lu Changsheng's expression darkened profoundly, and after a prolonged silence, he remained reticent, his gaze fixed on the elixir within the box, filled with palpable resentment. At that moment, Ning Yusen was about to speak, but the young man interjected, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to add more? Have you run out of funds?" "Yet. It is understandable, your Qingyun sect only manages to gather 20 to 30,000 spirit stones a year, and 22,000 is already an exorbitant price." As he listened to the mockery, Lu Changsheng turned his attention towards him. The young man, known for his audacity and ambition, continued. "Do you really believe your whisper could deceive me? What is merely a fourth level of spirit gathering to me?" "Ha!" Lu Changsheng's countenance grew increasingly grim, a deep shade of anger etching his features, as if he had endured a considerable humiliation. The young man, witnessing this, swelled with arrogance. "You are truly despicable. You've outdone yourself this time. I shall take my leave." Ultimately, Lu Changsheng, with no other choice, opted to concede, leaving in a huff alongside Ning Yusen. "Ha! What a trivial thing, to think it could contend with me." The young man scoffed derisively, his eyes filled solely with disdain. Chapter 22, You Think You've Gained. Yet I remain unscathed. Lu Changsheng and his companion had already departed, strolling through the city. Ning Yusen followed closely, hesitating for a considerable time before speaking. "Brother Lu, I still possess some spirit stones. If you desire them, I could sell them to you." Lu Changsheng glanced at her. The anger that had once darkened his features now dissipated like a passing cloud. "Do you truly believe it wise to spend tens of thousands on something worth merely 1,000? Are you out of your mind? But did you not claim it was the Zhihuan grass? Moreover, it was requested by the ancestor. If we fail to bring it back..." "The ancestor?" Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "With my status, how could I possibly be of significance to the ancestor?" In that moment, Ning Yusin comprehended that Lu Changsheng had intentionally communicated this to her, ensuring that their companion overheard. Realizing this, she cast a sidelong glance at him and began to perceive a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Yet, she could not help but exclaim, "But you clearly desire the Qi grass, will you not take it?" Lu Changsheng responded with a light chuckle, remaining silent. This item would inevitably belong to him. After all, the other party had been so provocative. If he showed no reaction, it would indeed be too humiliating. However, he was in no rush. Meanwhile, the young man approached them, explaining the situation. The two produced spirit stones, and with a triumphant expression, he purchased the precious herb. Yet, at the moment the elderly woman glanced at the Qi grass, her brow furrowed deeply. "What's wrong, elder? Is there an issue with the herb?" the young man inquired. "This is indeed a Qi grass," the elderly woman replied, her voice hoarse. "What could possibly be amiss?" the young man asked, perplexed. "This is genuinely a Qi grass, and you have foolishly spent over 20,000 spirit stones on it." With a resounding slap, the box fell to the ground as the elderly woman struck him across the face. The young man staggered, collapsing to his knees, staring incredulously at the herbs within the box. "How is this possible?" I distinctly heard him say. His words trailed off as a revelation struck him, his pupils widening in shock. The elderly woman closed her eyes, exhaling heavily. "We have all been played for fools." Her expression was terrifying, laced with fury. Though it was the young man who had been deceived, she had been observing closely, and despite her doubts, it had seemed plausible. Moreover, she had sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the herb, which had led her to acquiesce. Now, realizing she too had been duped, she could not tolerate it. "That scoundrel! I shall make him pay. Come back!" the young man declared, attempting to pursue, but was sharply reprimanded. "Dare not lay a hand on him. Even the Xinshao sect cannot protect you. Do not forget why we are here." Upon hearing the reprimand, he calmed slightly, yet the resentment within him remained undiminished. "I will not let him escape," the elderly woman commanded. "Let us depart for the Qingyun sect." The group followed her, the young man gazing at the ground, his hands trembling as he picked up the box. He had never anticipated being outwitted by a mere youth, spending 20 times the worth for something valued at 1,000. Lu Changsheng, however, did not rush back to the sect. Instead, he took Ning Yusin to a place to dine. After they had feasted, as they emerged, Ning Yusin asked, "Shall we return to the sect now?" "Not in haste, first, accompany me to a certain place." As Ning Yusin pondered her thoughts, Lu Changsheng led her back to the previous shop. The shopkeeper greeted him with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Young friend Changsheng, thanks to your spiritual herbs, I was able to sell them at a good price. Here is your 12,000 spirit stones. Do come again the next time such a fortunate opportunity arises." "Of course," Lu Changsheng replied, accepting the spirit stones. Ning Yusin was taken aback. "Senior brother, what is this?" "Spirit stones," he replied. "Where did they come from?" "Commission." "This." The young girl looked utterly incredulous. Just moments prior, Lu Changsheng had sent a message to the shopkeeper before communicating with Ning Yusin, and the two had collaborated. "But how can you be sure he would spend so many spirit stones? Aren't you afraid he might discover you're deceiving him?" Ning Yusin inquired. Lu Changsheng explained. "That is the shopkeeper's skill. Although I do not know the specifics, I trust in his methods." Yet, a sense of concern washed over her. After all, they were disciples of the Xinshao sect, and if word got out, with the sect protecting him, wouldn't he the shopkeeper? "This is the property of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. If they dare to act against us, they wouldn't even be able to leave Qingyun City. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is not weaker than the Xinshao sect." "So you had anticipated this event and had ulterior motives?" Lu Changsheng shook his head. "Who knows if he would seek trouble? I acted on a whim." Silence enveloped them for a moment. After a while, Ning Yusin spoke. "Senior brother Lu." "What? You are truly ruthless." "Not too bad." Lu Changsheng chuckled as he departed. Ning Yusin gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Over the course of their interactions, she increasingly perceived that he was no ordinary individual. At the very least, he was quite adept at deception. Fortunately, he was on her side, he had not deceived her. Ning Yusin felt a twinge of relief. Had he targeted her, she would have been none the wiser about the deception, and for that, she was grateful. However, old Ru, who had clearly left Qingyun City, suddenly halted at the city gates, his body freezing in place, his face turning ashen, and his hand gripping the cane trembled uncontrollably. "Elder, what is the matter?" a young man questioned, confused. Smack! He was met with a slap that knocked him to the ground, a sharp pain surging through him, as if his head were about to explode. Old Ru glared at him. "Fool, this is all your fault." Her spiritual sense had enveloped the surroundings, and she had perceived every detail of Lu Changsheng's return to the shop. In an instant, her entire demeanor shifted. Others, upon learning of the incident, wore increasingly grim expressions. The esteemed elder of the Xinshao sect had brought a group of disciples to this place, only to be utterly humiliated by a mere youth. It all stemmed from the young man's provocation. He had believed victory was assured and had thought he controlled the situation. Yet he had been played with from the very beginning. "Lu Changsheng, I will see you dead." After a long while, he finally rose from the ground, hastening to catch up with the others, heading toward the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng leisurely escorted Ning Yusin back to Qingyun Peak. Upon the arrival of the Xinshao sect members, the sect greeted and entertained them, yet it was perplexing that, after their arrival, all their faces turned a ghastly shade of green, as if they had ingested something foul. However, no one dared to inquire further. Lu Changsheng gazed at Ning Yusin and said, "Junior sister, take a day to rest tomorrow, we shall commence our endeavors the day after." "All right," Ning Yusin responded before retreating to her chamber. Lu Changsheng then set about the alchemical process of refining elixirs. His sword intent was fierce, and Ning Yusin was unable to withstand it, thus, she needed to fortify her physical form. Moreover, with a breakthrough to the condensation realm, she would nearly be able to endure the baptism of the sword intent. Just like Zhou Qingyu, who, while cultivating and comprehending the path of the sword, was also tempering his physique, fearing that his body might not bear the weight of his aspirations. Lu Changsheng had also assisted him in discovering the most suitable training methods, occasionally transforming into a nocturnal specter to assess his progress, ensuring that any issues were promptly communicated. This dedication ultimately forged the present celestial sword immortal of Qingyun. With Zhou Qingyu successfully nurtured, cultivating Ning Yusin would be no arduous task. Furthermore, during the process of concocting elixirs, he discerned a pair of eyes fixated on Qingyun Peak, lingering until the midnight hour before reluctantly retreating. Chapter 23, the 8th level of swordsmanship. A night passed in silence, and Lu Changsheng did not make an appearance throughout the entire day. Ning Yusin stood there, lost in thought, her mind wandering for a considerable duration. It was not until the dawn of the third day that Lu Changsheng finally appeared. "Senior brother Lu." He extended his hand, offering 2 jade vials. "I will take you to the sword cave." Accepting the elixirs, Ning Yusin followed him deep into the sect. In the past 2 days, due to the arrival of the Xinshao sect, the atmosphere within the sect had become notably quieter than usual. The sword cave was deserted, making it a fitting place for cultivation and breakthroughs. As they journeyed to the depths of the sword cave, under Lu Changsheng's guidance, Ning Yusin ingested the elixirs and sat quietly to refine them. The elixirs could temper her physical body and assist her in breaking through her current realm. Once her realm and physical strength were enhanced, she could refine the sword energy present in this location, smoothly advancing to the 2nd level of swordsmanship. Ascending beyond that would not be so simple and would require some time. During this period, Lu Changsheng, with nothing to occupy his time, idly surveyed his surroundings. Meanwhile, outside the sword cave, 2 figures appeared. Upon closer look, 2 young men stood there, one of whom was the youth who had previously provoked Lu Changsheng. Accompanying him was an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, guiding him through the sect. "Brother Wang Ming, this is our Qingyun sword cave," spoke the Qingyun disciple. Hearing this, Wang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze unwavering. "So this is the sword cave, is it here that Zhou Qingyu usually trains? Brother Zhou frequents this place." Then let us take a look," Wang Ming declared, stepping forward. The disciple furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Prior to this, the sect master had already issued orders to accommodate their requests as much as possible, ensuring they were well entertained. As long as it did not involve any confidential matters. Visiting the sword cave posed no issue, so he refrained from further protest. What he did not anticipate was that upon entering the sword cave, they would encounter Lu Changsheng. "Lu Changsheng, did you expect us to meet again so soon?" Wang Ming said with a mocking sneer. A sense of foreboding arose in the disciple's heart. Lu Changsheng glanced over, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "What a stroke of bad luck for me." "Ha, sharp-tongued. You are, after all, a disciple of the Xinxiao sect. Just days ago, you deliberately targeted me and snatched my spiritual herb. What do you intend to do here now? Come to mock me?" At this, Wang Ming's expression faltered. The mere thought of the spiritual herb brought him discomfort. Thanks to Lu Changsheng, he had endured consecutive slaps, and he attributed all his misfortunes to the man before him. Having followed him closely to this very spot. Noticing the tension, the disciple interjected, "Brother Wang Ming, let us leave, we shouldn't disturb senior brother Changsheng's cultivation." "Leave? Ha!" A cold laugh escaped Wang Ming, his demeanor turning fierce. Simultaneously, the once silent sword energy within the cave began to stir, emanating a sharp and menacing aura. After waiting for 2 days, he finally saw his opportunity. Where did he think he could escape to? Upon hearing these words, the disciple's face turned pale. The fact that Wang Ming could be arranged to host signifies that he is indeed a clever individual, immediately grasping the unfolding situation. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed towards the sword cave's entrance. Fixing his gaze upon him, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and queried, "Do you intend to strike at me here?" Clang! A sudden resonance of sword intent reverberated through the air as Wang Ming's fingertips danced, causing the surrounding sword energy to ripple in response. His expression bore a playful glint, laced with mockery, and an unmistakable sense of vengeance. This place is quite advantageous, effectively cloaking all perceptions. Even if I were to slay you here, no one would be the wiser. They would merely claim a riot in the sword cave, and you perished within, surely. They wouldn't risk offending the divine sky sect for your sake. His words dripped with provocation. Lu Changsheng replied, "You perceive it so clearly?" He was far from surprised by this turn of events. In fact, he was keenly aware that someone had been monitoring Qingyun Peak since the previous night. Initially, he had assumed it was mere discontent, merely a casual observation, never imagining that Wang Ming would choose to act within the Qingyun sect. With a swift motion, Wang Ming raised his hand, unleashing his sword intent, which triggered the entire sword cave's energy. "Fourth level of the sword path," Lu Changsheng declared. A triumphant smirk spread across Wang Ming's face as he proclaimed, "Today's upheaval in the sword cave is unavoidable." What began as playful banter transformed when Lu Changsheng unexpectedly nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I too did not anticipate such a riot today." A chuckle escaped him. "It seems you are well prepared mentally." Lu Changsheng nodded and continued, "You should prepare yourself as well." "Rest assured, I am thoroughly prepared," Wang Ming asserted. As the words fell, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. The surrounding stone walls, already weathered and marred with sword marks, quivered as the sword intent manifested, inciting a tumultuous atmosphere. "Die!" Wang Ming's voice rang out. Yet, in that very moment, Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, lifting his hand and channeling a fragment of his magical power beside Ningyusen, forming a protective light curtain around her. All perceptions dissipated, leaving no awareness of the current events. Then, he slowly raised his hand. And the once surging sword energy seemed to freeze mid-air. "What is happening?" A tremor coursed through Wang Ming's heart as the sword energy he had controlled came to a halt. The suspended sword energy quivered, emitting an unheard resonance. Still the same energy, yet now liberated from his grasp, it exuded a terrifying and awe-inspiring force. Clang! A piercing sound cleaved through the heavens, as countless sword energy surged forth from the sword cave, shattering the celestial expanse. Lu Changsheng stood his ground, calmly observing Wang Ming, his expression unchanged, regarding him with serene composure. "Eighth level of the sword path? How is this possible?" Wang Ming found it hard to believe as he sensed the explosive power of the sword path emanating from the seemingly mere 17 or 18-year-old youth before him. Such a formidable swordsmanship realm was indeed fearsome. Mastering the sword path is no easy feat, let alone the 8th level. Even reaching the 7th level has deterred countless prodigies. He could not fathom what kind of talent and perseverance could lead one to attain such a realm at this tender age. In the vast expanse of the Xinshao sect, few have managed to reach this realm, often taking centuries to achieve such a feat. Yet before him stood a youth of tender years, having already stepped into this domain. In that instant, he comprehended the necessity of mental preparation. No! As the sword energy surged majestically and the heavens resonated in unison, an overwhelming force surged forth, piercing through his very being. There was no bloodshed, no prolonged wails. As the torrent of sword energy descended, he vanished into nothingness. Observing this spectacle, Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed. Wang Ming had disappeared, leaving only a ring and a cloth bag upon the ground. He retrieved these items, discovering the qi-ling grass within. Subsequently, he slowly approached Ning Yusen and took a seat beside her, disregarding the tumultuous sword cave, allowing the sword energies to wreak havoc, startling all present. In that moment, even the venerable elders of the Xinshao sect and the leader of the Qingyun sect were taken aback, as the entire sect plunged into an eerie silence. Chapter 24, Is There No Justice for Me? The sword cave riot has unleashed a terrifying force. The celestial sword aura roils incessantly, disturbing the entire Qingyun sect. The disciples who had accompanied Wang Ming outside the sword cave are paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Having sensed the impending danger, he had turned to flee in haste, intending to notify the sect, but he could not reach safety before the sword cave erupted. What is happening? Luo Tian arrived promptly, his heart trembling at the sight of the sword cave. The power emanating from it was utterly horrifying. Once ensnared within, escape seemed nearly impossible. A grim fate awaited all who dared to confront it. Old Ru, having heard the news, also arrived, astonished by the force of the sword path. The sword cave of Qingyun sect, established by the first-generation patriarch, serves as a place for disciples to comprehend the sword path and refine their skills. Although it occasionally spirals out of control, such a magnitude of disturbance was seldom witnessed. Leaders of the various peaks and elders hurriedly gathered. As Luo Tian observed, the intensity within the sword cave gradually dissipated, streams of light began to scatter, almost extinguished. It was at this moment that the disciples outside the sword cave were finally noticed. Liu, what transpired? Inquired an elder. The disciple named Liu turned back in a daze, struggling to articulate his words. Look how frightened the child is, this must be serious. One elder sighed. Yet another remarked, wasn't he responsible for accompanying young friend Wang Ming? How could he end up here? Liu, do not panic, speak slowly. What happened? As he heard these words, the commotion within the sword cave gradually quieted, and he began to regain his composure. Wang Ming wanted to go to the sword cave. So I accompanied him, but he. What happened to him? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Liu continued, he wants to kill senior brother Changsheng. What? In an instant, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A multitude of gazes turned toward that direction. He wants to kill Changsheng? Why? How could Changsheng possibly be at the sword cave? Their confusion deepened, and their countenances darkened. If Zhou Qingyu were to learn of this, it would be catastrophic. Although Zhou Qingyu typically disregarded worldly matters, he was fiercely protective of his junior brother. If someone were to attempt to kill Lu Changsheng, he would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, he was rather obstinate, indifferent to the identity or background of the perpetrator. Furthermore, to kill a disciple of Qingyun sect within its own confines displayed a blatant disregard for the sect itself. Old Ru's expression grew somber. She had known Wang Ming had gone there but had not intervened. Now, she felt the weight of the hostile gazes surrounding her. Quickly, let us investigate. As the tumult within the sword cave began to subside, Luo Tian instructed someone to check the situation. An elder approached, but before he could draw near, a head emerged from the sword cave. It was none other than Lu Changsheng, accompanied by the bewildered Ning Yusen. Having been in meditation, she opened her eyes only to find her surroundings transformed, as if the sword cave had undergone a cataclysm. Changsheng! the elder exclaimed, rushing forward to assess the situation. "You are alive. That is wonderful." With the realization of his survival, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. However, they were left perplexed. Wang Ming, a master at the 7th layer of the Ningyuan realm, sought to slay Lu Changsheng. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, he found himself unharmed, leaving many perplexed. As Lu Changsheng observed the throng of individuals approaching, his expression bore a semblance of astonishment, as though he had narrowly escaped oblivion. His voice trembled as he surveyed his surroundings, eliciting a wave of concern among the onlookers. Luo Tian, his demeanor softening, inquired, "Lu Changsheng, what transpired?" "Master, Wang Ming of the Xinxiao sect infiltrated the sword abyss, proclaiming his intent to kill me. Fortunately, I was spared, otherwise, I would have perished." The crowd furrowed their brows once more. Luo Tian pressed on, "And Wang Ming? What of him?" "Dead," Lu Changsheng replied. "How did he meet his demise?" The listeners were momentarily taken aback. Such commotion had occurred, and yet, he remained alive while Wang Ming was no more. "He attempted to take my life," which incited a riot within the sword abyss, leading to his demise by errant sword energy. "My junior sister Ning and I narrowly escaped death. I implore the sect to seek justice on my behalf." The assembly fell into a stupor. Lu Changsheng provided an explanation. Considering that Ning Yusin was the daughter of the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, thus possessing reasonable means of protection, it was not unreasonable that, by being in her company, he managed to avert disaster. Some elders wore grim expressions, casting glances at the elderly matriarch. Linpa, the master of Qingyun Peak, spoke candidly, "Elder Zhao Jing, I request an explanation for our Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch furrowed her brow and turned her gaze toward Lu Changsheng. At that moment, he interjected, "Indeed. I bear no ill will towards you. Previously, Wang Ming publicly humiliated and toyed with me, and I endured it. However, today I demand justice." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jing's countenance darkened further. Who truly humiliated whom? Yet, she hesitated to bring up the past. For it was rather embarrassing for a respected elder of the Xinxiao sect to have been outwitted by a mere child. Swallowing her pride was a bitter pill to swallow. Even as Lu Changsheng challenged her openly, she found herself powerless. She could hardly admit to having been outmaneuvered by a youth. "Little thief!" Zhao Jing ground her teeth, simultaneously cursing Wang Ming for his ineptitude. While Lu Changsheng appeared furious, he felt a sense of calm within. He understood that the likelihood of her revealing the truth was slim. Everyone valued their reputation, especially within such prominent sections. Even if she chose to abandon her dignity and spoke candidly, who would believe Lu Changsheng? Ultimately, he would be deemed a slanderer. Furthermore, at that moment, with Wang Ming deceased, no one suspected Lu Changsheng. After all, amidst the chaos, who would attribute the incident to him, a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy? What could he possibly achieve that could rival the sons of the sacred lands? If he possessed such prowess, why would he linger in such a place? Even Zhao Jing harbored little suspicion towards him, viewing him merely as a cunning opportunist. She was well acquainted with Wang Ming. Orchestrating such a spectacle to demonstrate one's strength and incite the sword energy of the abyss to annihilate an adversary was entirely within his capabilities. Yet, it was but a solitary account. Who could ascertain the veracity of his claims? Zhao Jing, unwilling to concede, maintained her haughty demeanor. Luo Tian spoke in a deep voice. Could it be that Lu Changsheng took it upon himself to slay Wang Ming, only to come here lamenting and claiming innocence? Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by his words, casting a glance at the sect leader, as if he were on the verge of uncovering the truth. Zhao Jing scoffed. "Who can say for certain? Perhaps I should delve into his soul to ascertain the reality of the matter." "Do you intend to insult my Sanyun?" Luo Tian's expression darkened. Zhao Jing replied, "Is the sect leader preparing to lay hands on me?" As she spoke, her aura manifested, revealing her cultivation at the 8th level of the core formation stage, which was by no means inferior to Luo Tian's. The crowd's gazes shifted, fixated upon the confrontation. Issues of right and wrong would eventually be resolved. Could it be that Elder Zhao Jing intended to leverage her power to intimidate others? Luo Tian snorted in disdain. Zhao Jing smiled. You are indeed formidable, sect leader Luo, but my Xinqiao sect fears no challenges. The crowd bristled with indignation, recognizing her attempt to dominate through the influence of the Xinqiao sect. Luo Tian's expression darkened further. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a surge of killing intent awakening within him. Before they could react, an invisible force descended, weighing heavily upon Zhao Jing. Her expression changed dramatically, just as she opened her mouth to speak. A surge of power was unleashed. Slap! A resounding slap struck her face, the crisp sound echoing throughout the vicinity. Zhao Jing's face quickly swelled, vivid red fingerprints appearing. And she collapsed to the ground, yet the onslaught had not ended. The force lifted her once more, and another slap resounded, followed by subsequent strikes, leaving her no chance to catch her breath. How dare you! Zhao Jing bellowed, her eyes filled with humiliation as she glanced toward the depths of Qingyun sect. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, imbued with authority and grandeur. Wretched woman, understand this, you are in my Qingyun, not your Xinqiao. It is not your place to act so arrogantly here. As the words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Ancestor! Someone exclaimed. And the onlookers were left in shock. Lu Changsheng was also entranced. Their venerable ancestor, typically elusive, had emerged with such imposing strength, fiercely protective of their own. Without a doubt, this individual was to be reckoned with. Chapter 25. The overbearing ancestor Zhao Jing knelt upon the ground, receiving a relentless barrage of slaps. A young man beside her stepped forward, attempting to intervene, but was met with an overwhelming force that subdued him as well. How dare you insult me? I am an elder of the Xinqiao sect. Zhao Jing bellowed, her eyes icy and fixed intently. Luo Tian, Linpa, and others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated the ancestor would take such action. After all, the other party was also a member of the Xinqiao sect, yet the ancestor struck with such ferocity, showing no regard for dignity. What of the Xinqiao sect? Do they not need to reason? Can they act with impunity? If I do not hear a satisfactory explanation today, I shall end you. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingyun sect, a figure emerged, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Changsheng looked over, feeling a sense of surprise once more. Contrary to his expectations of a celestial being with white hair and beard, it was a robust man, towering like an iron tower. His muscles were well defined, his hair graying, and his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an aura of sovereign power. The moment he appeared, an involuntary shiver coursed through the observers. The ancestor was, indeed, a physical cultivator. Lu Changsheng was taken aback, unable to fathom it. Moreover, despite his age, the ancestor's vitality surged, surpassing that of the younger individuals present by an immeasurable degree. Upon seeing the Qingyun ancestor, Zhao Jing's expression turned grave. Are you Qingyun planning to rebel? With a resounding slap, the Qingyun ancestor struck her face, sending her hurtling against the stone wall, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Her visage swelled, as if her head might burst, and blood flowed uncontrollably from her mouth. Rebel, indeed. A thunderous roar erupted, causing pain in the ears of those nearby, projecting an extraordinary aura of dominance. Zhao Jing's eyes brimmed with malice, yet a flicker of fear emerged. The ancestor approached, his imposing figure radiating pressure. He gazed at the elderly man, nearly struck to death, and declared, "You insolent wretch. Do not forget that it is the Xinqiao sect that has come to us seeking assistance. If you dare utter another word, do you believe I will spare you? You." With a swift motion, the ancestor conjured a chain that ensnared the elderly man, then turned to those beside him. Throw her into the dungeon. If the Xinqiao sect does not provide a satisfactory answer, I shall deal with them personally. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the young man, instructing him to go and report to the Xinqiao sect. Luo Tian stood in stunned silence. The ancestor, despite his age, retained a fiery temper. The sect leaders and elders exchanged wry smiles, while the remaining disciples looked on with admiration and a sense of melancholy, realizing the presence of such a formidable figure within their sect. Lu Changsheng, too, was taken aback, appreciating the ancestor's fierce protective nature. To his astonishment, the ancestor then turned his attention toward him. You are Lu Changsheng? Yes, ancestor. Very well. The ancestor nodded, then stated, rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution today. My disciples of Qingyun sect shall not endure such indignities. The ancestors' might was undeniable. Lu Changsheng chuckled, leaving the crowd exchanging glances, genuinely taken aback by the turn of events. Simultaneously, a sense of unease began to blossom within many hearts. The Xinjiao sect was formidable, an undisputed sovereign over this territory, and they feared potential ramifications. However, the elder waved his hand dismissively and departed. A group of individuals began to disperse, with Zhao Jing being confined to the dungeon. Ning Yusen, lost in thought, followed Lu Changsheng back to Qingyun Peak. She remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet this time she experienced a breakthrough. Her cultivation ascended from the 9th layer of gathering spirit to the 1st layer of condensed essence, her physical form enhanced, and her swordsmanship successfully advanced to the 2nd layer, all without any discomfort. This surprise was utterly unparalleled. Speaking solely of the transition from the 9th layer of gathering spirit to the 1st layer of condensed essence, such a leap typically required at least a year and a half, yet she achieved it in less than a day. Lu Changsheng once again astonished her. Recalling his earlier mention of a package, her heart fluttered with excitement, and she promptly penned a letter home requesting spirit stones. This transaction, in her eyes as well as her family's, was undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Concurrently, her curiosity toward this senior brother intensified, to the point where she nearly forgot her original purpose for arriving at Qingyun Peak. Lu Changsheng, meanwhile, cheerfully carried the Chilean grass to concoct elixirs. In the grand hall of the Qingyun sect, the elder sat in the central seat, while Luo Tian displayed a look of concern. Elder, regarding today's events, could it be? What nonsense is this? That woman dared to provoke us at Qingyun, and you suggest we tolerate her insolence? The elder retorted, exuding an air of dominance. Luo Tian replied, but she remains a member of the Xinjiao sect. What is there to fear? The elder opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and imbued with an extraordinary brilliance. They have their eyes set on that girl, Chen Ning. The Grand Elder has even come to us, seeking the 10,000 spirits' body. Should we not teach them a lesson for their arrogance? Moreover, do those insignificant characters dare to challenge the Grand Elder? Luo Tian nodded, pondering deeply. Indeed, but even if they do not dare to act against Qingyun sect, could they target Lu Changsheng instead? And with Qingyu set to participate in the dynasty war, might he become a target because of Lu Changsheng? His worries lingered. Zhou Qingyu's talent was remarkable, and remaining in Qingyun sect would only hinder him. The only path for his growth lay in joining a more powerful sect. Luo Tian did not wish to squander such a prodigious talent. The elder chuckled. What are you fretting about? A genius under 30 years of age, at the 9th layer of condensed essence and the 6th layer of swordsmanship, who would not covet him? Are you concerned he will lack opportunities? That is true. Besides, our master is still around. Targeting us would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian inquired, has that fellow been found? He has not gone missing at all. Now, do not ask further, consider his matters as unknown. You need not worry. No one dares to act against Qingyun at this moment. Prepare for that girl, Chen Ning. Understood. Luo Tian responded, about to turn away when the elder recalled something. By the way, allocate a spot in the dynasty war for that little fellow, Lu Changsheng. What? Luo Tian furrowed his brow and immediately said, Ancestor, we only have 30 slots to offer, granting one to Lu Changsheng would be. If I say to give it, then give it. Very well. Luo Tian dared not defy the ancestor, though he felt a pang of regret. The Qingyun sect boasted numerous disciples far superior to him, and it was uncertain whether they could successfully join the Xinjiao sect. Bestowing a slot upon Lu Changsheng seemed like a frivolous jest. The sect soon fell into a profound silence. Zhao Jing was bound and subdued, while the remaining individuals huddled together. Once proud and arrogant, they now trembled with fear, their eyes wide with terror. They dreaded that the Qingyun sect might take offense and deliver a brutal beating to them. After all, the elders had been left half dead, surely they could be dealt with just as easily. Conversely, a few from the Xintian sect looked on with anticipation. For the actions of the Qingyun sect undoubtedly provoked the Xinjiao sect, and they eagerly awaited the ensuing developments. Chapter 26, The Price of Ascension. In the tranquil embrace of the azure clouds, several days passed without a hint of commotion. Lu Changsheng emerged from the alchemy chamber. Having successfully refined the Qiling Dan, now awaiting the accumulation of sufficient spirit stones to transcend into the nascent soul stage. From that moment onward, he would be free to cultivate at will, unburdened by the constraints of torment and limitations, and his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, the thought of spirit stones plagued him. To break through to the nascent soul required an astronomical sum of 300,000 spirit stones. Currently, he possessed only 40,000. And the promised 100,000 from Ning Yusin remained uncertain. Even combined, they amounted to a mere 140,000. Where would the remainder come from? After much contemplation, he realized that Ning Yusin was the only affluent acquaintance he had. However, he had already approached her several times. One could not continuously prey upon a single source. Furthermore, he noted with concern that Ning Yusin had not sought out Zhou Qingyu recently. Instead, she spent her days either cultivating or lost in thought at the stone table. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Ning Yusin had initially pursued Zhou Qingyu with determination, striving to grasp the essence of sword intent and thereby create opportunities. If she were to abandon her quest, would his own endeavors not falter? Fortunately, through indirect inquiries, he learned that the Ning family had dispatched a delivery of spirit stones, suggesting that this financial lifeline was secure. Ning Jr. sister. Why have you not approached the senior brother lately? Is he preoccupied? Lu Changsheng inquired. Ning Yusin shook her head. It's not that. I simply do not wish to disturb him. What does this mean? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. Was she so fickle in just a few days? How capricious could one be? A moment of silence ensued before Ning Yusin abruptly said, Senior brother, I've been here for quite some time, yet it seems we have not discussed cultivation matters. Weren't we just discussing this? He replied, somewhat bewildered. That was you imparting wisdom upon me, this is different. She clarified. Lu Changsheng hesitated. Those insights were derived from my master and that esteemed elder. I am hardly in a position to teach you. Then what insights do you possess regarding cultivation? She inquired. Follow your heart, he replied. Ning Yusin pressed further, what does that entail? To cultivate when you feel inclined, and to refrain when you do not. Pursue your goals if you have them, and if not, let your mood guide you. Aimless cultivation yields little fruit. While many proclaim that obsession leads to misjudgment, sometimes that very obsession can fortify one's resolve. Then, dear senior brother, do you currently lack motivation or direction? She questioned. I am. Lu Changsheng began. At a loss for words. He possessed everything but wealth. With a deep sigh, he lamented, Ah, how I envy you, junior sister. If only I were born into the Ning family. Ning Yusin paused, a sudden flush of color gracing her cheeks as if struck by an unbidden thought. At that moment, a stir arose within the Qingyun sect. Before they could investigate, several figures streaked through the sky, heading directly toward Qingyun Peak. Upon closer inspection, Lin Po arrived accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man, with Luo Qianling trailing behind. Lin Po, are you here to see the senior brother? Lu Changsheng rose to inquire. There are those seeking you, I am merely the guide, Lin Po replied. Seeking me? Lu Changsheng turned his gaze towards the man. The man stepped forward and said, I presume you must be the esteemed Lu Changsheng. I am Meng Lang, a member of the Xinjiao sect, and I have come specifically to apologize for the previous incident. His tone was calm. Lu Changsheng felt a renewed sense of surprise. Given the gravity of the situation, it was unexpected that the Xinjiao sect would not retaliate, let alone offer an apology. Meng Lang continued, I deeply regret that the recklessness of my fellow sect members nearly caused you harm. After a brief silence, Lu Changsheng found himself scrutinizing the visitor. Was that all? Merely an apology? He inquired. Lin Po chuckled softly, remarking that it was peculiar to provoke Lu Changsheng without suffering some consequences. Meng Lang, understanding the implication, produced a cloth bag and handed it over. This is the compensation from the Xinjiao sect, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. A smile crept across Lu Changsheng's lips as he accepted the bag. The Xinjiao sect is indeed considerate, but merely 2,000 spirit stones? Meng Lang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Pa furrowed his brow, incredulous. What do you mean only 2,000? 2,000 is hardly a trivial amount. A direct disciple earns just 10 spirit stones a month, and the peak master barely surpasses 100. 2,000 could sustain one for nearly 2 decades. And you are dissatisfied? Are you not content with this compensation? Meng Lang asked. Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. Could one truly be satisfied with such a meager sum? After all, he had faced peril in the sword abyss. Was his life worth only 2,000 spirit stones? He nevertheless responded gently, Esteemed senior, it's not that I find it insufficient, but the incident affected not only myself but also my junior sister. We nearly lost our lives there. You see. Ah, he is indeed dissatisfied. Lin Pa remarked, though he chose not to elaborate further. Recognizing the Xinjiao sect's tendency to bully others, Ning Yusin appeared utterly confused, entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. Meng Lang quickly comprehended and presented another cloth bag containing 1,000 spirit stones. I implore your forgiveness once again, he stated. This prompted another frown from Lu Changsheng. Receiving such a paltry sum left him no choice but to accept it. To ask for more would seem avaricious. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Very well. It shall suffice. Lin Pa laughed, thinking that 3,000 spirit stones was a profitable outcome. Meng Lang added, Thank you for your understanding. But there is still one matter to address. What is it? Lu Changsheng asked, feeling somewhat troubled. Luo Qianling interjected, Longsheng, if there is anything you wish to say, please do so. We must ensure your satisfaction today, you must not endure any grievances. Her tone was filled with righteous indignation as she glared at Meng Lang, catching everyone off guard. Surprisingly, Meng Lang treated her with utmost respect, accommodating her words. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng spoke again, Esteemed senior. While we have not suffered any tangible harm, we have indeed paid a heavy price for our survival. Might we discuss compensation for the damages incurred? The Xinjiao sect is vast and prosperous. For you, it is a trifling matter, but for us, it concerns our very lives. That is only fitting. Meng Lang nodded in agreement, recognizing the reasonableness of the situation. After all, he had heard the commotion from that day and understood that their survival was not merely a stroke of luck, they must have possessed some means of protection. Lin Pa smiled silently, having already deduced the truth. If Lu Changsheng were easily swayed, he would not be the person he was. Meng Lang then inquired about the losses incurred. What did you lose? In truth, it was not much, merely a spatial ring. Very well, Meng Lang nodded. Lu Changsheng continued. Inside the spatial ring was a profound great artifact, the only item bestowed upon me by my master, along with a piece of profound crystal, which my senior brother acquired at the Ascension Conference, and several sprigs of ice spirit grass, not to mention dozens of bottles of elixirs. Initially, it did not seem significant. However, as he spoke, Meng Lang was taken aback. While a profound great artifact was acceptable and the profound crystal was manageable, the subsequent revelations became increasingly absurd. A cultivator at the 4th level of spirit gathering carrying the entirety of Qingyun Peak's wealth was rather excessive. Lin Pa had anticipated the beginning but failed to foresee the conclusion, ultimately underestimating him. Nevertheless, it was true that Lu Changsheng had overseen Qingyun Peak's finances. And considering the years of excess, it seemed plausible that such an amount existed. By his calculations, it amounted to no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Meng Lang was momentarily stunned, thinking that this would conclude the matter. Yet, Lu Changsheng cast a glance at Ning Yusin beside him and remarked, Furthermore, my junior sister's father is the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, her possessions surpass mine. Let us settle this, I shall not ask for much, just 30,000 spirit stones from you. And anything beyond that is unnecessary. Meng Lang was left speechless. Upon hearing the figure of 30,000, Lin Pa could no longer remain composed. This was the annual revenue of the sect, and it felt as though the price had been arbitrarily inflated. Chapter 27, Arrival from all directions. Lu Changsheng's claims grew increasingly absurd, as he carelessly mentioned a staggering price of 30,000 spirit stones. Lin Pa was taken aback, while Meng Lang gazed at him in disbelief, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. After much contemplation, he found no grounds for opposition. It was reasonable for Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingyun Peak, to possess such wealth, and likewise for Ning Yusen, the affluent heiress of the Ning family, to carry valuable items. Furthermore, the violent turmoil at the Sword Cave was undoubtedly formidable, suggesting that extraordinary means were necessary for protection. Everything seemed to align perfectly. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, Meng Lang felt as though he had been swindled, unable to pinpoint the incongruity. He was acutely aware of the irrationality of the situation but could not discern its source. Feeling as if he were being extorted in a state of financial desperation. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Changsheng regarded him with a smile. Beside them, Luo Qianling interjected. Brother Changsheng has toiled for many years to manage Qingyun Peak. If you do not compensate him, I shall seek out our master for restitution. At this, Meng Lang's legs weakened, and he hastily replied, Little martial uncle, do not alarm our master ancestor, I can resolve this. However, Lu Changsheng was taken aback. What do you mean, little martial uncle? Can even the disciples of Shenzhou sect command such authority? Is this junior sister a hidden powerhouse? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. As he remained lost in thought, a pouch of spirit stones was thrust into his hand. Meng Lang turned to take his leave, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Luo Qianling approached Lu Changsheng, saying, Brother Changsheng, if this is insufficient, please wait, I shall bring you more in due time. Lu Changsheng was momentarily stunned. As he watched the two depart, Lin Pa cast an envious glance at the pouch of spirit stones. You rascal, how audacious! He exclaimed, jealousy transforming his demeanor. Lu Changsheng then inquired, Martial uncle, what did he mean by little martial uncle? Lin Pa glanced over and pondered. You are unaware of a certain matter, the elder of Shenzhou sect has taken an interest in Qianling. What? The elder is interested in her? At such an age? How inappropriate. Is it a woman? Lin Pa was speechless, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Oh. Lu Changsheng nodded, then asked, and what follows? The visitors earlier had come to escort Luo Qianling away. Meng Lang is a junior disciple of that elder. I see. Lu Changsheng exhaled in relief. I was worried she had strayed onto a misguided path. What nonsense! Lin Pa shot him a disapproving look. She has found a promising future. And the sect shall flourish because of her, we shall all reap the benefits. So, does this imply that no one will dare to provoke Qingyun sect henceforth? Indeed. Lu Changsheng's eyes brightened. Was this not the life he had longed for? If Zhou Qingyu were to marry Ning Yusen, occasionally providing assistance, life would be truly complete. Ding! Just as Lu Changsheng envisioned the future, a chime shattered the tranquility. Lin Pa turned to ascertain the cause, quickly realizing the impending opening of the Qingyun secret realm. Is it happening so soon? Indeed. With so many drawn to this event, one wonders if the Qingyun map will manifest. If it does, may we be the fortunate ones to acquire it. Lin spoke candidly, showing no hesitation as he turned to leave Qingyun Peak. At that moment, Ning Yusen regained her focus and glanced at Lu Changsheng, her brows furrowing slightly as she observed him diligently packing away all the spirit stones. She paid little mind to it, as such a trifling amount of spirit stones was beneath her notice. Yet, as she regarded Lu Changsheng, he appeared much as the rumors had suggested, only serving to deepen her curiosity, as if he harbored undisclosed facets to his character. Soon, she inquired, Senior Brother Lu, what is the Qingyun map? It sounds exceedingly precious. I'm not entirely certain, Lu Changsheng replied casually. It seems to be a relic lost by our sect, a magical artifact. Perhaps. Having been in this sect for 10 years, I have heard mention of the Qingyun map numerous times. It is said that Qingyun sect was once a formidable power long ago, but it has since declined, and that Qingyun map was once the sect's treasured possession. However, it has been missing for many years, seemingly located within the Qingyun secret realm, though it hasn't been seen for quite some time. What tier of magical artifact is it? Ning Yusen asked. I'm not sure, he replied. It might be a royal-level artifact, perhaps even divine grade, but given that it has been lost for so long, it is likely truly gone. Lu Changsheng spoke without much concern for the matter, his focus solely on the spirit stones. Besides, he had preparations to make. The Qingyun secret realm was set to open, and all disciples were required to enter. According to the sect leader, each additional person increased the chances of success. What if someone else were to acquire it? Ning Yusin nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, merely gazing quietly at his departing figure. However, shortly thereafter, the sect became abuzz with activity. In Sanyun City, some individuals had arrived, waiting in anticipation for the secret realm. The eldest disciple of Xiantian sect, Changsheng, was among them. He was recognized as the foremost disciple of his sect, having achieved the 9th layer of qi condensation at merely 28 years of age. A feat that many believe rivaled that of Zhou Qingyu. As per their agreement, Sanyun sect had accepted their benefits and allowed certain individuals to enter the secret realm during each opening. This practice had persisted over the years. Even the young disciples from Xinshao sect, who had accompanied Zhao Jing, sought entry into the secret realm. One such core disciple, named Zhao Yang, was on the cusp of forming his core, having come along likely in pursuit of the Qingyun map. After all, there were rumors that the Qingyun map had always been present, yet only true geniuses could manifest it. The absence of such manifestations merely indicated that those who entered were lacking in brilliance. All these individuals had come to test their fortunes. Lu Changsheng, however, remained indifferent to this commotion. He had already devised a plan. Upon entering the secret realm, he intended to find a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate until he could depart. With his strategy in mind, he began his preparations. Retrieving the puppet he had previously subdued, and commenced the process of erasing the marks upon it, intending to refine it anew. To him, this was a valuable asset. Yet the prior methods had been too crude. By recultivating it, he believed the puppet's power could be elevated to a higher tier. A puppet of the core formation stage would prove immensely useful, capable of executing covert actions with deadly precision, serving as an invaluable tool. If nothing else, selling it would yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. As time progressed, the number of individuals within the Qingyun sect steadily increased, all eagerly anticipating the opening of the Qingyun secret realm. However, amidst this growing crowd, Luo Tian found himself enveloped in a sense of unease, a disquietude stirring within his heart. On a sunlit afternoon, he summoned everyone to convene. Under the solemn expressions of the peak leaders, he broached the subject of the night demon. For years, the Qingyun sect had suffered greatly under his malevolence, with both disciples and leaders enduring his attacks, all while he remained elusive and unpredictable. Luo Tian called this meeting specifically to caution everyone. Yet, the mere mention of the night demon elicited laughter from many. Ultimately, Luo Tian felt powerless. He had issued the warning, and if they chose to disregard it, it was no longer his concern. In a day or two, the secret realm would open, and the crowd dispersed. Only Lu Changsheng, observing the disheartening conclusion of the meeting, could not help but furrow his brow. Is my reputation truly so tarnished? Am I truly regarded as a harbinger of evil? Did I not strike for your benefit? Chapter 28. The Azure Cloud Chart. Over the course of 2 days, brilliant divine radiance illuminated the horizon above the Azure Cloud sect. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. As waves of light cascaded down, causing the void to ripple, reminiscent of serene lake waters disturbed by a gentle breeze. All present gathered, gazing upwards in astonishment. As the ripples spread, they reflected the celestial light, creating an ethereal realm akin to a paradise. They understood that the Azure Cloud secret realm had been unveiled. Through the shimmering water patterns lay another dimension, the very location of the Azure Cloud secret realm, forged by an unparalleled master eons ago. At this moment, disciples of Azure Cloud arrived, with Lu Changsheng trailing behind Yitiani. Luo Tian made his way here as well. Esteemed guests, the secret realm is now open. Everyone may rely on their own abilities. However, I must remind you all that only those under the age of 30 may tread here, lest they face obliteration. Despite its widespread knowledge, he reiterated this warning to prevent any from harboring false hopes and risking their lives. Nods of acknowledgement filled the air as individuals positioned themselves, confidence gleaming in their eyes. Lu Changsheng extended his spiritual awareness, equally astonished by the considerable number of attendees, including several renowned prodigies from Azure Prefecture. Xiansheng of the Xiantian sect and Zhao Yang of the Xinshao sect were among the elite, each a master at the 9th layer of condensation. Others, at the 7th and 8th layers, were no less formidable. Among them, a particular woman caught his attention. Standing gracefully, she donned a flowing gown of moonlight hue. Her hair cascading down her back like a silken waterfall, swaying gently. Her visage was partially veiled, shrouding her beauty in mystery. Her enchanting presence was captivating, undeniably marking her as a paragon of elegance. Nevertheless, to Lu Changsheng, this revelation stirred little turmoil, merely surprise. Why was she here? Was it for the azure cloud chart? He mused, recognizing her as Su Muyue from the Drunken Moon Pavilion, an extraordinary figure whose presence in such a remote place raised questions, hinting at a significant background. What puzzled Lu Changsheng was the absence of Zhou Qingyu. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Yi Tianyi remarked, "The senior brother will enter shortly." "Oh, I see." Amidst their conversation, a surge of energy rippled through the air as Luo Tian's voice resonated, "Enter." In that instant, figures leapt into the air, stepping into the spatial portal. Changsheng. Should you encounter peril, seek out your senior sister, she shall protect you. A beguiling voice floated from nearby, belonging to Lu Changsheng, her face alight with a smile. "Thank you, senior sister." Lu Changsheng replied gratefully. Yi Tianyi chuckled, "You seem to have quite the favorable connections." "Empathy breeds kindness," he responded. Yi Tianyi handed him a talisman, saying, "This paper can sense my and the senior brother's locations. Should danger arise, ignite it, and we shall come to your aid." Lu Changsheng nodded in understanding. Once they entered the secret realm, they would be scattered, each landing in different locations, separated from one another. As the group stepped forward, Lu Changsheng too set off. From a distance, Shifeng observed silently, a storm of resentment brewing within him as he followed suit, unable to find solace in the unfolding events. Soon, the surroundings became desolate, leaving only the peak masters and elders, along with a few followers. Several elders from the Xiantian sect glanced over, a smile playing at the corners of their lips, as if victory was assured. One elder, with a calm demeanor, was none other than the old man from the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Meng Lang stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, merely awaiting the conclusion to escort Luo Qianling back to the Xinxiao sect. The members of the Qingyun sect remained silent, having long since abandoned hope for the Qingyun map. Otherwise, they would not have permitted outsiders to enter. The atmosphere settled into a profound stillness. Simultaneously, the crowd ventured into the secret realm, revealing a breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers, where every blade of grass and stone appeared remarkably vivid, indistinguishable from the outside world. This was indeed a true microcosm. Wisps of clouds drifted across the sky, weaving a stunning tapestry. Almost immediately upon entering, everyone began to take action. No one knew the precise location of the Qingyun map. Many were merely here to explore, and failing that, the rich spiritual energy offered an excellent opportunity for cultivation. Of course, some had come prepared, experimenting with various methods. Lu Changsheng, however, was different. Upon sensing the abundant spiritual energy, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Such dense spiritual energy was ideal for cultivation. He could scarcely fathom how many spirit stones he would save. Subsequently, he summoned his magical power, conjuring an array platform and several array pieces, tools for arranging a spirit-gathering array. With a wave of his hand, the platform descended, and the array pieces flew off, vanishing into the surroundings, while the spiritual energy continuously converged towards him. Once this array was set up, he did not linger but proceeded to travel 100 miles away. A spirit-gathering array could concentrate 80% of the spiritual energy within 100 miles within a day, and he set up one for every 100 miles, stopping only after establishing 3. This represented his entire fortune. Beyond these, he possessed only ordinary storage artifacts. In fact, he lacked even a suitable weapon. Anything of value he had was sold off in exchange for spirit stones. He had no desire to compete for opportunities or magical artifacts. He only aimed to seize as much spiritual energy as possible. Just as he admired his handiwork, standing atop a solitary peak and patiently awaiting the gathering of spiritual energy, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A wave of confusion washed over him, prompting him to look up, only to see a scroll descending at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to react before it struck him squarely on the head. The tremendous impact knocked him off his feet, sending him tumbling down the solitary peak. With a resounding crash, he collided with the earth, causing a fissure to spread as he created a deep pit, with only half of his body remaining above ground. The sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. Even with his cultivation level, he struggled to withstand the blow. Had it not been for the torturous refining he endured while cultivating the Wanjie immortal body, this strike could have easily led to his demise in the northwest. Who the hell ambushed me? Lu Changsheng let out a furious roar, struggling to pull his head free. Magical energy surged forth, radiating powerful waves as his divine sense swept the surroundings in search of the assailant. Yet, he discovered nothing. All was tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. Apart from the scroll at his side, there was naught else. No one? Furrowing his brow, Lu Changsheng turned his gaze toward the scroll, reached out to retrieve it, and, surveying it with incredulity, murmured, "Was I struck down by this object?" His disbelief was palpable as he slowly unfurled the scroll, expecting some arcane manuscript. However, the moment he opened it, he stood frozen in place. What unfolded before him was an exquisite painting, depicting countless majestic peaks, with wisps of flowing clouds weaving through the heavens. Although it was a scroll, it felt as if it existed in reality, grand and imposing, its magnificence overwhelming, exuding an extraordinary aura that left one in awe. Yet, despite this breathtaking spectacle, Lu Changsheng was left with nothing but astonishment. This is the Azure Cloud map? It fell upon my head just like that? Chapter 29, The Movement of the Four Directions. As Lu Changsheng gazed at the scroll in his hand, he found himself immersed in contemplation. The Qingyun map, which others had sought after with great effort and various means, had seemingly fallen directly into his lap. As if it feared he might overlook it and chose to strike him instead. He had done nothing, yet the map had emerged, leaving him with an unsettling sense of disbelief. Could it possibly be a forgery? Raising an eyebrow, Lu Changsheng scrutinized the scroll, and in an instant, his magical energy surged forth. He tossed it into the air, and a magnificent force swept across the heavens and the earth, as if the illustrations within the scroll had come to life. Endless vistas unfolded, imprinted upon the void, obscuring the sky and stretching infinitely. Witnessing this spectacle, he was taken aback and hastily retracted the scroll. His doubts dissipated. Such formidable power could only belong to the legendary Qingyun map. Moreover, the consumption of magical energy required to activate the scroll was staggering. Even with his considerable strength, he could only sustain it for a brief period. At most a quarter of an hour. The suddenness of it all left him somewhat bewildered. Who could have predicted that this wondrous artifact would appear out of thin air? Simply falling into his possession? As this thought crossed his mind, he touched the back of his head, wincing at the pain, and an idea struck him. For so many years, the Qingyun map had eluded others, but perhaps it had not been absent, rather, it had manifested. And those who sought it were unable to withstand its power, succumbing and ascending on the spot. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and possessed the immortal body of 10,000 calamities, and yet he had nearly been crushed. What of others? A smile spread across Lu Changsheng's face. Not only had he come to acquire a wealth of spiritual energy, but he had also stumbled upon the Qingyun map. The thought alone exhilarated him. Surely, this artifact could fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit stones? With so many individuals and factions vying for it, it was evident that it would not come cheap. With this in mind, he settled quietly upon the solitary peak, awaiting the gathering of spiritual energy. As the day wore on, Lu Changsheng began to absorb the energy from the formation. A torrent of spiritual essence flowed into his body, transforming into magical power. Soon, one spiritual array was depleted, and he moved on to the next, exhausting all, then re-establishing the formations. Despite enduring various pains, he remained undeterred, reveling in the process. The abundance of spiritual energy here would save him an immeasurable amount of spirit stones, and he found himself deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Meanwhile, within the entire secret realm, excitement painted the faces of all present. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a scroll blotting out the sun, manifesting in the heavens above, with countless images intermingling, radiating an indescribable might. The Qingyun map had appeared. My heavens, it truly exists within this secret realm. Hurry, go seek it. Countless individuals could scarcely contain their fervor. The disciples of Qingyun were taken aback, utterly astonished. Some had already begun to venture out of the secret realm to report this momentous occurrence. However, upon learning of this news, the outside world erupted in a frenzy. Even the members of the Qingyun sect were taken aback, and after repeated confirmations, they could hardly believe that the Qingyun map had indeed manifested. Their expressions varied widely. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. For countless years and numerous attempts, there had been no sign of it, yet now it had emerged. The ancestral teachings recorded that the Qingyun map would only manifest upon encountering an unparalleled talent. Could it be that such a person had appeared this time? The voice of Luo Tian was soft. A gathering of peak masters remarked. If it were not for a prodigy, how could the Qingyun map have emerged? Who could it be? Changsheng or Jiayang? Most likely it is Qingyu. Just recently, Zhou Qingyu entered the secret realm, and soon after, news of the Qingyun map's appearance spread. Indeed, in terms of talent, Zhou Qingyu is astonishing. At merely 28, he is set to form his Dan, having achieved the 6th level in swordsmanship. He stands as a remarkable figure throughout Zhangzhou, even across the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. Let it truly be him. Luo Tian, bearing a weighty heart, refrained from forming conclusions until certainty was attained. After all, Zhao Yang hailed from the Xinshao sect, a rare genius in his own right, while Chang, upon entering the Xintian sect, was immediately taken under the wing of the sect's master, a testament to his innate talent. And then there was the young woman, whose every action radiated exceptional prowess, likely no less formidable than her counterparts. Luo Tian departed to inform the ancestor of this matter. Meanwhile, others were already deducing the situation, having prepared for this eventuality. However, since the appearance of the Qingyun map, it had ceased to manifest, yet it was undeniable that it had indeed materialized, witnessed by all. Its might suffusing every corner of the secret realm. Even within the Qingyun Great Hall, the ancestor sat, making several attempts to investigate, yet yielded no trace. Luo Tian inquired. What of the ancestor? I cannot sense it. The ancestor replied. Could there have been a misjudgment? No. He shook his head. Though I cannot detect the aura of the Qingyun map, I can affirm it has appeared, and not long ago. What could that mean? The ancestor pondered. Taking a moment before slowly articulating, the Qingyun map possesses a spirit. Once it materializes, it is certain that a world-shaking talent has drawn it forth. However, its disappearance suggests it has likely been acquired by someone. This revelation caused Luo Tian's brow to furrow deeply. He was uncertain whether this news was favorable or adverse. With so little knowledge of the situation, what consequences would ensue should it fall into the hands of another? This was a legendary artifact of immense renown from long ago. Should the Qingyun map be obtained, perhaps it could restore the glory of their sect, yet if it fell to another, the repercussions were unknown. If it were Changsheng, the Xintian sect, having lain dormant for millennia, would surely rise, and not merely the Yu Kingdom, but even the Xinshao sect might have to cede ground. If Zhao Yang were to acquire it, the Xinshao sect would become even more formidable. The presence of that young woman also stirred concern. Now, all they could do was hope that the one who obtained it was Zhou Qingyu. In a fleeting moment, the hearts of all were suspended in uncertainty. No one had anticipated that Qingyun map would manifest at this time. Within the Qingyun secret realm, all factions succumbed to frenzy the moment the scroll unveiled. No one cared to pursue any further opportunities. Only Lu Changsheng remained, tirelessly arranging spiritual formations, absorbing spiritual energy, as though these events were entirely unrelated to him. Feeling his magical power steadily increase, he harbored an ineffable excitement, as even the pains within his body seemed to lessen. Moreover, upon acquiring the Qingyun map, he discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to be actively converging toward him. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days elapsed. During this time, he immersed himself in cultivation, gathering spiritual energy, reaping abundant rewards. The struggles of various factions were of no concern to him. With Zhou Qingyu present, it was unlikely that those individuals would pose a significant threat. Even if their cultivation matched his, the moment the swordsmanship was unleashed, it would manifest in overwhelming dominance. He was confident in his ability to contend with 3 to 5 adversaries simultaneously. Yet, while he was engrossed in his cultivation, an intriguing disturbance in the sky captured his attention. A brilliant crimson light surged towards the heavens, intertwining with the clouds above, as if something extraordinary was emerging, casting divine radiance that lingered in the air. Could there be some remarkable treasure? Initially, Lu Changsheng had little interest in such matters. But if a prized possession were indeed present, that would be an entirely different scenario. He remained unhurried, the spiritual array had not yet been depleted, allowing them to engage in their conflict first. Ultimately, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would equate to his own success. However, while he was absorbed in his practice, someone approached the vicinity, drawing nearer. Chapter 30. Are you not even going to pretend? Lu Changsheng sat in quiet meditation, nearing the completion of his cultivation. However, an ill-timed figure appeared, their eyes filled with resentment and a hint of derision curling at the corners of their mouth. Lu Changsheng, you seem well. The speaker was none other than Shifeng, who approached with a mocking glint in his eyes. Sure, what a coincidence. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his tone calm, having sensed his presence earlier. Coincidence? Shifeng laughed, flanked by several others, each wearing a look of disdain, clearly disregarding Lu Changsheng entirely. What do you want? Lu Changsheng inquired, puzzled. Shifeng stepped closer, grinning. I heard Zhou Qingyu has been quite protective of you? What do you mean? Nothing much. Just want you to accompany me to meet your senior brother. Shifeng's smile deepened with amusement. What are you up to? Lu Changsheng questioned. Enough with the nonsense. Just follow us obediently. What happens next is for us to decide, one of the men barked. Another chimed in, why bother with him? Just break his hands and feet and take him. The group cast disdainful glances at Lu Changsheng, while Shifeng merely watched, a cruel gleam in his eyes. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. I ask a question, you will answer honestly. Don't provoke me. A bystander scoffed. What did you say? Facing death, and still so brazen. Truly ignorant of your fate. Lu Changsheng, it seems you are the one seeking discomfort. Shifeng sneered. At that moment, one of the men stepped forward to strike. Yet, as he approached, he froze, all movement suspended under an overwhelming pressure, fear flooding his gaze. What is happening? The others sensed something amiss, and Shifeng furrowed his brow, looking towards the source of the disturbance. Without hesitation, they all launched their attacks. However, their expressions shifted dramatically as a terrifying force erupted, sending them flying. Unable to offer even the slightest resistance, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. What? Shifeng exclaimed in shock, yet he had no opportunity to struggle. As Lu Changsheng raised his hand, his body involuntarily lifted off the ground. Throughout this ordeal, his pupils constricted, filled with terror and disbelief as he gazed at Lu Changsheng. You. I'll give you a chance, speak clearly. Lu Changsheng commanded. Lu Changsheng, you. Suddenly, Shifeng's voice was cut short as his body exploded, crimson splatters filling the air, followed by flames that consumed him, leaving only ashes behind. He had no desire for idle chatter, silence meant death. Lu Changsheng then turned to another. He squandered his opportunity. What about you? The questioned individual, trembling with fear, hurriedly replied, a legacy site of the Qingyun sect has appeared in the secret realm. Everyone wishes to enter, but Zhou Qingyu is blocking the way, preventing entry. They want to capture you in Yitiani to threaten Zhou Qingyu, in exchange for a chance to enter. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Lu Changsheng caused everyone to disperse in an instant. As he gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed once more. The place of inheritance? This was a concept unfamiliar to Lu Changsheng. In a moment's thought, he set forth towards that direction. Traversing hundreds of miles, a mountain range came into view. Beyond the mountains, divine light burst forth, as if a grand palace materialized within, emanating an unusual wave of energy that resonated with the essence of the Qingyun sect. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura there, strikingly similar to that of the Qingyun diagram. Could it truly be the inheritance site of the Qingyun sect? Lu Changsheng mused. This sect was once a formidable force, leaving behind the Qingyun diagram, and perhaps some legacies were not to be dismissed. However, the sensation of the Qingyun diagram perplexed him. Was it not with him? His gaze fell upon Zhou Qingyu, who stood resolutely before the mountain range, a sharp aura saturating the entire void around him. Many disciples followed, guarding the area to prevent any further approach. On the opposing side, numerous figures gathered, with Changsheng standing prominently, accompanied by disciples of the Xiantian sect. While Sumuyu also positioned herself nearby, flanked by numerous skilled allies. The two sides locked eyes. Changsheng declared, "Zhou, according to our agreement, we are entitled to enter this place in search of opportunities. What is the meaning of your obstruction? Do you intend to breach the pact?" A group of individuals radiated an aggressive energy, their eyes filled with avarice, fixated on the Grand Palace with fervent anticipation. Zhou Qingyu's expression remained serene, devoid of any turbulence. "Opportunities are earned by merit. If you surpass me, they are yours." His words, seemingly devoid of emotion, exuded an unwavering confidence. Sumuyu interjected, "Brother Zhou, such an opportunity cannot be fully claimed by you alone. Why not allow me entry? I shall not interfere with the inheritance of your Qingyun sect, if that pleases you." Clang! The long sword sang in response, as disciples of Qingyun steadfastly maintained their ground. According to their agreement, they were indeed entitled to seize opportunities. Yet the ultimate victor would determine the rightful claim to those opportunities. Zhou Qingyu would not yield, leaving them without recourse. Sumuyu had not anticipated such a standoff. Changsheng remarked, "It seems you intend to stand against all of us? What do you fear?" At that moment, his words rang with conviction, while Zhou Qingyu remained composed, unafraid of any threat. Changsheng's gaze turned cold. "You are so obstinate, do you not fear calamity for your Qingyun? Your fellow disciples do not possess your strength." Upon hearing this, a clear change washed over Zhou Qingyu's expression. Although he held no concern for Yitiani, thoughts of his junior brother brought a pang of worry. For a moment, he fell silent. As both sides remained at an impasse, Sumuyu ceased her words, her aura surging with power. Changsheng then made his move. It appeared that only battle would resolve this. In an instant, Changsheng unleashed his power, the energy swirling tumultuously as he charged towards Zhou Qingyu. Sumuyu followed suit, and as they closed the distance, an astonishing might erupted forth. Three figures ascended beneath the vast cosmos, their sword energies intertwining, accompanied by a myriad of manifested techniques. Lu Changsheng observed with a furrowed brow, feeling a twinge of disdain at the thought of being used as leverage against Zhou Qingyu. Such behavior seemed rather despicable. Although he was outnumbered 2-1, he had no intention of intervening. The youth must undergo trials, and besides, Zhou Qingyu might not necessarily be defeated. Even if he were to falter, there would be no cause for concern. For Lu Changsheng had left a hidden lethal move within Zhou Qingyu's body, one that remained dormant in everyday life, but could ensure his survival in times of peril. Even at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he could not be harmed. He then turned his gaze toward the grand edifice. Extending his consciousness to encompass the entire mountain range, hesitating momentarily on whether to investigate it himself. Suddenly, he noticed someone stealthily approaching the hall. It was Zhao Yang, who had eluded everyone and, through special means, had taken the initiative to seize the opportunity, choosing to pick up the spoils while Zhou Qingyu and Sumuyu engaged in their confrontation. Were the disciples of the Xinqiao sect truly so shameless? He had not even had his turn, yet Zhao Yang had already made his move. As this thought crossed his mind, a figure clad in a black robe appeared beside Lu Changsheng and quietly made their way toward the hall. It was the same puppet from before. Chapter 31, The Promising Nascent Soul. Upon the solitary peak, Lu Changsheng observed the unfolding battle. Ultimately, this was a trial. They needed to truly step onto the battlefield without excessive interference from him. Otherwise, he would merely cultivate a group of delicate blossoms. How could the sect flourish in such a manner? The puppet approached the grand hall, not far removed, and he could perceive everything as if he were standing in that very spot. Zhao Yang had arrived, accompanied by two others. They gazed at the hall, deep in contemplation. "Senior brother, what if Zhou Qingyu discovers us?" Zhao Yang shook his head, replying, "With Changsheng and that woman present, Zhou Qingyu won't be able to extricate himself for the time being. Moreover, even if he senses us, what of it? I am not afraid of him." "Indeed. How could he possibly contend with you, senior brother?" Zhao Yang nodded, his eyes fixed on the grand hall. "If all goes as expected, the Qingyun map is likely here. Otherwise, Zhou Qingyu would not be so adamant in his defense." If we acquire the Qingyun map, senior brother will inevitably control the entire Xinjiao sect. Then, he shall become a dominant force. Listening to this, Zhao Yang's face brimmed with pride, as though he relished the prospect greatly. Just as he was about to speak, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. You possess a talent for flattery, but which dominant force would be so despicable as to sneak around? Who? The expressions of the onlookers darkened. There stood a figure in black robes before the grand hall. It was the puppet. The speaker was Lu Changsheng, who manipulated the puppet, experiencing everything with striking clarity. What do you mean by this? Zhao Yang interjected, his voice tinged with anger. Lu Changsheng replied, Do you not understand? Do you wish to oppose the Xinjiao sect? Sensing the extraordinary nature of his opponent, Zhao Yang sought to leverage the authority of the Xinjiao sect to intimidate him. Yet, Lu Changsheng retorted, What I despise most is the Xinjiao sect. With that, the puppet sprang forward and struck down, instantly annihilating several bystanders. Zhao Yang roared in fury, attempting to retaliate, but was swiftly subdued, his body rendered uncontrollable as he collapsed to his knees. The entire sequence unfolded without a hint of surprise. Although the puppet had not yet completed its refinement and remained at the third level of the core formation stage, it was more than sufficient to handle someone at the ninth level of the qi condensation stage. Core formation? How is this possible? Zhao Yang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. The Qingyun secret realm imposed a restriction that only those under 30 could enter. Yet before him stood an individual with not only core formation but exceeding a single layer. How astonishing! Despite this, Zhao Yang remained unwilling to submit. A rune flickered between his brows, manifesting an extraordinary power as he sought to break free from his constraints. A talisman quietly emerged from his bosom, aiming to seize the opportunity and escape. However, before his ploy could materialize, the puppet raised its hand and delivered a crushing blow to his head. Zhao Yang was sent flying, crashing to the ground, as if his skull might shatter. The rune on his forehead was obliterated by the impact. The talisman, which had not fully materialized, was now in the puppet's grasp. You possess numerous tricks, do you have any left? Lu Changsheng inquired, observing Zhao Yang with interest. This scene incited fury, yet Zhao Yang had no time to utter further words, for a surge of power had already ensnared him, drawing him closer. He had no time to react as his possessions were thoroughly searched, his spatial ring, the pouch at his waist, and his weapons were all laid bare. However, upon surveying these items, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Was the Xinjiao sect so impoverished that this was all he possessed? Zhao Yang, filled with shame and fury, found it unbearable to be suppressed and humiliated in such a manner. If it weren't for that useless Wang Ming, would he be left with only these meager belongings? His face flushed with indignation. Yet, soon his expression shifted once more. As he realized his belongings had been stripped away and the other party was now exuding a murderous intent, he exclaimed, You dare! I am a disciple of the Xinjiao sect, a junior of Elder Zhao Jing. If you lay a finger on me, the sect will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Zhao Yang's threats were futile, he had no recourse and could only attempt to intimidate with the name of the Xinjiao sect. Lu Changsheng, momentarily halting his actions, seemed to be swayed by the claim. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yang urged, You can still relent. It's not too late. Lu Changsheng replied. Are you implying that the Xinjiao sect still values you? Indeed. I am a core disciple of the sect. For a moment, Lu Changsheng's murderous intent dissipated as he slowly remarked, If that is the case, it appears the Xinjiao sect will be obliged to pay a ransom for you. What did you say? Zhao Yang's complexion paled. He had thought he had intimidated his opponent, only to discover that Lu Changsheng's thinking was rather unconventional and audacious. Daring to extort the Xinjiao sect. With this realization, Lu Changsheng swiftly subdued him. One could spare a life, but one must not forfeit the opportunity for profit. As he prepared to depart, he noticed another figure approaching. While the skies were devoid of Zhou Qingyu and the others, a graceful silhouette, Su Muyue, stealthily approached. Seeing her nearing presence, Lu Changsheng wasted no time. He manipulated his puppet to pick up a thick wooden club and, as he moved to the rear, he swung down with all his might, withholding no restraint. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Su Muyue sensed the danger, pivoting to block the blow. The club shattered into countless splinters. "Who goes there?" she demanded, her face betraying her wariness beneath her veil. Yet her opponent gave her no chance to react. With a surge of magical energy, he struck down with overwhelming force. Core formation. Su Muyue gasped in alarm, her jade hand forming seals as her own magical power erupted. A jade hairpin materialized, positioning itself before her. The two forces collided, the puppet was repelled, but it managed to grasp the hairpin. Lu Changsheng marveled at the power of the hairpin, only to realize it was dim and devoid of spirit. A forbidden artifact. His expression shifted as he observed from afar through the puppet. This item could unleash astounding power, was exceedingly expensive, and difficult to craft. Akin to the sword intent he had left within Zhou Qingyu's body. What a waste! Lu Changsheng shook his head, then prepared to strike again. Su Muyue, caught off guard by the presence of a core formation expert in this location, was taken aback as her opponent unleashed another attack. Manifesting a long sword that radiated an astonishing sword intent. Countless sword energies crisscrossed, potent enough to slay those at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Witnessing this, Lu Changsheng flicked his fingertip, and a beam of sword light traversed the heavens, landing beside the puppet and dispelling all malevolence. The sword shattered another forbidden artifact. This revelation was unexpected. Su Muyu's expression began to shift, having failed to extricate herself multiple times was truly surprising. Her array of techniques was astonishing, leaving Lu Changsheng utterly astounded. Such an abundance of protective measures, each requiring a substantial investment, often amounting to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The young lady concealed her depths well. Lu Changsheng mused as the puppet continued its onslaught. Although there existed a connection between them, it was merely transactional, devoid of camaraderie. Su Muyu sought secret realms for him, providing information, while he offered her insights into Zhou Qingyu's swordsmanship, albeit in the form of his own notes. Now, standing before the woman, he felt a surge of delight. It was evident that she possessed numerous valuable treasures. Once he gained the upper hand, he could exchange her for a substantial amount of spirit stones. With this thought, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt the prospect of attaining the nascent soul stage was within reach. Chapter 32, Foolishness before her eyes, a cascade of brilliance flowed. Su Muyu's face was etched with astonishment, she had encountered a formidable adversary. Despite her various spells and relentless assaults, she found herself utterly unable to contend with her opponent. No matter how she struck, every attempt was effortlessly countered, and soon her foe stood directly before her. Su Muyu was taken aback. Yet, the intruder spoke not a word, raising a hand to suppress her, shattering her magical energy and binding her in place. As she felt her power sealed, she could only retreat step by step, but stripped of her abilities. She was but a mortal, utterly unable to resist, and thus became ensnared upon the ground. You hide quite well, Lu Changsheng remarked. Who are you, truly? Su Muyu inquired, her voice low and intense. Ha! Lu Changsheng did not respond further, instead, he removed a bracelet from his wrist, revealing it to be a spatial artifact. Upon inspection, he found it contained tens of thousands of spirit stones and 2 profound-grade magical artifacts. Clearly, this was not what Lu Changsheng had anticipated. Removing a ring from his finger for another examination, he furrowed his brow in disbelief. Is this all there is? With 2 magical artifacts, a myriad of spirit stones, and several vials of elixirs of modest quality, he momentarily reached for his waist, prompting a startled cry from Su Muyu. Scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Lu Changsheng paid her no heed, retrieving a bag and subsequently removing a hairpin to inspect it, only to find it was indeed just a hairpin. However, as it fell away, a cascade of dark hair tumbled forth, spilling before her. Su Muyu let out a piercing scream. In such a brief moment, he had nearly searched her entirely. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng discerned something and proclaimed, "Your flowing silk veil is quite exquisite, it should fetch a fair price." As he spoke, he made his move. How dare you? Su Muyu's face flushed crimson, her voice rising in fury as she prepared to fight back. My dear girl, Lu Changsheng admonished, you covet another's legacy artifact, yet you begrudge others from coveting yours for a moment? Su Muyu continued to scold him, her protests growing tiresome for him, so he silenced her. He noticed a symbol manifesting on her forehead, and with a flick of his fingertip, he sealed her spirit. With this simple gesture, he sensed something extraordinary. Yet, as he probed further, an astonishing force protected that area, repelling his consciousness. Realizing the strength of this power confirmed Lu Changsheng's suspicions. This woman was not ordinary. Harboring a remarkable background, lying in wait in Qingyun City for a purpose. Most likely, it was for the Qingyun map. Seeing that further inquiry was futile, and knowing that any forceful action could lead to unpredictable consequences, he, still a novice in the Yuaning stage, chose to exercise caution. Enough of the glaring. Lu Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, undeterred by Su Muyu's fierce gaze. He produced a rope, binding her securely, and with a flick, ensnared Zhao Yang as well. The puppet then leapt into the air, bearing the two of them into the void, heading towards the outside world. Initially intending to capture Changsheng as well, he found that their whereabouts had vanished in an instant. Countless eyes below turned towards the scene, astonished and incredulous. What is happening? Am I seeing things? How did I witness that woman and Zhao Yang being dragged away? Who could it be? What transpired just moments ago? Yet, in an instant, the puppet had vanished. Meanwhile, onlookers gazed silently at the sky, where beams of light intertwined, and divine radiance flowed ceaselessly. As the Qingyun map materialized, the expressions of the Qingyun sect members turned grave, while the Xiantian sect exuded smiles. The elder accompanying Su Muyu remained composed, for the appearance of the scroll was fortuitous for them, though the final outcome remained uncertain. Yet, they wore confident visages, as if possessing some means to ensure their success. Dear Qingyun compatriots, why wear such furrowed brows? Indeed, the re-emergence of the Qingyun map is a cause for celebration. An individual from the Xiantian sect attempted to console, though it bore an air of mockery. None were privy to the circumstances within. For these individuals, acquiring the Qingyun map would be an immense boon, while failing to secure it would bear no consequence. For there was little to lose. In stark contrast, the Qingyun sect faced a different reality. Some peak masters scrutinized the expressions of those around them, their brows knit tightly. How could they find joy in such a spectacle? At that moment, ripples in the water indicated a presence emerging. Had someone acquired the Qingyun map? Instantly, emotion surged, and countless gazes fixated on the scene, only to behold a figure in a black robe standing there, grasping a rope. What is happening? Who is that? The onlookers were perplexed. In the next moment, Lu Changsheng, through the puppet's gaze, surveyed the surroundings and spoke slowly. Where are the members of the Xinjiao sect? What brings you to seek us? Meng Lang replied, What do you want? Lu Changsheng replied, I wish to sell something to you, are you interested? Sell something to us? What is it? Meng Lang inquired, perplexed, while Zhao Jing, now freed, stood beside him. Then, with a flick of the rope, a figure landed before them. At that instant, Meng Lang's expression stiffened, and Zhao Jing's demeanor darkened. The onlookers were astonished, for the figure bound by the rope was none other than Zhao Yang, visibly battered and unable to move. Scoundrel, how dare you? Zhao Jing's fury ignited, as she ascended to the heavens. Lu Changsheng, however, remained unfazed, tightening his grip around Zhao Yang's neck. Quiet, you hag. Will you buy or not? Meng Lang, observing the unfolding scene, furrowed his brow and spoke, My friend. He is a disciple of the Xinjiao sect, do you not fear inciting the wrath of our sect with such actions? The crowd murmured, sensing the anger emanating from both parties. Their disciple was being publicly bound and offered for sale, what of the sect's dignity? Some gasped in astonishment, recognizing that Zhao Yang was no ordinary disciple, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of foundational essence, while not a peak genius. He was nonetheless quite formidable within the borders of the Yu kingdom. Yet, the Qingyun sect members remained entranced. Lu Changsheng leisurely remarked, Kid, I dislike your tone. I care little for your so-called sect, I am here to sell something. If you want it, pay with spirit stones, if not, I'll dispose of him. You dare. Zhao Jing admonished once more. Lu Changsheng replied, Would you like to give it a try? A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd, for they had never witnessed anyone daring to challenge the Divine Sky sect. This was likely the first instance in thousands of years. Regardless of the outcome, such audacity was deserving of universal admiration. Meng Lang sensed the unwavering resolve of his opponent, who seemed genuinely indifferent to the divine sky sect. Wait. How much do you desire? The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one anticipated this turn of events. Lu Changsheng stated. Is it unreasonable to ask for 20,000 spirit stones? Initially considering a demand of 50,000, he reconsidered, fearing that the price might deter the buyer and leave him with nothing but loss. Yet, even the sum of 20,000 caused hesitation to flicker across Meng Lang's face, while Zhao Jing's expression turned even more grim. Ultimately, they acquiesced. With so many eyes upon them, they could not afford to disregard the situation. They reluctantly produced the 20,000 spirit stones. In return, Lu Changsheng fulfilled his promise and cast the individual down. They found themselves powerless to intervene. Any movement on their part would allow their adversary to retreat into the secret realm, where pursuit would be futile. Onlookers marveled at this audacious act of extortion against the divine sky sect, a rare display of boldness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd until an elderly man scoffed disdainfully, uttering, "How foolish! Do you not fear possessing life without the means to enjoy it?" In his view, the opponent would inevitably have to exit the secret realm, and once exposed, the consequences were all too predictable. If one could not foresee such a fate, what else could be said but sheer foolishness? Others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Yet, upon hearing those words, Lu Changsheng could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 33 Looked down upon the night demon under the gaze of the crowd. Lu Changsheng also turned his attention to the source of the commotion. He recognized the elder beside Su Muyu, known as Qilian, who had been a silent observer of his actions for quite some time. Lu Changsheng, dismissive of the elder's presence, was taken aback when Qilian chose to mock him. After a moment of silence, Lu Changsheng inquired, "What did you say, old man?" Qilian, unfazed, looked upwards and replied, "I deem you foolish. What of it?" "Am I truly foolish?" Lu Changsheng retorted. Qilian merely chuckled, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor, providing an implicit affirmation to the crowd's curiosity. It was a rare spectacle, drawing their interest. "It appears you look down upon me. What do you intend to do about it?" Qilian remained indifferent. Lu Changsheng, unperturbed, slowly stated, "I intended to sell your lady for 20,000 spirit stones. But since you look down upon me, I shall raise the price to 50,000. "What did you say?" Qilian's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, Lu Changsheng tugged on the rope in his hand, revealing a striking figure. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Having just arrived, they had sensed the woman's exceptional nature. Yet they were shocked to discover she had been captured. Her disheveled appearance, with her clothes in tatters and hair unkempt, was little better than Zhao Yang's predicament. "Damn it!" Qilian growled, his body trembling as he beheld Su Muyu. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Wait a moment, why is the girl so disheveled? Her clothes are torn. Look, her face is flushed. Could it be?" "Ah, you wretched scoundrel!" Qilian bellowed, preparing to ascend into the air. Yet, Lu Changsheng remained composed. "Old man, do not act rashly, we can discuss this. 50,000 spirit stones, will you buy or not? You audacious fool! Do you know who she is to dare such a thing?" Qilian seethed with indignation. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Changsheng cut through the tension, stating, "If you refuse to buy, then who among you present wishes to make the purchase? I will sell her for 30,000 spirit stones." The crowd fell into a hushed silence. It was clear that Lu Changsheng's origins were not to be trifled with. Even if tempted, none dared to provoke him. "I understand your hesitations," Lu Changsheng continued. "Whisper to me privately, and I will discreetly deliver her to you, ensuring that no outsiders are aware." "You dare!" Qilian thundered, casting a threatening gaze over the assembly. "I have no patience for trivialities," Lu Changsheng warned. "One more word, and you shall bear the consequences." Furious yet compelled to restrain himself, Qilian grudgingly conceded, "I will pay you." He then tossed a ring into the air. "Release her." "Not so fast." Lu Changsheng examined the ring and declared, "There are only 30,000 here, you still owe me 20,000. Are you reneging on the price of 30,000? That was what I offered to others, you must pay 50,000. On what grounds? Qilian retorted. You claim I am foolish. Is that not reason enough for me to demonstrate that I am not? Qi Lian, in a state of exasperation, never anticipated that a single utterance of his would precipitate such a cascade of troubles. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the man's evident grudge. Ultimately, Qi Lian conceded and tossed down 20,000, fulfilling his promise. The members of Xiantian sect could not restrain their laughter. Such occurrences were indeed a source of amusement. Yet, at that moment, Lu Changsheng interjected, laughter? You shall weep for your Xiantian sect. What do you mean? I shall slay Changsheng. The crowd fell into a daze. An elder from Xiantian sect remarked, do you intend to offend everyone? Indeed. With that, Lu Changsheng turned and returned to the secret realm. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. His response so decisive that they felt disinclined to utter another word. The origins of such enmity were unknown. No one could find humor in the situation anymore. Except for the members of Qingyun sect, who inexplicably sighed in relief, though their reaction did not go unnoticed. What does this mean, Qingyun friends? Lin Pa stepped forward, stating. Our sect leader had warned you previously, yet you dismissed it. What do you mean? He is the night demon who has tormented our Qingyun for nearly a decade. For 10 years, he has committed unspeakable atrocities. To provoke him is to invite calamity. What? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Initially, when they had heard the rumors, they had scoffed at the notion of a night demon, deeming it laughable. Now, however, their faces had turned pale. What kind of madness is this? The members of Xiantian sect wore grim visages. Witnessing others suffer at the hands of the night demon, the Qingyun members finally felt a semblance of balance. The Xinqiao sect chose to ignore the commotion, focusing instead on tending to Zhao Yang. If they delayed any longer, he might not survive. The medicinal concoction was remarkably potent. And Zhao Yang visibly began to recover. The moment he regained his strength, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Damn it, I will kill him. Zhao Yang seethed. Without hesitation, he set off once more toward the secret realm. Meng Lang attempted to intervene, but Zhao Jing blocked him, allowing Zhao Yang to depart. Onlookers frowned. Does he dare to go again? Is he not afraid of death? Observing this, Sumuyu also regained her composure, gritting her teeth. And without a moment's hesitation, she too charged back into the secret realm. Qi Lian made no attempt to stop her. They were acutely aware that whether Zhao Yang or Sumuyu had previously been unable to employ their abilities, it was perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances. This time, however, it was entirely different. In a moment, all eyes were fixed on the scene as the puppet returned to Lu Changsheng's side, carrying 70,000 spirit stones. Gazing at the bounty, he felt a sense of disbelief. In such a brief span, he had amassed 70,000. At this rate, not only would the nascent soul be within reach, but the transformation to void would not take long either. It was as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Logically speaking, there was still Changsheng to contend with. But given that the situation in Xiantian sect was akin to Qingyun's, with limited resources, he decided to eliminate them directly. After all, this sect had repeatedly schemed to cause harm and could not be spared. The puppet set off once more. At this moment, the grand hall vanished, relocating to a more distant area, where Zhou Qingyu had retreated. In the earlier skirmish, Changsheng sustained injuries, and Lu Changsheng, aware of his whereabouts, commanded the puppet to eliminate him. As he contemplated this, an unsettling realization struck him. Just as the puppet approached to strike Changsheng, an unexpected presence emerged from the distance. Upon scanning with his divine sense, Lu Changsheng was taken aback to discover that it was Zhao Yang and Sumuyu who had returned. Having just been released, they had reappeared. Witnessing their arrival, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought such fortune would come his way? Was this not a generous offering of good fortune? In an instant, the puppet sprang into action, intent on once again subduing these individuals. Yet, he was unprepared for the sight of Sumuyu standing high in the sky, her brow adorned with glowing runes. Behind her, a cerulean crescent moon materialized, suspended in the void. The moonlight cascaded down, bringing with it an indescribable aura of authority that momentarily halted the puppet's movements. Simultaneously, beside Zhao Yang, radiant light intertwined, and a resonant sound emanated from within him, akin to a creature's lone howl. In the next moment, Lu Changsheng watched in astonishment as a shadow split from Zhao Yang's form. It was an elder, his hair and beard entirely white. Upon his emergence, a powerful presence enveloped the entire area. Chapter 34, The Move. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Changsheng was astounded. Zhao Yang had astonishingly split into two, manifesting another being. Upon sensing the elder, a look of surprise crossed his eyes. The technique of soul division. He recalled a mention in ancient texts of a secret method capable of separating a fragment of one's spirit, accompanied by a portion of one's cultivation, to be housed within another person. What he witnessed was Zhao Yang employing this method to bring a powerful soul into the secret realm, thereby circumventing the rule of the Qingyun secret realm, which forbade entry to those over 30. Moreover, the azure moon behind Sumuyu radiated an astonishing might, as if impervious to all forms of attack, rendering those at the Jidun stage powerless to approach her. It was evident that these individuals had come prepared. The puppet was suppressed, and the elder's gaze swept across the scene, his voice calm yet distant. He glanced at Sumuyu with a hint of surprise, but chose silence, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sumuyu reciprocated the gesture. The elder was evidently a senior figure from the Shinshao sect, far surpassing Zhao Jing and Meng Lang in strength. Nonetheless, he treated Sumuyu with respect, indicating her extraordinary lineage. After a brief moment, the elder spoke, "Zhao Yang, have you summoned me because you have discovered the whereabouts of the Qingyun map?" In response, Zhao Yang immediately knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Elder, the Qingyun map has indeed manifested. Yet its trail has eluded us. Furthermore, unforeseen complications have arisen, necessitating your intervention. What troubles you?" the elder inquired. Zhao Yang gestured toward the temporarily subdued puppet, stating, "This individual is extraordinary, we are unable to contend with them. We beseech you to act." At this point, Zhao Yang's eyes brimmed with resentment. Through their brief exchange, the elder discerned the situation. It was clear that his intervention was required to first suppress this abomination before proceeding with their pursuit. With that declaration, he fixed his gaze upon the puppet restrained by the azure moon. With a flourish of his sleeve, a torrent of formidable magic surged towards the puppet. Sumuyu wisely stepped aside. Boom! As the impending clash drew near, the puppet raised its hand, unleashing a tremendous force, igniting a fierce battle that ravaged the surrounding forest. The elder's robes billowed as the puppet was repelled, stumbling backward and leaving deep imprints in the earth, eventually colliding with a mountainside to halt its retreat. Something felt amiss. The elder scrutinized the scene. "What is wrong?" Zhao Yang inquired. The elder, however, did not respond but instead stepped forward, his sleeves fluttering as he unleashed another wave of magic. The puppet, propelled like an arrow, charged forward. Yet, upon reaching the center, it was overturned by the magic, staggering back and tumbling in disarray. As the two sides clashed once more, the surging magic remained relentless. A cascade of brilliance descended from the heavens, pressing down upon the puppet with a formidable force, slowing its movements. The elder seemed disinclined to prolong the skirmish. He unleashed a barrage of seals aimed at subduing it. The puppet continued to resist but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, coming to a complete halt. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Zhao Yang was filled with unrestrained joy, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Sumuyu's expression turned grave. However, in the next instant, the elder emitted a sound of astonishment. This was, in fact, a puppet of the core formation realm. What? A puppet? The faces of the onlookers were all etched with disbelief. The most conspicuous change was on Cheng's countenance. He furrowed his brow, likely already formulating a hypothesis. No wonder it possessed the cultivation of the core formation realm. Zhao Yang scoffed lightly, recalling the local rules that prohibited entry for those under 30. He had been pondering how such a remarkable individual could emerge from the impoverished land of Yu country. Ultimately, it turned out to be merely a puppet. It was no wonder he had been subdued, this was not his failing. Sumuyu shared this sentiment. Yet, curiosity piqued within them, who was the master of this puppet. As their gazes shifted to the elder, he stood suspended in the air, eyes fixed on a distant mountain peak, and spoke, "How much longer do you intend to observe?" Esteemed one? Lu Changsheng, standing amidst the forest, remained composed. He had just manipulated the puppet. And it was no surprise that the opponent sensed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, "To gain entry here, your Divine Cloud sect has indeed exerted considerable effort, even resorting to the method of splitting the spirit. Yet, you have not only done that but also forged such a puppet." A light chuckle echoed from the forest. Zhao Yang had already discerned that this was all the doing of the individual before him, and his anger was barely contained. Taking a decisive step forward, he formed a seal with his hands, summoning a wave of lethal energy. The elder did not intervene, in his view, no matter how extraordinary one under 30 might be. Particularly in such a desolate wilderness, it was of little consequence. However, just as Zhao Yang approached the mountain peak, an immense pressure descended upon him, immobilizing his body near the mountain's base. The elder noticed this and furrowed his brow, an expression of surprise crossing his face. He immediately acted, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy to draw Zhao Yang back. To his astonishment, as the energy closed in, it shattered with a resounding crash, sending ripples of force cascading outward. What was happening? The elder was taken aback. He sensed an overwhelming force, seemingly on par with his own. Even though he was merely a fragment of a soul, he possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of core formation, capable of contending with him, a truly astonishing revelation. Lu Changsheng, disinterested in further discourse, unleashed his spiritual energy. And terror washed over Zhao Yang's face as he bore the brunt of the spiritual force converging from all directions, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. His body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. "How dare you!" The elder's fury ignited. He moved with haste. To dare to slay Zhao Yang before his very eyes, was this an invitation for a magical duel? Yet, what he did not anticipate was the surge of boundless spiritual energy that ascended into the void, transforming into a formidable streak that plummeted downward. This streak, adorned with unmatched might, surged forth. The elder bellowed, employing his abilities in a desperate attempt to resist, but within moments, everything shattered. The residual spiritual energy collapsed, and the descending streak rendered him utterly motionless. As he experienced this turmoil, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed ahead. A core formation practitioner at the 9th layer, how could this be possible? The emergence of such a formidable entity within the Qingyun secret realm left all present in utter astonishment. Too remarkable to fathom. To witness a cultivator of the 9th level of golden core at under 30 years of age is indeed astonishing. Su Muyu's expression darkened, as she had never anticipated such a revelation. She ceased to gaze further, understanding that without intervention, none would escape. Behind her, the azure crescent moon re-emerged, resonating softly in the void, while an invisible force bound all within its grasp. As the azure moon descended, it exerted pressure upon that region. Even the elder felt a surge of trepidation in the presence of the moonlight, yet as waves of magical energy converged, a colossal hand emerged. With fingers splayed, it grasped the waning moon, and a contest ensued, causing the binding force to dissipate instantaneously, rendering it utterly ineffective before her eyes. Su Muyu was taken aback. Her gaze filled with astonishment. She sought to manipulate the azure moon, yet that formidable power held her in place, as if time itself had momentarily stilled. Chapter 35, The Severed Arms Struggle for Survival. A massive hand grasped the cerulean crescent moon. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's thoughts surged forth, and his magical power cascaded down like a torrent of spiritual light, directed fiercely at Su Muyu. At this critical moment, the runes on her forehead materialized, enveloping her in a shimmering azure glow. When the magical force collided with her, she was violently thrown back. A thunderous roar erupted as a mountain was reduced to rubble. Lu Changsheng showed no mercy. Once he had taken action, he intended to eliminate the threat entirely. If his opponent managed to escape, it would be a testament to their skill. In this moment of chaos, as dust swirled around her, Su Muyu trembled slightly. Though the azure light protected her, she remained unharmed, yet her eyes were filled with terror. This was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the core formation stage, but not just any ordinary one. Even a nascent soul might struggle against him. Who could it be? She could hardly believe it, having only glimpsed the puppet, never the one wielding it. In other words, they had no means of approaching their adversary. Below her gaze, that colossal hand unleashed boundless magical power, intent on shattering the cerulean crescent moon. Even the magical energy itself was being crushed, bursting forth in radiant waves, dissipating into the void. Your origins exceed my expectations, Lu Changsheng's voice echoed with authority, resonating in all directions. The azure moon was not tangible, it brimmed with countless runes, intertwining to form the scene before her. Yet, despite her utmost effort, it remained immovable. Sumuyu's astonishment deepened. She alone understood the true terror of the cerulean crescent moon, which could usually retreat unscathed even against a 9th-level core formation practitioner. Now, however, it was being held captive, unable to break free. With a decisive thought, Lu Changsheng raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged outward. The elder of the Xinxiao sect found himself with no avenue of escape, forced to confront the oncoming force head-on. The impact sent his spirit reeling, his magical energy faltering, as he struggled to comprehend the nature of such a fearsome opponent. Sumuyu evaded, the azure light continuously shielding her. Yet, Changsheng was not as fortunate. All his skills were rendered futile, shattered in an instant. When struck, he was nearly torn apart, his body crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The onslaught persisted relentlessly, pursuing him without reprieve. He had not anticipated such cruelty from his adversary, he had done nothing to provoke this lethal intent. This was an affront too great to bear. Fury ignited within Changsheng. With a piercing howl, he erupted in a blaze of spiritual light. His voice laced with agony as a talisman materialized at his chest. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, its might rivaling a full-force strike from a first-level nascent soul. A sword talisman. Sumuyu gasped in astonishment. Such an artifact was exceedingly rare and wielded terrifying destructive power. Yet, they were unprepared for what occurred next. At the moment the sword talisman manifested, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, akin to a divine blade unsheathed, cleaving downward with ferocity. Boom! The suspended sword energy detonated before it could even move, the blade slicing through the talisman with a swift grace. Changsheng's eyes widened in horror as he was cleaved apart, his vitality extinguished. Both the elder and Sumuyu were left in disbelief. An 8th-level sword path? Sumuyu exclaimed, sensing the sheer terror of the sword energy, realizing it was perilously close to the 9th level. Lu Changsheng remained silent, the sword symbol was undeniably astonishing. Yet it was too late to fully unleash its power before it shattered. He did not even need to exert all of his strength. Witnessing this, both individuals were visibly shaken. Lu Changsheng raised his hand once more, and the sword energy surged like a rainbow piercing the sun, exploding violently. The elder was struck back, his body obliterated, the sword energy descending to sever him completely. Both his spirit and cultivation began to dissipate. He was merely a fragment of his original self. And once severed, he would lose not only his spirit but also his cultivated essence. The damage inflicted upon him would be grievous, resulting in a regression of his powers and necessitating an extended period of recuperation. Sumuyu felt a tremor in her heart. With a formation of seals in her hands, the runes on her forehead radiated with brilliance as she desperately sought to reclaim the Qingyun. She was acutely aware that the individual before her was beyond her capacity to contend with, from the very beginning. He had never exerted his full strength yet had already demonstrated an overwhelming superiority. None of her remarkable techniques had managed to impede him in the slightest. At that moment, the Qingyun, enveloped in radiant light, erupted with astonishing power to break free from the grasp, but Sumuyu suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As she witnessed the Qingyun being summoned back, a piece of talisman paper appeared in her hand, igniting as she transformed into a stream of light and vanished. Lu Changsheng did not pursue her, fully aware of her extraordinary background. Even if he were to exert all of his power, he would likely be unable to retain her, and it could potentially expose himself. Such an endeavor would yield more losses than gains. You are fortunate, Lu Changsheng remarked, immediately retracting his hand, allowing the overwhelming aura to dissipate. He summoned back his puppet and, after a moment of contemplation, set off towards the distance, intending to investigate the Great Hall. However, as he traversed the area, he found no trace of it. The entire secret realm seemed to have fallen into silence. Where could that Great Hall be? Lu Changsheng's consciousness spread forth, yet he found no signs of it. Instead, he discovered Yitiani, The latter bore injuries, seated in a valley tending to his wounds. Lu Changsheng hastened to his side, only to find numerous corpses strewn about, predominantly those of the Shen sect, with Li Changfeng lying lifeless on the ground, slain. It appeared that the second senior brother was quite formidable as well. He commented nonchalantly, approaching directly. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng unscathed, Yi Tianyi released a sigh of relief. Without exchanging further words, he produced a pill and placed it into Yi Tianyi's mouth. Feeling the pure medicinal energy enveloping him, Yi Tianyi's complexion gradually improved. And his injuries began to heal slowly. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. "How is the senior brother?" he inquired. "Much better." Yi Tianyi nodded. Lu Changsheng asked, "What transpired just now?" "The Shen sect attacked me, attempting to coerce the senior brother into submission." Yi Tianyi replied, anger flaring in his eyes, then inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "I found a place to cultivate as soon as I entered. I have only just emerged." "That is for the best." Yi Tianyi nodded. His greatest concern having been his junior brother, relieved to see him safe. Subsequently, the two set out in search of Zhou Qingyu. He stood as usual, hands clasped behind his back, unscathed, his indifferent gaze sweeping the surroundings, though his green robe was stained with blood, and the ground was littered with fallen bodies. The mountains around them marred and engraved with sword marks. One could easily discern the ferocity of the battle that had just transpired. "Senior brother, have you pursued that great hall?" Yi Tianyi inquired. Zhou Qingyu nodded and remarked, "I have ventured inside, yet found nothing." "The Qingyun map is absent?" "Indeed." He glanced around, peering into the distance, and continued, "Moments ago, I sensed an almost terrifying sword intent. It seems a formidable individual has arrived here. And I fear it may have already been seized." "Stronger than you?" Yi Tianyi furrowed his brow. Zhou Qingyu affirmed with a nod. Lu Changsheng remained silent. "Let us depart. We shall leave this matter to the sect to decide," Zhou Qingyu resolved, leading his two junior brothers away. However, outside, chaos erupted as everyone reacted. Su Muyu, gravely injured, returned, and the crowd was astounded by the revelations of what had transpired. Even the members of Qingyun sect were taken aback by the outcome. According to Su Muyu, there existed a formidable figure at the 9th layer of the core formation stage within the secret realm, a revelation unprecedented in their experience. Most alarmingly, this individual had slain Changsheng and Jia Yang, dismantling all their strategies. In that moment, all gathered at the exit. The members of Qingyun sect realized that the night demon had infiltrated the secret realm, yet they had not anticipated such a tremendous upheaval. Chapter 36, Do You Look Down Upon Me? The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the tension. With both the members of the Xinxiao sect and Qilian exuding an aura of murderous intent. The night demon, what an imposing title. The disciples of the Zhuangtiangong gritted their teeth. For Xuanqing was the hope of their sect, a future star destined to ascend to the Yuanying stage and protect them for a millennium. Yet, tragically, he had been slain. Qilian remained silent, his eyes filled with a palpable thirst for vengeance. The Xinxiao sect also felt a wave of apprehension. A 9-layer Jiedan practitioner under 30, such an individual possessed an unfathomable level of terror. Should he grow unchecked, the potential was unimaginable. Such a being could not be allowed to live, especially now that enmity had been established. In a flurry of discussions, the assembly resolved to meticulously scrutinize all arrivals in an effort to unveil the night demon. Each individual voiced their certainty, their hatred towering like a mountain, exhibiting a fierce resolve for retribution. Only the members of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances of uncertainty. Lin Pa could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "But that is a 9-layer Jiedan. Are you certain you can subdue him, even in unison?" A murmur of concern swept through the assembly. His words had struck a nerve, none present were Yuanying practitioners. Only at most 8-layer Jiedan. What could they possibly use to suppress such a formidable opponent? This multitude might as well be a mere snack for him. At the same time, the leaders of the Qingyun sect felt an inexplicable emotion towards this night demon. For nearly a decade, countless members of their sect had faced him. Yet none had returned wounded, instead, he had inadvertently spurred them on in their cultivation. Some suggested summoning the Qingyun ancestor for assistance, but the members of Qingyun declined, preferring to remain uninvolved. After all, should they offend this individual, could their entire sect remain unscathed? Ultimately, it was Qingyun who stepped forward, revealing a low-grade royal artifact that astonished all present. They pooled their strength, and even a Yuanying might not withstand it. An imposing furnace now hovered in the heavens, awaiting the arrival of their adversary. The Sanyun disciples watched in silence, content as long as their fellow disciples remained unharmed. They did not dare to wish for more. Soon, fluctuations emanated from the secret realm, and figures began to appear. However, upon their arrival, they were all intercepted, not permitted to leave. Qingyun stood at the forefront, examining each individual. In his grasp was a mirror that could reveal the cultivation levels of the practitioners, though each activation required a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Yet, determined to identify the true culprit, he gritted his teeth, refusing to relent. All individuals, regardless of their origins, were subjected to scrutiny. The Sanyun sect did not intervene. The situation had escalated beyond their control. Time passed, and soon Lu Changsheng and a few others emerged, positioning themselves in the center of the queue. Upon learning the circumstances, the crowd sighed in sympathy. Lu Changsheng fixed his gaze on the mirror, fully aware it was intended to expose him, yet he remained unfazed, confident in his ability to conceal himself. If worst came to worst, he could eliminate any witnesses. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he approached the front, where Yi Tianyi had just passed inspection and departed. Lu Changsheng naturally stepped forward, ready to face the examination. Upon encountering him, Qingyun scrutinized him from head to toe, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave." "What?" At this proclamation, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. "You can go now," Qingyun reiterated. In meeting him, there was no inclination to investigate. Each attempt would require considerable magical energy. Over the years, Qingyun had tracked Lu Changsheng numerous times and was already well acquainted with him, deeming further inquiry unnecessary. "Is it truly so simple to dismiss me? Not even a glance of scrutiny?" "Leave," Qingyun responded impatiently. Lu Changsheng, frowning, could hardly fathom such an outcome. His extensive contemplation of strategies had evidently been in vain, as he realized that Qingyun had no interest in him. Not only did he forego an investigation, but he also insisted that Lu Changsheng hurry away. The public nature of this dismissal wounded his pride. As he turned to depart, Lu Changsheng approached, offering words of comfort. "Changsheng, do not be disheartened. If this does not work out, let us focus on our training and ensure that they will reconsider you next time." Lu Changsheng looked up and sighed, "Senior sister, if you lack the ability to console, perhaps it is best not to attempt it." Oh dear, Changsheng has matured. He now possesses a sense of shame. Faced with his senior sister, Lu Changsheng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Upon returning to Sanyun sect, he noticed a palpable shift in the expressions of those around him. The leaders of the various peaks cast icy glances at the others. Some had already departed to summon the sect master. Before long, Luo Tian arrived, accompanied by the venerable ancestor of Sanyun. The imposing figure stood there, exuding an unspoken aura of intimidation. They remained silent, observing until all had vacated the secret realm, with no one remaining. Ultimately, the night demon eluded them. They continued deliberating various possibilities. However, Luo Tian's voice cut through the discussion. "Esteemed colleagues, have you completed your investigation?" "No, we found nothing," was the response from the crowd. Luo Tian continued, "Since the investigation is concluded, it is time we settled some scores." "What?" The assembly snapped back to attention, gazing towards the 5 peak masters of Sanyun sect and numerous elders, who stood resolutely in a circle, their expressions frosty and tense. "What is the intention of sect master Luo?" An elder could not refrain from inquiring. Luo Tian stated, "Within the secret realm, someone has assaulted my Sanyun disciples. How shall we resolve this matter? Competing for opportunities inevitably leads to confrontation. Indeed, yet your people sought to capture my sect's disciples, coercing us to yield and clear a path. Is this not excessive?" A heavy silence descended upon the assembly. Others, upon hearing this, promptly exited the area. Their own members returned to recount the events, declaring them unrelated to their interests. Qilian also withdrew from the gathering. While Sumuyu's actions against Zhou Qingyu were motivated by the pursuit of opportunity, which was understandable, Zhao Yangshuan's behavior was different. Li Chanfeng led a group to besiege Yitiani, intending to coerce Zhou Qingyu. Zhao Yang openly provoked, with countless witnesses to attest to his actions. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Xiantian sect remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, our disciples have acted with certain shortcomings, and given that they have already perished, what more can be done?" Meng Lang, witnessing the unfolding situation, hastily stepped forward and said, "Friend, there are many matters we did not foresee, we can." Before he could finish, Zhao Jing interjected. Addressing Luo Tian, "The individuals are already deceased, what more do you desire? Do you truly believe that my Xinqiao sect can be trifled with?" Meng Lang's expression changed dramatically. There were aspects he was entirely unaware of, perhaps there was still a possibility for negotiation, but Zhao Jing's words had irrevocably sealed that path. The Xiantian sect, observing Zhao Jing taking the lead, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the Xinqiao sect, the sovereign of this region, standing alongside them. What was there to fear? Zhao Jing was indeed correct, the matter was already. Slap. Before she could complete her thought, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. The venerable ancestor of the Qingyun sect struck Zhao Jing across the face, his voice cold as ice. "You wretched woman! It seems you have learned nothing from our last encounter." At this, the onlookers were left in astonishment. Unable to fathom the audacity of the Qingyun ancestor to lay hands on an elder of the Xinqiao sect, utterly unprepared for such a bold action. Chapter 37, The storm approaches. Zhao Jing was struck, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Meng Lang was lost in thought, and upon regaining his senses, a wave of headache washed over him. Despite being in the wrong, she had stubbornly presented her face for a slap. Her demeanor so brazen that even she could not bear to witness it. Had she not been punished enough last time? Or did she believe that with her presence, they could confront a formidable nascent soul cultivator together? The members of Xuantiangong were already in a state of panic. Old ancestor Qingyun showed no inclination for further discourse. Raising his hand to strike down, Zhao Jing's eyes blazed with a crimson fury, a profound humiliation surging within her, and as she attempted to resist, an overwhelming force held her firmly in place. At that moment, Luo Tian spoke up, declaring, "If an explanation is not provided today, none shall leave." The members of Qingyun acted swiftly, subduing the few from Xuantiangong and binding them to the ground. Some continued to shout in anger, but with the old ancestor's command, they were swiftly silenced without mercy. In that instant, the old ancestor struck, reducing Zhao Jing's form to fragments. He was disinclined to exchange words, confronting the Xinqiao sect with unwavering dominance. The peak masters stood frozen in disbelief. The Xinqiao sect's readiness to kill under the old ancestor's decisive command instilled fear in many. The atmosphere was tense, suffocated by silence, save for Lu Changsheng, who voiced his thoughts, having long held a disdain for Zhao Jing. Originally intending to intervene himself, he found it unnecessary now. Such ruthless decisiveness was indeed rare. He also realized that the Grand Elder of the opposing sect aimed to take Luo Qianling as a disciple, effectively providing Qingyun sect with a powerful ally and placing them on a moral high ground, thus alleviating their concerns. As Zhao Jing was violently subdued, Meng Lang's brow furrowed. From her shattered form, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged, Zhao Jing's soul. The old ancestor, noticing this, prepared to strike once more but was blocked by Meng Lang. She had already paid a price and pleaded with the elder not to annihilate her entirely, asserting that it was her fault and that the Xinqiao sect would not pursue the matter. However, old ancestor Qingyun appeared unyielding, intent on eradicating her completely. Yet, Zhao Jing's soul radiated brilliance, manifesting a talisman that enveloped her spirit, allowing her to escape. She got away. Lu Changsheng frowned, sensing the extraordinary nature of the talisman, which was likely a protective measure from the Xinqiao sect, so swift that even old ancestor Qingyun could not prevent it. Meng Lang sighed in relief. Soon after, the old ancestor turned his attention to Xuantiangong, seizing a disciple and commanding him, "Return and inform your sect leader that within 7 days, I expect a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall descend upon Xuantiangong and level your entire sect." A collective gasp echoed through the onlookers. The dominance of old ancestor Qingyun was palpable. Everyone understood his temperament. He was a man of his word, and if no one came in 7 days, he would indeed march upon Xuantiangong. Since his emergence from seclusion, the entire dynamic had shifted. Lu Changsheng marveled at such overwhelming authority, which was truly beyond compare. Subsequently, Luo Tian bid farewell to the guests. The crowd hurriedly departed. Fearing that old ancestor Qingyun might change his mind and strike them down, for he had shown no regard even for the members of the Xinjiao sect, let alone them. Meng Lang stood at a distance, feeling somewhat at a loss. The people of Qingyun sect paid him no mind, returning with their disciples. Upon arriving at the grand hall, Luo Tian glanced at everyone and said, "Lu Changsheng, you may leave now, the rest of you, please stay." Lu Changsheng was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he being dismissed again? Without him, could they truly clarify the matter? He was still contemplating the Qingyun map, yet they chose to overlook him entirely. Very well. He sighed softly, hands behind his back, and departed leisurely. Luo Tian could not help but remark, he seems displeased. Would anyone be happy to leave alone? Lin Pa chuckled lightly. What purpose does keeping him serve? Every time we venture out, he merely finds a place to hide until it concludes. What would he learn by staying? Luo Tian felt indignant, as he sensed that the matter concerning Luo Qianling was somewhat directed at him. The others chuckled, choosing not to dwell further. However, the elder scrutinized Lu Changsheng and mused, this lad is rather intriguing, he resonates with my temperament. Your temperament? The group looked perplexed. One was fierce and bold, while the other was timid and cautious. Where was the connection? After exchanging a few jests, they began to inquire further. Prior to this, they had learned of the emergence of the Qingyun map and had seen the Grand Hall, yet ultimately failed to locate it. The Grand Hall was indeed the repository for the Qingyun map. The elder provided a response. Zhou Qingyu furrowed his brow, having repelled all challengers and searched extensively, yet found nothing. Luo Tian suggested, could it be that someone else has obtained it? Who might that be? Zhao Yang, or that woman, or perhaps Changsheng? Most likely none of them. If they had succeeded, the subsequent events would not have unfolded as they did. It is more probable that it is related to the night madman. Has he acquired it? The elder pondered, he had heard of this madman. And while he was quite reckless, it was evident that he bore no ill will towards the sect. If he had secured it, it would not be the worst outcome. For at least he meant no harm to the sect. What worried him most was that others might believe it was in our possession. This statement provoked deep contemplation. Should outsiders assume that the Qingyun map was in their grasp, it could spell significant trouble. Although the elder had slain Zhao Jing, there was no need for concern, rather. The fear lay in other factions coveting it. A sense of frustration enveloped the group. They had acquired nothing, yet found themselves under scrutiny. Ultimately, they decided to enhance their patrols to remain vigilant. The gathering dispersed, each person departing. Meanwhile, as those individuals left the Qingyun sect, countless speculations arose. The emergence of the Qingyun map had become common knowledge. Furthermore, with Zhao Yang and Xian Chang dead, and Sumuyu having suffered a great defeat and fled, no one knew where the Qingyun map had truly gone, whether it was with the Night Madman or the Qingyun sect. Some even speculated that the Night Madman was affiliated with the Qingyun sect. Various factions began to formulate their own plans. Luo Tian was strategizing. Aware that the future would not be tranquil, precautions were necessary. He also worried for Luo Qianling, instructing Meng Lang to escort her back to the Xinjiao sect. With the presence of the Supreme Elder, even if the Elder had killed Zhao Jing, others would not dare to target her. Leaving this place would undoubtedly be the safest option. If any unforeseen events were to occur, she would not be adversely affected. Even if the sect were to face annihilation, perhaps one day she could revive its former glory. Initially, I intended for Zhou Qingyu to depart alongside us. His talent is extraordinary, and he is destined for great achievements, far beyond merely the nascent soul stage. However, his steadfast nature led him to refuse, insisting on remaining with the sect through thick and thin. Ultimately, there was nothing I could do but wait for an unforeseen event to facilitate his departure. As long as Luo Qianling and Zhou Qingyu remain, there is still hope for the sect. Only Lu Changsheng stood atop Qingyun Peak, gazing down at the sect he had called home for a decade. His heart filled with contemplation. This decade of shelter had indeed been genuine, providing unwavering protection. He sensed the looming tempest, recognizing his role in it. Yet he understood that the greater influence stemmed from the Qingyun map. This artifact had captured the attention of numerous factions, inciting fervor and frenzy among many, rendering the situation uncontrollable, leaving one to wonder what they might do. For a moment, his gaze shifted toward the direction of the sect's treasury, his eyes reflecting a different kind of intrigue. Perhaps He entertained a thought, only to be interrupted by the arrival of another. A man approached, directing his gaze toward Lu Changsheng. Chapter 38, Turmoil in all directions. A man approached, directing his gaze towards Lu Changsheng. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Lu Changsheng?" the elder asked. Lu Changsheng nodded. "Indeed, I am." "And you are?" "I am Ning Song, the uncle of Uxin," the elder replied. "Ah, I see, a senior from the Ning family." "My apologies," Lu Changsheng responded courteously. Their eyes met, and Ning Song remarked, "There is no need for such formalities, young friend. I have been entrusted by the family head to find Uxin. And I also have a question to pose to you." "What is it?" "I have heard that you mentioned a sum of 100,000 spirit stones could assist Uxin in breaking into the 9th layer of the condensing yuan realm and entering the 4th layer of the sword path. Is this true?" Ning Song inquired directly. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Had Ning Uxin not sworn to keep the secret? How could she so readily betray him? However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to respond, "Indeed, it is true. This information comes from an old friend of my master, who is well versed in this matter." Ning Song nodded, producing a pouch that he handed over. "Here are the 100,000 spirit stones, as ordered by the family head. I appreciate your assistance." In an instant, Lu Changsheng was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. He had been wholly unprepared. Yet, without hesitation, he accepted the pouch. After all, 100,000 spirit stones, combined with what he already possessed, would ensure his stability in the Yuanying realm. Ning Song did not question him further. Having already witnessed the remarkable transformation of Ning Uxin, who had ascended to the condensing yuan realm in just over a month. Even more astonishing was her progression from nothing to entering the 2nd layer of the sword path, a feat that defied belief. Given these developments, there was no reason for skepticism. He continued, "How long will you require to prepare? Are you in a hurry?" "Yes," Ning Song replied candidly. "If possible, I would like to take Uxin back within the next 2 or 3 days." His intent was clear. He had evidently received word from the outside world, suggesting that turmoil was imminent at the Qingyun sect, rendering it unsafe for Ning Uxin to remain there. Lu Changsheng understood the gravity of his words and nodded. "I should be able to gather everything in approximately 2 days." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Ning Sang said, departing without further ado. Holding the spirit stones in his hands and contemplating the attitude of the Ning family, Lu Changsheng began to formulate a plan. It seemed he could no longer afford to wait. He promptly turned away from Qingyun Peak, making his way towards Changyun City. This time, he was resolute, efficiently procuring the necessary items and refining all the medicinal pills. 2 days later, he completed everything and sought out Ning Uxin. After informing her of the various uses of the items, he began to prepare for his own breakthrough. "Senior brother Lu." Ning Uxin began to speak. However, Lu Changsheng merely glanced at her, comprehending her intent. It was best to distance themselves from this place of strife as soon as possible. Had he the means to leave, he would have done so earlier. Ning Uxin wished to express more, but Lu Changsheng had already moved on, disregarding her words entirely. "I do not wish to leave," she murmured quietly, watching his receding figure. Ning Song, observing from behind, spoke up, "Uxin, the current situation is unlike any before. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Uncle Song, is this truly the right course of action?" Ning Uxin questioned. Ning Song replied, "You do not grasp the current political climate. When you initially sent me here, it was with the intention of uniting me with Brother Qingyu, with the tacit approval of Qingyun sect. Yet now, as Qingyun faces peril, they abandon their alliance without fear of reproach. Ning Yusin could not comprehend such actions. Observing the young girl before him, Ning Song sighed softly. Zhou Qingyu possesses extraordinary talent and is indeed a fitting match for the Ning family. He would have been a substantial protector. However, you now may not be inferior to him. With you, the Ning family requires no other. The gap between the gathering spirit realm and the condensing essence realm is merely a thin line, yet crossing it often demands years of perseverance. Yet you have successfully traversed this threshold. A 17 or 18-year-old in the condensing essence realm is not at all lacking when compared to Zhou Qingyu. Such talent is rare. Not just in Sangzhou, but throughout the entire kingdom of Yu. Coupled with the ample resources of the Ning family, nurturing a Yuan should no longer pose a challenge. I will not leave. Ning Yusin shook her head defiantly. Ning Song frowned. The current situation is exceedingly dire for Qingyun. Xintian sect will not relent. They are already collaborating with Qianlumen, and all factions within Sangzhou are watching closely, with threats looming from beyond Sangzhou as well. Do you grasp the potential consequences? Uncle Song. What if Qingyun sect truly regains the Qingyun map? Ning Yusin's words left Ning Song momentarily speechless. What if they did reclaim the Qingyun map? Surviving this calamity could lead to a resurgence. After all, they were once a formidable force, perhaps capable of rivaling the current Xinshao sect in the future. Ning Song fell silent, a flicker of hesitation emerging within him as he contemplated whether to take a risk. I shall return to report. Ning Song made his decision. The chaos in Sangzhou was ignited by the Qingyun map. No one could ascertain whether it had truly fallen into anyone's hands, yet its existence was undeniable. Countless individuals harbored a mix of belief and skepticism, eager to investigate. A tempest was brewing over Sangzhou, with various factions stirring restlessly. Lu Changsheng, however, had chosen to disregard it all as he departed from Qingyun sect. During this time, Luo Qianling made her way to Qingyun Peak. Today marked her departure to Xinshao sect, where she wished to bid farewell. Yet, Lu Changsheng was nowhere to be found. The vast expanse was devoid of his presence. And she could not see him one last time. However, she could not afford to wait any longer. Upon arriving at Xinshao sect, she might yet contribute to the sect and intimidate the various factions. Such were Luo Tian's thoughts. Junior Marshal Ant, it is time to set off. Meng Lang spoke. Luo Qianling gazed into the distance, a bittersweet expression upon her face as she murmured, allow me one last glimpse. I do not know when I shall see him again. Or if I shall ever see him once more. Ultimately, her figure faded from this realm. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng sought a secluded place, his usual training ground. He meticulously arranged formations for protection, placing the puppets outside the grand array to monitor any movements. He then stepped into the formation himself. With the 100,000 spirit stones gifted by Ning Song, he now possessed nearly 330,000, sufficient for him to ascend to the Yuaning stage. For this moment, he had toiled for a decade. Today, he could finally fulfill his aspiration and enter that realm, ready to cultivate at any moment. Even though each breakthrough would entail tribulations, he would no longer have to endure the agonies of the cultivation process. Contemplating this, his heart was tumultuous. As piles of spiritual stones cascaded around him, a radiant glow enveloped him. Immersed in this brilliance, he formed a seal, yet the spiritual stones dissipated like an illusion, transforming into powder that scattered with the wind. His magical power surged relentlessly, propelling him towards the nascent soul stage, accompanied by unbearable agony that coursed through his body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. It was as though every inch of flesh and blood was being ground down, not upon by ferocious beasts, with countless ants crawling over him, incessantly biting, inflicting thousands of intolerable pains. This torment seemed to amalgamate all previous sufferings into one. He was compelled to swallow the crimson spirit pill. Yet his fingers quivered so violently that he could barely maintain the seal. Even after the elixir was refined, the suffering remained excruciating. At the very moment the last of the spiritual stones was exhausted, his cultivation ascended into the nascent soul realm. In the center of his brow, myriad divine lights converged. Manifesting above his head as a tiny figure, 3 inches tall, resembling him perfectly, seated in meditation with hands clasped in a seal, radiating golden brilliance, entwined with streams of luminous energy akin to celestial light. He had attained the nascent soul, and in the blink of an eye, the heavens roared with endless thunder. unleashing countless bolts of lightning that crashed down upon him. Just one final step remained: overcoming the tribulation before he could fully enter this realm. Chapter 39. The old monster of Yuaning. A formidable tribulation descended, filled with lethal intent that swept across the land. The entire mountain range collapsed, reduced to ruins. Lu Changsheng soared into the air, enduring the onslaught of myriad lightning bolts, allowing them to strike him mercilessly. Despite his flesh being torn and exquisite agony coursing through him, a smile remained on his lips. Today, he would break free from the sea of suffering, his heart brimming with joy. As the final bolt of thunder struck, the storm clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. He had completely stepped into the Yuaning realm, his demeanor transformed, fundamentally different from before. Akin to a metamorphosis of essence. I have achieved it. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself, swallowing a medicinal pill to mend his wounds. Feeling the surge of magical energy within him, he was overcome with indescribable delight. In Xingzhou, and even in the state of Yu, he had attained the status of an ancestral figure, his voice now imbued with confidence. The golden core stage grants 500 years of life. While Yuaning bestows a millennium, it is a qualitative transformation. 1,000 years of lifespan could forge countless possibilities. Perhaps in this lifetime, he could indeed ascend to immortality. Once he had recuperated, he set forth back to the Qingyun sect. At that moment, the sect was rife with tension, preparing for an impending storm. On the brink of conflict. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingcheng furrowed her brows. Changsheng, why are you still wandering outside? Do you not realize how perilous it is out there? Senior sister. Lu Changsheng began to respond. Lu Qingcheng continued, perhaps you should head to Qingyun Peak. There are numerous formations there, making it considerably safer. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Changsheng did not decline her suggestion and, after bidding farewell, returned to Qingyun Peak. The others were also preparing for battle, and Yi Tianyi cautioned Lu Changsheng. Junior brother, the sect has arranged for a group of disciples to depart tomorrow. They will return once the situation stabilizes. You should accompany them. He did not wait for Lu Changsheng's reply, having already made arrangements. Lu Changsheng frowned. Everyone seemed on high alert, which made him somewhat anxious. There were scarcely a few Yuaning practitioners in the entire state of Yu, most of whom were merely at the first or second layers, and Qingyun sect was already considered formidable. With the strength of the ancestor, one could easily take on two opponents as if it were a game. Zhou Qingyu was in seclusion, striving to break through to the golden core stage to bolster the sect's combat power. The entire Qingyun Peak was exceptionally quiet. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed from afar. Brother Changsheng. Lu Changsheng turned to see Ning Yusin approaching him. Why haven't you left yet? I do not wish to leave. I am willing to stand with Qingyun through thick and thin. Isn't that foolish? Lu Changsheng frowned, perplexed by her naivety. If she could leave, she would have already departed from the state of Yu. My family, the Ning clan, is willing to assist Qingyun in overcoming this crisis. Uncle Ning has already set off to seek powerful allies. As Ning Yusin spoke, she glanced at Lu Changsheng, a strange tremor in her heart. She felt that today, Lu Changsheng seemed somewhat different. Just as she was about to inquire further, a commotion arose from below Qingyun Peak. There, a figure staggered from the distance, crashing into the forest. It was Ning Song, who had been rescued, bloodied, and bearing ghastly wounds that stood out starkly. Ning Yusin's expression turned anxious as she hurriedly rushed over. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived: all routes had been severed, someone had encircled the Qingyun territory, cutting off all connections. The sect trembled, unexpectedly arriving at such a swift pace. Listening to this, Lu Changsheng felt astonished. Is this truly the scale of their ambition? Many began to wear expressions of gravity. It was evident that a single faction could not accomplish this alone. Yet, Lu Changsheng found himself beneath a tree, reclining on a chaise lounge, indifferent to the unfolding events of the outside world. At this moment, he had entered the nascent soul stage, possessing the means of self-preservation. And after a decade of diligent preparation, he had equipped himself with life-saving measures, not to mention the possession of the Qingyun map. The might it commanded was astounding. With his current cultivation, as long as he was not confronted by an exceptionally formidable opponent, he would remain unscathed. If matters truly descended into an irreversible state, there would be no recourse. Given his bond with the Qingyun sect, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance on their behalf in the future. For a time, the entire sect stood on high alert, unconsciously generating a palpable pressure. As the sun sank beneath the mountains and dusk enveloped the sky, Changsheng, unaware of when he had fallen asleep, was stirred from his tranquility by a voice. Ethereal light manifested, and a figure appeared before the Qingyun sect. Where are the people of Qingyun? Countless gazes turned, revealing a woman in her 30s, exuding an enchanting allure. She glanced forward, the corners of her mouth curling into a teasing smirk, replete with intrigue. Luo Tian, upon hearing her, ascended into the air, his gaze growing stern. Xian Mei. What brings you here? The woman was none other than the leader of the Xiantian sect. With a smile, Xian Mei replied leisurely. Your sect seems to have quite the short memory. Did you not summon me to provide Qingyun with an explanation? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. All eyes were fixed upon the sky, aware that the visitor bore ill intentions. Is this your explanation? Luo Tian admonished. Xian Mei retorted, then what do you wish for? Do you truly consider yourselves sovereigns, expecting my Xiantian sect to serve you? Facing imminent peril, what is there left to discuss? As her words fell, numerous figures emerged from the darkness, standing high above. Their gazes swept across, revealing a host of core formation experts. On the mountain peaks, there were also those at the foundation establishment stage. Are they mobilizing the full might of the Xiantian sect to attack us? But we are not alone. Laughter echoed. Everyone sensed that even more individuals lurked in the shadows. Luo Tian ceased his idle chatter, his voice resonating. Qingyun disciples, follow me to slay our foes. Yes. The response thundered as Luo Tian stepped forward, fully prepared for the confrontation. Xian Mei scoffed, advancing with her cultivation at the 8th layer of core formation surging forth. Her magical power manifesting, ready to strike. However, in the instant of their clash, a shocking sound reverberated. Luo Tian wielded his sword, slashing towards the heavens. The overwhelming sword light swept through, his unmatched magical power surging forth, striking ahead, and with a single blow, Xian Mei was forced back. 9th layer of core formation. Xian Mei exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Luo Tian's unexpected breakthrough. Everyone present was acutely aware of this development. Luo Tian, however, wore an impassive expression. Having been humiliated publicly before the entire sect, he had since dedicated himself to arduous training, striving to ascend to the 9th layer. He was but a step away from the nascent soul stage. This revelation cast a pall over many faces. Above the state of you, a single nascent soul is sufficient to elevate a sect to greatness, with two, ascendance is inevitable. Xian Mei's countenance was far from pleasant. Having been ensnared at the 8th level of foundation establishment for nearly 2 decades, her frustration was palpable. In the darkness, a voice echoed ominously. It seems I must not underestimate you, Qingyun. As the words lingered, an elderly figure emerged. His stooped form and sunken visage evoked a sense of dread, while his murky eyes glimmered with indifference and malice. Xiantian the Elder. Gasps of astonishment rippled through those present, though none were particularly surprised. Simultaneously, within the Qingyun sect, another figure stepped forth. Xiantian the Old Demon, do you believe you can subdue my Qingyun? Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. With a resounding crash, the Elder of Qingyun appeared, his presence causing the surrounding peaks to tremble, an overwhelming surge of blood energy seemingly illuminating the nocturnal sky. Ha! Xiantian the Elder scoffed coldly. In that instant, the two nascent souls surged towards the heavens, their unleashed power rendering the faces of all onlookers pale with shock. Countless disciples gazed skyward, while Changsheng, awakened by the commotion, raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene. Indeed, there were many arrivals. At that moment, his divine sense extended. Perceiving that other formidable beings lay in wait within the shadows, not limited to Xiantian's faction. Chapter 40, The Celestial Origin of the Nascent Soul Beyond the Qingyun. Chaos reigned. Leaders and elders from various factions rushed into battle, accompanied by disciples of the condensation realm. Countless flashes of blades and swords illuminated the night sky. As flames of conflict soared high, Luo Tian, wielding his sword, charged toward Shenmei, while several golden core elders of the Xiantian sect moved to intercept him. As darkness enveloped the scene, more formidable experts joined the fray, hailing from diverse powers, not merely the Xiantian sect. The towering figure of the Qingyun ancestor advanced into the fray, exuding an oppressive presence. The clash between two nascent soul warriors stirred the very mountains, unleashing a tempest that unraveled the night. Many disciples, seemingly powerless in such turmoil, nonetheless grasped their weapons, resolutely prepared to fight alongside their sect in this perilous hour. On Qingyun Peak, Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi had already set out to confront the enemy, leaving Ning Yusin gazing up at the vast sky, her heart trembling in uncertainty. Without the aid of the Ning clan's strong, she could only wait and pray. At that moment, a figure quietly descended upon Qingyun Peak, standing not far from Ning Yusin. "Who goes there?" Ning Yusin inquired. The figure slowly turned, his movements stiff and mechanical, yet accompanied by the terrifying pressure of a golden core expert. Upon recognizing the figure, Ning Yusin's brow furrowed tightly. It was a humanoid wooden effigy, its limbs rigid, devoid of features, yet radiating a palpable aura of resentment. "Where is Lu Changsheng? Where is he?" The wooden figure spoke, its voice hoarse and deep, barely concealing its fury. "It is you." The voice, along with the familiar aura, belonged to Zhao Jing, who had previously fled. Now, reduced to mere spirit, she had returned in this form. "What do you want?" "I want him dead." Zhao Jing's tone was icy, blaming Lu Changsheng for all that had transpired, never once considering her own culpability. Clutching a long sword, Ning Yusin shook her head. "I do not know." "Do not know?" Zhao Jing advanced a step. Ning Yusin raised her sword defensively. Despite Zhao Jing's transformation into a wooden figure, she still possessed the cultivation of the third layer of golden core, far beyond Ning Yusin's capacity to withstand. "Then I shall kill you and seek him out." Zhao Jing appeared almost deranged, intent on slaughtering all in her path. "Begone!" Ning Yusin gritted her teeth, slashing her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy and channeling her magical power toward the front. Yet, her attack was swiftly extinguished, and a surge of power surged forth, seeking to bind and annihilate her. Even so, she did not falter. As a member of the Ning clan, she possessed inherent means of protection. However, to her astonishment, as Zhao Jing struck, her power suddenly dissipated. A force erupted from Qingyun Peak, dragging her backwards into the mountains. "What?" Ning Yusin stood in a daze. Zhao Jing, too, was taken aback, realizing she could not contend with this might. She had expected some hidden powerhouse within the Qingyun sect, only to behold a figure reclining on a lounge chair. It was none other than Lu Changsheng. "It is you. What is happening?" At that moment, Zhao Jing, devoid of facial features, was nonetheless filled with intense emotion. Lu Changsheng spoke calmly. "You fled before, yet chose to return to court death. What immense hatred drives you to this point of no return?" His tone was almost didactic, leaving Zhao Jing in a state of disbelief. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from Wang Ming's own reckless provocation, which led to these dire consequences. Zhao Jing, with her expression as rigid as wood, faced forward. "You dare offend me? You shall die for it, and your entire Qingyun sect will pay the price for your folly." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. "You continue to boast, yet you fail to perceive who truly holds the reins of this situation." As his words fell, he raised his hand, binding her with his magical power. A force gradually pressing down upon her, relentlessly extinguishing her spirit and essence. Zhao Jing, feeling this overwhelming strength, was gripped by terror. "A Yuaning? How can you be a Yuaning? This is impossible." Her body shattered while her soul remained intact. The notion of a young Yuaning was utterly horrifying, defying belief. Simultaneously, a deep-seated fear began to spread within her. Lu Changsheng, uninterested in further discourse, let his power surge, obliterating everything in its path. "Senior brother, save me!" Zhao Jing's desperate cry echoed through the heavens, capturing the attention of all. Yet, she was already doomed. The members of Qingyun felt that last breath of hers and recognized it as Zhao Jing's, their faces betraying a grave concern. "Senior brother?" Lu Changsheng slowly rose, gazing at the night sky. Amidst the darkness, an elderly figure appeared above the Qingyun sect. clad in gray robes, with hair and beard streaked with white. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, a cold gaze sweeping over the sect, revealing his anger. Time and again, they dared to defy authority. The Qingyun sect truly sought its own demise. The elder's voice resonated with authority, causing a tremor of fear to ripple through all. A Yuaning powerhouse. Simultaneously, everyone sensed the formidable presence of the newcomer. Luo Tian's expression darkened, and the Qingyun ancestor frowned, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of another Yuaning. Hailing from the Xinjiao sect. What was the intent of the Xinjiao sect? To obliterate my sect? The ancestor spoke, his voice sharp with admonition. The newcomer chuckled lightly. You weave your own web, and your demise is of no consequence. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Xinjiao sect? Do you truly believe that Qingyun is without defenders? Luo Tian's voice rang out, laced with fury. Luo Qianling had already been taken away. Yet he never anticipated another would come to this place. The elder sneered, I am aware that Luo Qianling has become a disciple of the Supreme Elder. But what of it? If I eliminate all of you, who would be the wiser? You. Luo Tian seethed with rage. The Qingyun ancestor's expression darkened further. As his chi surged violently, attempting to break free from the clutches of the Xiantian ancestor to thwart this intruder. With a Yuaning intervening, the tides of battle had irrevocably shifted, the entire sect was on the brink of annihilation, and all would perish. As he stepped forward, the assailant exuded a murderous intent. Descending upon the Qingyun sect. He, too, sought the Qingyun map, as conjectured by the outside world, and had a strong desire to claim it while avenging his junior sister. Soon, he arrived at Qingyun Peak, his consciousness sweeping across the area in search of hidden presences. Slay my junior sister. And I shall have your entire sect accompany you to the grave, starting with you. The man's voice reverberated, as his formidable power surged forth. A colossal hand, forged from concentrated energy, materialized and descended upon Qingyun Peak, intent on obliterating everything and reducing it to ashes. He paid no heed to the identity of the one who had struck first. A coward, shrouded in fear and reluctant to show himself. Regardless of any talents he might possess, stood no chance against a formidable nascent soul cultivator like him. Ning Yusin looked up, realizing it was too late for her to escape. As she felt the oppressive aura emanating from the nascent soul, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. Just as the colossal hand was about to strike Qingyun Peak, an abundance of spiritual light erupted from the ground, numerous intricate patterns manifesting and intertwining before her eyes, coalescing into a protective barrier enveloping Qingyun Peak. The barrier shimmered as the gigantic hand collided with it, the two forces clashing, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. The members of the Xinjiao sect furrowed their brows, astonished to discover the presence of a protective formation here. He was reluctant to squander time on this. So he swiftly shifted away, intent on annihilating this sect from another location instead. However, before he could act, intricate patterns began to emerge from Qingyun Peak, radiating light and swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Concurrently, a grand formation ascended, unleashing countless lethal energies that soared into the heavens. Chapter 41, The Lord of the Thousand Luo Gate. As the vast formation of Qingyun surged, an astonishing wave of slaughter emerged, captivating countless gazes. Upon witnessing the grand array, a group of core formation practitioners paled, for the formidable aura it exuded was beyond their capacity to contend with. Capable of effortlessly annihilating those at the 9th level of core formation. Even the venerable Xiantian ancestor displayed signs of astonishment. Even nascent souls would find themselves troubled. A momentary lapse could lead to demise. It was unexpected that the Qingyun sect possessed such formidable capabilities, they had underestimated them indeed. Xianmei let out a cold snort. Her eyes glimmering with envy, such profound depth was far beyond the capabilities of her own sect. In that moment, her murderous intent intensified. Luo Tian, upon hearing these words, found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the magnificent formation beneath him, utterly bewildered. Having served as the sect leader for so many years, he had been oblivious to the existence of such a formation. Could it be that it had not yet been passed down to him? However, the Qingyun ancestor also raised an eyebrow, equally unaware of the situation. Upon further reflection, it was clear that Luo Tian lacked such prowess. The only one with such abilities remained the master of Qingyun Peak, who was most likely the only one capable of such feats. Nevertheless, this development was fortuitous. As the grand array ascended, the disciples collectively breathed a sigh of relief, spared from the threat of slaughter. The nascent soul of the Xinshao sect observed coldly. No wonder they dared to provoke my Xinshao sect. They possessed some skill, yet did they truly think they could ensnare me with such minimal power? With a flourish, the individual spoke, channeling their magical energy as their sleeves waved to deflect the oncoming slaughter. An endless cacophony echoed in all directions, the formation roiling as intricate patterns intertwined and manifested. The two sides clashed, their might astonishing, rivaling that of the distant battles of nascent souls. As the individual continued to strike, the grand array trembled. Their energies converged, divine radiance filling the skies, stirring the winds and clouds. Gradually, the newcomer's eyes flickered with surprise. He had intended to carve a path of escape, only to discover that the formation possessed remarkable resilience, with no apparent weaknesses in any direction. Could the Qingyun sect truly have such an extraordinary array master? He found it hard to believe. Lu Changsheng reclined once more in his chair. His consciousness extended outward, and judging by the current situation, Xiantian sect was destined for defeat. Xianmei would not be a match for Luo Tian, nor could the Xiantian ancestor contend against the Qingyun ancestor. Even the elders and peak masters of the sect, after a decade of refinement under him, were no longer weak. As for the grand array, it was the culmination of many years of effort to preserve his own life. He had expended tremendous energy in its arrangement, continuously reinforcing and improving it over the past decade to attain its current might. He preferred to remain in the shadows, avoiding exposure. If revealed, even the mightiest would be unable to protect him. The principle of a commoner is innocent, yet possessing treasure invites trouble was one he understood well. However, he also released his puppets to act in secrecy, ready to intervene should anyone encounter danger, while also dealing with those who operated in the shadows. What he did not anticipate was the emergence of a crimson orb in the hands of the Xinshao sect's personnel. As the orb hovered in the air, an astonishing power manifested, shielding its bearer. Radiant beams erupted, shaking the grand formation. A high-grade spirit-level magical artifact. Lu Changsheng's eyes brightened, and he mused. Such is the advantage of a great sect, they truly possess an abundance of treasures. However, as the orb emerged, the grand formation found itself in a stalemate with him. Yet there was a palpable loosening, suggesting that a breakthrough was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, Lu Changsheng had only recently ascended to the nascent soul stage and had not yet had the opportunity to reinforce the formation. All eyes were fixed upon the heavens as the battle unfolded. Xianmei found himself at a disadvantage. Xuantian's ancestor was also being suppressed, already aged and drained of vitality. He was confronted with a vigorous individual whose boundless magical energy was a source of great frustration. It would not be long before defeat was inevitable. Xiantian old ghost. Dare you tread upon my mountain gate? Rest assured, I shall obliterate your entire sect in due time. The ancestor's voice resonated with authority. Xuantian's elder, face darkened, retorted. Qingyun has yet to claim victory, your hubris is premature. Is that so? The Qingyun ancestor glanced at the trapped nascent soul. The bold actions of the Xiantian sect were likely instigated by him. If he could vanquish this old ghost and subsequently deal with that individual, the crisis of Qingyun would be effortlessly resolved. Boom! With this thought, the Qingyun ancestor swept his arms, unleashing an astonishing force that compelled the Xiantian old ghost to retreat repeatedly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. As he gazed ahead, his expression was grave yet filled with ferocity. Kill! As the Qingyun ancestor descended once more, his overwhelming power struck like a mountain falling, resonating through the void. This single blow caused the Xiantian old ghost to spew blood, his body hurtling through the air, crashing into the mountain. At this juncture, the Qingyun ancestor disregarded all else and pressed forward. Observing this, the Xiantian old ghost could no longer contain himself and bellowed into the night, Zhenluo. How much longer must you watch? His voice echoed, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. Even the Qingyun ancestor could not help but frown, as a wave of foreboding swept over the crowd. He. Laughter rang out, and a radiant arc streaked across the sky, hurtling toward Qingyun sect with an astonishing might. It was an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, none other than the master of Zhenluo. At this moment, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and exclaimed. You have actually broken through to the nascent soul. Fortuitous, merely fortuitous. Qian Luo replied with a mild smile, projecting an air of gentleness. Yet all of Sangzhou knew that this man possessed the deepest scheming mind. His ascension to the nascent soul stage was unforeseen. Before this, after the demise of the Qian Luo sect's ancestor, they had not seen a figure of such caliber for centuries. Qian Luo, do you wish to stand against me and Sanyun? The Sanyun ancestor admonished. Qian Luo, glancing over, quickly waved his hand, saying, Dear friend, do not misunderstand. My sect's treasured Qian Luo tower has been lost. And I have come seeking its trace. I harbor no ill will towards your esteemed sect. Nonsense. Luo Tian rebuked. However, he recalled the tower that was meant to suppress Zhou Qingyu during the beast tide, which seemed to be the Qian Luo tower. Yet, Qian Luo remained unperturbed, instead smiling. There is no need for haste, Sect Master Luo. I shall investigate on my own. If I cannot locate it, I will withdraw. With that, he abruptly made his move toward Sangyun's sect. Though his words suggested otherwise, his intentions were unmistakable as he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy upon the Grand Formation. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated as the Grand Formation endured the onslaught of two nascent soul cultivators, causing fluctuations and a crack to spread forth. How dare you! Elder Sangyun bellowed in fury. Yet, Qian Luo seemed oblivious, launching another attack to breach the Grand Formation. Once the formation fell, the nascent souls of the Xinjiao sect would no longer be restrained, leading to Sanyun's inevitable defeat. Undoubtedly, his actions were driven by ulterior motives, seeking to seize Sangyun's resources. Otherwise, he could have directly targeted Elder Sanyun. Laughter echoed through the air, the voice of the old ghost Qian Tian mocking as he gazed forward, his eyes brimming with provocation. In the next moment, the Grand Formation crumbled, scattering countless beams of light. Witnessing this scene, the members of Sanyun were consumed by rage. As the formation shattered, those lurking in the shadows could no longer remain still, hastening towards the Sanyun sect, including several core formation experts. Damn it! Luo Tian roared, recognizing the peril that Sanyun faced. A sinister smile crept across Qian Luo's face as he surged towards the heart of Sanyun, descending rapidly. However, just as he neared the treasure pavilion, a flash of swordlight surged forth, illuminating the night with its brilliant glow, striking directly at Qian Luo. A scream pierced the air, blood splattering as Qian Luo stumbled backward at an alarming speed, one arm severed by the sword qi, his entire body trembling. Everyone was taken aback, even the members of Sanyun, caught off guard and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A hush fell over the night sky, leaving only a soft sigh from above Sanyun. Chapter 42, Reaping a soft sigh echoed, drawing all eyes towards the heavens. There, amidst the clouds, stood a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mystery, obscuring their features, yet causing a pallor to wash over the faces of those present. With a single stroke, they severed the arm of Qian Luo, and it was evident to all that this was a formidable nascent soul expert, wielding a terrifying mastery of the sword. The nightmarish demon! Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the individual before him. The very one who had dragged him from his slumber and pressed him to the ground in the dead of night. However, Luo Tian had never anticipated that in the hour of Sanyun's peril, this person would step forth, and even more shockingly, that they had already entered the realm of nascent soul. The presence of such a powerful being, concealed within the sect, sent a chill down the spine of all. In contrast to Sanyun, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. The Sanyun sect had continually delivered shocks to their senses, leaving them in tumult. Who are you to meddle in this matter and oppose my Xinjiao sect? One of the Xinjiao members demanded. Lu Changsheng, caught off guard by the emergence of another nascent soul, realized he had no choice but to engage. Yet, facing the inquiry, he responded slowly, Do you truly represent Xinjiao sect? I am of the Xinjiao sect. Silence if you cannot represent them. Your noise disturbs me. Lu Changsheng retorted, dismissive of further discourse. The man's face darkened. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly disregard the Xinjiao sect? Clang. As his words fell, Lu Changsheng offered no reply. Instead, he formed a sword seal with a mere gesture. And as the sword song resounded, a blade of sword qi cleaved through the vastness above, striking forth with formidable intent. The Xinxiao member unleashed his full power. A crimson orb glowing fiercely as he attempted to block the incoming attack. Although he managed to withstand it, he was nonetheless sent reeling back 100 paces. Crashing into the mountainside, where countless boulders tumbled down, revealing his astonishment. The 9th layer of Sword Dao. His voice trembled with disbelief as he regarded Lu Changsheng. This strike was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving countless witnesses astounded. Mastering the sword was no simple feat. Even reaching the 9th layer was a peak that many prodigies could scarcely aspire to, and the legendary clarity of the sword heart was akin to an insurmountable chasm, obstructing the paths of innumerable sword cultivators. The eyes of the nascent soul from Xinxiao now reflected terror. All prior arrogance dissipated. He understood that this individual was beyond his reach. Merely the swordsmanship alone could slay him 100 times over. In that moment, there was no hesitation, no words uttered. As he turned to flee, Lu Changsheng remained silent, raising his hand to unleash the soaring sword qi, a series of piercing sounds resonating through the sky, cleaving towards the heavens. He still held back, revealing only the 9th layer of his sword mastery. The man sensed the impending doom and sought to defend himself. But his powers were shattered, his body was pierced, and he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Even among those of the same nascent soul level, how many could withstand such a terrifying swordsman? With one adversary felled, Chen Luo's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror. Clutching his severed arm, he retreated in panic, casting desperate glances. "Senior, I harbor no malice, I merely..." Thud. Lu Changsheng, uninterested in further dialogue, raised his hand once more, the sword qi soaring forth, severing the head from the shoulders. As the multitude looked on, a crimson bloom unfolded. He did not pause, his formidable power radiated in all directions. As those who had surged forth from the shadows were obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. His actions were decisive and ruthless, devoid of any restraint. This scene was etched in the eyes of the Xiantian crowd. They could scarcely fathom that the Qingyun sect concealed such a terrifying entity. The Qingyun ancestor was likewise entranced. Luo Tian's astonishment was evident, all prior resentment towards him dissipated. Zhou Qingyu also turned to gaze in that direction, his eyes alight with brilliance. For this swordsmanship epitomized the realm he had long sought. Witnessing it firsthand, a profound melancholy enveloped him, leaving him unable to quell his emotions. With Lu Changsheng's intervention, 2 Yuanying fell, and numerous Jiadun perished. He cast a glance towards Luo Tian's direction. The remaining adversaries would be left to him to handle. "Thank you, senior," Luo Tian exclaimed, exhilarated. In stark contrast, the Xiantian members appeared ashen. They wished to negotiate peace, but the current circumstances left no opportunity. Their presumed strongest ally had been felled by a single stroke, leaving them bereft of means to contend. Lu Changsheng uttered no further words. Raising his hand to gather the 2 Yuanying corpses, stepping forth and vanishing into the night. The slain Jiadun no longer held his interest, he departed from the Qingyun territory, traversing the expanse of Cangzhou. He had matters of greater import to attend to. Now that the deed was done, he resolved to be thorough, to assault the Xintian Luo, to dismantle these 2 sects entirely, thus eradicating future threats while simultaneously acquiring their resources. He would not permit any risk to his safety. That night, the entire Cangzhou was engulfed in turmoil. Swords flashed and blood stained the skies. The path of cultivation was inherently arduous, rife with deceit and treachery. For the sake of scant resources, blades were drawn, sects contended openly and covertly, while many rogue cultivators lurked with predatory intent, as evidenced by Qingyun. Yet, following this night, the delineation of power in Cangzhou was destined to be rewritten. The once triad of power was reduced to only Qingyun, with all resources within the region poised to be claimed. With the ancient specter of Xiantian torn asunder by the Qingyun ancestor, his body obliterated and soul severed, the Xiantian sect suffered a crushing defeat. Its leader was slain by Luo Tian, and not a single Jiadun escaped. Those who had besieged the Qingyun sect were now but a remnant. Even those who managed to flee would find no peace, for Qingyun would spare no effort in their pursuit of retribution. Moreover, with the emergence of the night demon, aiding Qingyun in their plight, the morale of the disciples soared, and any lingering resentment towards him vanished. Upon reflection, Though he had caused turmoil for the sect over a decade, harming countless individuals, none had sustained injuries, rather, he had inadvertently motivated everyone to cultivate. When tranquility returned, San Yun mobilized, advancing toward the Xintian sect. This matter was bound to reach a resolution, with the intention of obliterating this faction entirely. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the sect had already been razed, its treasury completely looted. Frowns creased their brows as they set off for Qianluo sect. Only to find themselves a step too late, the sect had been dismantled, and all its members had long since fled. The treasures, resources, medicinal fields, and weapons had vanished without a trace, with even several mountains overturned and the earth's spiritual veins completely drained. The members of San Yun exchanged glances, pondering whether they had been outmaneuvered. Who would dare to seize our opportunities now? As this thought lingered, it became apparent that it was likely the work of that individual. Nevertheless, a resounding victory in this battle would establish San Yun as the singular sovereign of Zhangzhou. After completing his tasks, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingyun Peak, reclining there with an air of tranquility. He had turned two sects upside down, acquiring all their resources. Yet, the total amounted to a mere 100,000 spirit stones. A rather meager sum, even less than what he had earned from Ning Yusin. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The sect had invested significantly in nurturing so many individuals. The possessions of the two Yuaning ancestors had been thoroughly looted, easily fetching over 100,000, resulting in a sudden profit exceeding 300,000. Furthermore, he would no longer endure hardships during his cultivation, as the sect was on the verge of flourishing, its territory expanding, and the potential for plunder increasing. He suddenly felt a sense of optimism for the future. Chapter 43, The Azure Feathers Core Formation. The turmoil in Zhangzhou gradually subsided. Various factions remained in seclusion. Yet the reckoning of the San Yun sect continued unabated. Luo Tian, accompanied by the leaders of various peaks, persisted in his campaigns, while the ancestor presided over the sect, ensuring no one dared to covet the San Yun sect any longer. Who could remain oblivious to the fact that they had obliterated two other sects in Zhangzhou? More importantly, the San Yun sect harbored a formidable and terrifying power, an individual at the nascent soul stage who had mastered the 9th level of the sword path, rendering two nascent souls utterly powerless against him. What does it mean to attain the 9th level of the sword path? Even those at the 5th level of nascent soul would feel trepidation in his presence. Not to say he was invincible in the kingdom of Yu, but he was perilously close. The ancestor of San Yun gazed upon the entirety of the sect, perplexed by the identity of the enigmatic figure known as the Night Demon. This individual had remained hidden, yet at a critical moment, had saved the entire sect. To claim that there was no connection to the sect would be met with disbelief. Moreover, there was that formation, even he had been unaware of its existence until now. Could it be the master of Qingyun Peak? It seemed only he possessed such capability. Yet upon further reflection, he shook his head. Surely, it could not be that little fellow, Lu Changsheng. The ancestor sensed the formation emanating from Qingyun Peak. And the aura of that nascent soul had also first appeared there. On that peak, there were only 3 disciples, Zhou Qingyu, Yi Tianyi. And now only Lu Changsheng and Ning Yusin remained. If Ning Yusin possessed such prowess, she would not have come here, thus, only he was left. Contemplating this, he chuckled to himself, finding the notion absurd. Even if Lu Changsheng dared to acknowledge it, he would find it hard to believe. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. For that person bore no ill intent. The Xinshao sect learned of the matter and sent representatives to express their sincerity. With the death of the individual in question, they could not impose severe punishment but could only offer compensation. The actions of Zhao Jing and her associates did not represent the Xinshao sect. And with Luo Qianling in their ranks, no one would dare to act rashly again. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng returned to his leisurely existence, converting all his belongings into spirit stones, 350,000 in total, all of which he refined in one go. Surprisingly, despite the influx of spiritual energy, it failed to stir any significant response, leaving him still far from the 2nd level of nascent soul. The amount of spiritual energy he required was becoming increasingly daunting. During this period of uninterrupted tranquility, he initially pondered how to facilitate Zhou Qingyu's entry into the Xinshao sect, only to discover that Zhou had already begun his retreat to form his core. The onset of the dynasty war brought together the talents of all sects in the kingdom of Yu, though ultimately only the top 30 would be accepted into the Xinxiao sect. Once the core was formed, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to shake his position, thus alleviating Lu Changsheng's concerns. Given Zhou Qingyu's exceptional aptitude, with proper nurturing, his future was boundless, however. The Qingyun sect would struggle to cultivate him effectively and unlock his maximum potential. He would require resources and guidance. Therefore, sending him to the Xinxiao sect was undoubtedly the best course of action. From that point forward, Lu Changsheng needed only to contemplate his own cultivation. The only mystery that perplexed him was Ning Yusin's frequent, peculiar gaze directed at him. She had begun to harbor suspicions about Lu Changsheng. That day on Qingyun Peak, they were alone, and while she was unaware of the other nascent souls, the one who saved her had indeed been on Qingyun Peak. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had previously guided her in her cultivation without any issues arising. If it were not for the individual he mentioned, would everything not seem quite logical? Yet, she had observed Lu Changsheng's daily actions, and could such a person truly possess such formidable strength? Various thoughts arose, her emotions fluctuated, she sought answers but found none. Aside from his handsome appearance, nothing about him appeared to embody the essence of a true master. In the following period, Xinzhou regained its tranquility, and everything seemed to revert to its original state. Lu Changsheng began to rise early and return late, searching for a mountain range rich in spiritual energy to absorb and cultivate, only to return by evening, repeating this cycle incessantly. Without the torment of cultivation, he became industrious. However, the mountains he traversed were left nearly depleted, taking months to recover. As time passed, a month had elapsed, the sect was thoroughly stabilized, and the curtain of the Great Dynasty War was about to rise. Various factions within the kingdom of Yu were poised for action, urging their respective prodigies to cultivate. For anyone who joined the Xintian sect would receive the sect's protection. Should that individual thrive, they could elevate the entire sect to great heights. Thus, these factions regarded this matter with utmost importance. Some had even taken precautions long ago, investing all resources to nurture the most gifted individuals in the sect, attempting to help them escape the barren lands of the kingdom of Yu. Qingyun sect was also making preparations. They had selected candidates from among their disciples across various peaks. Zhou Qingyu need not concern himself, as he was on the verge of forming his dan, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly join the Xintian sect. The others were also seizing this time to intensify their cultivation, striving to ascend to a higher realm. Yi Tianyi was also on the list, preparing for battle. Only Lu Changsheng lay leisurely atop Qingyun Peak, observing the bustling crowd, yet he was not entirely idle. He contemplated how to assist Zhou Qingyu in elevating his swordsmanship. For it is always prudent to be prepared. This way, he would garner greater attention from the Xintian sect, should he become a revered disciple. He could rely on Zhou Qingyu's protection, sparing himself the daily struggles of fighting for resources. While he pondered this matter, Yi Tianyi approached, voicing his curiosity. "Junior brother, what are you still doing here?" Observing his younger disciple, Yi Tianyi furrowed his brow. While others were busy, he remained idle, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding urgency. Lu Changsheng sighed, "I was startled recently and am currently calming my mind." "Brother, do you have any matters to discuss?" "Calming your mind?" Yi Tianyi tightened his brows. Perhaps he was genuinely startled, but did he possess the clarity of mind? "The Great Dynasty War is about to commence, are you not preparing?" "What am I to prepare for?" Lu Changsheng was taken aback. "Why, to participate in the battle." "Participate? Me? Indeed, are you not aware that you are on the list?" "I am on the list? When did this happen?" Yi Tianyi nodded. "The sect has granted you a spot, specifically chosen by our ancestor." "Were you not informed?" "Uncertain." Lu Changsheng paused for a moment, then, feeling a surge of urgency, exclaimed, "Surely the ancestor has lost his senses. There are only 30 slots in the entire sect. And he allocates one to me?" "Junior brother, do not speak so recklessly." Yi Tianyi rebuked. Had the ancestor truly become senile, or was he on the brink of madness? Why should he be the one to participate? Would it not be better to bestow this opportunity upon someone else? "No, I must confront him and voice my objections." Lu Changsheng, agitated, turned on his heel, intent on seeking out the ancestor to reason with him. He had been living his life peacefully. Why should he be thrust into such an endeavor? Absurd! Yi Tianyi exclaimed vehemently, then continued, regardless of the sect's motives, since you have been chosen, you must strive earnestly. However, I understand the burden you bear. After all, given your current capabilities, this is indeed a daunting challenge. Yet, consider it a form of training. A testament to the sect's confidence in you. Would you not agree? Would you not? Agree? Nonsense. Lu Changsheng found himself lost in thought for an extended period, unable to suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to that ancestor. Chapter 44, Is the relationship so stiff? Beneath the Qingyun Peak. Lu Changsheng wandered aimlessly for quite some time. He contemplated ascending to confront the ancestor, even suppressing the urge to give him a sound thrashing. All he desired was to quietly remain within the sect, yet the ancestor insisted he partake in battle, a decision exacerbated by the repeated urgings of the sect master, which left him in a state of agitation. After a decade of cultivation, he had come to realize how terrifying the outside world could be. Serene sanctuaries like Qingyun sect were exceedingly rare. What was the Xinshao sect? A den of cannibals. As a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. How could he withstand the trials of such a hellish place? Ultimately, he resolved to ascend Qingyun Peak, today, even if he had to subdue the ancestor. He would not participate in the battle. Surely, this was nothing but chaos. With a determined mind, Lu Changsheng set forth, only to see a figure approaching from a distance. It was Luo Tian. He beamed at the sect master, ready to greet him, but was met with a grim expression instead. What kind of potion did you feed the ancestor? He insists on granting you one of the scarce spots. What do you mean by that, sect master? What do you think I mean? Are you truly that oblivious? Luo Tian scoffed. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Sect master, this is slander. Do you think I wish to go? You don't want to go? Then go speak to the ancestor yourself. Luo Tian retorted, turning away with a huff. Hey! You old rascal! Lu Changsheng frowned. He had been unwilling to go, and now Luo Tian was giving him the cold shoulder. Just wait. I shall assist you in your cultivation, he declared, preparing to depart. At that moment, however, the ancestor's voice resonated from the summit of Qingyun Peak. Changsheng, come up. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng proceeded. Today he would seek clarity. He could not allow this injustice to go unaddressed. As he reached the grand hall at the summit, the ancestor's imposing figure was silhouetted against the setting sun. When he turned to face Lu Changsheng, a smile appeared upon his lips. Ancestor! I've arrived. The ancestor gestured for him to take a seat. Lu Changsheng, feeling no need for formality, settled beside him. Before he could speak, the venerable ancestor began. Do not hold it against Luo Tian. He is not targeting you, but rather looking out for your well-being. He fears for you should you venture into danger. Especially since it would be difficult for him to explain to that girl Chenling if something were to happen to you. I harbor no resentment towards him. Lu Changsheng replied. I merely wish to express. You wish to know why I have sent you to battle? Indeed, why? Because I have faith in you, if it is you. You will surely succeed in entering the Xinshao sect. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the hall. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Changsheng's eyes as he gazed at the ancestor, who wore a gentle smile, appraising him with a kindly gaze. A tightness gripped his heart. Had he been discovered? It seemed impossible. He had concealed himself for a decade without anyone noticing. How could this old man, after merely a few glances, have unraveled his secret? Could it be that he had inadvertently revealed something during his previous actions? Changsheng. Just as he was lost in thought, the ancestor's voice broke through his reverie. Ancestor, one must not jest in such a manner. With my current cultivation level, would I not be courting death by going there? Perhaps we should send someone else in my stead? Lu Changsheng ventured, testing the waters. The elder shook his head and said, it would be difficult for anyone else to pass, unless they possess talents akin to Qingyu's. So you believe I possess such talents? You need not have them. Why not? The elder chuckled, "Your reluctance to go stems from your understanding of your own limitations. You do not wish to squander your time. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. In fact, you have been preselected." Preselected? Is this favoritism? Indeed. At that moment, the youth was left in disarray. When had this transpired? How was he completely unaware? The elder continued, "Within the Divine Sky sect, you have a formidable backing. As long as you participate, regardless of your performance, even if you were to lie there until the end, you would encounter no issues." Such strong connections? The youth, bewildered, gazed at the elder with an odd expression. Did he truly have such substantial support? Why had no one informed him? Indeed, such strong connections. "The reason I refrained from telling you earlier was your youth. I feared you might become overly proud," the elder said earnestly. Silence enveloped the hall once more. After a long pause, Lu Changsheng spoke slowly, "So you believe I have matured?" "Yes." The elder replied, "To be candid, I sense you think I am deceiving you. Yet you possess no evidence. As an old man, would I stoop to deceiving a mere youth?" The elder frowned. Lu Changsheng shook his head, "That is difficult to ascertain." The two exchanged glances. The elder continued, "If you lack these connections, why would I encourage you to go? Out of idleness? You." The elder was momentarily speechless. Realizing the extent of the youth's audacity, even disregarding the elder's dignity. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changsheng said, "Are you suggesting that my connection to the Divine Sky sect is through my long-lost father?" "Close enough," Lu Changsheng retorted. "Were it not for the knowledge of my parents' demise during my childhood, I might almost be inclined to believe this old man." "Enough, I have made my decision. You must go." As the elder spoke, he rose and grasped Lu Changsheng's hand. By the time the youth reacted, a mark had already appeared upon him. It was the emblem of participation. Only those bearing this mark were qualified to enter the dynasty war, and once this mark was inscribed, it could not be erased. Should anyone attempt to remove or transfer it, the Divine Sky sect would dispatch personnel to investigate, wary of any malicious intents to infiltrate the sect. Furthermore, there was a stringent rule: those bearing the mark were compelled to participate. Failure to do so would lead to considerable trouble. "Elder, you cannot do this." Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed. The elder patted his shoulder kindly and said, "Now you must go, whether you wish to or not. Prepare well, I have faith in you." Hearing the gentle words, the youth stood in the wind, utterly confused. How was this any different from being forced? With matters having reached this point, he felt he had no choice. Leaving Qingyun Peak, he plunged into the mountains. Just as the elder had said, he had to go whether he wanted to or not. At worst, he would take a stroll and return, considering it a farewell to his senior brother. As long as he remained cautious, there should be no significant issues. However, preparations must be made in advance. With several months remaining until the great battle of dynasties, he endeavored to enhance his cultivation further. After all, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, possessing additional strength would provide greater assurance. Indeed, if the esteemed ancestor were truly a reliable ally, would he find himself in such a precarious situation? Meanwhile, atop Qingyun Peak, Lin Pa followed closely beside the ancestor, observing the vanishing youth, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Ancestor, does Changsheng truly have backing within the Xinqiao sect? Is he genuinely preordained for a place?" Upon hearing this, the ancestor raised an eyebrow. "Well, perhaps." "Perhaps?" Lin Pa queried. "What is the meaning of insisting upon granting him a spot?" The ancestor revealed a hint of embarrassment, explaining, "This spot was, in fact, solicited by that girl Qianling. The esteemed elders of the Xinqiao sect dote on her, and they acquiesced to her request, allowing me to extend this opportunity in exchange for a certain compensation to the sect." "Weren't you said to be unafraid of power?" Lin Pa exclaimed in astonishment. The ancestor replied, "Being unafraid of power does not equate to foolishness. If I can exchange a coveted spot for resources, why would I not? Do you truly believe that apart from Qingyu, anyone else stands a chance of being selected?" But what? Granting Changsheng a spot does not alter the final outcome but can bolster the sect's strength, with minimal drawbacks. Lin Pa began to comprehend and, reflecting on the earlier conversation, remarked, Changsheng is indeed fortunate, he has done nothing yet finds himself entering the Xinshao sect. Not exactly, he will not gain entry, the ancestor shook his head. Lin Pa, puzzled, inquired, wasn't he preordained? Without a pretense, would he even attend? Given his disposition, would he truly go? The disciple selection is overseen by the 4 honorable ones of the Xinshao, who are notoriously unyielding. Moreover, I suspect that esteemed elder does not wish for such a scoundrel to enter the Xinshao. He had indeed heard tales of Lu Changsheng's exploits. Isn't this merely a jest at Changsheng's expense? Lin Pa sighed, having just marveled at his good fortune, only to find him being displaced for a mere diversion. However, while that esteemed elder cannot intervene in the disciple selection, ensuring some care for Lu Changsheng's well-being and allowing him to await the selection in peace is certainly feasible. Ultimately, it is merely Luo Qianling striving to secure an opportunity for Lu Changsheng. The 2 old codgers are simply indulging a young man's wish. After all, in the eyes of everyone, it matters little whether Lu Changsheng participates or not. The ancestor, resigned to the situation, concluded that as there was no real danger, it would remain as such. Upon return, he would provide him with recompense. Chapter 45, A Great Calamity in Sanzhou. Within the Qingyun sect, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. Having endured recent events, the disciples dedicated themselves to their cultivation with renewed fervor. They had come to understand that even a sect could vanish overnight. Only through relentless cultivation could they avoid being at the mercy of formidable foes. Those selected to participate in the dynasty war also engaged in their training, with the sect providing resources. Although they were aware that most were merely supporting players, there was hope that one might rise to greatness. After all, if one succeeded, not only could they secure a promising future for themselves, but they could also provide protection for the sect. Alas, Lu Changsheng had vanished without a trace. The elder felt a pang of guilt and brought some resources, intending to comfort him. However, after several fruitless visits to Qingyun Peak, he learned that it had been days since anyone had seen the young man. That rascal, I hope he hasn't fallen into despair, the elder mused, raising an eyebrow. Lin Pa shook his head, stating, if everyone else is despondent, he surely isn't. He is probably off enjoying himself. The elder was taken aback by the resilience that Lin Pa attributed to Lu Changsheng. Is he truly so steadfast? He wondered. Yet Lin Pa seemed lost in thought, questioning whether such fortitude warranted the elder's admiration. Regardless, with Lu Changsheng seemingly unharmed, he left the resources behind and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng had taken refuge atop a mountain several hundred miles from Qingyun sect. Nestled among the mountains, this secluded spot was devoid of human presence, rendering it a place of great peril for others. For him, however, it was ideal. With no one around, he could freely absorb spiritual energy. Yet the spiritual essence of Sanzhou was disappointingly sparse. After merely an hour, he found the surrounding energy nearly depleted. Reluctantly, he sought another location to continue his cultivation. Thus, a month passed, during which the mountains he traversed became barren, and the local beasts, sensing the shifts, retreated further. Lu Changsheng's path drained the spiritual energy, forcing countless creatures to migrate. Previously, he had refrained from cultivating so readily, which had preserved the tranquility of the region. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. He remained oblivious to the impact of his actions until he paused 2 months later, gazing at the endless mountains, contemplating the desolation of Sanzhou. Ultimately, he decided to return to the sect, concerned that his prolonged absence might worry his senior brother. Upon his return, Yi Tianyi rushed to greet him. Junior brother, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. What could possibly happen to me? Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. I've only been away for 2 months. Is that cause for alarm? Previously, when his senior brother was in seclusion, no one noticed his brief absence. Yi Tianyi frowned, the world is currently unsettled. It is best for you to avoid venturing out. Unsettled? Indeed, you may not be aware, but a great calamity has recently arisen in Sanzhou. Rumors speak of a ferocious beast that has wreaked havoc, causing countless lives to be lost and inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. Such news! Lu Changsheng exclaimed, astonished. Yi Tianyi nodded and remarked, not long ago, an elder discovered that to the south of the sect, The spiritual energy of the 10,000 mountains had dried up, causing countless beasts to flee in search of refuge. The area spanning thousands of miles was devoid of any beast, suggesting that the menace had approached near the sect. To the south of the sect lies the very place where I previously practiced. Lu Changsheng was instantly lost in thought. After a few words of caution from Yi Tianyi, he departed, as the sect master required his attention. Watching his senior brother fade into the distance, Lu Changsheng fell into contemplation. How could he have spent 2 months here without sensing anything amiss? As he made his way back to Qingyun Peak, he encountered numerous individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the formidable beast, with tales growing ever more exaggerated. Rumor had it that some claimed to have seen it. They described it as a monstrous creature, 100 feet in length, hideously ugly with sharp fangs, devouring beasts and, upon finishing, seizing humans to use as toothpicks. Listening to these accounts was bewildering. Lu Changsheng felt utterly speechless. What nonsense was this? Yet, suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted. Could the fearsome beast they spoke of be me? At this realization, he felt a mix of exasperation, though the commotion certainly seemed considerable. He wandered the sect for the next 2 days, noticing an increasing number of visitors to Qingyun sect. Their intentions were all too clear, either to probe the whereabouts of the Qingyun map or to seek out the night demon. Lu Changsheng chose to ignore them. And after 2 days, he departed the sect once more, this time heading eastward. The time until the impending war of the dynasties was still considerable. He ventured into the mountains, seeking a location rich in spiritual energy to commence his cultivation. All remained tranquil as before, yet the spiritual energy continued to dissipate. And his progress remained slow. However, while he was focused on his practice, drawing in the spiritual energy, he noticed an anomaly. Suddenly, an unusual fluctuation washed over him. He sensed a force contending for the very energy he was absorbing. The two entities were in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Until the surrounding energy was nearly depleted. Lu Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Who was this intruder, desperate enough to compete for such meager energy? With that thought, he set off toward the source of the disturbance. As he approached and extended his consciousness, he felt something was amiss. In a valley within the mountains, a silver waterfall cascaded into a pool, where a 3-meter-tall bird rested. Its feathers were an unusual black, particularly striking for the crimson streaks interspersed among them. The creature projected an impressive aura, though it seemed to be injured. The once clear waters of the pool were stained bright red. And it appeared to sense Lu Changsheng's presence, cautiously raising its head to survey its surroundings. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Its black plumage is indeed rare, resembling a giant crow. Lu Changsheng mused, observing quietly. At that moment, he realized the large black bird seemed to have detected him, constantly searching, and it possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul. Goodness. Could it possibly be the creature my senior brother mentioned? Is the formidable beast not me after all? As Lu Changsheng spoke, in the next moment, the massive blackbird suddenly opened its beak, unleashing countless fireballs that erupted in all directions. The flames blazed intensely, scorching the void and igniting the spiritual energy around them. Before him, several fireballs descended upon him. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow, raising his hand as his magical power surged forth, striking down the fireballs, which scattered into the surroundings, leaving trails of brilliance in their wake. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he beheld the blackbird soaring into the sky, its wings unfurling, sending a multitude of black feathers cascading down like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. A thunderous roar reverberated, and Lu Changsheng dispersed the impending onslaught. Such pettiness! Can't even bear to watch? He remarked, his brow knitted, yet his heart was filled with awe. This black bird was indeed extraordinary. If his assumptions were correct, it was likely the formidable beast he had anticipated. Realizing this, he promptly retreated, unwilling to engage further. The brief encounter had already revealed its extraordinary might. Should a fight to the death ensue, the commotion would be too great. With so many seeking it out, especially those brave enough to confront it would undoubtedly not be weak. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 46, You Cannot Prevail. None of you can. Lu Changsheng's figure flickered and appeared outside the mountain range. As he departed, the blackbird ceased its assault and chose to remain dormant. Clearly, It was reluctant to engage, indicating that its injuries were quite severe. Lu Changsheng felt a surge of temptation. Capturing a Yuanying-level demon beast could potentially yield a fortune in spirit stones. However, he steadied himself, primarily concerned about being discovered. After all, a formidable calamity had recently emerged in Sangzhou, instilling widespread trepidation among the populace. He had heard during his time at the sect that many had come seeking to capture this great menace. With this thought in mind, he glanced into the distance. Since the eastern path seemed unfeasible, he resolved to pursue a different direction, ensuring his cultivation would not stagnate. Just as he pondered his next move, he noticed figures approaching from afar. Initially, he considered evasion, but then he heard a voice call out, "Young friend, please wait." The speaker was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, adorned with a golden crown atop his head, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His cultivation level was at the third stage of the golden core, a rare sight indeed. He seemed even more striking than Lu Changsheng's elder brother. Of course, Zhou Qingyu's exceptional talent was unparalleled, and had he dedicated himself solely to cultivation rather than the sword path, his prowess would undoubtedly be even greater. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, surprisingly a formidable expert at the second stage of Yuanying. Alongside them was a youth, seemingly 17 or 18. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, yet his demeanor was filled with arrogance. "Is there something you need?" Lu Changsheng inquired, displaying a surprising lack of fear. Although the young man was accompanied by a stronger ally, how could a passionate youth yield to another? The young man stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of any domineering attitude. "What brings you to this mountain?" Strolling, came the unexpected reply, leaving them momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow but refrained from commenting, his disdain glaringly apparent. The youth scoffed and retorted, "Brat, I do not appreciate your attitude. Answer my questions properly. Am I to blame?" Lu Changsheng began to respond, but the youth's expression darkened. "Are you provoking me? Overly self-important?" Lu Changsheng remained unfazed. In this desolate place, a second stage Yuanying was of little consequence. "You." The youth seethed, his voice cold. "Do you know who I am? Best correct your demeanor, or else." "Whom?" Lu Changsheng regarded the youth coolly. The young man immediately chastised, "Zhao Huan, display some decorum." "Humph." The youth huffed at the rebuke. The middle-aged man interjected. "At such a young age, you truly are unaware of your own limitations. You are oblivious to whom you are addressing, to speak so brazenly." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The young man, visibly displeased by his companion's remarks, composed himself and said, "Friend, we are newcomers to this place and are unfamiliar with it. We wish to consult you on a few matters." Lu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. This individual was surprisingly humble and not at all off-putting. "What questions do you have?" he replied, acknowledging the young man's respectful demeanor and willing to offer guidance. The youth remarked, "It is indeed peculiar that we have ventured here in search of demonic beasts. Yet not a single one has crossed our path." "Demonic beasts? For what purpose?" He continued candidly, "To be forthright, my junior disciple has never left our sect, and we have come hither to seek a beast for his training." The youth spoke without reservation. However, the man, growing impatient, retorted, "The opportunity to respond is a privilege. Why indulge in such trivialities? If you are so formidable, why seek my counsel? Outrageous! How dare a mere junior show me such disrespect? Have you no regard for your life?" The man scolded, taking a step forward, his oppressive aura manifesting palpably. Lu Changsheng observed, sensing the impending confrontation. Yet noticed the man's aura retract as the youth stood defiantly before him, glaring at both parties. "What does this display of arrogance signify?" The youth's expression darkened as he admonished the Yuanying. To everyone's surprise, the Yuanying restrained himself, refraining from retorting. "My friend, I sincerely apologize on their behalf," the youth said, bowing respectfully. Zhao Huan remained displeased but chose not to respond further. Lu Changsheng scrutinized the scene, his curiosity piqued. "From whence do you hail?" he inquired. "We are from the Xinshao sect," the youth replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could it be that fate entwines me with the Xinqiao sect? Furthermore, he had just learned that the young man's surname was Zhao. Could there be a connection to Zhao Jing? As Lu Changsheng displayed his reaction, Zhao Huan's disdain deepened. Now, do you comprehend your folly in offending such a formidable figure? The man sneered, having encountered many like Lu Changsheng, self-important individuals who, upon hearing the name of the Xinqiao sect, transformed entirely, their previous arrogance evaporating. Lu Changsheng frowned. The youth shot a glare before asking, "Do you know where the demonic beasts have fled?" Recently, a great calamity has struck, causing the demonic beasts to flee. Not a single one remains? The youth said, bewildered. In response, Lu Changsheng regarded the young man seriously. Not entirely, I did encounter one earlier, yet it is exceedingly powerful. I advise you to refrain from pursuing it, you would not stand a chance. Barbarians and savages, who do you think you are looking down upon? Zhao Huan scoffed. Lu Changsheng, however, paid him no mind, feeling a sense of disdain towards the attitudes of these two. After a brief pause, the youth smiled, "It matters not. We shall forge ahead regardless. Just point us in the right direction. Do not go, you are not equipped for this." Lu Changsheng shook his head. Zhao Huan, growing impatient, countered, "Who do you claim is incapable? It is you who cannot succeed. Na ve fool. A mere rustic villager can hardly fathom the extraordinary nature of the Xinqiao sect. A demonic beast is simply that, how formidable can it truly be? In our presence, it is no different than a common fowl or insignificant insect." Listening to this, the youth frowned. Though he disapproved of Zhao Huan's arrogance, he could not deny the truth in his words. Not only in Sangzhou but throughout the entirety of the Yu nation, there was no demonic beast that could truly pose a challenge to them. If you insist on proceeding, so be it, but I assure you, you are ill-prepared. Lu Changsheng pointed in the direction from whence he had come. The more he insisted, the greater their disdain became. The young man cast a glance and promptly expressed his gratitude. Zhao Huan, however, merely offered a disdainful smile, while the man dismissed him with a scornful glance. "Kid, today your fate hinges on his presence, but you have already provoked my ire. It would be wise for you to flee now. Once I have dealt with the demon beast, I will return to seek you out. If you manage to escape swiftly, consider yourself fortunate. Should you survive to stand before me again, it will indeed be a testament to your luck." Lu Changsheng, unfazed by the provocation, instead revealed a faint smile. The man's murderous intent intensified, yet he chose to endure, restrained by the presence of the young man. This youth is no ordinary individual. It seems he holds a significant position within the Xinqiao sect. Lu Changsheng mused, as he sought refuge atop a mountain peak. He had already issued a warning. And should anything go awry, he would not be held accountable. After all, these individuals had disregarded his counsel. Driven either by a desire to showcase their prowess or an inflated sense of superiority, believing that anything outside their sect was beneath them. Should any repercussions arise? They could not blame him, as he had merely sought to assist them, having pointed the way forward. Such benevolence as his was indeed rare. However, what he did not anticipate was that shortly thereafter, a tremendous commotion erupted in that very location. Chapter 47, The Displacement of Calamity in the Distance. The mountains were bathed in a crimson glow that surged toward the heavens, a sharp cry shattering the stillness. Dark birds took flight, a fierce aura emanating from them. As countless flames spread and black-feathered arrows rained down, striking out in all directions. The man from earlier reappeared, engaged in a fierce struggle, unleashing an astonishing display of power. A grotesque claw mark marred his chest, blood staining his garments, his face a mask of solemnity. Lu Changsheng rose and observed with an air of tranquility. Having long anticipated the unfolding events. How foolish the people are, he mused. Yet, he felt no urgency to depart, rather, he was intrigued by the spectacle. Pondering who might be left to tidy up the aftermath should both parties suffer mutual destruction. As the man battled the dark birds, the youth managed to escape the fray. Yet he was grievously injured, clearly in dire straits. What was unexpected was the man's inability to fend off the dark birds, which relentlessly broke through obstacles, pursuing the youth as if drawn by an unseen force. The youth staggered, his balance faltering, nearly plummeting from the void several times. In that moment, he struggled and, upon looking up, caught sight of Lu Changsheng not far away, his brow furrowing in concern. Lu Changsheng regarded him with calm indifference, disinterested in intervening. Merely content to observe the unfolding drama, waiting for an opportunity to seize. To his astonishment, however, the youth, gazing at him, expended his last ounce of strength to shout, "Fellow cultivator, flee!" "Whom?" The words briefly startled Lu Changsheng. At that very instant, a black feather soared through the air, piercing his body and causing blood to spatter. The youth's form stiffened, and he plummeted into the abyss. Utterly convinced of Lu Changsheng's earlier words that they were simply no match for their adversaries. Yet, it was too late for any further words, as he fell. His final consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan appeared, displaying remarkable cunning. Engaged in battle with a nascent soul, he took advantage of the forest's cover to sprint away, finding it easier to escape amidst the obstacles. As Lu Changsheng observed Zhao Huan on the verge of fleeing, he furrowed his brow and leaped down from the peak, positioning himself before Zhao Huan. Upon encountering an obstruction, Zhao Huan's fury ignited, and he shouted in anger, "Out of my way, you fool!" With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Yet, as the magic approached, it inexplicably dissipated, halting Zhao Huan in his tracks, his body floating uncontrollably, terror evident in his eyes. "A stray dog still has the audacity to bark?" Lu Changsheng remarked coolly, advancing step by step. "You?" Zhao Huan stammered, gripped by disbelief as he sensed the fluctuations of energy around him. At that moment, Lu Changsheng spoke slowly, "What is your relationship with Zhao Jing?" "She is of the Zhao family," Zhao Huan replied. "To offend the esteemed Zhao family is to court death." "Zhao Gongming, one of the 4 sovereigns of the divine clouds, is also of my lineage. So you are of the Zhao family," Lu Changsheng acknowledged with a nod. Seeing this, Zhao Huan's expression softened. Realizing that Lu Changsheng might also harbor some trepidation, after all, the 4 sovereigns of the divine clouds were not to be trifled with. However, the next words that escaped Lu Changsheng's lips left him in stunned silence. "Since we are both of the Zhao family, then there is no moral burden in killing you." "What did you say?" Zhao Huan found it hard to believe, then terror washed over him as a surge of magical energy pierced his consciousness, severing the thread of life in an instant. The nascent soul practitioner sensed something amiss and turned around, his fury igniting. "You are courting death. You should concern yourself with your own safety." Lu Changsheng spoke with a detached demeanor, observing the clash between the 2 parties. The man had not anticipated that his adversary possessed such formidable abilities. Murderous intent surged within him, yet he found himself helpless, struggling merely to preserve his own existence. The forest soon fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, the man attempted to escape, but in that fleeting moment of turning, a blade of sword energy came hurtling toward him, decisively severing his path. When he glanced back, Lu Changsheng stood atop a solitary peak in the distance, the source of the attack. "You? What do you mean by you? Do not lose focus, engage your opponent. You are a member of the Divine Mist sect. A status most noble. How can you contemplate retreating in the heat of battle? Fight to the death, and return only in victory." Lu Changsheng's voice remained calm. Since the adversary harbored intentions to kill him, this matter would not conclude easily. He had a penchant for holding grudges. "You shall perish," the man roared, his heart pounding in fear as he sensed the terrifying sword energy, realizing that the youth's cultivation surpassed his expectations. In an instant, he found himself besieged. As the blackbird swooped in, his escape route was severed. Any retreat would invite Lu Changsheng's decisive strike, leaving him cornered to the brink of death. "Ah!" he bellowed, channeling his magical power to clash with the avian foe, but his injuries only deepened. A cataclysmic force surged forth, yet Lu Changsheng refrained from further engagement. Quietly descending from the peak, the man, recognizing the alarming power at his disposal, recklessly charged forward, momentarily shaking off the blackbird and retreating into the forest, seemingly on the verge of escape. However, just as he was about to break free, a torrent of energy manifested, crashing down upon him. Puff! He spat blood, his body colliding with a hill, rolling out and fracturing ribs, a wave of agony flooding through him. Lu Changsheng reappeared, fury rekindling in his eyes. "You seek death," he roared. Yet, Lu Changsheng merely cast a dispassionate glance and remarked, "I did not expect you to emerge alive. Consider yourself fortunate this time." With that, He raised his hand and unleashed a sword energy that pierced the man's form, severing the last vestiges of life. The man's eyes quivered in disbelief as he gazed forward, sensing Lu Changsheng's power in his final moments, left with nothing but incredulity. Meanwhile, the blackbird warily observed Lu Changsheng, their gazes locked, yet neither made a move. The creature hesitated to provoke unnecessary conflict, allowing the man to pass. Wary of being devoured, should that occur, it would yield no spoils for itself. The blackbird, recognizing the absence of malice from Lu Changsheng, retreated quietly. In an instant, the forest fell into tranquility. Lu Changsheng began to tidy up, furrowing his brow as he muttered scornfully about the impoverished. The combined spiritual stones of the two amounted to little over 30,000, adding other possessions, it barely reached 40,000, far below his expectations. Upon this realization, he raised his hand and incinerated the two individuals. Casting a glance at the fallen youth, who still clung to a flicker of life, he ultimately decided to carry him away. He was not devoid of compassion. In truth, he held no disdain for the young man. Even in such dire circumstances, he had not forgotten to offer a word of caution, sparing a life and paving a path for Zhou Qingyu, for the youth's identity appeared rather extraordinary. As Lu Changsheng contemplated this, he turned to depart, having already traversed 100 miles, when a tumult erupted behind him once more. A piercing cry echoed, filled with fury. It was the black bird from earlier. It seemed to have encountered a rival, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. It was quite occupied. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, not pausing for a moment, intent on returning to his sect. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. The aura of the black bird drew ever closer. Looking back, he saw it charging directly towards him, with two figures clad in black hot on its heels, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Damn it, is this misfortune being redirected towards me? Am I to serve as its shield? Chapter 48, You are quite remarkable as far as the eye could see. A blackbird raced towards him with astonishing speed, leaving the two pursuing nascent soul practitioners far behind. However, the blackbird was gravely injured and could not soar for much longer. Sensing its imminent approach, Lu Changsheng turned to flee, yet the creature seemed to have sensed him as well, accelerating without hesitation in its pursuit. Although Lu Changsheng was prepared to fend it off, he was taken aback to see the blackbird shrinking in size mid-flight, ultimately reducing to a mere 3 inches before colliding directly with the young man. With a thud, the already wounded youth was nearly sent into oblivion by the impact. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to react, the blackbird emitted a sound. Fellow Daoist, save my life, and I shall reward you handsomely. A handsome reward? Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. This blackbird appeared to be extraordinary, and if it wished to escape, the two pursuers could not possibly intercept it, especially since his evasion techniques were unparalleled. This was indeed a gamble for fortune amid danger. If the bird were to renege on its promise, he could sell it for a handsome profit, ensuring he would not suffer any loss. However, before Lu Changsheng could respond, the blackbird had already fainted. Entirely reliant on the hope that Lu Changsheng was a benevolent soul. With a swish, Lu Changsheng waved his sleeve, cloaking himself in a black robe. As the two nascent soul practitioners closed in, their murderous intent palpable. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his power, transforming his essence into a torrent of energy that swept forth. An endless radiance intertwined and manifested, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The two pursuers rushed through the shimmering light, only to find that the young man had vanished. Where is he? One of them inquired, his brow furrowed. The other extended his consciousness in search, yet found no trace. Damn it, he has escaped again. What now? We must find him. We cannot allow him to evade capture again. With that, the two set off, dispersing in search of their quarry. Not far away, Lu Changsheng observed their retreating figures. Lost in thought, glancing at the little black chick nestled in his palm, he couldn't help but wonder, will this bring me great trouble? After a moment's reflection, he decided to keep it close, lest its aura attract unwanted attention. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng returned to the sect, bringing the youth to Qingyun Peak. After assessing the injuries, he concluded that though the wounds were severe, there was hope for recovery. He carefully removed the feathered arrow, treated the wounds, administered a medicinal pill, and left the youth to rest. Now, he turned his attention to the little black chick, which he had rescued at great risk. He had yet to receive his reward and could not afford the venture to be in vain. However, as he tended to it, he discovered a golden feather embedded in its body, emanating an astonishing sword intent that relentlessly drained its vitality. The sword intent had reached the 9th tier. What kind of adversary had this bird provoked? Lu Changsheng contemplated for a moment before decisively severing the sword intent and extracting the golden feather. While the black chick had been unable to dispel the sword intent, the 9th tier sword intent posed no challenge to him, and he effortlessly eradicated it. After tending to the chick's injuries, Lu Changsheng hesitated before producing a medicinal pill to feed it. This was a debt that must be repaid. He then began to meticulously work on the black chick. And after an extensive period, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, having completed all necessary care. Saving lives is undoubtedly more exhausting than taking them. The young man soon regained consciousness, opening his eyes to a foreign environment, his gaze reflecting a sense of wariness. However, upon seeing Lu Changsheng, he was taken aback. "It was you who saved me?" he inquired, incredulity evident in his voice. "Isn't it apparent?" Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The young man was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that the trio had discovered a valley and encountered the black bird. Yet, they had not anticipated that it was a fierce beast of the nascent soul stage, far beyond their capabilities, forcing them to flee until they ultimately encountered the young man before him. After that, his memories faded into oblivion. The last person he remembered was indeed Lu Changsheng. The two locked eyes. The young man immediately rose, expressing, "Thank you for your life-saving grace." Observing his bow, Lu Changsheng felt a renewed astonishment. This individual was indeed different. The prodigy of the Xinxiao sect was neither arrogant nor overbearing, unlike Zhao Wan, who was dismissive of others. Instead, he displayed discernment and understanding, evoking a sense of goodwill. "There's no need for thanks. As cultivators, how could we stand idly by in the face of peril?" Lu Changsheng replied. The young man continued. "Such a profound debt of gratitude will surely be remembered. My name is Yi Qingchen. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Lu Changsheng." "Lu Changsheng?" Yi Qingchen was momentarily stunned. "Is there a problem?" Lu Changsheng inquired calmly. Yi Qingchen responded, "What a coincidence, I have heard of Brother Lu's name before." This was hardly a secret, given the events surrounding Qingyun sect. Lu Changsheng merely smiled, refraining from further comment. He then asked, "What of the other two?" "They perished." "They died?" Yi Qingchen echoed. "Indeed, you are aware of how fearsome that beast was. The fact that I was able to bring you back is already a stroke of luck. It nearly cost me my life." Lu Changsheng recounted the perilous circumstances, each detail more harrowing than the last, leaving listeners awestruck. Yi Qingchen sighed, acknowledging the arduousness of it all, and once more rose to express his gratitude. Naturally, Lu Changsheng too felt the capriciousness of fate, lamenting the demise of the two companions. Ultimately, he departed the room, urging Yi Qingchen to rest well, and returned to his own quarters. No sooner had he seated himself than a voice emerged from his embrace. "Friend, you seem rather well, lamenting over the lives you took." Startled, Lu Changsheng retrieved the little black chicken from his bosom. "When did you awaken?" "Since you began your tale." The black chicken cast a glance, astonished. It could distinctly sense the vitality radiating from the individual before it, still youthful, unlike those who had merely preserved their appearances, yet possessing a cultivation level already at the nascent soul stage. Such a prodigy was indeed awe-inspiring. Lu Changsheng nodded, stating, "Since you are awake, let us fulfill our agreement. You must provide the promised reward. With such remarkable talent, do you truly care for such a trivial reward? Are you attempting to renege on our agreement?" Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. The black chicken bounced up, intending to fly to the table, but during its leap, it tumbled back down. With a thud, its face met the ground, and it looked up in terror. "You have placed a restriction upon me." The black chicken's emotions shifted dramatically as it hurriedly began to sense its surroundings. Lu Changsheng remarked, "I merely planted a few restrictions, after all. I feared you might renege on your word." In the next moment, the black chicken sensed its body, its entire black plumage bristling with agitation. 18 seals of restraint, was this merely a few? It was truly unexpected for it to discover that a total of 18 restrictions enveloped it, almost entirely constraining its movements. With a mere thought, it could be rendered powerless in an instant, leaving no room for struggle. Just to be safe, I planted a little extra. Lu Changsheng chuckled. The black chicken trembled, genuinely surprised that it had found itself in a position of subjugation. However, once it regained its composure, it felt a sense of relief. Despite the multitude of seals imposed upon it, this individual had ultimately saved its life. For a moment, it could not help but scrutinize the person before it. Observing the lack of response from the other, Lu Changsheng's emotions began to shift. My friend, you wouldn't truly consider defaulting on your promise, would you? Saving you entailed considerable risk on my part. Chapter 49, A multitude of affairs. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Changsheng's eyes. The once lively little black chicken fell silent, a look of bewilderment clouding its gaze, as if it could not comprehend the situation. A nascent soul under 20 years of age, what an extraordinary prodigy! Such a person ought not to behave in this manner, asking no questions and merely fixating on the remuneration. By its understanding, even if this individual did not hail from an ancient holy land, they should at least originate from a lineage of prestigious teachings. Did such a person truly lack this trivial matter? Was not the value of personal favors far greater? Forgive my presumption. I am unaware of what kind of compensation you require, the black chicken ventured. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changsheng's expression softened, and he smiled once more, saying, There is no need for any special preparations, simply provide me with spirit stones. How many does my friend desire? At this question, Lu Changsheng fell into contemplation. Surveying the situation carefully. That depends on how much you value your own life, he replied. Having learned from the incident with Ning Yusin, he had become more astute. Wary of underestimating himself and potentially losing out. Allowing the other party to name a price would be a prudent way to gauge the worth. The little black chicken appeared lost in thought, regarding him with suspicion. Then, with a flap of its wings, a pouch filled with spirit stones materialized before Lu Changsheng. This is 100,000 spirit stones, I implore you to accept it. Do you truly believe your life is worth merely 100,000? Lu Changsheng expressed his discontent. In previous circumstances, he might have been pleased, but this time he had taken a risk. Was he to be dismissed with such a paltry sum? The black chicken observed him. Its emotions visibly complex. This is all I have left from my journey. If you deem it insufficient, I shall compensate you later. Let us not defer to later. It must be settled now. Any artifacts or spiritual herbs will suffice, I am not particular. Lu Changsheng declared resolutely, eager to secure what he could now. After all, who knew whether the black chicken would vanish, leaving him empty-handed? The little black chicken had not anticipated that this genius would defy its expectations, utterly overturning its understanding. Could someone of such talent truly possess this level of audacity? Nevertheless, it shook its head and replied, I have very little left on my person after this journey. I assure you, I will repay you in spirit stones in the future. Another miser? Lu Changsheng cast a disdainful glance, dismissing it. Very well, you may depart. But before you go, swear an oath, you must not divulge anything about me to any being in any manner. Should you fail, may the heavens strike you down. Your heart's resolve shatter, your lineage be severed, and may you meet a wretched end. The black chicken was taken aback. What did it mean to be called a miser? Such blatant mockery. And did the oath truly need to be so severe? What was it that required such secrecy? After a moment's contemplation, the little black chicken gritted its teeth and said, I accept your terms and will vow to uphold them. Moreover, I shall ensure to repay you with spirit stones in the future. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, amused. Ah, quite stubborn, aren't we? You. The black chicken inhaled deeply, swearing an oath by the bloodline of its Tao heart. Once established, such an oath could not be broken unless one could ascend beyond all paths. Hearing this vow, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and released the 18 seals binding it. However, its injuries were grave, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. At that moment, outside the Qingyun sect, a series of terrifying auras emerged, enveloping the entire sect. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically as they looked up, only to behold several formidable beings at the nascent soul stage, their cold gazes sweeping over the ground beneath them. You truly are a troublesome entity. Lu Changsheng realized that these individuals were likely drawn here by the black chicken, and promptly kicked it into his embrace, concealing its aura before stepping out of the room to confront the intruders. The venerable ancestor of Qingyun and Luo Tian were also awakened and hurried to appear, seeking to negotiate. "Esteemed friends, what brings you here?" the ancestor inquired. The leader's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice icy as he declared, "We are in search of a creature." "What creature?" "A black avian. If you find it and ignite this incense stick, upon capture, you shall be rewarded with 100,000 spirit crystals. Should you dare to harbor it, your sect's existence shall be rendered unnecessary." The visitors presented a stick of incense before the ancestor. The ancestor nodded. He was not foolish and understood that the visitors hailed from a powerful faction, deeming it unnecessary to offend them. However, Lu Changsheng was not so composed, whispering in astonishment, "You are worth 100,000 spirit crystals." "What do you mean?" The black chicken responded, wary. "Nothing, merely reflecting on your value." Lu Changsheng felt a surge of desire. If he obtained these spirit crystals, he could immediately break through to the second layer of the nascent soul stage, with surplus to spare. The black chicken asserted, "I am currently gravely injured. If you can protect me for a time, I shall reward you handsomely, not less than that 100,000 spirit crystals. You still owe me from before. And now you wish to entice me again?" Lu Changsheng pondered. "Moreover, how can I know where these people emerged from? Without preparation, I cannot conceal your aura." Buzz. While they spoke, Lu Changsheng sensed something new in his possession. Upon inspection, he found a crimson furnace inexplicably in his hands. A royal-grade magical artifact. He recognized its quality. Astonished, it surpassed even the artifact wielded by Qilian, capable of housing living beings. The black chicken explained, "I will recuperate inside the furnace, they will not sense me. You need only carry the furnace with you." As the intruders departed, Lu Changsheng returned to his room, gazing at the black chicken. "What exactly is your background? Being pursued by a group of nascent soul practitioners and holding a value of 100,000 spirit crystals? It is not convenient to elaborate now. I shall reveal it to you in due time." "And what is your name?" The black chicken contemplated for a moment before responding, "My name is Yi Nitian." "Yi Nitian? Indeed." The black chicken scrutinized Lu Changsheng, noticing his hesitation, perhaps believing he had stumbled upon some realization. However, Lu Changsheng merely shook his head. "It's too hard to remember. I'll call you Xiao He." "You. By the way, I am Lu Changsheng." After introducing himself, Lu Changsheng said no more, placing the black chicken into the furnace and turning to leave. With the war of the dynasties approaching swiftly, he had matters to attend to. The venerable ancestor had been so protective of him, he felt compelled to reciprocate and decided to accompany him in training on several occasions. Thus, every nightfall, clad in a black robe, Lu Changsheng sought out the ancestor, willingly assisting him in advancing his stagnant cultivation. Xiao He could perceive everything clearly and was increasingly astonished. This is merely an ordinary sect, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Even the venerable ancestor barely possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul. Yet, from such humble origins emerges an astonishing disciple. At such a tender age, achieving the nascent soul stage is truly unfathomable. Such prodigious talent, if found elsewhere, would incite fierce competition among the Holy Lands. Unquestionably, this individual is destined to become an unparalleled champion. However, it is perplexing that someone of such potential would willingly remain in this remote and impoverished locale, which leaves one at a loss for words. As time passed, Lu Changsheng meandered back to Qingyun Peak, only to find Yi Qingchen awaiting his arrival. "Brother Lu," Yi Qingchen called out, stepping forward. "What brings you here?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "My injuries have mostly healed, I have come to take my leave," Yi Qingchen replied. "Taking your leave? Are you returning to the Shinchao sect?" "No. There are still matters to attend to before I return to my sect. I am immensely grateful for your assistance during this time. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me at Shinchao sect, I would gladly brave any peril for your sake." Yi Qingchen spoke earnestly, feeling unable to repay Lu Changsheng in any other way. Lu Changsheng said nothing in response, harboring no expectations of repayment. He merely hoped that Yi Qingchen would look after his junior brothers and sisters in the future. After all, was he the type to seek gratitude in return? Watching Yi Qingchen depart, Lu Changsheng decided to retire for the night. Initially intending to practice his cultivation, he reconsidered, mindful of the numerous pursuers after Xiaohe. He preferred to remain inconspicuous for the time being. It was best to await a stable moment to partake in the impending battle, bid farewell to Xiaohe, and eventually return to a life of leisure once the storm had passed. Just then, a message from the sect arrived. They would set off to participate in the competition in 3 days. Chapter 50, the royal capital for several consecutive days. The Qingyun sect became lively. Just prior to their departure, Luo Tian appeared, accompanied by 30 individuals who were prepared to journey to the royal capital of the Yu Kingdom to participate in the dynasty competition. Given the arduous journey ahead, they had to set off early. However, upon encountering the participants, a collective furrow of brows arose among the assembly. Each individual present was either a direct disciple of the various peaks or a top contender from the inner sect, representing the pinnacle of the Qingyun sect's current generation. Without a doubt, these individuals were the future pillars of the sect, with the exception of Lu Changsheng. Standing amidst the crowd, he seemed out of place. Wearing a reluctant expression, the last thing he desired was to venture out. Nonetheless, no one paid him any mind or held him accountable for occupying a spot. After all, it was well understood that, apart from Zhou Qingyu, the others had little to no chance of success, an opportunity that was nearly non-existent. Thus, Lu Changsheng's participation held no bearing on the outcome. Instead, some among the crowd began to cheer, "Go for it, brother Changsheng. We believe in you. Yes. Make sure to join the Xinxiao sect and return to protect us." Listening to these remarks, Lu Changsheng felt speechless. These individuals dared to jest about him in public. "Just wait, I will return and assist each of you with your cultivation, especially those who cheered the loudest." Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, harboring a grudge. Little Black, having spent a few days in this environment, began to grasp the situation. Among them was an individual with extraordinary talent, who had achieved the Yuaning stage by the age of 18 yet chose to masquerade as a disciple of the gathering spirit realm, blending into the crowd. "No wonder you insisted I swear such a fierce oath, playing the fool to catch the wise, friend, you are rather cunning. Anyone who crosses paths with you is indeed unfortunate," Little Black remarked. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows and replied, "What do you mean by unfortunate? If you lack the ability to speak properly, then refrain from speaking at all. You harbor such thoughts and expect to go unchallenged?" Lu Changsheng continued. "I have plenty of ideas, including trading you for spirit stones." At this, Little Black fell silent, after several days of interaction. It had realized that this person had no moral compass, and such antics were indeed within his capacity. After the commotion subsided, Luo Tian finally spoke. "Let us depart." This time, he was leading his disciples to the competition, and the journey to the royal capital was no short distance. It would require at least a month of travel. Unexpectedly, Ning Yusin, who had not been seen in some time, arrived. Several elders from the Ning family accompanied her, proposing to travel alongside the Qingyun sect to the royal capital and offering a warship to carry them all away. Luo Tian did not refuse. He had previously received goodwill from the Ning family during a crisis and was not averse to their current gesture. On the road, Lu Changsheng felt rather bored. Gazing at the scenery along the way, this was his first time leaving Sangzhou. Ning Yusin no longer saw Zhou Qingyu and frequently approached him instead. "Junior sister Ning, what is your purpose in going to the royal capital?" Lu Changsheng, feeling uninspired, initially wished to extract information from Little Black, only to find it silent, leaving him to engage in idle chatter. Ning Yusin remarked, "The royal capital also hosts the Ning family's enterprises, and this time, our clan has sent members to participate in the dynasty war. Many elders have gone there." "Ah, I see." Lu Changsheng nodded in understanding. "By the way, where is your uncle Ning-song? It has been quite a while since I last saw him." "Uncle Tsong has returned to the family to report," she replied. The two continued their conversation, albeit with a lack of enthusiasm from Lu Changsheng. What puzzled him was that after Zhou Qingyu had reached the core formation stage, he had not secluded himself but remained leisurely, yet Ning Yusin had never sought him out. Instead, It was Zhou Qingyu who would occasionally visit her to inquire about her progress in swordsmanship. After chatting for a while, Ning Yusin excused herself, her previous eagerness seemingly diminished. Women are indeed fickle, Lu Changsheng thought, observing the change with a hint of disappointment. Soon, they approached the royal capital. With the Ning family's worship, they arrived 10 days ahead of schedule. They then reached a manor within the city, an estate belonging to the Ning family, where someone was already waiting. A middle-aged man stood ahead, resplendent in fine garments, exuding an extraordinary presence. He was Ning Yang, the head of the Ning family and Ning Yusin's father. Accompanying him were 2 other men, of similar age, Ning Jing and Ning Xiao, who were brothers within the family. Lu Changsheng recalled Ning Yusin mentioning that this generation of the Ning family was led by Ning Yang, with Ning Jing and Ning Xiao assisting him in managing their vast estate. As the group approached, Ning Yang stepped forward to greet Luo Tian. Master Luo. It has been many years, I hope you have been well. Head of the Ning family, you still carry your grace. Luo Tian replied with a smile. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Ning Yusin stepped forward to pay her respects. Upon seeing his daughter, Ning Yang noticed the transformation and expressed his delight. It seems that Xinr has greatly benefited from her time in Qingyun. I appreciate everyone's efforts. As mentioned in previous correspondence, Ning Yusin had stepped into the Ning Yuan realm and mastered the sword path, resulting in a profound change in her demeanor. Ning Jing nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting towards Zhou Qingyu. I presume this is the young friend Qingyu, indeed exceptional as rumored, truly possessing the talent of a sword immortal. Ning Jing admired Zhou Qingyu, knowing that Ning Yusin's journey to Qingyun Peak must have been closely linked to him, especially since he was the most accomplished swordsman within the entire Qingyun sect. You flatter me, Zhou Qingyu responded humbly, bowing without an air of arrogance. This demeanor further endeared him to the Ning family. As they conversed, the group made their way to the hall. Having arrived early, they had some time before the dynasty war commenced, and the Ning family invited everyone to rest there. Given their prior relations, Luo Tian readily agreed. Subsequently, someone guided Lu Changsheng and the others to their accommodations, while Luo Tian remained behind with Zhou Qingyu and the head of the Ning family. A maid led Lu Changsheng on the way, while Yi Tianyi followed closely, reflecting on the familiar scenery. It appears just as it did years ago, Yi Tianyi remarked. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng inquired, did second senior brother visit here? Yes, he came here as a guest with our master a few years ago. Master. Upon reflecting on his rather unremarkable mentor, Lu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, having long since forgotten his appearance. In truth, he had only encountered him once. Sigh. Lu Changsheng lamented, shaking his head incessantly, pondering what transgressions he might have committed in his past life to merit such a fate in this one. His frustration growing with each thought. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a courtyard, and before they could engage in any activities, a formal invitation was presented to them. Upon opening the invitation, they were taken aback. It was for the Genius Exchange Conference. They exchanged glances. The invitation was extended by the royal family of the Yu Kingdom, inviting Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi to attend. According to the messenger, the royal family had secured the presence of one of the 4 esteemed disciples of the Xinxiao sect, namely the revered Moon Master, prompting this gathering. While it was billed as a philosophical discourse, the true purpose was evident, as the messenger was the appointed overseer of the Yu Kingdom's selection process. Yi Tianyi glanced at the invitation before rising to seek out Zhou Qingyu. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, welcomed the moment of leisure, reclining on the bed with the intention of sleeping until the battle commenced. However, not long after his senior brother's departure, another visitor arrived, presenting yet another invitation. To his surprise, the bearer of the invitation was none other than Yi Qingchen. Chapter 51, Is it only you who can attend? At the Ning family manor, Lu Changsheng glanced at the invitation, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to attend. After all, he had never been there before. It would be an opportunity to broaden his horizons and also to show respect to Yi Qingchen, as he hoped to gain his support for his fellow apprentices in the future. Moreover, he was taken aback to learn that the rumored direct disciple of the Moon Sovereign was none other than Yi Qingchen himself. It was no wonder Zhao Huan had previously acted so arrogantly, nor that even the nascent soul cultivator had been so obedient. He was indeed a genius with a formidable background. Soon after, he set off to find Zhou Qingyu, intending to accompany him. However, after searching around, he found no trace of him, only to encounter Yi Tianyi approaching. "Second senior brother, where is the eldest senior brother?" Lu Changsheng inquired. Yi Tianyi replied, "He has left the city." "Why?" Lu Changsheng pressed. "Just a moment ago." The Ning family presented a scroll, rumored to contain the sword intent of a master at the 9th level of the sword Dao. After seeing it, eldest senior brother felt a resonance, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough, hence he has ventured out of the city. Listening to Yi Tianyi's explanation, Lu Changsheng expressed his astonishment. Is it truly that extraordinary? He couldn't help but take a glance. The lingering sword intent was indeed impressive. Yi Tianyi then declared his intent to leave the city in search of the eldest senior brother, and Lu Changsheng followed suit. Outside the city, atop a solitary peak, Zhou Qingyu sat cross-legged, his hands forming a sword technique, while a faint sword intent drifted in the void around him. The gentle breeze enveloped the surroundings, creating a serene atmosphere. Yi Tianyi observed, "It seems eldest senior brother has truly grasped the essence and is nearing a breakthrough to the 7th level of the sword Dao." Lu Changsheng, however, scrutinized the area. It appeared calm, yet any approach would provoke a fierce sword energy. The closer one got, the more intense the sword intent became. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "At this rate, it seems he is still a step away from breaking through to the 7th level." Having traversed this path himself, he could discern the nuances. Though Zhou Qingyu was inspired by the sword diagram, he still lacked the final insight for a breakthrough. Zhou Qingyu appeared to sense this dilemma as well, his brow furrowing slightly. In times like this, offering assistance is not akin to hastening growth. Lu Changsheng quietly mused, his fingers forming a technique, sending forth a subtle sword intent. Just as Zhou Qingyu was about to give up, this intent enveloped him. Zhou Qingyu was taken aback, feeling the sudden sword intent not as a threat, but as a guiding light. He instinctively opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, finding no one else present, with only his 2 junior brothers watching from a distance. Quickly, he collected his thoughts, focusing his sword intent to seek a breakthrough. After observing for a while, Lu Changsheng was convinced that everything was in order. With a bit more time, Zhou Qingyu should be able to comprehend the 7th level of the sword Dao. However, he knew that breaking through sword intent would also entail challenges, as one must endure the trials of sword tribulations and withstand the ensuing violence. But these matters were beyond his concern. Turning to Yi Tianyi, he asked, "Second senior brother, are you not going to the gathering?" "I will not be going. I must stay here and watch over eldest senior brother," Yi Tianyi replied, unwilling to leave. "All right then," Lu Changsheng conceded, realizing he would have to attend alone. A man leisurely made his way back to the royal capital, heading towards the venue of a gathering. Along the way, he encountered Ning Yusen. Upon seeing him, Ning Yusen smiled and inquired, "Where are you headed, senior brother?" "I am attending a gathering," he replied. "The Genius Exchange Conference?" she asked. "Indeed. Then let us go together. I wish to attend as well." Ning Yusen extended her invitation. Lu Changsheng, not one to decline, agreed to accompany her, appreciating the company on the journey. However, Ning Yusen seemed unconcerned about the absence of Zhou Qingyu and instead engaged him in conversation about her many experiences in the capital. It appeared that since her breakthrough into the condensing essence realm and mastery of the sword path, her attention towards her senior brother had waned. Soon, their carriage arrived at the heart of the city, where a grand and resplendent estate stood, lavishly adorned, a domain exclusive to the royal family. It was thanks to Yi Qingchen that the royal family had opened this estate for the gathering. A multitude of individuals had already gathered there, comprising the talents from various sects of the Yu Kingdom, as well as the young aspirants from the capital eager to partake in the impending dynasty competition. "Senior brother, let us proceed," Ning Yusen exclaimed, this time surrounded by many admirers. Her presence immediately drew attention, and some individuals were already approaching to greet her. For Ning Yusen was not only beautiful but also came from a wealthy family who wouldn't be captivated. Yet, they quickly noticed the young man by her side and furrowed their brows. Who is this young man accompanying the Ning family girl? He appears quite intimate with her. How audacious for a pretty boy to attempt to charm Miss Ning. I believe he is from the Qingyun sect, I have seen him before. Ah, yes. He is Lu Changsheng, the junior disciple of Zhou Qingyu. In an instant, a chorus of whispers erupted among the crowd. Particularly as they observed Ning Yusin frequently smiling at Lu Changsheng, inciting some to display displeasure, as though Lu Changsheng had encroached upon their affections. At the entrance of the estate, many gazes converged upon a young man seated at a table, surrounded by an array of peculiar treasures. He was engaged in writing and sketching. Upon Ning Yusin's arrival, her entourage presented him with ornate boxes, prompting a smile from the young man as he noted their gifts. Lu Changsheng, somewhat perplexed, followed Ning Yusin as they prepared to enter the estate, but the young man furrowed his brow and called out, "Wait, what about yours?" "What?" Lu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. "The ceremonial gifts." The young man clarified. "What ceremonial gifts?" This remark sparked a wave of laughter from the surrounding crowd, as they found it amusing that he did not comprehend the concept of ceremonial gifts. How ridiculous! He doesn't even understand such basic etiquette. Hasn't the Qingyun sect taught him anything? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Ning Yusin explained, "This gathering is organized by the royal family, and we have been invited to present gifts to Yi Qingchen, the direct disciple of the Divine Sky sect." Seeing that he was still prepared to offer money, Lu Changsheng felt astonished. The ease with which money was acquired seemed almost too simplistic. Ning Yusin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, yet her words, though blunt, conveyed the essence of the situation. A group of onlookers erupted into derisive laughter. At that moment, a young man stepped forth from the crowd, and upon his arrival, many greeted him with respect. He was Wu Jian, the esteemed senior brother of the Infinite Sword sect. With an air of arrogance in his eyes, he paid little heed to those around him, instead surveying Lu Changsheng with a mocking gaze that was utterly unmasked. "What does it mean that you, of all people, have come here in the absence of Zhou Qingyu?" Wu Jian spoke softly, laced with disdain. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Changsheng, who was entirely unfamiliar with the man before him, replied indifferently, "What do you mean by that? Is it forbidden for others to arrive? Must it be only you?" Wu Jian's previously contemptuous demeanor darkened instantly. His eyes flashing with intensity, he had not anticipated that anyone would dare to provoke him, implying he was less than human. The two locked eyes, and Wu Jian scoffed. "Your Qingyun sect truly lacks decorum, which is rather laughable." Ning Yusin furrowed her brow, wishing to avoid an escalation of conflict. She immediately considered offering some gifts to defuse the situation. However, Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, clearly perceiving that Wu Jian's mention of Zhou Qingyu indicated some underlying enmity. Yet, why should he be targeted in place of Zhou Qingyu? With a soft sigh, Lu Changsheng spoke leisurely, "So, is it not laughable to grovel and offer gifts like you do?" The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. His words had offended nearly everyone present, drawing numerous icy glares in his direction. Chapter 52. Yes, it is indeed this wretched thing. Lu Changsheng's words turned faces pale. Wu Jian, the first to react, glared with a chilling gaze. Ning Yusin was also taken aback, never expecting Lu Changsheng to be so resolute this time, his words sharp and unyielding. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng smiled. Fully aware that before the great battle, the members of the Xinjiao sect had already arrived and issued a strict decree against any conflict. Who would dare to defy it? Crack! Wu Jian's clenched fist emitted a sound of cracking knuckles. Following the gazes of the crowd, a young man in his 20s slowly emerged from a side courtyard. He was a handsome young nobleman, fanning himself with a folding fan and chuckling lightly. "Ah, my friend Qingyun, you certainly do not fall behind." Upon seeing him, everyone promptly bowed. "The third prince." "Whom?" Lu Changsheng glanced over, taking a quick look. Ning Yusin also bowed in greeting. "No need for such formalities, dear sister Ning." He smiled. Ning Yusin nodded, refraining from further comment, instead introducing him to Lu Changsheng. "This is the third prince of Yu Kingdom, Yu Ming." Lu Changsheng scrutinized him, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Observing this, Yu Ming spoke, "Why such a gaze, brother Lu? I am indeed on your side." "Oh?" Lu Changsheng responded in surprise. Before the two could exchange further words, a cold snort echoed from a distance. A young man, around 27 or 28 years old, adorned in luxurious garments, stood imperiously. The first prince, Yu Ling. Others exclaimed in astonishment. Another one. Lu Changsheng was taken aback. Yu Ling positioned himself directly beside Wu Jian. Addressing the front, Qingyun sect is quite overbearing. Do they not regard us at all? Or is it that Yu Ming supports you, emboldening your audacity? At his words, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Lu Changsheng, however, did not rush to respond, instead turning his gaze towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming said, Brother Lu, do not regard me with such suspicion. He is targeting both Qingyun sect and myself, not solely due to my influence. Is that so? Lu Changsheng questioned, his eyes reflecting skepticism. The newcomer bore an imposing aura, clearly harboring animosity. Yet, Yu Ming candidly explained, he previously sought to borrow the Qingyun map from Qingyun sect. But when you denied him, he attempted to win you over. His hostility arises from that rejection, which is indeed unrelated to my standing. Win over? Indeed. He seeks to usurp power and incite rebellion, thus he must court various factions within the Yu kingdom, and perhaps he feels a twinge of apprehension towards me, leading to this collective animosity. As these words fell, the crowd was left in stunned silence, their gazes fixed incredulously upon Yu Ming. Lu Changsheng was equally astonished. Especially at the increasingly darkening expression of Yu Ling furrowing his brow, he remarked, is such a matter permissible to be spoken of publicly? He may act as he pleases. But others cannot voice their opinions? That is indeed the case. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Lu Changsheng observed the young man beside him, nodding in approval with a satisfied expression. Yu Ming raised an eyebrow, finding it rather strange, as if he were being regarded by an elder, yet he said nothing, merely thinking this youth quite intriguing. However, Yu Ling's countenance darkened completely. Enough! Yu Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this not the truth? As two individuals faced off, Lu Changsheng felt a thrill of excitement. Such confrontations were rare and delightful to him. Especially, witnessing two heirs vying for the throne was a spectacle he had only heard of before, often shrouded in dark schemes. Yet this overt confrontation was a novel experience. Yu Ling sneered, he comes without a formal greeting and speaks arrogantly. Does he not fear offending the esteemed member of the Xinshao sect? He does not appear on my list, and it seems you have invited him. I fear you. Before she could finish, Yu Ming shook his head, asserting, he is not my guest. A mocking tone escaped Yu Ling's lips, while Wu Jian displayed a knowing smile. Ning Yusin's expression shifted, she hadn't anticipated Yu Ming's swift change upon hearing the name of the Xinshao sect. Others around them joined in derision, one remarking, young man, it appears today will not be in your favor. This came from a member of the Lin family, whose influence rivaled that of the Qingyun sect. Backed by a Yuan Ing elder. Another woman glanced at Ning Yusin and laughed, you truly are unaware of your own limitations, he cannot possibly be your guest, right? It seems the Ning family will also be implicated by your actions. A cacophony of jeers ensued, with many relishing the unfolding drama. Ning Yusin felt a weight of concern. She was unperturbed by personal repercussions, but the fallout on the Ning family was troubling. A throng of onlookers, driven by a desire for entertainment, reveled in the spectacle. In this seemingly tranquil realm, underlying tensions brewed as various factions engaged in relentless rivalry. No one wished to forego an opportunity to undermine their adversaries. Yu Ming glanced at Lu Changsheng, who remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned with the tumult. Lu Changsheng admired Ning Yusin with a contemplative gaze before calmly stating, I came on my own accord. Ha! You dare show up without an invitation? Retorted a member of the Lin family derisively. Neither prince invited you. From whom did you procure such an invitation? Zhou Qingyu, perhaps? Lu Changsheng replied, is one's own presence insufficient? The laughter that followed was mocking, yours? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are to possess an invitation? The Lin family youth guffawed heartily. Wu Jian interjected, brother Yu. I believe it is essential to investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure that the one who issued him an invitation is duly punished. Upon hearing this, tension rippled through the crowd. Yu Ming offered, Lu, would you like me to procure an invitation for you? At this moment, Yu Ming sought to assist him. Yet Lu Changsheng responded, that will not be necessary. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, aware that Yu Ling harbored resentment for failing to win over the Qingyun sect and out of spite towards Yu Ming for conversing with Lu, directed his ire at him. With Wu Jian's sect siding with Yu Ling, it seemed unjust not to target him. Near Yu Ling, a young man approached and stated, "Please present your invitation for verification." Lu Changsheng cast a glance, dismissing further dialogue, and promptly handed over the invitation. However, as the young man received it, his expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face as he looked up at Lu Changsheng. The crowd, initially mocking, soon sensed something amiss. Yu Ling directly inquired, "What is it? Who granted him the invitation?" The youth faltered in his speech, It's. Yu Ling raised his hand and summoned the invitation, but upon seeing it, his expression shifted dramatically. "Yi Qingchen, how can this be?" Yu Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Jian furrowed his brows. How could Brother Yi extend an invitation to him? The group exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Yu Ming also displayed surprise, genuinely caught off guard. Furthermore, the invitation bore no flaws, it even bore the seal of Yi Qingchen. As silence enveloped the gathering, Lu Changsheng cast a glance and remarked, "Why the silence? Are you unfamiliar with this scoundrel?" His words ignited a simmering resentment among them. In the entire realm of Yu, who would dare provoke Yi Qingchen? He was a direct disciple of the revered Moon Sovereign, one of the four divine beings, holding a position of immense prestige. Even their own nascent soul ancestor would treat him with utmost respect. They never anticipated that this invitation originated from his hand. Yet, why would he extend such an invitation? Observing the continued silence, Lu Changsheng continued, "Or perhaps you are contemplating how to punish this blind fool?" Chapter 53, My senior brother is incredibly strong before the secluded courtyard. A group of individuals wore expressions of ashen despair. No one had anticipated that they would suffer such a significant setback at the hands of a mere youth, who continued to mock them incessantly, with each utterance of rascal, though not directed at them an insult. It was clear that a misstep could very well cost them their lives. "Your eloquence is truly remarkable." Yu Ling's tone turned icy. Wu Jian's gaze was fixed upon the youth, brimming with indignation. Lu Changsheng nonchalantly replied, "Have I spoken incorrectly? Is not Yi Qingchen a rascal, as you yourselves have declared? Indeed, is it that Wang and the others dare not admit this? Surely not, can there be anyone so cowardly?" Yu Ming interjected at the opportune moment. The expressions of Wu Jian and his companions grew increasingly grim. To put it bluntly, they had indeed approached with the intention of ingratiating themselves with Yi Qingchen, hoping to pave their own paths. Should this remark lead to their downfall, it would be a grievous miscalculation, endangering even their sect. "Enough! Cease your nonsensical prattle," Yu Ling admonished. Yu Ming laughed. "Look, he is getting anxious." Lu Changsheng turned his gaze towards his companion, pondering the odd behavior of this prince who typically relied on his tongue in disputes. Yet, he found a certain admiration for this character, as they were now united in their enmity. Yu Ling, his countenance darkened, suppressed his anger. "What if you possess an invitation? Just because young Master Yi has honored you does not elevate your status. Indeed, devoid of young Master Yi, what are you? What position do you hold that grants you the right to stand here?" Wu Jian retorted. A young man from the Lin family chimed in. "Your senior brother may be significant, but without Zhou Qingyu, you are nothing." It was evident they were struggling to shift the topic. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed. "Am I mistaken in my assertions?" Wu Jian scoffed. Lu Changsheng nodded. "Indeed, I do rely on my senior brother." "So what? With my senior brother by my side, you are powerless against me. Before him, you can only stand aside." Ning Yusen was momentarily taken aback. Yu Ming was astonished as well. He had witnessed many relying on their elders, but never had he seen someone so unabashedly proud of leaning on a senior brother, exhibiting such a bold demeanor devoid of shame. Wu Jian, upon hearing this, regained his previous composure. "That may be true, Zhou Qingyu is indeed extraordinary. But he is not invincible. Whether he is invincible or not, I cannot say, but someone of your caliber could only serve to carry his shoes." Lu Changsheng replied quietly. Wu Jian snorted derisively. Yu Ling added, "Your arrogance is astounding, truly believing. Do not waste your breath, you are no better than he is." My senior brother has defeated countless like you, and not one of them has stood without tears and snot. Yu Ling could no longer contain himself. As a prince of the Yu kingdom, he had never encountered such blatant disrespect. Seeing this, Yu Ming stepped forward. Brother Wang, your demeanor seems to be diminishing, after all. It is the famed little sword immortal of Qingyun. It is no disgrace to fall short of him. Silence! Yu Ling commanded. As his gaze swept across the room, he turned once more to Lu Changsheng and remarked, I must admit, I underestimated you. Yet, I wonder whether it is your eloquence or Zhou Qingyu's swordsmanship that truly prevails. A palpable silence enveloped the group, each individual perceiving Lu Changsheng's arrogance. His overt praise for his senior brother seemed to belittle everyone else. Ning Yusin was taken aback. Was he not merely inciting animosity towards Zhou Qingyu? Yu Ming, intrigued by the unfolding drama, chose to observe in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changsheng earnestly declared, Let me put it plainly, if you all were tied together, you would not even come close to his side. If you can withstand the sword aura in his vicinity, I shall concede defeat. With that brief utterance, the crowd erupted in outrage. How brazen! How utterly audacious! Wu Jian and Yu Ling's expressions turned icy, while the Lin family members clenched their teeth in indignation, wishing to silence his insolent tongue. One person's words could incite a collective desire to tear him apart. Very well. Zhou Qingyu. Today, I am eager to witness what prowess you possess that warrants such praise. Wu Jian could no longer contain himself. Hailing from the Wuliang sword sect, where swordsmanship was paramount, he felt overshadowed by Zhou Qingyu's reputation as a sword immortal. The resentment had already simmered, and Lu Changsheng's unabashed provocation was the final straw. Without further ado, Lu Changsheng asserted, My senior brother awaits just outside the city. If you doubt this, depart now and see if he can reduce you to mere dogs. Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd, fueled by righteous indignation, set off to confront Zhou Qingyu. Lu Changsheng remained undeterred, leading the way as though he feared they might lose their path. Ning Yusin, filled with concern, wished to dissuade them but felt at a loss for words. Yu Ming interjected, Lu, does your senior brother know of this? Should we inform him to prepare? Not necessary. Lu Changsheng replied. It seems you possess great confidence in your senior brother. But do you not fear offending these individuals? They represent nearly half the power of the Yu kingdom. Yu Ming inquired. Lu Changsheng smiled, Is this not exactly what you desire? How so? By standing against them, I am effectively aligning myself with you and Qingyun. Am I not? Yu Ming was taken aback. The youth before him was anything but ordinary, seemingly cognizant of the entire situation. Is it your intention to assist me? Not quite, it is merely that their arrogance offends my sensibilities. Are you not afraid of retribution? We both know the truth, to speak frankly. Does the royal family dare to provoke Qingyun? Lu Changsheng stated candidly. Yu Ming chuckled and nodded, Indeed. The daughter of the Qingyun sect's leader has entered the ranks of the supreme elder of the Xintian sect, who is unaware of that. This alone is enough to intimidate many. Moreover, Lu Changsheng was acutely aware that Zhou Qingyu would undoubtedly enter the Xintian sect, when that day arrived. This group would shrink back, and who would dare to provoke Qingyun? Of course, had they not instigated the situation, Lu Changsheng would not have acted in such a manner. The repercussions of such actions would soon cast his name as a debauched scion upon the entirety of the state of Yu, yet, he was indifferent to this reality. For he had the protection of his senior brothers and sisters. As long as he remained here in tranquility, all would be well. This course of action would also serve to facilitate the attention of the Xinjiao sect towards Zhou Qingyu. From the moment he arrived, he sensed that there were always watchful eyes around him, including those of the current representatives of the Xinjiao sect. He feared unforeseen complications. Although Zhou Qingyu had not yet entered the Xinjiao, revealing his prowess at the 7th level of the sword path would undoubtedly alter everything. The Xinjiao sect would hardly reject such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. This was a precaution taken to ensure absolute certainty. Before long, a throng of individuals gathered outside the city. Under the guidance of Lu Changsheng, they approached the mountain peak where Zhou Qingyu was in seclusion. Upon seeing so many people, Yi Tianyi's countenance darkened instantly. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed that Lu Changsheng was among them. Confusion washed over him regarding their intentions. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Changsheng strode forward with determination, pausing momentarily before gesturing toward the solitary peak and speaking. My senior brother is seated there. Do you intend to approach him one by one to meet your demise, or shall you all go together? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted once more. Yi Tianyi stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. Chapter 54, The Sword Calamity. A group of individuals arrived at the secluded retreat of the senior disciple, evidently led by the junior disciple. Yi Tianyi's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Lu Changsheng, intending to inquire. However, Lu Changsheng continued, Why is everyone standing still? Has my senior brother intimidated you? Ha, is it merely Zhou Qingyu? Does he truly believe himself to be a sword immortal? The members of the Lin family scoffed. Stepping forward with their powers surging, advancing towards the solitary peak, their gestures transforming into lethal intent. Yu Ling, Wu Jian, and others observed impassively, resolute in their commitment to deliver a lesson today. What do you intend to do? Stop! Yi Tianyi admonished, moving to intervene. The Lin family members merely chuckled coldly. Yet at that moment, Zhou Qingyu transmitted through sound, Do not approach. He sensed the unfolding events, perplexed by Lu Changsheng's motivations. As the Lin family members neared the center, their lethal intent erupted, yet suddenly, a sword chi materialized out of thin air, cleaving downwards. The murderous aura was instantly dispelled, the sword chi advancing unimpeded. An indescribable sharpness manifested at this moment. The Lin family members' expressions turned grave as they raised their hands, summoning artifacts to block the impending sword chi. However, with a resounding clash, the artifact was severed, and the sword chi descended, dousing the surroundings in blood as one member of the Lin family was flung backwards. An arm severed at the shoulder, crashing heavily to the ground. What? Countless gazes were directed towards the scene, disbelief etched on their faces. The young man was no ordinary foe, possessing the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi condensation, yet he was utterly devastated by a single sword qi, lacking any means of defense. Wu Jian furrowed his brow. It was rumored that Zhou Qingyu had mastered the 6th layer of the sword path. Yet many estimated him to be merely at the 5th layer. That sword qi, however, was terrifying beyond measure. Not to mention the 6th layer. Even the 7th layer could not wield such might. Yu Ming was equally astonished, his interest piqued further. At that moment, Lu Changsheng spoke up, What a joke! You cannot even withstand a single move, and yet you dare to boast? The Lin family member displayed signs of agony, his body trembling, struggling against his plight. Facing the crowd, Lu Changsheng proclaimed, I have said it before, my senior brother is invincible. How dare you scoundrels vie with him? Lu Changsheng, do not be so arrogant. Wu Jian retorted coldly. Lu Changsheng replied, I reiterate, if you can approach him, then I concede defeat. Arrogant! Yu Ling snorted, glancing at those around her. They exchanged glances. And one by one, they began to move. Wu Jian looked on, extending his hand horizontally as a long sword materialized, sword chi surging around him, intertwining with unparalleled sharpness. Fixated on the solitary peak. Today, we shall see if he truly possesses the astonishing prowess you claim. With a clang, the sound of the sword echoed anew as Wu Jian stepped into the air, his sword descending amidst a flurry of sword chi. His cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the sword path, with subtle signs of breaking into the 6th layer, and he had attained the 9th layer of qi condensation. A prodigy nurtured with utmost effort by the Wuliang sword sect. He appeared to be no weaker than Zhou Qingyu. Yet, as he hovered in the void, sword chi swirling around him, Zhou Qingyu remained seated, utterly motionless, having yet to open his eyes or utter a single word. To the outsiders, he presented himself with an air of mastery, yet his arrogance reached unparalleled heights. Observing this, Lu Changsheng seized the moment to speak, Young one, do you see? With your demeanor, my senior brother wouldn't even spare you a glance. Take my counsel and concede, do not tarnish your own reputation. Ha! Wu Jian sneered. Everyone present was brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, none believing themselves inferior by even a fraction. Yet, as he sensed the atmosphere around him, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him, accompanied by a hint of trepidation. In the next moment, he advanced a step, intertwining sword energies that surged towards the solitary peak. As he stepped forward, a blade of energy surged upward, descending upon him. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous sound that reverberated through the heavens. To the onlookers' astonishment, Wu Jian was forced back. Although he managed to block the oncoming energy, his expression grew grave, as a portion of his sleeve was severed, narrowly avoiding injury. Soon after, a second wave of sword energy materialized from the void, resembling a divine sword revealing its sharpness. The two forces clashed, releasing a cascade of spiritual radiance in that instant. At this juncture, Wu Jian felt an increasing sense of foreboding and wished to retreat, but sword energies emerged behind him, severing his escape. The long sword emitted a resounding clang, rendering him trapped, unable to advance or retreat. His techniques flared to life, magical artifacts materializing to shield him. Yet they were gradually being suppressed. Below, the onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying their tension. Was Zhou Qingyu truly so formidable? Without having made a move, he had already left Wu Jian with no options. Was it truly as Lu Changsheng had claimed? Nonsense! Who could tell what means he employed? Did they truly believe he was a paragon of the sacred lands, capable of sweeping them all aside single-handedly? Yu Ling's expression darkened. Lu Changsheng spoke again. Youngsters, if you're afraid, just admit it. I can persuade my senior brother to spare you. Don't risk your lives for the sake of fleeting pride. Indeed. To sacrifice one's life for a mere semblance of dignity is hardly worth it. Yu Ming also smirked. The collective expressions of the group grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Yu Ling declared, Lu Changsheng, do not regret your words. I shall not waver. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling ceased further discourse and took a decisive step forward, followed by several figures behind him. If Wu Jian did not strike soon, he would likely falter. Moreover, Yu Ling produced a square seal, casting it into the void to shake the very realms, aiming to rescue Wu Jian. Some attempted to seize the opportunity to attack, but had barely moved when the entire void began to churn violently, an overwhelming tide of sword energies suddenly erupting from an unknown source. The chaotic lights of the swords illuminated their surroundings, manifesting an infinite aura of lethal intent. Panic overtook everyone as they felt this overwhelming might. Even Yu Ling's countenance transformed entirely. Was Zhou Qingyu genuinely this astonishing? Yu Ling began to feel alarmed. Such brutality was unimaginable coming from a peer. And yet the other party remained seated, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Meanwhile, the others watched in rapt attention as Lu Changsheng discreetly retreated with Ning Yusen and Yu Ming. Yi Tianyi, perplexed, nonetheless followed suit. However, in the next moment, the entire area erupted with tumultuous waves, a terrifying sword intent materializing as countless strands of sword energy interwove, filling the vast void. The crowd was taken aback. Even those who had not engaged in battle sensed something amiss and hastily retreated, only to discover that Lu Changsheng and his companions had already distanced themselves by 100 zhang. At that very instant, Wu Jian's face turned ashen as he surveyed his surroundings, then glanced at Zhou Qingyu, his pupils involuntarily constricting. This was not Zhou Qingyu's offensive. Wu Jian exclaimed in alarm. What? The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. This is a sword tribulation. Zhou Qingyu is breaking through the sword path. As the word settled, an uproar ensued. A multitude of gazes turned towards Lu Changsheng, their expressions transforming in unison. Cultivating the sword path, every breakthrough beyond the fifth layer would invoke a sword tribulation. Each one more formidable than the last, increasingly perilous as one progressed. In this moment, the faces of the onlookers grew increasingly grim. Yu Ming, astonished, looked at Lu Changsheng, as if he had come to an understanding. He had not summoned this group for a contest, rather, he had called them to shield Zhou Qingyu from the tribulation. Chapter 55, his background is unyielding. Countless sword energies surged through the air, piercing through bodies, leaving some already impaled. The entire area was shrouded in a terrifying gloom, more dreadful than enduring a heavenly tribulation. This was one reason why the sword path was so arduous to cultivate, yet the more challenging it was, the more fearsome the power wielded. Lu Changsheng observed calmly, entirely unfazed by the chilling gazes directed at him. He paid no heed, for soon these individuals would have no time to regard him. The sword tribulation of the seventh layer was neither particularly strong nor something these foundation establishment practitioners could withstand. Ning Yusen was utterly dumbfounded. Yi Tianyi glanced at Lu Changsheng and then at Zhou Qingyu, who remained as immovable as a mountain. He found himself at a loss for words. Yu Ming clicked his tongue, gazing at the youth, unsure of what to express, left only with awe. Brother Lu truly exceeded expectations. What exceeding expectations? It is due to my senior brother's strength. Weren't you the one who summoned these individuals to block the tribulation? Yu Ming questioned with suspicion. The others looked at him with peculiar expressions. Lu Changsheng appeared bewildered, saying nothing, but instead looked into the distance. Accompanying him to this place were not just these individuals, but also a formidable expert of the nascent soul stage, a member of the Xinshao sect. Always flanked by several powerful allies. Presumably, they were the ancestors of various forces from the Yu kingdom. Damn it! Yu Ling scolded, her face pale with distress. As she summoned one magic artifact after another, barely managing to shield herself. Wu Jian bore several bloodied wounds, indicating serious injury. The previously sarcastic woman could only scream in agony, utterly unable to defend herself. In the distance, several core formation practitioners rushed toward the scene. Without a word, they charged in, their powers tumultuous, shaking the surroundings, radiating brilliant light. They stood before those individuals but were met with relentless slaughter, retreating step by step. Among them were even several at the fourth layer of core formation, who were injured upon their arrival. Nevertheless, under their protection, the crowd gradually fell back. The powerful observers watching this spectacle wore grim expressions. This is outrageous. Lu Changsheng clearly knows that Zhou Qingyu is about to face the sword tribulation, and has deliberately provoked him, luring people here. He intends to eliminate his opponents using the tribulation, utter madness. Listening to these remarks, the nascent soul practitioner from the Xinshao sect fixed his gaze on Lu Changsheng, astonishment filling his eyes. This young man, though not tall, possessed a dark cunning. Observing the situation, he slowly remarked, "This youth is indeed intriguing, such wisdom is rare." Wise? The expressions of the others shifted. What do you mean by that? Taoist Lu Xian? An elder inquired with furrowed brows. The middle-aged man named Lu Xian chuckled, just a spontaneous thought. Another, quick-tempered, was the ancestor of the Lin family. Witnessing his junior's severed arm, he could scarcely contain himself. This scoundrel's actions cannot be tolerated, he must not be spared. I shall kill him today. With that, he prepared to strike down Lu Changsheng to quell his rage. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Xian's eyes, causing everyone to shudder. You are well aware of how this began. It was your juniors who first mocked and provoked him. Do not blame others for your own actions. If you wish to harm him or the Qingyun sect, I advise you to think carefully. As El Xian spoke, the crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence. The elder remarked, "Are you truly intent on protecting him, El Xian?" I shall not intervene, but I must caution you, his backing is not to be trifled with. Should you provoke him, all the forces behind you, even the entirety of the Yu kingdom, will be obliterated. What? The assembly was taken aback, their hearts racing at El Xian's words. They involuntarily cast their gazes toward the young man standing apart from the crowd, a boy of mere fourth level of Gathering Spirit realm. Yet possessed of such a formidable patron? They refrained from further inquiries. Yet it was evident that the mere fact El Xian would utter such a statement attested to the terrifying nature of the individual behind him. There was no need for mere intimidation. At that moment, even the most furious among them had to stifle their ire. Conversely, Lu Changsheng instinctively glanced in that direction, having overheard the conversation, and even he felt a twinge of surprise. Before arriving, his ancestor had mentioned that his connections were exceptionally strong, which he had initially dismissed as mere exaggeration to entice him. However, upon hearing the remarks from the disciples of the Divine Sky sect, he found himself grappling with uncertainty. Could it be that within the Divine Sky sect, there truly existed a father he had never met? Was he, in fact, a privileged second-generation heir? Had he been raised in obscurity for the past 18 years solely to hone his skills, preparing him to inherit a vast empire? Lu Changsheng pondered these possibilities. Though he quickly dismissed them, what kind of foolish father would engage in such absurdity? It would only serve to squander time and effort. Momentarily, his thoughts drifted to Luo Qianling. The backing El Xian spoke of was likely her and her master. However, even that seemed scant consolation. Moreover, if he could manage to have his senior brother join him and abandon the dark path to follow the four revered sects, his own support would be significantly fortified. In that case, the entire Yu kingdom would be at their mercy. Bringing his thoughts back, the sword tribulation surged forward, approaching its conclusion. The golden core cultivators shielded the rest of the group as they retreated from the area. Zhou Qingyu slowly opened his eyes, rising and surveying his surroundings. His demeanor seemingly more formidable than before. His gaze swept across the crowd, revealing no signs of disturbance, except when he looked at Lu Changsheng, where a hint of peculiarity lingered. Having stepped into the 7th level of sword path, the ferocity of the sword tribulation was evident, with so many present. Armed with numerous magical artifacts, death had nearly claimed them. He had endured the tribulation and would undoubtedly bear injuries, unable to recover to his peak in the short term. Ironically, it was these individuals who had shielded him from disaster. Observing Lu Changsheng, he noted the latter's distraction. Was this an unintentional act on Lu Changsheng's part? Or a deliberate one? If the latter were true, he might need to re-evaluate his junior disciple's capabilities. However, the expressions of Yu Ling and the others were ashen. Their gazes toward Lu Changsheng filled with murderous intent. Lu Changsheng, you must pay for this. Their voices nearly erupted in a roar. For the price they had paid was too steep, some had perished right there. As they spoke, the golden core cultivators sprang into action. Yu Ming frowned, ready to command his hidden guards to act. Protecting Lu Changsheng would equate to allying with Zhou Qingyu, and even the entire Qingyun sect. Such an act would benefit him greatly. Yet, as those individuals moved, a figure appeared as if conjured from the void. With a swift motion, he raised his sword. And a terrifying sword aura sliced through the space, striking forth. Several golden core cultivators were instantly repelled, with some unable to withstand the force, succumbing to their fate. Even the 4th layer of the core formation was left gasping for breath, sent sprawling through the air. Previously injured during the sword tribulation, he now faced a near-fatal blow. A deep gash across his chest almost cleaving him in two, blood gushing uncontrollably. Step forward, and you shall die, Zhou Qingyu declared, standing resolutely. His voice devoid of any emotion, yet the fierce glint in his eyes struck terror into the hearts of all present. He had actually achieved core formation. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yu Ling's face was a mask of disbelief. Wu Jian gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the power behind that strike. His own sword intent trembling uncontrollably within him. The 7th layer of the sword path. Wu Jian's voice quivered with awe. In comparison to the core formation, he was far more astonished by the mastery of the 7th layer of the sword path, an achievement that left onlookers astounded. The path of swordsmanship grew ever more arduous, with countless prodigies dedicating their lives to the pursuit yet failing to break through. Yet here he was, not yet 30, already at the 7th layer of the sword path. In both cultivation and swordsmanship, none in the entire Yu kingdom could rival him. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 56, stirring up trouble. As Zhou Qingyu made his move, he instilled awe in all who beheld him. Even the observing nascent soul cultivators were taken aback. Previously, he had remained still and unnoticed. Now, with his motion, the manifestation of his 7th level swordsmanship astounded the onlookers. Yu Ling and Wu Jian turned pale, utterly unprepared for Zhou Qingyu's remarkable advancement. The atmosphere, already tense, was further exacerbated when Lu Changsheng spoke out of turn. I told you that even when bound together, you would not be a match for my senior brother. Yet, you refused to believe it, insisting on being humbled instead. His words hung in the air, met with an eerie silence. No one dared to refute him. Despite their reluctance, the truth was undeniable. Faces turned a shade of green tinged with black, as they glared at Lu Changsheng, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Yu Ming reflected on the situation, having never encountered such insufferable arrogance. Just as Yu Ling and the others simmered in their discontent, a figure approached from the distance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, expressions of joy lit up Yu Ling and Wu Jian's faces. It was none other than Yi Qingchen. Regardless of Zhou Qingyu's brilliance, Yi Qingchen, being a direct disciple of the Moon Sovereign, held the potential to tip the scales in their favor, even against Lu Changsheng. Yet, before Wu Jian could utter Yi Qingchen's name, the latter bypassed them entirely, paying no heed, and made his way directly to Lu Changsheng. Lu, are you all right? Yi Qingchen inquired with evident concern, his tone imbued with utmost politeness. Lu Changsheng glanced at Yi Qingchen, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Yu Ling and the others. In that fleeting moment, an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. The previously placid expression on Lu Changsheng's face began to furrow with concern. "Fortunately, I am still alive," he replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen furrowed his brow. What exactly transpired? What was the cause? "Brother Yi, Yu Ling stepped forward to explain, but Lu Changsheng interjected. "You invited me and sent me an invitation. They said you were a scoundrel and intended to teach you a lesson." "You, Lu Changsheng, do not speak nonsense. We never said that?" Lu Changsheng's gaze swept over them, his expression peculiar. The group fell silent. Wu Jian hurriedly clarified. "Brother Yi is not what you think. We were unaware that you sent him the invitation, which led to our offense. Had we known, we certainly would not have acted so." Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. The group was momentarily stunned, as if their ears had betrayed them. Yu Ming raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his face, while Yu Ling appeared lost in thought. Then, Lu Changsheng continued, "You only demand gifts of respect for entry, mocking me in the process. Brother Yi, I must say, you should reconsider this habit. Is it truly necessary to charge for a mere audience? Even in poverty, one should retain dignity and not exploit your status as a direct disciple of the Moon Sovereign." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen's expression indeed darkened, while Yu Ling and the others' faces shifted dramatically. "When did I ever say I required gifts of respect?" Yi Qingchen demanded, directing his inquiry toward Yu Ling. He showed no hesitation, even in the presence of a prince of the Yu nation. It is evident that he is a man of integrity. Should this matter become known, what would people think of him and of Yuanzuan? Wouldn't the Xinjiao sect be tarnished with a reputation for exploiting its influence for profit? In stark contrast to the others' disarray, Lu Changsheng expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Did you not instruct them to collect the funds?" "Of course not," came the reply. "Then they are using your name to amass wealth for themselves, pocketing the money while placing the blame on you. This tactic is indeed cunning." The expressions of everyone turned dark as they realized Lu Changsheng intended to stir trouble, yet they were unprepared for such mercilessness. He was truly hammering the point home. Zhou Qingyu was taken aback. Was this truly his little junior disciple? Yu Ming couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Ning Yusin remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the day's events. She was aware of Lu Changsheng's cunning but had not anticipated he could instigate chaos with such an innocent facade. Yu Ling's countenance darkened to an extreme. Wu Jiandao interjected, "Brother Yi is not like that. We intended to give the proceeds to you." Realizing mid-sentence that he had misspoken, he fell silent, as did the others, recognizing that no matter how they framed it, they were at fault. "See? It was indeed for you." Lu Changsheng's flippant remark ignited a tempest of emotions. "Lu Changsheng, silence yourself." Yu Ling fumed, trembling with rage. What was intended as an effort to cultivate a bond with this direct disciple seemed to have driven them further apart instead. Yu Ming chuckled, "Brother Yi, you cannot fault my brother Wang. He merely seeks to befriend you and leverage your influence to control the Yu kingdom. There are truly no ill intentions." The mere utterance of those words nearly caused Yu Ling to spew blood, as his brother took every opportunity to undermine him. Lu Changsheng turned to regard this brother of his. Was such candidness truly permissible? It seemed he was more adept at this than even himself. Yet, confronted with Lu Changsheng's gaze, Yu Ming merely flashed a smile. Yi Qingchen's expression darkened profoundly as he declared, "There is no need to elaborate further. I shall pretend today's events did not occur, and I do not wish to hear of a repeat." Though his words were clear, they left little room for doubt. "Brother Yi." Wu Jian attempted to defend himself, but was halted by Yu Ling, who bowed and turned to leave. The group stood there, somewhat at a loss. One individual, standing there in a daze, could not help but remark, "Has the eldest prince fallen from grace?" The bystanders were left in shock. Yi Qingchen turned his gaze toward Lu Changsheng. Yu Ming, sensing the moment, remarked, "Brother Lu, I shall trouble you another day. I must take my leave. Farewell." With that, Yu Ming departed. Yi Qingchen said, "Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated such an occurrence. The human heart is treacherous. Not everyone possesses my pure disposition. So do not blame yourself." Lu Changsheng shook his head in reflection. Yi Qingchen continued, I must report today's events to my master. I shall visit again shortly. Attend to your matters. Lu Changsheng waved him off. Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi observed their junior disciple, hesitating to speak, ultimately deciding to return to the city first. Ning Yusin followed them in a daze, having witnessed everything and rendered speechless. Lu Changsheng strolled along the path, his mind serene, as if nothing had transpired at all. At this moment, Yimi Tian spoke up. Lu Changsheng, you are truly insidious. Luring people here to shield your senior brother from misfortune is one thing, but to deceive them so brazenly is another. Am I to blame for this? Did I provoke them? You are, after all, a formidable yuanying expert. Yet you so ruthlessly trample upon the younger generation, devoid of any moral integrity? Yimi Tian could no longer contain his indignation. Lu Changsheng chuckled. There is still a modicum of integrity left. Is there? Yimi Tian retorted, if there were none, I would not be facing you now. But rather a royal-grade magical artifact and a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit crystals. You. Yimi Tian fell silent, unwilling to utter another word. Having confirmed that this individual indeed possessed no sense of decency whatsoever, silence enveloped the surroundings. The gathering of powerful figures observed this exchange, rendered utterly speechless. They were filled with trepidation. Yi Qingchen, as a direct disciple of the Moon Sovereign, was treating him with such courtesy. And combined with the earlier remarks made by El Xian, it was evident that his backing was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of awe. Their gazes fell upon Zhou Qingyu. At such a young age, achieving the golden core stage was impressive, yet not astonishing. However, the comprehension of the 7th layer of sword intent at this age hinted at the emergence of a truly formidable sword cultivator in the near future. Even El Xian found it hard to remain composed, turning away to report the matter to higher authorities. Chapter 57, Confession within the Royal Capital. A palpable atmosphere of resentment permeated the air. Countless individuals had suffered significant losses due to Lu Changsheng's machinations. They seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. They could not contend with Zhou Qingyu, especially with Yi Qingchen as his formidable ally. Who would dare to provoke them? For the time being, they could not afford such a confrontation, and once Zhou Qingyu entered the Xinqiao sect, the stakes would be even higher. Furthermore, upon their return, before they could even tend to their wounds, their venerable ancestor had sought them out personally, cautioning them against further antagonizing Lu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng leisurely returned to his residence, intent on enjoying a well-deserved respite. Although he had not gained any monetary reward today, he felt triumphant nonetheless. Discussions swirled throughout the royal capital, and Yuling pondered with a furrowed brow, seeking solutions. Yu Ming, however, harbored no such concerns. He felt fortunate to have sided with Lu Changsheng today. Even though he had not exchanged words with Yi Qingchen, he still regarded it as a considerable windfall. Only Yi Tianyi and Zhou Qingyu stood together in a garden, exchanging glances, both momentarily lost in thought. Yi Tianyi was somewhat at ease, surprised to discover Lu Changsheng's acquaintance with Yi Qingchen and the ensuing commotion, and he wished to provide some counsel. Zhou Qingyu, however, possessed a deeper understanding. As he had surmised earlier, this group had been drawn to Lu Changsheng, acting as a shield against adversity, allowing them to participate in the impending conflict with relative safety. But was this intentional on Lu Changsheng's part, or merely a serendipitous occurrence? If it were accidental, how could it align so fortuitously with his own breakthrough? Conversely, if it were deliberate, he would need to reassess his perspective on this junior brother. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Could one truly orchestrate such intricate plans merely from reading a few books? Moreover, at a critical juncture, the sudden manifestation of sword intent assisted him. In the end, no one dared to voice their thoughts aloud. Yet, within the span of a single night, rumors spread throughout the royal capital. Many lamented Lu Changsheng's ruthlessness, while even more marveled at Zhou Qingyu's exceptional brilliance. Various factions could only look on in envy. A prodigy who had attained the 7th level of swordsmanship upon entering the foundation establishment stage was destined to join the Xinqiao sect, an outcome all but assured. No sect would relinquish such a talent. Despite their animosity, they could do nothing. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, the Xinqiao sect had already dispatched individuals to discreetly protect him from harm. This incident had, in fact, aligned with Lu Changsheng's expectations, effectively securing a foothold for his elder brother in the Xinqiao sect. He was now contemplating whether to exert himself further to facilitate his second brother's entry as well. This would yield double the joy. Naturally, he was also mindful of his own conduct. Others might interpret this as a scheme devised by the Brotherhood. Yet Zhou Qingyu understood that this matter was solely related to Lu Changsheng. It seems the time has come to demonstrate true strength to the senior brother. Lu Changsheng sighed. Knight Mini, however, chuckled lightly. Have you turned over a new leaf, no longer causing harm? For the moment, I have no desire for royal-grade artifacts or a million spirit crystals. Please keep your voice down. At the mention of this topic, the atmosphere grew quiet. He had initially considered taunting for amusement, only to find himself inviting unnecessary trouble, constantly facing threats, truly in an enviable position. In the following days, everything appeared to proceed as usual. Though the number of visitors to the Ning family increased, primarily drawn by Zhou Qingyu. In the eyes of others, he possessed the qualities of a sword immortal. And who would not wish to curry favor with such a being? Yet, while others sought out their seniors, Yu Ming approached not his elder brother but rather his junior. Engaging in casual conversation without a care, occasionally presenting valuable gifts. This behavior endeared him even more to Lu Changsheng, who admired the young man's thoughtfulness and his willingness to assist others in times of need. Ning Yusin often visited Lu Changsheng. Yet she found herself increasingly perplexed by the situation. Soon, however, a commotion arose above the royal capital, where a portal manifested. Its radiant brilliance captivating the attention of all present. The great dynasty war was set to commence, as various factions began to converge, awaiting the moment of initiation. Zhou Qingyu made his appearance, standing alongside the members of Qingyun sect. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the assembly. He noted the absence of any discrepancies but instinctively furrowed his brows upon seeing Lu Changsheng. He was aware of previous events yet chose to remain silent. The disciples of Xinqiao sect arrived, with Lu Xian observing the vast expanse from a high vantage point, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Yi Qingchen approached Lu Changsheng. A smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of regret. Lu brother, he began, his tone light yet laden with apology. What troubles you? Lu Changsheng inquired. You are participating in the great battle, and I presume you wish to join Xinqiao sect. I owe you a debt of gratitude and should assist you in fulfilling your aspirations. However, the sect's selection process is designed to preserve its lineage. As a disciple of Yuzun, I must set an example and cannot disrupt the sect's regulations. Therefore, I ask for your understanding, Yi Qingchen expressed earnestly. Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed in response. Seeing this, Yi Qingchen felt a pang of guilt, but Lu Changsheng slowly replied, if you were to pursue such a course, it would diminish my esteem for you. What? Yi Qingchen was taken aback by his words. A true man, positioned between heaven and earth, should aspire to soar to great heights, with a heart as lofty as the clouds. If entry into Xinqiao sect is to be achieved in such a manner, then it is better not to enter at all. Lu Changsheng declared, his voice resolute and impassioned, leaving Yi Qingchen astonished and looking at him in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Changsheng was not only pure-hearted and courageous but also possessed a rebellious spirit and unwavering integrity, deepening his admiration for him. I have been shallow in my understanding, Yi Qingchen said earnestly, bowing in respect. Lu Changsheng, feeling somewhat unsettled by the turn of events, thought it was an absurd situation. He had merely come for a visit, and if Yi Qingchen truly intended to entangle him in such dangerous affairs, it would be quite a predicament. Nevertheless, he gradually added, I do have a matter to trouble you with, brother Yi. Please, speak, Lu brother. Yi Qingchen replied with utmost seriousness. My senior brother, Zhou Qingyu, seems likely to gain entry into Xinqiao sect. I also have a junior sister there, whom you may have heard of. I would appreciate it if you could look after them and ensure they are not bullied. Lu Changsheng sighed, his primary concern being the stubbornness of his senior brother, who lacked flexibility and would indeed be a cause for worry in his absence. Yi Qingchen nodded affirmatively, I shall do my utmost to protect them. Thank you. They conversed for a while longer before Yi Qingchen took his leave, for he had other matters to attend to. In the next moment, Zhou Qingyu turned his attention to Lu Changsheng, refraining from inquiring about Yi Qingchen, instead focusing intently on this junior disciple. Yi Tianyi approached as well. Observing the two senior brothers, Lu Changsheng sighed softly. The events of that day inevitably required an explanation, for it would be utterly unreasonable to leave them in the dark. He could not bear to deceive his brothers, and thus resolved to speak the truth. Before either of them could utter a word, he took the initiative to say, "Esteemed brothers, I am aware of your inquiries, and I shall not withhold the truth any longer. In fact, I have been concealing something. What you perceive is not my true cultivation level." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi's eyes brightened instantaneously. Indeed, their suspicions were confirmed. The junior brother was far more than what met the eye. The previous perplexities suddenly became clear. Even Yi Mingtian was taken aback, realizing that this fellow had finally experienced a moment of conscience and was no longer playing the fool. In the next moment, Lu Changxing declared, "In truth, I have already cultivated to the 9th layer of spirit gathering and have also mastered the 3rd layer of sword Dao. In 2 years, I shall reach the 4th layer." This is what one might call honesty? Yi Mingtian was rendered speechless, feeling that he had still underestimated the cunning nature of this individual. Chapter 58, My Struggles. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yi Mingtian was momentarily lost in thought, rendered speechless. His honesty, albeit partial, failed to unveil the complete truth. The 9th level of spirit gathering was still a distant reality. Yet, as he listened to Lu Changxing's words, Yi Tianyi was entranced. Zhou Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped Yi Tianyi's wrist to assess him, the joy in his gaze unmistakable. Indeed, as Lu Changsheng had stated, at the 9th level of spirit gathering, with 3 layers of sword Dao, there were subtle indications of a breakthrough to the 4th level. He could not ponder further, as he was after all his junior brother. Yi Tianyi suddenly felt he had misjudged his junior. Previously, he had thought him unlearned. Yet now he appeared to be a prodigy. Achieving such feats at a young age, while not unmatched, certainly indicated remarkable talent. Perhaps only slightly inferior to the eldest senior brother, yet comparable to himself. Most importantly, he had also cultivated the sword Dao, and this was accomplished without any guidance. With proper instruction, he could potentially ascend to even greater heights. The two of them, as his senior brothers, were genuinely elated. However, Yi Tianyi was also perplexed. Zhou Qingyu had dismissed the surroundings, ensuring no one else could overhear their conversation. "Junior brother, if that is the case, why did you deliberately create those illusions to mislead others?" Yi Tianyi inquired. In the Qingyun sect, Lu Changsheng's reputation was far from illustrious. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng sighed softly. "It's about concealing one's strengths." "Concealing strengths?" Yi Tianyi repeated. "Indeed, the eldest senior brother is a born sword immortal. And the second senior brother possesses boundless talent. If I were to draw attention to myself, it would only breed jealousy, risking unnecessary calamities for Qingyun Peak. With the second senior brother absent from the sect, what if the eldest senior brother were to be implicated?" At these words, Yi Tianyi felt a pang of emotion. And Zhou Qingyu was similarly touched. They had not anticipated that their junior brother would endure such humiliation and hardship for their sake and for Qingyun Peak. "Junior brother," Zhou Qingyu began, overwhelmed by the realization of the sacrifices made. Yet Lu Changsheng shook his head, urging, "Eldest senior brother, do not say any more. This time, you will surely enter the Xinshao sect. From here onward, it all depends on you." Zhou Qingyu ceased his discourse, as he understood that, following this incident, the Xinshao sect would now ensure his protection in secrecy. Yi Tianyi, however, continued to gaze at Lu Changsheng, at a loss for words. It was profoundly moving. Almost as if he had the phrase "I truly struggle" inscribed upon his visage. "Damn it!" Yi Mingtian could not help but exclaim, unable to restrain himself. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never had he encountered such unbridled audacity, deceiving even his senior brothers, devoid of any humanity. He dared not voice too many sentiments. After all, facing someone so utterly devoid of morals posed a risk. Once he regained his strength, he would leave immediately, settling any debts. Fearing that prolonged exposure would prove unbearable. What kind of person was this? If the heavens were to intervene and he were struck by lightning, would he drag others down with him? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. In the midst of this, all eyes were drawn to the luminous gate above as it opened, and everyone turned their gaze toward it. Without unnecessary words, Elxian observed the scene below with calmness. In the kingdom of Yu, numerous sects, with over 2,000 individuals stepping into a singular realm, would endure various trials, ultimately leaving behind only 30 to enter the Shenxiu sect. Even before the competition commenced, they already had an inkling of who might prevail. Yet, in the spirit of fairness, this process remained intact. It was not uncommon for dark horses to emerge, soaring unexpectedly. In the past, there had been hidden gems, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet possessing immense willpower, enduring all tribulations to gain entry into Shenxiu. They wished to afford these individuals an opportunity. The rules were straightforward: the last 30 individuals standing would emerge victorious, or the first 30 to reach the finish line. Soon, ethereal light descended from the heavens, transforming into pathways leading to the gate. Upon witnessing this, the crowd stirred. Regardless of their order, all would be dispersed upon entry. Preventing anyone from relying on familial protection to reach the end, Shenxiu sect held fairness in high regard. As Lu Changsheng followed the Qingyun group into the realm, countless gazes fixated on him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yu Ling, Wu Jian, and others were consumed by a thirst for vengeance, for they had offended Yi Qingchen. Losing face before so many, and compared to Yu Ming, their standing had plummeted. They were determined to ensure he remained trapped within. Yu Ling's voice was icy. Lu Changsheng surmised that these individuals would not relent, yet he felt indifferent. Within those lofty mountains and winding paths, devoid of human presence, the outcome was already preordained. Knight Mitian's consciousness swept through and caught wind of their words, remarking, "I find myself somewhat sympathetic towards them, encountering such a monster as you." "Blame me, then." "Yet I struggle to comprehend why the Shenxiu sect deems itself worthy to allow you to participate in the selection, overshadowed by countless more powerful factions. Even the ancient sacred lands would welcome you. Is this not a waste of time?" Knight Mitian pondered. Lu Changsheng scoffed lightly, "I am merely bored." After all, his aspirations had diverged, and he desired to remain within the Qingyun sect, going nowhere else. Knight Mitian interjected, "Lu Changsheng, judging by your demeanor, you are oblivious to many matters. Allow me to enlighten you, aiding you in securing an opportunity in exchange for a favor. What do you intend to exploit me for this time, little black?" "Not exploitation, but a transaction." "What sort of transaction?" "I shall reveal secrets to you, helping you earn an opportunity, in return for some healing elixirs. What say you?" Knight Mitian proposed, testing his response. "What opportunity?" Lu Changsheng was not naive. He sought clarity first, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage. "We shall discuss this once you enter that realm, worth no less than 100,000 spirit crystals." Upon hearing the figure of 100,000 spirit crystals, his eyes gleamed, unable to contain himself. "Could it be that you wish for us to collaborate, feigning your sale? Acquiring the spirit crystals, and then eliminating the person afterward? A black market scheme?" Knight Mitian was taken aback. Such shamelessness truly stemmed from the mind of a genius? He had spoken without a moment's hesitation. The world of cultivation is harsh and terrifying. Yet it pales in comparison to the fear evoked by the adolescent before them. Soon, they stepped into another realm. While referred to as a space, it resembled a world. Much like the secluded Qingyun secret realm, cut off from the outside. Before them lay 1,000 miles of crimson earth, all was serene. Yet, upon taking the first step, a tempest arose, with sand and stone swirling chaotically, the fierce winds cutting like blades against their skin, rendering ordinary cultivators nearly immobile. The howling winds echoed in their ears. And Lu Changsheng was taken aback, his consciousness expanded, revealing that many were unable to withstand the onslaught and were swept away, vanishing from sight. It appeared they had been eliminated. However, this posed no challenge to him. He suppressed all his presence and advanced steadily, intent on traversing this treacherous terrain. This area did not suit him. As the events unfolded, a middle-aged man stood within this space, seemingly attuned to its entirety, sweeping his gaze over each individual. He was the helmsman of this realm, overseeing the selection process as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Chapter 59. The great wave washes away the sand. At this moment, a young maiden appeared, approaching his side. "Jiao Gunyang." The man glanced at the girl, unable to restrain his words. The maiden replied, "Elder by Jiang, I have been sent to inquire about the progress of the matter." Rest assured, Master Uncle. Everything is under control. I will certainly handle the tasks you entrusted to me. I will keep a close watch on the 3 members of Qingyun sect. There will be no issues. That is good to hear. Thank you, Elder Bai Jiang. Though this matter violates the rules and carries risks. Even if the other 3 sovereigns discover it, I will ensure your safety. The maiden spoke. Bai Jiang nodded earnestly, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Subsequently, he watched as the girl departed, and he immediately began to probe further, his spirit sense sweeping over Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi, leaving behind a mark in their vicinity. After completing all of this, his expression remained unchanged, but when he attempted to leave a 3rd mark, he sensed something amiss. Isn't there supposed to be one more? Where is he? Bai Jiang furrowed his brow, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. Clearly, all 3 had been present upon his entry. Yet in the blink of an eye, the 3rd had vanished. Moreover, no matter how he attempted to sense it, he could not locate the individual. Scanning once more. There was still no sign. Could he have been eliminated already? But it has only been a short while. Bai Jiang's expression darkened as he contemplated, seemingly arriving at the only plausible conclusion. Although he was aware that Lu Changsheng was inept, he never anticipated it to the extent that he would be eliminated so quickly upon entry. How could someone so weak even participate in the contest? Damn it! What should I do now? Bai Jiang muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on, his gaze wandering as he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng strode through the swirling sands, allowing the grains to cascade down, the fierce winds howling, yet they bore no effect on him. Such force posed no threat even to those in the core formation stage, and those at the 5th level of qi condensation could not be hindered. Nevertheless, this tempest was destined to eliminate over a 3rd of the participants. As he traversed this area, the storm suddenly ceased. By his estimation, that marked the first trial. As he journeyed deeper, new obstacles would continuously arise until only the final 30 remained, or until 30 individuals reached the last area. The mountains and rivers loomed before him as Lu Changsheng sensed the weight of the moment. With a step forward, a heavy sensation surged forth. As if a mountain had fallen upon him. Each step bore the burden of immense force. Here, it was likely that more than half of the participants would be eliminated. The trials of the Xinxiao sect were indeed peculiar. Was this the great wave washing away the sand? Lu Changsheng clicked his tongue. Having initially thought that the battle of dynasties would be characterized by bloodshed, merely requiring him to charge in with a sword. Instead, he found himself faced with this rather tedious trial. After a moment of contemplation, he set forth again, intending to locate his senior brother. Initially concerned for Zhou Qingyu's safety against potential ambushes, he now felt unconcerned. Such a level of trial posed no burden for him at all. Instead, he pondered on finding Yi Tianyi, wondering if having both senior brothers enter the fray would lead to a more extravagant life for him in the days to come. The thought alone was somewhat exhilarating. Lu brother. Just as Lu Changsheng envisioned his future, someone approached from behind. You brother, what a coincidence! The newcomer was none other than Yu Ming. It is not mere politeness, it is indeed a remarkable coincidence that among the throng of individuals dispersed in this place, 2 people might cross paths, yet it is improbable for 2 acquaintances to encounter one another. Yu Ming smiled, observing Lu Changsheng with a sense of astonishment. The area ahead posed a considerable challenge even for those in the ordinary condensing yuan realm, yet he had arrived here well in advance. A similar thought occurred to Lu Changsheng. Yu Ming, at most in his early 20s, had already attained the 8th layer of condensing yuan, showcasing extraordinary talent. Not merely a coincidence, I have been searching for you since my arrival, and it is sheer luck that we have met. Yu Ming chuckled lightly. What do you seek me for? Lu Changsheng inquired, wondering if it pertained to the previous matter. My brother Wang and others, including Wu Jian, harbor resentment and are determined to kill you at all costs. They have secretly enlisted many, and the bounty for your demise is a staggering 100,000 spirit crystals. Yu Ming spoke earnestly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. 100,000 spirit crystals could incite madness in many, even entire sections. After all, for the Qingyun sect, the annual yield is merely 30,000 spirit stones. 100,000 represents more than 3 years' worth. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng could not help but exclaim. Am I truly so insignificant, merely worth 100,000? Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he responded, "What do you mean by merely?" "Nothing." Lu Changsheng shook his head. In the past, he would have been astonished to learn he was valued at 100,000, however. Since befriending Xiao He and discovering that a bounty of 1,000,000 had been placed on its capture, his perspective had been significantly elevated. Less than 1,000,000. And one dares to place a bounty? Yu Ming fell silent, occasionally perplexed by Lu Changsheng's reactions. Once he regained his composure, he said, "I appreciate your concern, brother Yu. As friends, there is no need for formality, and since they wish to kill you, we have effectively become allies." Allies? Indeed. Lu Changsheng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Since we are allies, why not join forces? How do you propose we collaborate? You provide me with 100,000 spirit crystals, and I shall assist you in gaining control over your country. In the future, we shall stand on the same battlefield. Perhaps you could lend some support to my Qingyun sect? You wish for me to help you seize control over your country? Yu Ming appeared momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his focus. While Lu Changsheng might not seem imposing, he had his own senior brother, and he recalled his connection with Yi Qingchen. In addition to a junior sister who had entered the ranks of the esteemed elders of the Xintian sect, one could not deny that his background was somewhat formidable. Very well. Yu Ming responded decisively, promptly producing the spirit crystals. In his quest to contend with Yu Ling, he had amassed considerable wealth. And he indeed possessed the 100,000 spirit crystals. He did not even inquire about Lu Changsheng's plans, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary. Go ahead and participate in the competition, Yu Ming said, wearing a wry smile. He had initially intended to travel together, yet upon receiving the spirit crystals, Lu Changsheng merely dismissed him, making it appear somewhat akin to a scam. Ultimately, Yu Ming departed. Holding the spirit crystals, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Having profited a clean 100,000. This young man is remarkably straightforward, he possesses the potential to achieve great things. He praised, while refraining from specifying how he would assist. For there were numerous methods available. He could either eliminate Yu Ling here, thus removing any competition, or he could send Yu Ming to the Xintian sect, where their protection would render it impossible for Yu Ling to contend with him. If things do not improve, hunting Yu Ling elsewhere will yield the same result. In these times, who does not harbor some enmity? The act of killing bears no weight. It is somewhat regrettable that I failed to eliminate him last time. At this moment, Yimi Tian spoke, "You have earned this money, are you truly in need of spirit stones? If not, can I save you?" Lu Changsheng remained speechless. Were it not for his remaining principles and the fact that Xiao He promised protection for a while, with a reward exceeding 1,000,000, he would likely have succumbed by now. After a moment of contemplation, Yimi Tian continued, "As I previously mentioned, I will assist you in seeking an opportunity. And in return, you shall help me procure some healing elixirs." What opportunity? Are you familiar with the source pearl? Never heard of it, Lu Changsheng replied, shaking his head. Yimi Tian explained, "Your desire for spirit stones is likely for cultivation, and the source pearl contains a substantial amount of celestial spiritual energy, allowing for an extended period of practice. Furthermore, if sold, it would fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. Do you possess such a treasure?" Upon hearing of the abundant celestial spiritual energy, his eyes sparkled with interest. Yimi Tian replied, "I do not, but there is one here." Chapter 60, The Source Pearl. The words of Yi Mingtian piqued Lu Changsheng's interest. Halting his steps, Lu cast his gaze around and slowly inquired, "Please elaborate." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Mingtian responded, "The source pearl is a rather unique entity, exceedingly difficult to forge and of considerable value. It possesses the capacity to store vast amounts of spiritual energy, much like the very space you inhabit, where everything operates under the power supplied by the source pearl." What? Lu exclaimed, taken aback. Yi Mingtian continued, "This place is distinct from those secret realms. The latter have already formed into independent microcosms with their own set of rules and order, capable of generating spiritual energy. However, this space is relatively new, lacking established rules and order, thus relying on a power supply to function, necessitating the source pearl to provide spiritual energy. He elaborated on the origin of the source pearl and the differences between spaces and secret realms. Listening to this, one could easily become entranced. After a while, Lu Changsheng asked, "Can you locate the source pearl?" "That is not difficult. I have studied the path of space and can discern its approximate location," Yi Mingtian replied. "Is acquiring the source pearl a challenge?" Lu inquired. "Most likely not. They would not have set up numerous formations to guard it," Yi Mingtian answered earnestly. Lu Changsheng questioned, "Why is that?" "Because under normal circumstances, individuals like you would not come here." "What do you mean by individuals like me? What kind of person am I?" Lu retorted, somewhat displeased, feeling as though the remark cast him in an unfavorable light. Yi Mingtian chuckled softly, "Is it not obvious?" However, he understood that while there were no guardians present, reaching that location would likely require some degree of power. Simply being in the foundation establishment stage would probably not suffice. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed," Lu Changsheng urged impatiently. "Wait, before we go any further, there is something you must understand," Yi Mingtian cautioned. "What is it?" "The Xinjiao sect selects disciples, and every space has a helmsman, usually a cultivator of the nascent soul stage or higher. We must act swiftly and avoid detection, or we may encounter significant trouble," Yi Mingtian stated earnestly. "Is he stationed before the source pearl?" Lu asked. "Typically, he is in the vicinity. It is only there that he can manage the changes in this realm. Regardless, let us proceed and see," Lu Changsheng declared, urging Yi Mingtian to lead the way. According to what Yi Mingtian described, the source pearl housed an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals, yet it simultaneously sustained the operation of the space. Each night, a fraction of the spiritual energy would dissipate. A thought that was disheartening, and thus the urgency to act could not be overstated. Following Yi Mingtian's guidance, Lu Changsheng raced forward. Seemingly unburdened by the tremendous weight that others might feel in such a daunting environment, his hair remaining undisturbed. Ahead, the mountains and forests roared with the cries of tigers. And countless phantoms of beasts emerged, not real, yet possessing formidable strength to hinder passage through this area. This was yet another test, layers of challenges compounding as he ventured deeper, each step becoming increasingly arduous. However, none of this posed any hindrance to him. He sensed that the source pearl lay at a nexus within the space. Soon, Lu Changsheng approached the designated area, standing still as he surveyed his surroundings, awaiting Yi Mingtian's guidance to pinpoint their exact location. Meanwhile, Bide stood atop a mountain peak. The winds howling around him, his gaze sweeping across the distance as if he could perceive everyone at once. He sensed the progress of each individual, astonishingly. In such a short span, more than half had already been eliminated after merely the first 2 trials. By the 3rd trial, only a fifth of the participants remained. This was all anticipated. He was also observing those who led the pack. The young Qingyu proved to be formidable, having already surpassed the 4th trial. It was no wonder he had garnered attention from above, a remarkable feat indeed. Then there was Yi Tianyi, whose cultivation at the 7th layer of the qi condensation stage was matched only by his indomitable spirit and exceptional talent. The Qingyun sect certainly possessed some means. Bide mused, sensing everything around him, yet he searched repeatedly without detecting a trace of Lu Changsheng's presence, as if he had truly been eliminated. In a fleeting thought, he waved his hand, causing a shift in the fabric of space, intensifying the roaring winds around him, turning this realm into a cacophony. Too many remained. It seemed necessary to elevate the challenge. As he spoke, an air of hostility seemed to thicken around him. Satisfied with what he observed, he nodded, however. He suddenly sensed something and remarked, "What was that just zipped by?" With the changing seasons, he vaguely sensed something traversing that area. Yet, upon further inspection, he found nothing. Had he misjudged? After scanning the surroundings several more times and confirming there were no anomalies, he ceased his search. After all, as the space was still in its nascent stages, certain instabilities were to be expected. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to resume his actions, an unexpected sensation prompted him to turn abruptly toward the mountains behind him, his brow furrowing. The peaks loomed majestically, reaching into the clouds, shimmering lights reflecting off their surfaces. while waves of energy cascaded outward in all directions. This was precisely where the source pearl was located. Sensing the anomaly, Bai Jiang stepped forward, heading straight for the summit. Simultaneously, Lu Changsheng arrived at the center, where he beheld an altar emanating an aura of ancient mystery. At the altar's heart, a pearl the size of a thumb hovered above, perfectly spherical and ink-like in hue, yet radiating brilliance, with dense spiritual energy continuously emanating and flowing away into the distance. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced his face, and just as he was about to approach, he encountered a force that repelled him, pushing him back. It was the surging spiritual energy, akin to a torrential river. This very sight sparked joy within him. For the amount of spiritual energy surpassed that of all the mountains he had previously consumed combined. Yi Mitian, observing this reaction, was at a loss for words. Feeling as though Lu Changsheng had never encountered something of such value before. With a smile, Lu Changsheng intended to take action, but suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Yi Mitian warned, "The overseer may have taken notice." As he spoke, Lu Changsheng stepped forward, his figure vanishing like an illusion from the spot. Bai Jiang ascended to the mountaintop, and as he gazed into the vast expanse, the source pearl hung above the altar, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. However, just moments ago, he sensed a disturbance, as if something had approached this place. What could it be? Bai Jiang's expression grew grave, something had swiftly passed by him. And now an unusual presence lingered. He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. His consciousness enveloped the surroundings, yet he discovered nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be mere illusion? As he pondered, he retracted his awareness, but almost simultaneously, he felt something materialize behind him. Whirling around, he was met with a shadowy figure. There was no time for any reaction, something struck him upon the forehead with immense force, plunging him into darkness and rendering him unconscious. Was he not the helmsman? Before Bai Jiang, Lu Changsheng held a furnace several feet in size, the very artifact of royal caliber, his gaze scrutinizing the individual before him. Chapter 61, I will handle it myself. Atop the mountain, before the altar, Lu Changsheng curiously surveyed the figure sprawled on the ground, a furnace in hand. Yet, Yi Mitian stood frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had observed Lu retreating, assuming he intended to wait for the others to depart before seizing the source pearl. To his astonishment, Lu had acted immediately, toppling the individual with a single strike. Was he so impatient? After all, he was the helm of the operation. Required to remain vigilant, a brief glance should suffice, yet he could barely wait a moment. When it came to ruthlessness, Lu Changsheng proved unparalleled. As the person in charge of selection from the Xinjiao sect had acted decisively without hesitation. Nevertheless, Yi Mitian was taken aback. The individual appeared to be at the second level of the nascent soul stage, yet he had been unable to withstand Lu's blow. Furthermore, he had not even summoned his magical artifact, merely wielding the furnace as though it were a mere brick. It was truly astonishing how immense was Lu's strength. At that moment, Lu Changsheng remarked, "Why not eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate him entirely? What enmity could he possibly harbor against you?" Indeed, that seemed reasonable. As Lu contemplated his next thoughts, he noticed that the figure before him was enveloped in radiant light, vanishing in an instant. Where did he go? He furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. Yi Mitian explained, "This space is protected. Should he encounter danger, he, like those previously eliminated, can voluntarily transport himself away. This is dire. If he returns to the Xinjiao sect and calls for reinforcements, it could spell trouble." Lu Changsheng frowned. Yi Mitian reassured him. "There is no need for concern. Their path to enter here differs from yours, they must access it through their sect, and we are far from the Xinjiao sect. By the time he returns, it will take considerable time." "That is a relief." Lu sighed, but soon questioned, "Wait a moment, Xiaohei. How do you possess such extensive knowledge of the Xinjiao sect? Are you perhaps their guardian beast?" "Bah! Does the mere Xinjiao sect merit my guardianship?" As Lu Changsheng spoke, he chose not to pursue the matter further, recognizing that Xiaohei would remain tight-lipped. Moreover, he refrained from putting Xiaohei in jeopardy. If he encountered trouble, the creature would inevitably suffer alongside him, even facing the threat of being crushed in advance. With his gaze fixed, Lu ceased his inquiries as a surge of devouring energy emanated from him, absorbing the dissipating spiritual energy surrounding them. In an instant, resistance vanished, and he strode forward. grasping the source pearl. Having detached it from the altar, the source pearl ceased to release spiritual energy, and an eerie stillness enveloped the area. Lu Changsheng stood there, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Upon witnessing this, Yi Nitian urged, "Let us depart." "Depart for where?" "Leave this space." "Why?" "The selection has yet to conclude." Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Although he was reluctant to leave, he needed to ensure his senior brother's entrance, otherwise, who would protect him in the future? Yi Nitian replied, "You have seized the source pearl. Without a supply of power, all challenges will soon dissipate. When the Xinjiao sect's people arrive, they will undoubtedly conduct an investigation. That seems to be the case. Thus, we must leave swiftly. There's no rush. You mentioned we still have time. I can finish the selection before we depart." Lu Changsheng was determined not to give up. Yi Nitian retorted, "With your disposition, are you truly willing to deplete the spiritual energy within the source pearl?" In a single sentence, the crux was revealed. Indeed, he was reluctant. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changsheng recalled something and inquired, "You mentioned that the helmsman could manipulate the changes here. Do you know how to operate it?" "You must be mad. Spare me your ramblings and tell me what to do." Lu Changsheng disregarded the protests. Yi Nitian, feeling helpless, realized he was already on this treacherous vessel with no path of retreat. Ultimately, he resigned himself, saying, "In such places, there exists a formation. Stepping into it allows one to wield control and become the helmsman. However, if you wish to hasten the process, the consumption of spiritual energy will be greater. Are you willing to deplete your source pearl?" "No worries, I will utilize my magical power," Lu Changsheng declared as he descended from the peak, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings until he swiftly located the formation site. Yet Yi Nitian was left speechless. Supplying power through magical means was something he had never encountered. Perhaps even several nascent soul practitioners could not sustain such a space. However, in the next moment, he was once again lost in thought. Lu Changsheng stood within the formation, raising his hand as magical energy surged into the altar. The previously diminished resistance due to the source pearl's displacement had significantly lessened the obstacles for everyone. Some individuals, already struggling to advance, expressed joy at this change, believing they might move forward. Yet, their elation was short-lived, as the obstacles surged back once more ferociously than before, plunging the entire space into a frenzied state. The trial featured phantoms of monsters at the condensing yuan stage. Merely traversing that area would suffice to pass. However, those beasts suddenly became enraged, their cultivation levels skyrocketing directly to the core formation stage. The trials underwent earth-shattering changes. What was once bearable had now escalated to a hellish level of difficulty. Lu Changsheng felt immense satisfaction from these developments. Throughout this process, he also discovered that within this formation, he could observe the whereabouts of anyone at will. At that moment, he spotted Zhou Qingyu, who was taking the lead and nearing the central area. Yi Tianyi, Lu Qingsheng, and others soon materialized as well. Everything remained under Lu Changsheng's control. With a mere thought, his allies were completely unaffected, even facing a lesser degree of difficulty than before. He reveled in this sense of control, knowing he could manipulate any location or the pressure surrounding him at will. Soon, he located Yu Ming, who had previously paid him. With a gesture, Yu Ming's body moved, and all surrounding obstacles vanished in an instant, propelling him into the air, swiftly crossing numerous mountain ranges to the edge of the final area. This process allowed no room for struggle. Once the elegant young master, he now found himself plunged into a quagmire. Observing his surroundings, his eyes first filled with terror, then confusion, until he discovered that the mark of the Xianxiao sect within him began to glow, merging completely with his being. Have I passed the trial? Yu Ming was momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Before long, Yi Tianyi also began approaching that area. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded in approval. With a little more time, it would soon conclude. The night was profound and overwhelming, yet it was the astonishing presence of an individual that captivated all. As he felt the ceaseless surge of magical energy emanating from within, he astonishingly sustained the operation of this realm, showing no signs of fatigue. Who on earth could he possibly be? It was truly inconceivable. What several nascent soul practitioners could not achieve collectively, he accomplished single-handedly. In that moment, A renewed curiosity toward this youthful cultivator blossomed within him. Meanwhile, as events unfolded, Bai Jiang, who had been transported away from the spatial confines, abruptly awakened in the kingdom of Yu. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, his expression shifted drastically. He realized he had escaped that realm. "This is bad," Bai Jiang exclaimed. Lacking any markings, he could not set foot here and could only return through his sect. Uncertain of what had transpired, he dared not linger for a moment. Chapter 62, Heaven assists me within the realm of space. Lu Changsheng stirred up a tempest, acting with complete freedom. He escalated the competition to a hellish level of difficulty, hastening the elimination process. "Brother, do take it easy. Are you not afraid of inciting chaos in the world?" Yi Nitian could no longer restrain himself. Lu Changsheng, unfazed, retorted, "No one will perish. What is there to fear? Besides, no matter how tumultuous it gets, the few who can endure will still be those select individuals." "Is that truly the case?" Yi Nitian challenged. "If not, then why have only 3 members from the Qingyun sect made it to that area? Surely it is due to their exceptional talents." Lu Changsheng replied dismissively. "You are utterly shameless." Yi Nitian observed everything keenly. After the previous selections, only 3 from the Qingyun sect remained. Aside from Zhou Qingyu, neither Yi Tianyi nor Lu Qingcheng had exerted much effort. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yi Tianyi was competent enough, likely to pass, but without Lu Changsheng's assistance, Lu Qingcheng would have had no chance of progressing. Yu Ming had been directly expedited to the finish line, his experience markedly different due to the financial backing. Lu Changsheng, however, remained unconcerned, believing it natural to assist those of his own faction. "Xiao He, do you possess any formidable artifacts?" he suddenly inquired. "What do you intend to do?" came the response. "Nothing in particular, I am merely concerned that the Xinjiao sect might make an unexpected appearance. We ought to be prepared, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage." Lu Changsheng articulated his worries, pondering how to confront any potential powerful adversaries. Yi Nitian reassured him, "There is no need for concern. Based on the recent circumstances, you are virtually invincible here." "Why is that?" "The time nurtured within this space is not extensive. It can only accommodate those at the second level of the nascent soul. No formidable adversaries will come. Even if they do, they would have to suppress their cultivation, for otherwise, the space would collapse, and no one would emerge unscathed. Moreover, from what I have observed, those at the second level of the nascent soul are simply no match for you," Yi Nitian explained, recognizing the improbability of withstanding such a stealthy ambush. This revelation exhilarated Lu Changsheng. "In that case, shall I not be free to act as I please?" Meanwhile, within the Xinjiao sect, atop a picturesque mountain peak, a middle-aged man sat savoring a cup of fine tea. Though appearing to be in his 40s, his countenance was as refined as jade, exuding an otherworldly grace and an aura of authority. Behind him stood a young girl, the 9th miss who had previously entered the space. Presently, he seemed to be in high spirits, a smile gracing his lips, yet the space before him rippled with disturbance, signaling someone was attempting to reach him via a transmission talisman. "Master Uncle, grave news." The speaker was Bai Jiang, his voice betraying a sense of urgency. "Bai Jiang?" The man blinked in surprise before asking, "What has transpired?" "I was knocked unconscious and expelled from the space," Bai Jiang revealed. "What? Who did this?" I do not know. The opponent was too swift for me to react in time." After a brief silence, Bai Jiang recounted the events that had unfolded. The man's thoughts fluctuated, lost in contemplation, and after a considerable time, he inquired, "What of the Qingyun sect? They should still be present." Upon hearing this, he slowly set down his teacup, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he maintained a tranquil demeanor as he replied, "Very well, I understand. I shall take care of it." With that, he rose and gazed into the distance, unable to conceal the smile upon his face. Beside him, Miss Jiu asked, "What brings you amusement, esteemed one?" The man responded, "This turn of events is indeed a fortuitous blessing for me. It is far more reassuring to handle matters personally." After speaking, he raised his hand to form a seal, and a wave of spatial fluctuation materialized, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seemed that with Bai Jiang being cast out of the space, he could rightfully investigate, thus fulfilling his intent. At that moment, a spatial passage emerged before him, concealing his presence and suppressing his cultivation. With confidence and composure, he stepped into the passage, heading towards that expansive space. Lu Changsheng, initially indulging in his desires, suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned to face the mountain behind him. Within this formation, the entirety of the space was within his perception. Yi Mitian also sensed the disturbance and exclaimed, "Someone is approaching." Lu Changsheng immediately set off towards the mountain peak. Yi Mitian cautioned, "I can feel that the newcomer is remarkably powerful, even suppressed. Their presence is oppressive." "Indeed. I have sensed it as well." Lu Changsheng nodded, contemplating for a moment, conjuring a black robe that enveloped him, before hastening towards the mountain. Yi Mitian, once again lost in thought, pondered how he had warned Lu Changsheng about the formidable visitor, clearly advising him against proceeding, yet he merely acknowledged it with a nod and changed his attire to continue onward. Could it be that donning black garments would render him more formidable in battle? Upon reaching the mountain summit once more, a distortion of space appeared not far away, revealing a passage. A middle-aged man emerged, a smile lingering on his lips. However, the moment he glanced at the altar, the smile abruptly vanished. "Where is the source pearl?" The source pearl, which should have been placed upon the altar, was missing. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly raised his hand to channel his magical energy. Without the source pearl, the numerous trials would be rendered ineffective, and even a moment's delay was unacceptable. As his energy surged forth, his expression softened slightly. Yet in an instant, he sensed something amiss, and abruptly turned around, only to see a shadow lunging towards him. "Block!" The man raised his hand to deflect the assault. They were locked in a stalemate, as a figure clad in black wielded a furnace, aiming a strike at his face. Lu Changsheng also felt astonished. This individual's perception was remarkable. He had concealed himself quite well, yet he was still detected, failing to achieve a decisive strike. As their gazes met, Lu Changsheng instinctively furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this man, he was inexplicably struck by a faint sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. The man seemed to sense Lu Changsheng's emotional turmoil and chuckled softly. "It appears Bai Jiang has also fallen under your spell. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. You why so much idle chatter?" As Lu Changsheng spoke, a fist unexpectedly approached him, striking his opponent's face without any forewarning. The sound of impact was dull and resounding. The man momentarily lost his composure, disbelief washing over him as he realized he had been sent flying by a single blow. Astonished by the opponent's swiftness, he barely hit the ground when the assailant was upon him again, casting a shadow with the furnace as it descended upon him. The force of the strike was thunderous, leaving only a resounding echo in its wake. The man's expression shifted as a surge of fury erupted within him, his spiritual energy stirring in response. Even suppressed to the second layer of the nascent soul stage, his presence remained formidable. A moment of carelessness had led to his predicament. But he was confident that once he fully engaged, the tide of battle would inevitably turn in his favor. However, he was unprepared for the furnace to relentlessly hammer down, shattering all his spiritual energy and delivering a crushing blow directly to his face. This scene left the man in shock and disbelief, while Yi Mitian stood frozen in astonishment. This was undeniably ferocious. How could anyone of similar standing withstand such ferocity? Chapter 63, A fierce individual. The colossal furnace crashed down repeatedly, echoing with thunderous roars throughout the mountain peaks. The entire mountain quaked, its structure fracturing, and cracks began to spread across the altar. Boom! Amidst the tremendous noise, a man let out a muffled groan, suppressing his realm. His magical energy surged, and his physical form remained formidable. Despite enduring the relentless assault, he did not succumb, however. The pain was excruciating, searing through him. More critically, he yearned to retaliate, yet his opponent offered no respite and was undeniably powerful, keeping him firmly suppressed in this realm. His magical energy surged forth, only to be shattered repeatedly, an astonishing sight to behold. "You old rascal, you've got quite the resilience," Lu Changsheng exclaimed as he brought the furnace crashing down upon the man's forehead, a note of admiration lacing his words. The man, infuriated, was left to wonder whether the remark was a compliment or an insult. "Impudent fool, I am." "Silence." The man attempted to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. He found himself pinned to the ground, being rubbed against it relentlessly, unable to fathom how he was being subdued in such a manner. Scoundrel! You deaf fool! I command you to be quiet. Lu Changsheng continued his enthusiastic assault, growing increasingly exhilarated, while the man let out a series of furious roars, trembling uncontrollably, unsure whether from rage or pain. With a swift leap, Lu Changsheng soared into the air, the furnace expanding dramatically and crashing down with a resounding thud, causing the entire mountain to collapse. The earth trembled, sending billowing clouds of dust rising, which lingered in the air. The fractured mountain was reduced to mere ruins. Suspended in midair, Lu Changsheng remained unscathed in his pristine white attire, scanning the surroundings in search of the man's figure. As events unfolded, the man clawed his way out from the debris, once handsome and elegant, now disheveled and disordered, standing there with his hair in disarray. A fierce roar erupted, reverberating in all directions, accompanied by a surge of magical energy that was deafening. Scoundrel, you shall pay for this today! The man bellowed, nearly in a frenzy, having never endured such humiliation in his long years. Clenching his fists, he glared ahead, ready to tear apart the individual before him. However, upon turning to face his adversary, he found no one there. The moment his consciousness registered the presence of Lu Changsheng, he realized that the latter had somehow appeared behind him. In a sudden twist, the furnace came hurtling toward his face. Bang! The impact was dull, robbing the man of his ability to think, his body akin to a kite severed from its string. His eyes rolling back as consciousness began to fade. Why the loud noise? Do you think you can scare me to death with your shouts? Lu Changsheng hoisted one leg of the furnace and pursued him once more. Yet, as he drew near, a streak of light crossed his path, enveloping the man and distorting the void, whisking him away into oblivion. Has he escaped? Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yi Ni Tian, utterly astonished, seemed at a loss for words. Finally breaking the silence, he must have been knocked unconscious and taken away. Hey! This old fellow can really take a beating. He remained standing through all those hits before finally passing out, Lu Changsheng remarked as he stowed the furnace away. In an instant, the space fell into a profound silence, the dust settling around them. As the night deepened, Yi Ni Tian swallowed hard, regaining his composure before finally speaking. You are truly ruthless. Do not fear, I have just tested the waters, and it seems they genuinely cannot contend with me here. That man earlier must have been at least at the nascent soul stage, a veritable powerhouse. Are you not afraid of attracting significant trouble? A hint of insecurity crept into Yi Ni Tian's voice. After all, having beaten someone to such a state, who could simply let it go? Lu Changsheng replied. Do you believe he would take my word if I told him it was I who did this? This left Yi Ni Tian momentarily stunned. Despite the time that had passed, he had been utterly oblivious to any signs of concealed cultivation. Not even his magical tools had detected anything. If it were not for witnessing it firsthand, who would dare to believe that a boy of 18 or 19 possessed the prowess of the nascent soul stage? Moreover, it appeared he had no desire to enter the Xinjiao sect. Once he was eliminated, who would seek out the culprits among those discarded? With this thought, he fell silent, finding Lu Changsheng far too formidable. He seemed harmless, elegant in demeanor, and stunningly handsome, yet beneath the surface lay a dark heart and a ruthlessness beyond measure. Just when it seemed that matters would settle, Lu Changsheng remained restless. At that moment, he soared through the skies, arriving atop a majestic mountain. What do you intend to do? Asked Xiao He. Lu Changsheng replied, having manipulated the formation earlier, I have gained a rough understanding of this space. This is the boundary wall. I understand this is the boundary wall. What I inquire about is your intention. To break through the boundary wall. Why would you do that? Look, I have come all this way, who knows when I will have another chance? Aside from this place, there are numerous other realms. And I wish to bring back more local specialties. Lu Changsheng spoke earnestly. Xiao He was rendered speechless, realizing that this fellow had set his sights on other source pearls. Just as it contemplated dissuasion, the world began to spin. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Waves of water rippled across the boundary wall, the collision igniting a tremendous commotion. Before Xiao He could react, Lu Changsheng struck again. Boom! The sound echoed once more, as the furnace shook the boundary wall, unleashing a tumultuous force that disrupted the cosmos. Xiao He's eyes widened in horror. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the youth possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of magical power. A suffocating force spread forth, etching a crack into the boundary wall. With each successive blow, the fissure extended gradually, radiating outward in all directions. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a vast spider's web suspended in the sky. The boundary wall, though sturdy, showed signs of yielding to Lu Changsheng's relentless assault. Xiao Hei's heart raced. This was a formidable individual, and if unleashed upon the outside world, countless souls would find themselves in distress. Almost there. Lu Changsheng beamed with a glimmer of joy. The boundary wall was on the verge of collapse. He had already formulated a plan. Upon entering another realm, he would immediately seek the formation's location, overturn the helm, and seize the source pearls. He was not greedy, intending only to take 3 source pearls before departing. This time, the 36 nations jointly selected, with a total of 36 realms. It seemed reasonable for him to take 3 tokens, any more would be excessive. Just as he contemplated this, preparing to resume his actions, he suddenly sensed something, causing his movements to freeze and his expression to shift. What is it? Knightly Tian inquired, having noticed Lu Changsheng's change. Without any response, Lu Changsheng's brow revealed a mark that materialized. It was the emblem that the ancestor had inscribed within his body. However, the once dull mark now radiated a luminous glow, akin to a candle's flame ignited. Once the mark was illuminated, the runes manifested, signifying that he had passed the trial and emerged as one of the final 30 participants, successfully undergoing the selection of the Xinxiao sect. In other words, he had now successfully joined the Xinxiao sect, becoming one of its disciples. Chapter 64. Incomprehensible. Lu Changsheng had successfully passed the selection. He gazed blankly into the distance, utterly perplexed. The helmsman had been overthrown by his own hand, and the newcomers had been sent away by him as well. Everything had been within his control, so how could this outcome have been unforeseen? Yet, here he was, having passed through. Could it be that someone had discovered his actions and a new helmsman had arrived? What was happening? Lu Changsheng was at a loss. Xiao Hei reflected for a moment and suddenly had a revelation. I remember now, he exclaimed. What is it? Lu Changsheng inquired. Xiao Hei continued. You infused your power into the altar, accelerating the process. It was sufficient initially, but when that person arrived, they also infused their power. The others couldn't withstand it and were sent away, which is why you became one of the final 30. In an instant, Lu Changsheng fell silent, deep in contemplation. What a situation this was! After exerting so much effort, even personally intervening, he had failed to gain complete control over the situation. He immediately attempted to erase the mark, only to discover that, with his current cultivation, he could not shake it off. This was disastrous. Meanwhile, within the kingdom of Yu, a man had been expelled, and it was too late for him to return. He was incredulous, even shocked, that he had been bested so thoroughly, unable to retaliate even once. Yet, even more astonishing was the reaction of Bide. He had informed the man of the situation, and the man had promised to resolve it, believing everything would conclude smoothly. However, shortly afterward, the man was unceremoniously cast out, looking even more disheveled than before, causing Bide to doubt his own eyes. Master, what has happened to you? Bide asked, glancing nervously at the man. If you dare speak of this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, the man warned. Understood, Bide responded, his heart racing. It was evident that the man had suffered a significant loss. He did not dare to ask further questions, lowering his head and stepping aside. The man then took flight, determined to return to his sect and re-enter the space. Losing the source pearl was unfortunate, but the fact that he had been defeated could not go unaddressed. He had to reclaim his dignity, and there were still more pressing matters to attend to. Whoever you are, just wait. I swear I will not rest until I have my revenge. He gritted his teeth, unable to calm the turmoil within him as he recalled the earlier encounter. Had he not been caught off guard by a surprise attack, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Nonetheless, he was genuinely alarmed. The person who had struck him was formidable. As he walked, deep in thought, he made his way back to the Xinxiao sect. By his estimates, it would take several days to resolve everything. But just then, a change occurred within the space. As an ancient voice resonated throughout. The selection is complete, from henceforth, you shall be disciples of my Qingyun sect. As the words faded, streams of radiant light cascaded in all directions. Lu Changsheng watched as the light approached him, his expression shifting in alarm. He struggled to break through the barrier of dimensions, aiming to reach another realm to seize the source pearl. Yet at that moment, Yini Tian interjected, that is the manifestation of the Qingyun sect's decree. Should you defy it, you will be detected, and all your actions will be revealed. With no other recourse, he ultimately chose to relinquish his struggle, allowing the light to envelop him. After all, nothing was more precious than his life. My source pearl. The voice of Lu Changsheng resonated as he gazed eagerly at the barrier on the verge of being shattered, a tremor coursing through his heart. His form was enveloped in a shimmering light, gradually ascending. In the void, a pathway emerged, leading to the outside world. All who traversed this path converged toward a singular point, each passing through the portal to depart from this place and enter the realm beyond. Almost simultaneously, within the court of the Yu Kingdom, countless pairs of eyes turned skyward. They had sensed the fluctuations, the selection had concluded. The swiftness of it all caught them off guard. They observed intently, too preoccupied to ponder the reasons, their expressions betraying an involuntary tension. Primarily among the leaders of various factions, including several esteemed ancestors. Now, they remained silently fixated upon the heavens. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the results soon to be revealed would determine the fate of their sects for decades, if not centuries, to come. Each face bore a luo of anxiety, save for Luo Tian, who calmly regarded the unfolding scene. If all went as anticipated, Zhou Qingyu was destined to pass the trial. It was nearly a certainty, and there was no cause for concern. Others noticed his composure, their eyes filled with envy. After all, he was a core formation practitioner. A prodigy of the 7th tier of the sword path. If he could not succeed, then the remaining contenders would have little hope. Shortly thereafter, the luminous curtain rippled, and figures began to emerge, coming into view of all present. As expected, Zhou Qingyu was the first to appear. His expression was unperturbed, devoid of any signs of elation or despair. Upon seeing him, no one was taken aback, it was all within the realm of expectation. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, living up to the hopes of many. Next, the second figure emerged, Yu Ming, the third prince of the Yu royal family. His appearance did not stir any commotion, for his talent was widely recognized, otherwise, he would not have been able to compete with Yu Ling at such a young age. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, one by one, they appeared. Each time a figure emerged, some gasped in delight, witnessing their sect's disciples stepping forth, joy radiating from their smiles. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in Luo Tian's eyes. Yi Tianyi had arrived. The crowd fell into a trance upon seeing him. Their gazes toward Luo Tian filled with envy as they congratulated him. Congratulations, Luo brother. The Qingyun sect boasts 2 prodigies in one generation. It is a rarity that may not be seen for a millennium. Indeed, such occurrences are truly uncommon. We shall rely on you for guidance in the future. Surrounded by well-wishers, Luo Tian felt elated. Those present were familiar with one another, and their expressions reflected a shared sentiment. Forging a good relationship with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Luo Tian was in high spirits, though Yi Tianyi had delayed his cultivation by wandering with his master. His essence remained intact. While slightly surprised, the joy was welcomed. Yet, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the arrival of a young woman, leaving him in shock. Lu Qingcheng stood there, reflecting the water's ripples. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. 3 prodigies from one sect, how astonishing is Qingyun! No one had anticipated that the Qingyun sect would produce 3 such remarkable individuals in this generation. As he listened to the sounds of congratulations surrounding him, Luo Tian found himself momentarily lost in thought. Yi Tianyi had emerged from the arena. And while his surprise was palpable, he was not entirely unprepared. However, Lu Qingcheng's appearance truly caught him off guard. In the Qingyun sect, she may have been considered exceptional. Yet in the grand scheme of the entire Yu kingdom, she held little significance. Despite the unexpectedness of it all, Luo Tian quickly came to terms with the situation. After all, hailing from Qingyun and achieving victory was a cause for joy. Feeling the envious gazes directed towards him, a smile spread across his face. One he could no longer conceal. Just as he reveled in this happiness, contemplating how to share this splendid news with his sect, the final figure entered his line of sight, abruptly halting his smile. At that very moment, various factions were utterly astonished, their disbelief directed towards Luo Tian. 4 individuals. Qingyun's sect had produced 4 champions this time. Good heavens, 4 people, an unprecedented feat in the entire Yu kingdom. How had Qingyun accomplished this? The surrounding murmurs crescendoed, the crowd, which had already gathered around him, swelled even further, with even the unfamiliar eager to associate with him. To have 4 champions from one sect was truly astonishing. Even the disciples of the Xinshao sect were taken aback, such occurrences were indeed rare. Yet, Luo Tian remained in a daze. For the final figure was none other than Lu Changsheng. Staring at that familiar face, Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. This was beyond comprehension. A reality he simply could not accept. Chapter 65. My thoughts were somewhat disordered as I slowly surveyed my surroundings, which were filled with numerous gazes. Others merely expressed their congratulations, their eyes brimming with an intoxicating envy. For a long time, Luo Tian fell into deep contemplation, utterly astonished that Lu Changsheng had actually passed the test. No matter how he pondered, it seemed beyond belief, even absurd. Could this be the reason the ancestor insisted on granting him a spot? But why? Luo Tian found himself perplexed. As a fellow disciple of Qingyun's sect, he harbored some reservations about Lu Changsheng. Yet, with such unexpected results, he felt utterly at a loss. He was torn between feelings of joy and sorrow. Since Lu Changsheng had joined Qingyun's sect a decade ago, his daughter had become enchanted, clinging to him daily, and it soon spiraled out of control. He had hoped that sending her to Xinshao sect would make her forget over time. Who would have thought that Lu Changsheng would pass the test and enter Xinshao sect, thus extending his reach towards his daughter once more? While he cherished the disciples of his sect, it did not mean he was willing to become his future father-in-law, allowing another to trample upon his own precious daughter. The thought of his daughter in such a pitiful state filled him with dread. He feared that the next time they met, he might find himself unexpectedly a grandfather. What a calamity! Luo Tian sighed deeply, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. Those unaware were filled with envy, while those familiar with Lu Changsheng's reputation exchanged glances, finding the situation utterly outrageous. Luo brother, is the feng shui on Qingyun Peak truly so favorable? 3 of your direct disciples have passed. A familiar voice exclaimed, eyes gleaming with envy. Oblivious to Luo Tian's sorrow, Luo Tian felt at a loss for words, sensing something amiss and fearing that this opportunity might not lead to good fortune. What would happen to Lu Changsheng if Xinshao sect discovered this? In an instant, Luo Tian's concern grew. Ultimately, he cared for his disciples and wished for no one to encounter difficulties. Those who recognized Lu Changsheng's name began to voice their doubts, questioning why he was able to succeed. The more bewildered they became, the more curious they grew. Yi Qingchen observed the scene, bewildered but refraining from further comment. Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi exchanged knowing glances with their junior brother, their eyes revealing profound meaning. Lu Xian remained silent, having anticipated this outcome. Only Bai Jiang suddenly surged forward, his formidable mana erupting as it swept towards the heavens in that moment. Everyone was taken aback as a cascade of brilliant lights intertwined, sealing off the exit of the space. What is happening? Lu Xian inquired. Bai Jiang replied, there is a disturbance within, intruders are disrupting the order. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos, with Xinshao sect showing no signs of restraint. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, initially expecting a thorough investigation. But it seemed they were merely monitoring the spatial barriers. Upon reflection, it was understandable, none would believe that any of them had reached the nascent soul stage, capable of overpowering Bai Jiang and the man in question. Most likely, someone had infiltrated the area, prompting the sealing of the exit for a subsequent purge. Sighing, Lu Changsheng pondered the unfolding events. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, directing their ire at Lu Changsheng, questioning the legitimacy of his selection into the Xinshao sect. After all, among those eliminated were formidable individuals at the 8th and even 9th levels of qi condensation. Even Wu Jian and Yu Ling had failed to pass, which incited considerable indignation. Why should Lu Changsheng be deemed worthy of success? A call was made for the Xinxiao sect to provide a response. Was it possible that he employed some underhanded means? I refuse to accept this. A thorough investigation is warranted. At that moment, the eliminated individuals returned to the royal capital. Yu Ming, Wu Jian, and others stood forth. Their eyes filled with indignation directed at the scene. Lu Changsheng and his companions descended from the skies, standing firmly on the ground, meeting the gazes of all present. Luo Tian, upon hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and remarked, "What means could he possibly possess to deceive the Xinxiao?" Sect leader Luo. You should be well aware of Lu Changsheng's insignificance. Does he truly merit passing the selection? Or does your Qingyun sect have some means at play, fearing exposure? Many from the Wulian sword sect, including Yu Ling, spoke up in agreement. Luo Tian's gaze darkened as he retorted, "Your assessment of his worth is irrelevant. The outcome stands that he succeeded while you did not. What does that render you? If one lacks the skill, who can be blamed? Or perhaps he simply enjoyed a stroke of good fortune?" Yu Ming interjected, stepping forward to scan the crowd. Yu Ling coldly remarked, "What does this have to do with you? Is it simply because you feel threatened? Such fervent defense, could there be something more to it?" Wu Jian then added his voice. Listening to these words, Yu Ming displayed no anger. Instead, he regarded the individuals before him with a soft chuckle. "Yu Ling, times have changed. If you wish to survive, you ought to temper your tone. As for you, Wu Jian, are you of the Wulian sword sect intent on opposing me?" With those words, Yu Ling's expression darkened, and Wu Jian felt a shiver run through him as the sword sect members furrowed their brows. Yu Ming, having shifted his demeanor, led many to a sudden realization. The conflict within the royal family of Yu seemed to have reached a conclusion with Yu Ming's ascension as a disciple of the Xinxiao sect. Lu Changsheng observed with unexpected amusement, exclaiming, "Not even a semblance of pretense? I admire your character." He then turned toward Luo Tian, feeling astonished that, despite the evident issues, he still boldly spoke on his behalf, warming the hearts of those present. Onlookers were rendered speechless. The turmoil had been ignited by him. Yet he stood as a mere spectator. Luo Tian felt a pang of frustration. This fellow never seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, Yu Ming's presence overshadowed the crowd. El Xian had already conferred with the sect and spoken with Yi Qingchen, seemingly arriving at a conclusion. Just as the crowd was lost in thought, Yi Qingchen spoke, "Esteemed guests, the matter has been clarified. An anomaly occurred within the spatial realm, leading to increased difficulty and chaos. This bears no relation to anyone present." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. In other words, Lu Changsheng's success was purely a matter of luck. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If it was merely fortune that granted him passage, then there was no issue. After all, there were no regulations prohibiting entry into the Xinxiao sect based on luck. With that, the matter was considered settled, as El Xian's voice echoed throughout. However, this statement incited considerable dissent among the crowd. When a situation arises, it is only just that we receive fairness. It is intolerable that mere luck allows some individuals to masquerade as worthy contenders. We are indignant, indeed. We implore the Divine Sky sect to provide us with an explanation. How can we permit these impostors to act with such audacity? In an instant, many voices rose in unison, turning their gaze towards El Xian. El Xian's expression bore the weight of concern. As the leader of the Divine Sky sect, he had a duty to appease the masses. Yet he had not anticipated such turmoil. Observing the fervor swelling among the crowd, he hesitated, contemplating whether to report this matter to the sect. Lu Changsheng also nodded in agreement. If given the chance for a rematch, he would assuredly seize the source pearl and depart, resolutely refusing to involve himself further. In the next moment, the voice of Bai Jiang thundered like a clap of thunder. "Silence!" His reprimand echoed, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Bai Jiang coldly addressed them. "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to condemn the Divine Sky sect?" He continued, "Who do you think you are? To demand another match for your sake? Do you truly believe yourselves to be exceptional? The Divine Sky sect is not obligated to accept you into our ranks." His words reverberated powerfully, startling all present. El Xian had not anticipated such a forceful response. While it may seem unjust to many, the reality of survival of the fittest prevails in this world, where fairness is a rare commodity. Under his gaze, the capital fell into a profound silence, as no one dared to utter another word, fearful of incurring the wrath of the man before them. Only Lu Changsheng remained lost in thought, pondering whether he had managed to secure his position. With this realization, he could not help but let out a sigh. Others yearned for what they could not attain, while he, who had no desire for it, was now compelled to accept it. Such a thought was indeed vexing. Moreover, in a fleeting moment, he perceived Bai Jiang casting a glance in his direction, seemingly relieved, as if he felt fortunate for having retained Lu Changsheng. What could this mean? Lu Changsheng found himself once again plunged into contemplation. Chapter 66, What Can I Say? The royal capital lay in silence. With Bai Jiang's admonition, various factions fell into a hushed stillness. No matter how reluctant they felt, what could they truly do? Would they dare to provoke such a formidable power? Let alone them, even if all the might of the entire Yu kingdom were united. It would be naught but a trifle. A mere finger from the Xinshao sect could obliterate an entire dynasty. Alas! Lu Changsheng let out a soft sigh once more, causing those around him to furrow their brows in concern. The expressions of Yu Ling, Wu Jian, and others darkened further. Bai Jiang wasted no words and announced, "Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we shall depart for the Xinshao sect." Yes. The crowd responded in unison. They ceased their lingering and turned to leave. Only Yi Qingchen approached Lu Changsheng, a smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, Brother Lu. From this day forth, we shall be fellow disciples. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you." Lu Changsheng nodded appreciatively. Yi Qingchen bowed and took his leave. He could not contravene the sect's regulations by assisting Lu Changsheng in passing the test. However, now that he had succeeded, whether by fortune or otherwise, he would ensure that he faced no disturbances. This was his principle. Simultaneously, his words served as a warning to many, a deterrent to those who engaged in underhanded schemes. "Brother Lu, congratulations." Yu Ming stepped forward, beaming with delight. Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. Truth be told, he was reluctant to go. He promptly approached Luo Tian and said, "Sect leader, could you possibly communicate with the Xinshao sect to have me expelled? I wish to return to Art Sangyun. Do you think the Xinshao sect is a marketplace, where one can simply come and go as they please?" Luo Tian replied sternly, his expression grave. "Others yearn for what you have, and you wish to abandon it. Is this not a form of bullying?" Lu Changsheng felt exasperated. Was this even reasonable? It was only meant to be a mere formality, yet he found himself entangled. Could it truly be as the ancestor suggested, that he possessed an immense backing? As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled Bai Jiang, and an unsettling feeling arose, as if the man's gaze held deeper intentions. Alas! Luo Tian sighed, his demeanor softening. "Since you possess such fortune, go forth. For you, it may not be a misfortune. If, after 6 months, you have not passed the assessment, you may return." "What assessment?" Lu Changsheng's eyes brightened. Newly admitted disciples would face an assessment 6 months hence. Failure would result in expulsion. "Given your current demeanor, it seems you may not pass anyway. So consider it an opportunity for 6 months of training in the world outside." In that moment, light shone in his eyes. He had been pondering how to return in a legitimate manner without implicating the sect, and now it seemed the solution was within reach. "That sounds splendid, sect leader. We shall meet again in 6 months." "You rascal!" Luo Tian furrowed his brow, irritated at Lu Changsheng's eagerness to retreat even before setting out. He wondered what thoughts occupied the young man's mind. However, deep down, he hoped for a brighter future for them, one that surely surpassed remaining within the sect. Should fortune favor Lu Changsheng, he might yet soar to great heights. Though, in Luo Tian's view, such possibilities were rather slim. "Prepare for your departure," Luo Tian concluded, saying no more as he led them away. As the crowd dispersed, fervent discussions once again erupted in the royal capital, with Lu Changsheng undoubtedly becoming the focal point of conversation. Even those who had previously held him in disdain were left with nothing but envy. Not even Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi anticipated that amidst the turmoil of spatial disturbances, where countless individuals suffered defeat, he would emerge triumphantly, securing his position among the final 30. Such extraordinary fortune is indeed unparalleled. Gradually, many began to comprehend the events transpiring within the realm. Yet no one dared to associate these occurrences with Lu Changsheng. Upon returning to their residence, the Ning family displayed heightened warmth. Some even subtly hinted at the relationship between Zhou Qingyu and Ning Yusin, for his affiliation with the Xinxiao sect rendered him more coveted than ever. Should circumstances permit, a wedding ceremony could very well take place that very night. Ning Yusin, however, cast a gaze towards Lu Changsheng, pondering a question that lingered in her mind: was his success truly a mere stroke of luck? Lu Changsheng, indifferent to such matters, returned to his quarters, contemplating his next course of action. Yi Mitian remarked, "In truth, the Xinxiao sect may prove to be a more advantageous choice for you. If you are willing, I could introduce you to the immortal sacred land, where broader horizons await. Why remain in this diminutive Yu kingdom? The greater the expanse, the more perilous the path." Lu Changsheng replied, his expression unexpectedly serious. "Countless prodigies have emerged throughout history, yet many have perished in their pursuit of cultivation, often due to their overwhelming prominence. Even the sacred lands cannot guarantee protection." Yi Mitian did not contest this assertion. Indeed, it has always been the case that the tall tree catches the wind. However, one might argue that if one lives in fear, what purpose does cultivation serve? Without daring to forge ahead, how can one glimpse the resplendence of the immortal path? "I seek longevity, not mere glory," Lu Changsheng declared. Yi Mitian fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, each individual must make their own choices. You may proceed as you see fit. However, as per our agreement, I shall assist you in acquiring the source pearl, and in return, you must procure some healing elixirs for me." "What elixirs do you desire? Do you possess a formula?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "What do you mean?" he replied. Lu Changsheng smiled. "Purchasing them is far too costly. I can refine them for you, saving both money and ensuring safety." "You can concoct elixirs?" Yi Mitian was once again taken aback. Meanwhile, Bai Jiang and Lu Xian conferred, after which Lu Xian informed their sect. Bai Jiang then retrieved a transmission talisman to relay the developments to a certain man. "Martial uncle, the selection in Yu Kingdom has concluded." Upon hearing this, the man on the other end responded, "So soon?" "The sect has already conducted an investigation, and it appears that significant issues have arisen. The situation is dire," Bai Jiang stated, his expression grave. "As the one at the helm, any failures would inevitably lead to accountability." The man pondered briefly before asking, "How serious is it?" "The source pearl has been lost, the selection was chaotic, and a rift has appeared in one of the boundary walls, nearly breaching. It is likely that this was orchestrated by that individual," Bai Jiang explained. "Does he intend to breach the boundary wall? What is his objective?" The man's tone turned somber. Bai Jiang was at a loss for words. The matter had stirred the sect, and numerous individuals were already engaged in investigations. Silence enveloped both parties. After a while, Bai Jiang spoke again, "Martial uncle, there is one more thing." "What is it?" "The Qingyun sect has 4 individuals who have successfully passed the assessment, and all 3 from Qingyun Peak have indeed triumphed." "Is this true?" "Ah, splendid." The voice of the man was unexpectedly filled with delight. Bai Jiang could not comprehend why his master uncle was so invested in those 3. "Master uncle, what is it that you find so significant?" "Zhou Qingyu is undoubtedly extraordinary, and his future accomplishments are beyond measure. Yi Tianyi possesses commendable talents as well. Yet such individuals are not uncommon within the sect." As for Lu Changsheng, Bai Jiang found himself at a loss for words. The reputation of Lu Changsheng was, frankly, hard to bear. Furthermore, he had made inquiries, leaving him speechless that such a person garnered such particular esteem from his master uncle. "There is no need for further questions, and the matter of my entry into the space must not be mentioned to anyone. I shall hasten to the sect now. We shall discuss anything further upon my arrival." "Understood." Bai Jiang was perplexed yet dared not contradict. Before long, 3 days had swiftly passed. By Jiang and the others convened the group, preparing to journey to the Xinqiao sect. Various factions looked on with envy, while others harbored hopes. The Xinqiao sect activated a teleportation array to usher them away. Luo Tian bid farewell to the 4 disciples and, momentarily dazed, returned to the sect with the remaining disciples. The outcome of this event was unforeseen, and upon the news reaching Qingyun sect, the entire sect was taken aback. Even the elders could not remain composed. For successful candidates at once was an unprecedented achievement. The fact that Lu Changsheng succeeded was particularly unbelievable to all. No matter how one viewed it, it seemed utterly absurd. What kind of extraordinary fortune must one possess to stumble upon such a remarkable opportunity? Nonetheless, due to the accomplishments of these 4, the sect would receive a substantial influx of resources and thus gain protection to continue establishing itself in the kingdom of Yu. Everyone was elated, except for Lu Changsheng. Chapter 67, The profound understanding of principle beyond the realm of the state of Yu. Countless miles lay before them, revealing a breathtaking landscape of sacred mountains and clear waters. This was the esteemed Xinqiao sect, where Elshan led the group. As they beheld the grandiose gates of the sect and the majestic palaces and peaks that unfolded before their eyes, an undeniable excitement coursed through the crowd. In comparison to the previous sects, this place was incomparable. The richness of spiritual energy here was beyond measure. Their prior locations had been starkly barren. While the others reveled in their exhilaration, Lu Changsheng cast a wistful glance back down the path they had traversed, sighing softly to himself. How many thousands of miles have we traveled? When shall I return? Xiao He remained speechless. Under Elshan's guidance, the group passed through the mountain gates and arrived at the periphery of the sect, where they were each assigned a cave dwelling for their residence and cultivation. According to the established rules, once all nations had completed their selections, everyone would be gathered together, and esteemed elders would emerge to choose their favored disciples. The weakest of these elders were at the nascent soul stage, with many surpassing that level in strength. Among them were remarkable individuals who could even catch the attention of the 4 honored ones of Xinqiao. To be accepted as a disciple by such figures would mean a true departure from the mire, soaring to great heights. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Lu Changsheng did not dare to harbor expectations. The greater the strength of his potential mentors, the more insecure he felt. Fortunately, no one seemed to regard him with interest. For now, he merely needed to remain quietly for half a year, after which he could return home, perhaps carrying something valuable with him. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy here, several times richer than that of Sanyun, might present various opportunities, allowing his cultivation to advance further. After giving his instructions, Elshan allowed everyone to rest. Thanks to Yi Qingchen, Lu Changsheng secured an exceptional cave dwelling, one with even more concentrated spiritual energy. Brother Lu, rest assured here. Should you need anything, just seek me out. I will. Lu Changsheng replied in acknowledgement. At this moment, everyone was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming disciple selection ceremony in a few days. Lu Changsheng promptly seated himself and began his cultivation, marveling at the richness of the spiritual energy he was encountering for the first time. It was simply unparalleled for cultivation. Moreover, whether due to his constitution or innate talent, he found that while others needed to absorb spiritual energy and experience the nuances of realms, he hardly required such effort. All that was lacking was spiritual energy. In the following days, the external atmosphere of Xinqiao sect remained tumultuous, as individuals from various nations continued to arrive through selections. During this time, many talents emerged prominently. Some boasted reputations that rivaled that of Zhou Qingyu. One woman, known as Huang Shan, had already reached the core formation stage at the tender age of 25, younger than Zhou Qingyu, and her accomplishments in such a barren land were nothing short of astonishing. Another individual, although 30 at the time of core formation, was an exceptionally powerful body cultivator, unmatched in physical prowess, eclipsing all peers of his level. With sheer physical strength, he had swept through his opponents, leaving no defeats in his wake. Body cultivation was formidable, while its difficulty may not rival that of swordsmanship. It was not something to be taken lightly. As the names of prodigies continued to surface, many, despite the disciple selection ceremony not yet commencing, began scoping out potential disciples. With some even disregarding the principles of martial ethics, casting out olive branches in advance. Everyone desires to take on a few disciples that resonate with them, to pass down their legacy. However, Lu Changsheng remained indifferent, solely focused on his cultivation, believing that the threshold set by his senior brother had likely been surpassed. He anticipated that eventually, he would be shielded by his senior. What he did not expect was that during this time, Yi Qingchen approached Lu Changsheng, accompanied by an elderly man, which took him by surprise. "Brother Lu, this is Elder Embodying," Yi Qingchen introduced. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuded a gentle smile, looking at him with kindness. Lu Changsheng greeted him and inquired, "Does the elder have any matters to discuss?" Elder Embodying nodded. Yi Qingchen continued, "Brother Lu, the elder has come regarding the matter of accepting disciples and wishes to discuss certain matters with you." Accepting disciples? Discussing? Lu Changsheng was taken aback, instinctively glancing into the elder's eyes, questioning if he was mistaken. Could it be that someone had taken an interest in him? Elder Embodying smiled and said, "Young friend, let me be direct. The Moon Sovereign has set his sights on your senior brother, Zhou Qingyu, desiring to take him as a disciple. What are your thoughts on this?" At this revelation, Lu Changsheng was momentarily lost in thought, filled with delight. If his senior brother were to join the Moon Sovereign's ranks, wouldn't he be able to traverse the kingdom of you with ease? Pondering this, he expressed his confusion. "This is indeed good news. The elder should inquire with him directly about why he sought me." Elder Embodying exchanged a glance with Yi Qingchen, both appearing somewhat troubled. Yi Qingchen hesitated before saying, "Brother Lu, to be frank, we have already asked him, but Brother Qingyu is unwilling to accept a master." "Why?" Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow, incredulous. After all, the Moon Sovereign was one of the 4 sovereigns of the divine firmament who would not wish to become his disciple. Yet, his brother was resistant. In the divine firmament sect, the acceptance of disciples is mutual. Brother Qingyu is reluctant to accept a master unless all 3 of you brothers are taken under the same banner, Yi Qingchen explained. Lu Changsheng was astonished. At such a critical juncture, his senior brother still considered his well-being. However, after the harrowing lessons of a decade past, he harbored a deep aversion to the idea of accepting a master, certain that he would not acquiesce. Yet, he did not foresee that the predicament lay with him. In other words, to accept Zhou Qingyu, they would have to take him, the burden, along as well. Yi Tianyi was acceptable enough, but he himself was a complex matter. Yi Qingchen, appearing somewhat distressed, remarked, "Brother Lu, the sect has regulations limiting the number of disciples one can accept, so." "I understand, I shall persuade him," Lu Changsheng affirmed with a nod. Elder Embodying was taken aback, initially expecting him to use this situation as leverage to secure a position under the Moon Sovereign. Given that he was one of the 4 sovereigns of the divine firmament who would not be tempted? He had even prepared himself to begrudgingly accept Lu Changsheng as a condition of negotiation, yet the youth displayed such remarkable integrity. This newfound respect for Lu Changsheng caused him to regard him with admiration. Even if his talent was lacking, such character was indeed rare. And perhaps accepting him would not be a mistake after all. Yi Qingchen was astonished, struggling to comprehend, and his admiration for Lu Changsheng deepened significantly. "I shall go at once," Lu Changsheng declared, eager to attend to the matter without delay. However, Elder Embodying interjected, "There is no rush. Your senior brother has entered seclusion after a moment of enlightenment while observing the sword. It would be best not to disturb him just yet." "Understood." He spoke up, revealing the esteem in which the Xinshao sect held him. After all, it is indeed rare for someone so young to comprehend the 7th level of swordsmanship. Such talent in the art of the sword is truly exceptional. Who could resist being drawn to it? Furthermore, it seemed they were aware of Zhou Qingyu's deep concern for his junior disciple, which is why they sought out Lu Changsheng. With his counsel, success was likely. Soon, having seen off the 2 visitors, Lu Changsheng began to ponder how to persuade Zhou Qingyu, hoping to arrange for Yi Tianyi as well, which would be even better. To his surprise, in the following 2 days, he was visited repeatedly. Not only by significant figures from the Xinshao sect but also by formidable sword cultivators. Their purpose was solely to speak on behalf of Zhou Qingyu. Lu Changsheng felt helpless as he explained the situation. One by one, they regarded him with newfound respect. Not pursuing their own interests but genuinely wishing for the well-being of their senior brother, which was truly touching. Their goodwill towards him was palpable. Such individuals were rare. And he couldn't help but feel moved. However, while Lu Changsheng agreed to persuade Zhou Qingyu, he also urged them to discuss the matter with the Moon Sovereign. For he could not afford to offend anyone. After finally bidding farewell to these esteemed figures, as night fell, Lu Changsheng settled on the ground, ready to begin his cultivation. Only to find that someone had arrived at his cave dwelling. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned a middle-aged man in his 40s standing before him, his eyes fixed intently on the cave. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's expression changed. The visitor was none other than the person he had encountered previously in the spatial realm. A sense of dread washed over him, and he thought to himself that it was the end. Chapter 68, Help! In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and gazed at the entrance of the cave, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Had he been discovered? Was someone here to exact revenge? This was not the same as being in the confines of space. His cultivation was no longer suppressed. Even without revealing his aura, he felt an overwhelming depth. Like an abyss that deterred anyone from making eye contact. It was over. Lu Changsheng contemplated whether to feign ignorance or seize an opportunity to flee. However, before he could react, the stone door of the cave burst open, and a man's figure came into view. Their eyes met in an electrifying moment. The man stared intently at him, his face devoid of any emotion, his gaze cold and profound, reminiscent of the vast cosmos, seemingly encompassing all existence. The last time they met, Lu Changsheng had felt the weight of his power, yet now he sensed a terrifying presence. The man scrutinized Lu Changsheng's face, gradually furrowing his brows. Something was amiss. He recalled Lu Changsheng being quite unappealing, dark, small, and thin, so how the man muttered to himself. Lu Changsheng was taken aback, unsure of the man's intent. Before he could speak, the man continued, "Are you Lu Changsheng? The one from junior brother Zhou Qingyu?" "Yes." "But you are Lu Changsheng," responded, somewhat surprised. However, upon hearing those words, he felt a slight relief. It seemed the man was likely here regarding his senior brother. Yet, the man's eyes flickered with intensity. "It truly is you." "What do you mean?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "Come with me," the man commanded directly. Lu Changsheng frowned. "Who are you? Where do you intend to take me?" Sensing Lu Changsheng's wariness, the man stepped closer, raising his hand to rest on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. At that moment, terror flashed in Lu Changsheng's eyes. Just as the man's palm made contact, a surge of power coursed through him. And the mark on his forehead transformed into a rune, manifesting a crimson hue. This scene left him momentarily dazed, as the power continued to spread around his body. Realizing the man intended to probe his body, Lu Changsheng's instincts kicked in, and he immediately broke free, sprinting towards the cave's exit. The man had not anticipated Lu Changsheng's flight. He had not restricted his movements before, and was momentarily taken aback. What surprised him even more was that, in the next moment, Lu Changsheng let out a desperate cry that shattered the night, reverberating throughout the void. "Help! Someone, please! There's been a murder!" This exclamation echoed like thunder, resonating across the mountains. The man had not expected such a reaction. As Lu Changsheng continued to shout while running, he swiftly dashed to the neighboring hill. Those nearby were startled and hurried towards the commotion. Many elders had been lying in wait, anticipating Lu Changsheng to persuade Zhou Qingyu, wary of someone else seizing the opportunity. Yet, they turned to hear his urgent cries. Recognizing Lu Changsheng's noble intentions, they held him in high regard. Upon hearing it was him, they immediately stepped forward. "How dare you? Who has the audacity to act recklessly within the ranks of the Xinqiao sect? Assaulting our disciples, are you tired of living? Step forward, and I shall eliminate you." Numerous individuals were gathered nearby, intent on securing Zhou Qingyu, preventing others from gaining the upper hand. Upon hearing a commotion, 7 or 8 figures abruptly emerged. Lu Changsheng, observing the scene, exhaled a sigh of relief. With such a tumult, it would not be long before more people arrived. Amidst the clamor, a man stepped forth from the cave. His expression unchanged as he surveyed the crowd of elders before him. Yet, upon laying eyes on him, their faces shifted, and they collectively bowed in respect. What was happening? Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and instinctively retreated 2 mountain ridges back. The crowd spoke in unison, "We pay our respects to the battle sovereign." The revelation that he was one of the 4 sovereigns of the divine sky struck Yimitian with a jolt, his tone heavy with gravity. Lu Changsheng found himself at a loss, deep in contemplation. He had heard of the battle sovereign's name but had never anticipated that the individual he had previously confronted was such a formidable figure. This was dire. He thought to himself that this time, it was all over. The man, with hands clasped behind his back, stated, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, battle sovereign." The elders rose, casting their gazes toward Lu Changsheng, eager to elucidate the situation, only to realize he had already retreated. Witnessing this behavior, an elder spoke first. "What grievance does this youth hold against the battle sovereign that would provoke your ire?" Upon hearing this critical point, Lu Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. If word spread that he had struck the battle sovereign, it would surely lead to chaos. Panic surged within him as he sought an escape route. The man frowned and remarked, "When did I ever claim he wronged me? Moreover, if I were to strike, would he still be standing?" Indeed. The battle sovereign had come here at such an hour to take on a disciple. The man spoke without hesitation, yet his words left everyone astonished. The battle sovereign wished to accept a disciple, and that disciple was this young man. Lu Changsheng was momentarily stunned. What was this unexpected turn of events? Was he truly to be taken on as a disciple? Had the man lost his senses? However, it soon dawned on others. Everyone was aware of the conditions under which Zhou Qingyu had sought a master. If Lu Changsheng was accepted, he would readily agree to become a disciple. Contemplating this, the crowd's expressions grew solemn. "Battle sovereign, is this truly appropriate? The disciple selection ceremony has yet to commence, and your actions seem..." The man interjected with a cold snort, "Old fool, what games are you playing? If you deem my actions inappropriate, then why are you all stationed here?" A silence fell over the group, faces exchanged glances, some feeling awkward. Embodying was the first to speak. "Battle sovereign, matters should adhere to protocol. The moon sovereign has already..." "Enough of this chatter. Have the moon sovereign come forth to battle with me? If she surpasses me, I shall concede her the disciple." The man's words were laced with dominion. Embodying's expression shifted. Who among the world did not know of the battle sovereign's formidable prowess? Even the mightiest of the divine sovereigns would hesitate to engage him in combat. In the heat of battle, he was like a madman, growing stronger as others faltered. Who would dare to challenge him? Thus, for the sake of fairness, it was decided to wait until the disciple selection ceremony began and seek their opinions then. Embodying relented. The man shook his head and said, "There is no need for such trouble. You desire Zhou Qingyu but are unwilling to waste a disciple quota to accept Lu Changsheng. However, I can fulfill Zhou Qingyu's request and accept all 3 of them together." At this, Lu Changsheng was momentarily stunned. For Zhou Qingyu's sake, this man was truly willing to go to such lengths, even at the expense of his own interests. Moreover, "I have already marked him. Lu Changsheng is now under my tutelage, and you are too late." "What?" The crowd's expressions changed, and they turned to look. A crimson rune materialized on Lu Changsheng's forehead, the very mark of the battle sovereign. "Battle sovereign, is this behavior not excessively domineering? Unconvinced? I shall make you submit." The man's words rendered everyone silent. Such tyranny was not a first for them, yet resentment brewed in their hearts. Some even contemplated inviting the other 3 sovereigns to mediate. Embodying inquired, "Is the battle sovereign truly resorting to brute force to suppress us? Is there not a shred of reason to be discussed?" "Reason?" The man glanced around and chuckled softly. "Very well, today I shall impart a lesson in reason." The crowd was taken aback. The battle sovereign was going to discuss reason? This was utterly unprecedented. Lu Changsheng could not help but look on, but in the next moment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. At this juncture, I have little patience for idle chatter. These 3 are disciples I accepted during my travels, now that they have joined the Xinshao sect. What is inappropriate about their allegiance to me? What? Lu Changsheng exclaimed in shock, nearly stumbling over his words. Chapter 69, Absurdity. The man's words left everyone in shock, including Lu Changsheng, who stood frozen in place. What did he mean? Had he deceived to such an extent for Zhou Qingyu? Where was the promised invincible battle honor? It seemed devoid of integrity. A group of people exchanged glances, pondering the veracity of this statement. Yi Mitian, witnessing their reactions, could not help but speak. Is the battle sovereign Gu Qianjun truly your master? How would I know? Wouldn't you know your own master? You might not believe it, but I have only met my master once, and that was a decade ago. I was merely 8 years old then. Who can recall what he looked like? Yi Nitian was astonished. Then how did you grow up? That is another story. Lu Changsheng's thoughts drifted as he reflected on his youth, feeling a wave of bitterness wash over him. Upon hearing the man's words, he vaguely recalled something. When they first met in this space, he had indeed felt a sense of familiarity with the man, as if he had seen him before, yet he dared not be certain. After all, his master was merely the modest lord of Qingyun Peak, while the individual before him was a battle sovereign, one of the esteemed 4 sovereigns of Xinshao. A figure of immense stature. The disparity in their identities was too great. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? Moreover, even if the other party dared to claim it, he found it hard to believe. If he truly had such a master, how could he be in such dire straits? Embodying pondered for a long while before slowly speaking. Battle sovereign, please do not jest, they know you are not to be believed. Gu Qianjun let out a cold laugh. The crowd fell silent. Who could believe such a tale? To take on a disciple while discarding all sense of dignity, fabricating such nonsensical claims. Yet Lu Changsheng remained fixated. In the next moment, Gu Qianjun turned his gaze towards a nearby mountain peak, where a cave abode resided, none other than that of Yi Tianyi. Tianyi is present. As the words left his mouth, everyone turned to look. A young man emerged from the cave. It was Yi Tianyi. He stepped out, surveying the surroundings, and upon seeing the elders standing there, a look of confusion crossed his face. However, upon spotting the man, a transformation flickered in his eyes. Master! With a thud, Yi Tianyi knelt down. His expression filled with excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking as he spoke. Master, I have finally found you. What on earth? Lu Changsheng was taken aback, bewildered by this unfolding drama. Had his senior brother been bribed or possessed? Beside him, Embodying appeared dazed, unable to comprehend, and turned to Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, is he truly your master? I do not know. Do not know? How can you not know? I have never met him. Listening to this, everyone stood in confusion. Gu Qianjun spoke again. Changsheng, when I departed, you were still a child. It is not your fault for not remembering. But I truly am your master. Junior brother, quickly come and greet our master. Yi Tianyi chimed in at that moment. Lu Changsheng's brow furrowed even tighter. What was going on? He had thought his master was deceased, and now they were claiming he was alive? What a farce! Even if it were true, what of it? Back in the day, he shamelessly insisted on accepting me as his disciple, only to neglect me afterward, raising me in a manner akin to letting a wild animal roam free, all the while claiming no fault of his own. Did I ever voice my grievances? Yet, if we were to entertain the notion, does it not imply that the esteemed Zhan Zun is indeed my master? Thereby rendering the one I previously fought against as my own master as well? For a moment, I found myself in disarray, struggling to digest this revelation. The expressions of those around me mirrored my confusion, as they too grappled with the absurdity of the situation. How could Zhan Zun be our master? Wasn't he our master, the lord of Qingyun Peak? What possible connection could exist between the two? However, Lu Changsheng recalled the words of the ancestor, who had mentioned that he possessed a formidable ally within the Xinshao sect. Could it truly be as such? The situation was intricate and convoluted, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. Yi Tianyi approached Gu Qianjun, his eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. After 2 years of searching for a master, he had finally found him. Just as the group was engulfed in bewilderment, Zhou Qingyu emerged from his seclusion, having sensed Gu Qianjun's presence. Without the slightest hesitation upon seeing him, he knelt before him, exclaiming, "Master!" This utterance plunged the crowd into complete silence. Witnessing this, Lu Changsheng was compelled to believe that the figure before him was indeed his unworthy master, a notion that he found difficult to accept. With a commanding presence, Gu Qianjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the assembly. Do any of you have further words? With Zhou Qingyu's acceptance. The others found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, prompting Gu Qianjun to declare, since there are no words left, return and inform the Divine Lord that my 3 slots are filled, and I shall not attend the disciple acceptance ceremony. The crowd remained mute. Standing 100 feet away, Lu Changsheng fixed his gaze intently, unable to reconcile his thoughts. In the span of just a quarter of an hour, he felt utterly unmoored. Changsheng, come here, follow me. Gu Qianjun called out. Lu Changsheng instinctively shook his head, retreating a step or two. Yi Tianyi, sensing the tension, approached him and urged, Junior brother, let us follow our master. Looking at Yi Tianyi, Lu Changsheng scrutinized him thoroughly before finally speaking. Second senior brother, are you under duress from him? Or has he placed a restriction on the eldest senior brother? What nonsense are you spouting? He is our master. Little junior brother, come. Zhou Qingyu interjected at that moment. Hearing the words of his 2 senior brothers, Lu Changsheng hesitated, yet he merely followed at a distance, keeping himself removed from the man. They ascended to a mountain peak. The abode of Gu Qianjun, surrounded by spiritual mountains, with ethereal clouds swirling and abundant spiritual energy, indeed a land of fortune. He watched as his 2 senior brothers walked alongside him, the man's demeanor radiating excitement, yet he maintained his distance. Changsheng, come here. Gu Qianjun called out, his tone softening. Lu Changsheng instinctively shook his head. To him, the man felt no different than a stranger. Perhaps even less familiar than Suihua from the neighboring mountain of the sect. What is the matter with junior brother? Yi Tianyi inquired, concern etched upon his face. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qianjun let out a soft sigh and remarked, this matter rests upon my shoulders. After I brought him back to the sect, I departed and neglected him entirely. It was your elder brother who nurtured him. I feel deep remorse. His voice was laden with regret and self-reproach. Yi Tianyi inquired, Master, what exactly transpired? Where did you go 2 years ago that led you to become a battle sovereign? The tale is lengthy, Gu Qianjun began. I was originally a battle sovereign, but after suffering an injury, my soul was damaged, and I lost my memories. I was rescued by the venerable Qingyun and remained there for a time, during which I took you 3 under my wing. Eventually, memories began to resurface, prompting me to wander the world. One fateful day, I was summoned back and took 2 years to fully regain all my memories. The 2 exchanged sentiments of astonishment. Lu Changsheng remained speechless, pondering whether this was merely a tale spun to deceive. Such a convoluted and extraordinary narrative would scarcely be dared in the tales of mortals. Furthermore, he had the audacity to mention his own affairs. If he had no intention of teaching, why bring him back, subjecting him to a decade of anxious existence? If he truly cared, why had he not sought them out earlier? Now he came to recount ghost stories to me? Lu Changsheng felt indignant. Zhou Qingyu and the others furrowed their brows. Gu Qianjun continued, in truth, I did seek you out. Chapter 70, The Reunion of Master and Apprentice. As the words fell, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him, particularly Lu Changsheng, whose previously melancholic gaze now bore an odd expression. Gu Qianjun spoke slowly, to be candid. Within the space you inhabit, there exists a helmsman named Bai Jiang, who is, in a sense, your senior brother. Due to certain constraints of identity, I cannot act overtly. Hence I have arranged for him to protect you. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Nonetheless, Bai Jiang's gaze upon him was indeed peculiar, leaving him with an unshakable sense of unease. Zhou Qingyu and the others remained silent. Gu Qianjun continued, however, complications arose within the space when a rogue expelled him, which inadvertently provided me with the opportunity to investigate and assist you. Unfortunately, that rogue forced me out of the space and stole an important object, even attempting to shatter the spatial barrier. He recounted the events of the past. Aside from embellishing his own exit, the rest of his narrative aligned closely with reality, creating an illusion of authenticity. He recalled El Xian rebuking those individuals, claiming to have an immense backing. In retrospect, it seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, at this moment, Lu Changsheng felt a twinge of guilt. Yi Tian interjected, so it was your master you were contending against at that time. What a profound twist of fate! Silence! Lu Changsheng retorted, directing his gaze forward. Fortunately, you have all arrived here. From this day forth, I shall safeguard your paths, and none shall dare to wrong you. I shall also make amends to Changsheng, guiding him in his cultivation. Gu Qianjun declared, his tone laden with remorse. The previously disgruntled Lu Changsheng's expression transformed upon hearing the promise of compensation. A man of principles, he considered that if the recompense were adequate, he could indeed find it in himself to forgive. Should it be substantial, he might even cast aside his principles entirely. Subsequently, Gu Qianjun led them to a cave dwelling. Meticulously assessing the conditions of Zhou Qingyu and Yi Tianyi, he recognized that Yi Tianyi possessed considerable talent, albeit having wasted some time, with gradual recovery. It was not too late. However, upon examining Zhou Qingyu, he was taken aback by the brilliance displayed. Achieving the golden core at such a young age was indeed a mark of genius, yet a gap remained when compared to the truly exceptional prodigies. Even within the ranks of the Xinshao sect, there were disciples of higher cultivation. Nevertheless, possessing a mastery of the sword Dao at the 7th level allowed him to outshine countless peers. Not to mention, even those at the nascent soul stage among sword cultivators could not compare. The prospect of a 7th level sword Dao practitioner at this age was indeed promising. After his investigation, Gu Qianjun noted that Zhou Qingyu's foundation was remarkably solid, having progressed steadily without any missteps in his swordsmanship. Lu Changsheng could only watch in silence as Gu Qianjun's expression radiated pride. For the sake of Zhou Qingyu, he had devoted countless efforts over the years. Qingyu, I never anticipated that without supervision, you would still reach such heights. I am truly gratified, Gu Qianjun exclaimed, filled with excitement. To cultivate to this level in a barren land was an extraordinary feat. Having escaped from there, with the resources of the Xinshao sect, the future achievements were boundless. In this moment of exhilaration, he turned his gaze towards Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Changsheng kept his distance, entirely unwilling to approach. Just moments ago, when he attempted to investigate, he had shouted and fled, leaving others to wonder what had befallen him. Your junior apprentice, sighed Gu Qianjun. Master, Zhou Qingyu interjected. Changsheng appears different from his usual self. In fact, he has already reached the 9th level of spirit gathering and has mastered 3 levels of sword Dao. Yi Tianyi nodded. Having begun to view his junior apprentice in a new light since Lu Changsheng's previous confession, Gu Qianjun reminisced, when I first encountered your junior apprentice, he was merely a child of 7 or 8, small, dark, and somewhat unattractive. Who would have thought he would grow into such a striking young man? Pa! You were the one who was small and unattractive. Lu Changsheng silently cursed, cautious not to express his disdain too openly. A wise man does not invite trouble. He would save his retorts for when his cultivation improved. Listening to their nostalgic reflections, Yi Tianyi continued to offer reassurances. Yet, Lu Changsheng felt little connection, after all. He had only met this person twice, how deep could their bond truly be? Gu Qianjun remarked, in truth, your junior apprentice possessed extraordinary talent even before he began his training. His ethereal presence was truly remarkable. It is not easy for him to have grown so much on his own over the years. I regret having delayed his progress. I will surely mentor him well from now on. Indeed. Yi Tianyi responded fervently. Observing his master, he felt a surge of excitement. Zhou Qingyu nodded in agreement. The reunion of the three was indeed a rare delight, filled with laughter and joy. Only Lu Changsheng remained distant, having no desire to engage. Instead, he found a secluded spot to sit in meditation, gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. With the source pearl and over 200,000 spirit crystals, he believed he could attempt to break through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul and would seek an opportunity to undergo tribulation directly. Moreover, the environment was indeed conducive to cultivation. After all, he planned to stay for only 6 months. Should he fail the assessment, he would return to Qingyun sect without hesitation, unwilling to waste a single moment. As night deepened, the trio dispersed, each departing in their own direction. Lu Changsheng remained seated until Gu Qianjun approached. Upon seeing him, Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed in vigilance, accompanied by unmistakable disdain. Changsheng, shall we have a word? Gu Qianjun spoke gently. What is there to discuss? Lu Changsheng replied brusquely. As master and disciple, we can converse freely. How about a heart-to-heart this evening? Lu Changsheng frowned. This is only our second meeting, we are hardly better than strangers. What sensible person would confide in someone they barely know? You still hold me responsible, don't you? Gu Qianjun sighed softly. Lu Changsheng shook his head. You overthink things. I simply am not familiar with you. Having met only once, it is not a matter of blame. My main concern is whether you may harbor ill intentions. What if you had ulterior motives in taking me in initially? Would I not be walking into a trap? After all, one must always be cautious of others. Fear not. As master and disciple, we will have ample time together. I have already learned of your circumstances from your senior brother, so there is no need for concern. From now on, as long as I am here, I will shoulder any burdens for you. Gu Qianjuan's tone was resolute. What do you mean by that? Lu Changsheng inquired. The implication is that I am your pillar of support. Should any calamity arise, I shall take the fall for you. Is that truly the case? Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze tinged with skepticism. Gu Qianjun chuckled, stating, in the past, I did not leave you with much. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you, consider it a token of my mentorship. Anything at all? Lu Changsheng sought further confirmation. Anything indeed. Gu Qianjun replied succinctly. Then I shall ask for 10 source pearls. The moment the words left his lips, Gu Qianjun was rendered speechless. Source pearls are exceedingly rare. The entire sect possesses but a handful, and not long ago, one was lost. The spatial integrity during the recent dynasty war relied on cultivators sustaining it through their magical prowess. Not all spaces contained source pearls. Yet, here he was, requesting 10. None available? Lu Changsheng inquired, his tone laced with disdain. Gu Qianjun shook his head, explaining, source pearls are essential for stabilizing space, not to mention 10. I cannot provide even one. Very well, I shan't press you further. Lu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Gu Qianjun continued, if you request something else, I shall certainly fulfill your wish. Then grant me 10 million spirit stones. Gu Qianjun. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the entire dojo. Even Xiao He could no longer contain himself. 10 million, he was utterly unreserved. Chapter 71, The Ancient Scriptures of the Sun. At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings as Lu Changsheng gazed ahead. Gu Qianjun ultimately shook his head. Still nothing? 1 million spirit crystals are not a jest. Lu Changsheng remarked. Are you not a battle master? Do you not possess even this modest sum? You are still vexed with me, aren't you? Gu Qianjun offered a bitter smile. If he were not annoyed, why would he intentionally create obstacles? Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows. For his intentions were not born of petulance but rather a sincere desire for 1 million spirit crystals, earnest to the utmost degree. Did you not claim that you could provide anything I wished? Very well, then, rest early. With a soft sigh, Gu Qianjun turned to leave. This matter could not be blamed on him. After all, it was his own issue, and it was only natural for his disciple to feel aggrieved. Relationships must be nurtured gradually. Yet, as he watched Gu Qianjun depart, Lu Changsheng felt a pang of urgency. Do not go. If you cannot provide 1,000, then 800 will suffice. Surely, you have 500? 100 would not be unacceptable. His requests dwindled in number. But all he beheld was the desolate figure of Gu Qianjun until he vanished from sight. In an instant, Lu Changsheng found himself alone. A hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. How could he claim to be generous when he displayed such a lack of sincerity? Lu Changsheng snorted lightly. Xiao He, sensing the absurdity, remarked, you demand 1 million with such ease, do you truly possess sincerity? Who says I lack sincerity? I genuinely wish for 1 million spirit crystals. Under normal circumstances, who could possibly afford such a sum? However, since he is your master, there is no need for you to return to the kingdom of you. Here, you shall find better protection. Xiao He spoke earnestly. Previously, he had heard of Gu Qianjuan's reputation, but was he truly that formidable? Moreover, did you not previously hold the Shenxiao sect in contempt? Xiao He replied, in your eyes, the Xinshao sect may appear as a colossal entity. Yet in the grand scope of the southern domain, it is hardly significant, overshadowed by numerous ancient sacred lands. However, Gu Qianjun is different, few dare to provoke him. So formidable? The world is vast, one must explore to comprehend its breadth. Xiao He shared some of his insights. Lu Changsheng fell into contemplation. This world was expansive. Divided into 4 domains, with his current location being the southern domain. Even within the southern domain, there lay endless territories. The Xinshao sect was merely one of many sects in the southern regions. After a moment of reflection, Lu Changsheng resumed his cultivation. Time was fleeting. With only half a year remaining, he must diligently train. Until dawn, he remained motionless. As the sun began to rise, with purple mist emerging from the east, he slowly opened his eyes, and Zhou Qingyu arrived. Junior brother, follow me. Where to? Last night, Master said we are to select scriptures and techniques that suit us today. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes glimmered with interest. In this world, countless scriptures and techniques exist, broadly categorized into 6 tiers: profound, spirit, king, god, holy, and celestial. Beyond these tiers are the imperial-level scriptures and even the legendary immortal scriptures, though few have ever laid eyes upon them. Even sacred lands may not possess imperial scriptures. The Qingyun technique they had practiced was merely a low-grade spirit-level scripture. The higher the tier of the scripture, the greater the benefits it bestowed upon their cultivation. Indeed. Lu Changsheng nodded and followed closely behind Zhou Qingyu. On the road, Zhou Qingyu spoke, Junior brother, Master has his own difficulties. His spirit is damaged. And his memories are incomplete. It is not intentional that he treats you this way. I do not blame him. Zhou Qingyu replied, perplexed. If you do not blame him, then why do you feel this way? I have only met him twice, and we are simply not well acquainted. Nevertheless, the mountains are high and the waters long, we still have plenty of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was taken aback. His usually taciturn senior brother was unexpectedly defending Gu Qianjun. It seemed that this master was not as bad as he had initially thought. Before long, they arrived at a cave filled with numerous books and scrolls. Yi Tianyi was already there, engrossed in his reading. Zhou Qingyu approached. And Lu Changsheng began to examine the scrolls as well, gradually revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Here lay hundreds, if not thousands, of scriptures. The lowest of which were of superior spiritual grade, with some attaining royal grade, and even divine grade techniques were stored within. Zhou Qingyu, too, felt a surge of shock as he gazed at the Chongshu sword scripture in his hands, momentarily lost in thought. It was a royal grade scripture, perfectly suited for him. Yi Tianyi also found a scripture to peruse. Only Lu Changsheng, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of scriptures, found himself at a loss. The De Luo sword classic, the Nether scripture, and the Crimson Flame technique each was a divine grade method, with the De Luo sword classic even reaching the mid-tier of divine grade. Just as he hesitated, he noticed a scroll placed on a nearby table, frequently perused by others. As his gaze swept across it, a profound sensation surged within him. He stepped forward, picked it up for examination, and discovered that the scripture bore no name, its content exceedingly complex and obscure, seemingly intertwined with the order of the Great Tao. In that moment, Lu Changsheng was profoundly shaken. This was an extraordinary scripture, albeit a fragment, incomplete in its entirety. As he pondered, Gu Qianjun's voice resonated behind him. I acquired this by chance, although remarkable, it is intricate and unsuitable for you. At your current level, selecting a royal grade lower tier scripture would be most appropriate. Once you reach the golden core stage, you may choose another. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Changsheng set the scroll down, stating, this scripture appears to be incomplete. Indeed. I only obtained the first half. Gu Qianjun clarified. If there is nothing suitable here, you may take this token to the scripture repository to select one. Saying this, he produced a token from his palm and handed it to Lu Changsheng. It was the battle honor token, granting unrestricted movement within the sect. The spirit mountain to the east is my treasure trove. If you need anything, feel free to retrieve it. If not, take the token to the treasure hall. No one will stop you. Gu Qianjun continued to instruct. Holding the token, Lu Changsheng glanced at this person and realized he was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Perhaps familiarity would breed comfort. As it stood, he seemed quite agreeable. Very well. With that affirmation, Lu Changsheng exited the cave and sought a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. In his mind, he began to recall the scripture from earlier. The scripture itself was unremarkable, rather, it was the hidden principles of the Tao within. Manifesting as unique patterns and symbols, indeed, that was the essence of the scripture. Amidst a subtle sensation, he seemed to grasp some profound truth. As the resounding echoes of a grand chant reverberated in his mind, and a radiant sun appeared to rise faintly. As the sacred text flowed, a searing warmth coursed through his meridians, an ancient aura enveloping his being, illuminating every fiber of his flesh. The sun ancient scripture? A jolt of astonishment surged within Lu Changsheng, tinged with uncertainty, as he felt the overwhelming force of pure yang energy approaching, imbued with an invincible essence. The Sun ancient scripture, ranking among the 10 foremost texts of antiquity, is one of the 2 primordial scriptures of the human race, its worth beyond measure. A supreme scripture indeed. Observing everything, he closed his eyes and sank into contemplation, entering a state of enlightenment, gradually probing and observing this scripture. Though he had yet to embark on genuine cultivation, he had already sensed its formidable and terrifying power. In a fleeting moment, a trace of ancient Tao resonance flowed past him. Gu Qianjun, accompanied by Zhou Qingyu, exited the cave dwelling, yet after only a few steps. An inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart, as if he had brushed against that trace of Tao resonance. Startled, he turned back to glance at the scripture still resting on the table. Where could this Sun Tao resonance originate? He felt a surge of astonishment and quickly scanned his surroundings, but apart from Lu Changsheng on the spiritual mountain, he saw no other presence. After a lengthy pause, Gu Qianjun murmured, "Have I delved too deeply, conjuring illusions?" Yet, here stood only Lu Changsheng, surely it could not be him? After all, that was the mother scripture of the human race, a text he himself struggled to comprehend. How could Lu Changsheng, a mere junior cultivator in the spirit-gathering realm, who had only perused it once, possibly grasp its essence? He could only conclude that he had overthought the matter. Chapter 72, I have indeed pressed him hard. It turns out he is truly impoverished. The youth sat alone, surrounded by an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy from all directions. As the scriptures circulated through his meridians, a thread of Taoist resonance emerged, derived from the ancient teachings of the Sun, yet he had not anticipated entering this realm so swiftly. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the experience, Lu Changsheng remained in a state of deep meditation, seemingly unchanging, yet within him surged a radiant power akin to a blazing sun. After a full day, he emerged from this state. Although his cultivation level showed no visible change, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. The magical energy born of the ancient Sun scriptures far surpassing his previous abilities. Who would have thought that my humble master possessed such treasures? Lu Changsheng mused, casting his gaze around. His consciousness swept through the surroundings, discovering only 2 senior brothers engaged in their own cultivation, elated by the acquisition of new scriptures and diligently practicing. Gu Qianjun, however, was nowhere to be found. Yet, Yi Mitian could not restrain himself. "Lu Changsheng, what have you been doing in your solitude all day?" "Cultivating?" "At one moment, I sensed a breath of the great Tao. What have you been practicing?" "Do you wish to know?" "Indeed." Yi Mitian replied eagerly. Feeling the extraordinary nature of the experience, which left him astonished, distinctly beyond the realm of ordinary occurrences, Lu Changsheng countered, "Provide me with a royal-grade artifact, and I shall disclose the secret." "How shameless of you! Are you not afraid I will reveal your secrets to the world, leaving you with nowhere to hide?" "Ah! Little Black, it seems you have not only grown arrogant but also quite forgetful of the oaths you have taken. Are you prepared to face dire consequences?" Yi Mitian seethed with indignation, feeling the weight of his circumstances, a sensation far from pleasant. Observing his adversary's discomfort, Lu Changsheng rose, stretching his limbs. Having grown weary of meditation, he decided to wander about, curious to see the treasures of this old curmudgeon. Yi Mitian was left speechless. This fellow was blatantly intent on plundering the treasury. One could only wonder if Gu Qianjun was aware of the kind of companion he had invited. Soon, Lu Changsheng found himself at the eastern spiritual mountain, before a cave adorned with intricate spiritual formations, the patterns intertwining to protect the area. Such extensive defenses suggested a significant collection indeed. With a smile, Lu Changsheng brandished a token, traversed the formations, and entered the cave. Inside, rows of shelves displayed numerous items, including spiritual elixirs and precious metallic materials, some of which were exceedingly rare and seldom seen in the outside world. However, behind these treasures lay piles of spiritual stones, towering like mountains, filling the rear of the cave. The vibrant hues captivated his gaze. This was the very essence of what Lu Changsheng cherished the most. As he beheld this sight, he casually picked up a jade ring from a shelf, a spiritual-grade artifact. Once, such an item could have served as a sect's cherished treasure. Yet here it lay carelessly displayed. After reflecting momentarily, he began to gather the mountain of spiritual stones into the ring. However, as the stones continued to be collected, the smile on his previously radiant face gradually transformed into a frown. "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied?" Yi Nitian inquired. "Alas!" Lu Changsheng sighed softly and remarked. "It seems I have put him in a difficult position. He is indeed quite impoverished, his entire treasury holds barely over 300,000 spirit stones." Yi Nitian interjected. "Robbing from his own master and still complaining about others' poverty, I have never encountered such audacity." "Your master too. You are reluctant to acknowledge him yet insist on forcing the issue. Now, having invited a wolf into the fold, he has been drained and is still being scorned." "Enough nonsense, you shall not speak of me in such a manner," Lu Changsheng retorted with a cold snort. "What does it mean to invite a wolf into the fold?" Clearly, it was Gu Qianjun who suggested he take what he lacked. Since he needed spirit stones, it was only reasonable for him to retrieve them. He had left the remaining items untouched, as his two senior brothers would likely find them useful. So he refrained from taking them. Having exited the cave only last night, Lu Changsheng felt a sense of disquiet while traversing the path. As one of the four esteemed battle lords, even Xiao He had marveled at his extraordinary presence. He should possess more than such meager possessions. Could it be that the old man has a hidden stash? Contemplating this, Lu Changsheng returned to his previous cultivation site. He was also considering seeking an opportunity to leave the Xinxiao sect and first advance to the second layer of the Yuaning stage. After a while, Gu Qianjun returned. His handsome, scholarly visage now marked by a hint of gravity, his hair disheveled and bearing signs of injury. Appearing weary from his travels, he immediately retreated into the cave without a word. Is he not a battle lord? Why does he seem so disheveled? Could he have engaged in some clandestine affair? Perhaps in a life and death struggle? Lu Changsheng mused to himself, casting only a fleeting glance before falling silent. It was not until the following morning that he was awakened from his meditative state. Outside the dojo, a woman appeared, slowly approaching the area. Lu Changsheng beheld her. She was in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, seemingly flawless, with dark hair swaying at her waist. Each smile and frown captivated the heart. As if a goddess had descended from the heavens or a celestial maiden from the moon palace had graced the earthly realm. As she entered, she glanced back and their eyes met, igniting a spark of astonishment within her gaze. "You are Lu Changsheng?" "Indeed, that is I," he replied, maintaining his composure. It was unlikely anyone would dare cause a ruckus on Gu Qianjun's territory. The woman nodded, speaking to herself, such a young man is indeed rare. Merely gazing upon him is a delight. Lu Changsheng caught her words, raising an eyebrow. The woman continued, "Why not come with me?" At this declaration, he stood frozen in place. "Who are you?" "You may call me Moon Sovereign." This revelation left Lu Changsheng momentarily dazed. Was this not the master of Yi Qingchen? "The Moon Sovereign has honored me, shall I fetch you someone in the cave?" He understood the nuances, such an esteemed figure was certainly not seeking him out. "I am not looking for him, I am here for you and your senior brother," the Moon Sovereign replied with a smile, scrutinizing his face closely. However, before Lu Changsheng could respond, Gu Qianjun appeared, casting a cold glance at the Moon Sovereign. "Did I permit you to tread upon this ground? Leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was taken aback. His unassuming master indeed exuded an aura of authority, as one of the four esteemed, reprimanding another without a hint of deference. The Moon Sovereign remained unperturbed and slowly remarked, "What is the War Sovereign up to?" "You destroyed my grand formation last night, invaded my sacred grounds, and slaughtered the spirit beast I have nurtured for many years. I have yet to settle the score with you, yet you deny me entry. Hearing this left one astounded. Lu Changsheng had no inkling that he had stealthily committed such a significant act the previous night, which was why he returned injured. What astonished him further was that Gu Qianjun had brazenly broken into someone else's home, not displaying an ounce of remorse, but rather behaving with audacity. You killed, so what? Do you wish to challenge me to a duel? Hiss. Witnessing this, Lu Changsheng could not help but draw a sharp breath. This attitude, this demeanor, and the righteous air about him inspired a profound admiration. He was truly a paragon for our generation. The Moon Sovereign merely chuckled softly. I have not come seeking vengeance. Why must the War Sovereign adopt such a stance? If you are not here for revenge, then what is your purpose? Gu Qianjun maintained a sour expression throughout. Lu Changsheng could not help but reflect, even among the four sovereigns, one would think that, even without being adversaries, there would be no need for such restraint. Especially when the fault lay with the other party. Observing this, he could not help but sigh. The Moon Sovereign's temperament is indeed gentle. Had I been in his place, I would have already clashed with that old curmudgeon. Chapter 73, Grievances and Rivalries. Under the watchful gaze, the Moon Sovereign and the Battle Sovereign appeared to be at odds. Lu Changsheng squatted nearby, captivated by the lively spectacle. Such a scene was indeed a rarity, not to be missed. However, he did not anticipate Gu Qianjun's audacity, nor the unexpected good temper of the Moon Sovereign. It felt as though there was an underlying issue between the two. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, observing the situation. He could not fathom how this could be a mere coincidence. Yet, the precise nature of the matter remained elusive. Yi Mitian seemed to recall something, stating, if she is indeed the legendary woman, perhaps it would make sense. What legend? Lu Changsheng inquired, intrigued. Yi Mitian elaborated, you may not be aware, but your master was once a paragon renowned throughout the southern region, surpassing his peers. Numerous ancient sects extended invitations to him, offering him access to sacred lands. Yet he ultimately chose to join the Xinjiao sect. And then? Lu Changsheng pressed. Having heard from his elders that his master had seemingly forsaken better opportunities for the sake of a woman. Given the Moon Sovereign's demeanor, it could very well be her. Little Black recounted the past. Isn't this a tragic entanglement? Lu Changsheng retorted. Little Black fell silent, uncertain how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changsheng remarked. However, if your assertion holds true, he must have been deeply enamored. How then could he so readily seek confrontation? Little Black pondered for a while before suggesting. Could it be that the Moon Sovereign abandoned your master, thus breeding resentment from love? An intriguing theory. Lu Changsheng nodded, acknowledging the plausibility of such a scenario. Yet, one aspect perplexed him. If he had indeed been cast aside, why not leave gracefully instead of lingering? Little Black was equally perplexed. Merely recalling rumors that led to such speculation. Could it be a tangled web of love and hate, intertwined by some bond? Perhaps they even had a child. And thus Lu Changsheng ventured a bold hypothesis. Little Black was taken aback, exclaiming, Lu Changsheng, could it be possible that what? That child is you. Do not jest with me. Lu Changsheng retorted fiercely. Little Black insisted, it is merely speculation. Did you not claim to be an orphan, without father or mother? What if the Moon Sovereign bore you and then abandoned you? Your master found you and took you as his disciple. Cursed crow, should you utter any more nonsense, I shall exchange you for spirit crystals. Lu Changsheng snapped, unable to remain composed. The bickering between the man and the bird continued for a while. Below, the Moon Sovereign finally spoke. I have come to find Zhou Qingyu. He is not here. Gu Qianjun replied coldly. The Moon Sovereign smiled and said, since he is your disciple, I shall not vie with you for him, but there is a matter I wish to inform you of. Spit it out quickly. You previously had no disciples, now Zhou Qingyu stands as your foremost apprentice. By regulation, you are required to take him for the baptismal certification, and in the future, you must allow him to represent the Xinjiao sect on the battlefield to vie for territory. Gu Qianjun responded, what concern is that of yours? Do you require my reminder? Very well, let us discuss matters that pertain to me. The Moon Sovereign spoke calmly, I wish for Zhou Qingyu to become Dao partners with Xiao Xing. The Moon Sovereign's first disciple, Mu Shaoxing? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. He had heard Yi Qingchen mention it, but he never anticipated that the Moon Sovereign would come to arrange a marriage. He was also surprised to find that his senior brother had such a charming disposition. Previously, Ning Yusin had shown interest, and now there was Mu Shaoxing as well. He had thought Gu Qianjun would rebuke him, but instead, he said, "This matter can be discussed later. As for the War Sovereign, you should be aware of Shaoxing's feelings. Zhou Qingyu possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, and their union would benefit them both." The Moon Sovereign replied with tranquility, "I understand, I will consult him." Gu Qianjun surprisingly softened his stance. The Moon Sovereign nodded, contemplating briefly before adding, "There is something I must remind you. Zhou Qingyu's presence may not be welcomed by everyone. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I shall eradicate them." Gu Qianjuan's attitude remained resolute and domineering, clearly aware of the implications. The Moon Sovereign smiled, choosing not to speak further, but instead glanced back at Lu Changsheng. "Once you've finished, do hurry along." Gu Qianjuan's impatience was evident. However, the Moon Sovereign said, "I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Please give me your young disciple, I find him quite endearing." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was taken aback, furrowing his brows. Had he not previously shown disdain? What was happening now? Gu Qianjuan's expression turned cold. "Leave. How tiresome." The Moon Sovereign sighed lightly and then looked at Lu Changsheng, saying, "Young man, if you grow weary of your master, do come and find me, my place is far more lively." After speaking, the Moon Sovereign turned and departed. Lu Changsheng watched her retreating figure and could not help but mutter, "This woman does not seem like a good person." Gu Qianjun shot him a glance, choosing not to comment further, and simply said, "Changsheng, the disciple recruitment ceremony will conclude tomorrow, and the day after, the Sangbing mountain range will open. All newly initiated disciples may select a weapon, do not forget." "Understood." Lu Changsheng nodded. Gu Qianjun said no more and returned to his quarters. Observing the commotion within the sect, he withdrew his gaze, listening to the bustling sounds around him. In the past 2 days, disciples from various nations had completed their selections, and the elders had begun choosing their students. Some attempted to enter the Dao field to clarify matters with Gu Qianjun. These were sword cultivator elders who were quite impressed with Zhou Qingyu and wished to take him as a disciple to pass on their teachings, as such talent was indeed rare and deserved fair competition. However, they feared Gu Qianjun, who was known for his ruthlessness. It was said that he single-handedly battled both the Moon Sovereign and the Spirit Sovereign to a standstill, when the Divine Sovereign intervened to halt the conflict. He was met with a few strikes before the flames of war were extinguished. Reflecting on this, they ultimately dared not step forward. It was impossible to contend with someone who could easily summon the Grand Elders to fight on his behalf. During this time, Yuming also came to seek Lu Changsheng, having heard that he had become a disciple of an elder at the transformation void stage, basking in newfound glory. As for the strife within the Yu nation, it had come to a halt, for there was not a single transformation void powerhouse in the entire nation. What could Yu Ling use to compete with him? If all goes as expected, once he embarks on his journey, he shall return to govern the state of Yu, free to act as he pleases. Yi Qingchen had visited once, though he did not dare to step inside. He merely cast a distant glance and, upon not seeing Lu Changsheng, departed. Lu Changsheng himself had not ventured out, remaining devoted to the cultivation of the ancient sun scriptures, channeling all his magical prowess into transformation. Though his cultivation level had not visibly changed, he perceived a significant enhancement in strength, and his progress in practice accelerated remarkably. The myriad manifestations of the human race's primordial scriptures stirred a profound restlessness within him. For 2 consecutive days, he immersed himself in his cultivation, until the 3rd day when Yi Tianyi sought him out. "Junior brother, let us depart. It is time to select weapons from the Sangbing mountain range." "Isn't senior brother coming?" Lu Changsheng inquired, scanning the vicinity for familiar faces. Yi Tianyi shook his head, saying, "Master has already procured a fine sword for senior brother, so he shall not accompany us." "I see," Lu Changsheng nodded, refraining from further comment as he began to prepare for departure. Having entered the nascent soul stage, it was indeed time to acquire a suitable magical artifact, otherwise, he would find it challenging to overpower his adversaries. Chapter 74, The Within the Hallowed Grounds of the The enchanting landscape of spiritual mountains and flowing waters unfolds, a sight beyond measure. The once tranquil sect has transformed into a lively hub, bustling with the arrival of numerous newly initiated disciples. Gazing ahead, figures converge from all directions, their destination set towards the. On their journey, two brothers encounter familiar faces from their initial days in the. Though not intimately acquainted, they share a kinship of sorts, akin to compatriots reunited. Yue Ming had arrived early, awaiting outside Gu Qianzhuan's training ground, and the trio proceeded together, enjoying each other's company. As they neared the mountain range, a graceful silhouette emerged, drawing closer to the two. It was Lu Qingcheng, her face radiant with joy upon seeing them. Her entrance into the filled her heart with elation, as if she had struck a stroke of fortune. "Senior sister, you appear positively resplendent. Might you have found yourself a brother-in-law?" Lu Changsheng greeted her with a playful smile. Having grown up without parents or mentors, he cherished the visits from Lu Qingcheng, their bond blossoming over time. "Ah, now that you've joined the ranks of the, you dare to jest with your senior sister?" Lu Qingcheng replied with mock annoyance, casting him a playful glare. Lu Changsheng chuckled, "What do you mean, senior sister? I am merely expressing my concern for you. Should you truly care for me, then it shall be your duty to look after me henceforth, ensuring no one dares to bully me," she retorted. "Of course." Lu Changsheng nodded earnestly. "If anyone dares to trouble you, inform me, and I shall have the old man deal with them." Their laughter rang out, with Lu Qingsheng's mirth causing her to tremble with delight. Yi Tianyi, too, offered a resigned smile. The group soon arrived at the foot of the. Before they could react, a figure approached them. "Lu brother." It was Yi Qingshan. Upon seeing him, Lu Changsheng exclaimed, "Yi brother, it has been quite some time. How have you been? I sought you out several times after learning of your initiation into the, but alas, I could not find you." "Could not find me? That is impossible. I have not left." Yi Qingshan replied in confusion. Lu Changsheng, puzzled, queried, "Did you perhaps mistake my visits?" With a rueful smile, Yi Qingshan admitted, "I did not dare to approach this training ground." "Why?" Yi Tianyi asked, perplexed. Lu Changsheng soon understood and hastily inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" After glancing around cautiously, Yi Qingshan raised his hand, enveloping Lu Changsheng and Yi Tianyi in a veil of spiritual energy, shielding them from eavesdropping. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Yi Tianyi furrowed his brow. Yi Qingshan finally revealed, "With your initiation into the, Brother Qingyu has now become this first disciple." "Is there anything amiss with that?" Originally, it was of no consequence. However, since the had not taken on any disciples until now, the position of first disciple has remained vacant. The allocates abundant resources to the first disciple of the, thus the second disciple of the has been occupying that role. With the rightful position restored, it is likely to incite resentment, particularly from a man of narrow disposition. Yi Qingshan explained. The two brothers grasped the situation. Previously, Zhou Qingyu's absence allowed that individual to occupy the position and enjoy the resources, but now that Zhou Qingyu had arrived, his privileges would be stripped away. Yi Tianyi, perplexed, remarked, "The quota was never his to begin with, it merely returns to its rightful owner. What grievances could he possibly harbor after occupying it for so long?" Lu Changsheng, possessing a clear understanding of human nature, replied, "People are often insatiable, while others perceive it as a restoration of rightful ownership. He likely believes he has lost these things due to Zhou Qingyu." "Thank you for the information." Yi Tianyi clasped his fists in gratitude. Yet, Yi Qingshan interjected, "Do not rush to thank me, there are two more matters to discuss." "More? Do we have that many enemies?" Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Quite nearly." "What do you mean? Do you recall Zhao Huan, who was with me before?" "Indeed," Lu Changsheng nodded. Yi Qingshan continued. "Both Zhao Huan and the previous Zhao Yang and Zhao Jing are descendants of the esteemed Lingzuan Zhao Gongming. The second disciple of Lingzuan is none other than Zhao Yang's younger brother, who met his demise at Sunyun sect." Yi Tianyi's expression grew serious, understanding the implications. Lu Changsheng remarked in surprise, "What a coincidence! There is an even greater coincidence. The one guarding that Sangbing mountain range is Zhao Rong, the second disciple of Lingzuan." Yi Qingchen said with a hint of exasperation. How could such a crucial location be under his watch? The Sangding mountain range is inherently within Lingzuan's jurisdiction, safeguarded by powerful formations. Thus, only a solitary Yuanying elder and Zhao Rong oversee it. You may find yourselves at a disadvantage. Yi Qingchen had come to convey this very warning. Likely due to Zhou Qingyu's involvement in the deaths of Zhao Yang and others at Qingyun sect, Zhao Rong would probably direct his wrath towards them. Can he truly kill me there? Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Yi Tianyi pondered deeply. Yi Qingchen, however, felt a sense of helplessness. Despite her words, she did not wish for Lu Changsheng to suffer harm. Regrettably, she could not enter, else perhaps some resolution might be achieved. Lu Changsheng remained unfazed. For as long as Zhao Rong did not reach the Yuanying stage, he could simply find a secluded spot to eliminate him, incinerating the evidence, leaving no trace of who was responsible. As for the other Yuanying elder, rumored to be at the 4th level of Yuanying, if he could not handle him, he would unleash Xiao He. Could they not prevail in a 2-on-1 scenario? While it appeared that Zhao Rong held the advantage, the situation ultimately favored Lu Changsheng. They would remain wary of Gu Qianjun, unwilling to resort to lethal measures, and would only resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. However, Lu Changsheng was different. As long as no one was watching, he would eliminate everyone without a second thought. Once the evidence was destroyed, who would suspect him? With this thought, they ceased their discussion. The great formation surrounding the Sangding mountain range opened a breach, allowing the crowd to enter. Lu Changsheng and his companions followed the throng into the mountains. Just before the entrance closed, an elder spoke. You have only 2 hours. Regardless of whether you locate a compatible artifact, you must exit. Understood. The crowd responded, and the breach swiftly sealed. Regaining their focus, they gazed upon the mountains, which erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Before their eyes lay an array of scattered weapons and artifacts. In the distance, a gleaming heavenly sword was thrust into the mountain peak, its blade radiating a fierce and imposing aura. Nearby, a towering bronze cauldron rested on the mountainside, as if it were suppressing everything around it. A crimson furnace hung at the horizon, while a folding fan floated in the air. A gentle flutter summoned swirling sands and flying stones, embodying an ineffable might. Good heavens, what celestial realm is this, brimming with such treasures? Lu Changsheng was utterly astonished, having never encountered such a spectacle in his lifetime. Whether it was the heavenly blade, the colossal cauldron, the furnace, or the fan, each was a king-level magical artifact. Beyond these, there were numerous similar items. Even the seemingly ordinary trinkets scattered by the roadside were at least spirit-level artifacts, with the mysterious level ones appearing unworthy of being present in such a place. The treasures gathered by the various sects of the Yu Kingdom, once regarded as sacred relics, lay here in abundance, ripe for selection. Lu Changsheng was overwhelmed with joy, his mind teeming with unnecessary thoughts. Just as his spirit soared, he suddenly felt a gaze fixated upon him. Looking up, he spotted a young man standing atop a distant peak, hands clasped behind his back, surveying him from a lofty vantage. The hostility in his eyes was unmistakable. Without a doubt, it was Zhao Rong. Lu Changsheng met that gaze head-on, neither willing to yield an inch. A mocking chuckle escaped Zhao Rong's lips, dripping with disdain. At that moment, Lu Changsheng tugged at Yi Tianyi's sleeve and exclaimed, "Second senior brother, look." He gestured toward Zhao Rong's direction. Yi Tianyi replied, "What should I be looking at? Does that person not resemble a dog?" Chapter 75, This Foolish Child in the Sangding Mountain Range. A profound silence enveloped the air. Lu Changsheng's voice gradually broke the stillness, leaving Yi Tianyi momentarily stunned. Yu Ming felt a jolt of apprehension as he followed the direction of Lu Changsheng's finger. Shortly after entering the Shinshao sect, his senior brothers had already warned him that the individual in question was Zhao Rong, the second disciple of the Spirit Sovereign. No one anticipated Lu Changsheng would suddenly make such a startling remark. Zhao Rong's smile faltered, his expression darkening instantly. Although he stood at a considerable distance, he heard the words clearly and understood their implication. "Does it not resemble me?" Lu Changsheng inquired earnestly, glancing at those beside him. Yet, no one dared to respond. His animosity with Zhao Jing and Zhao Yang was significant, and understanding this person's intentions could only lead to trouble. Rather than waiting for Zhao Rong to take action, It would be wiser to confront him directly. Even if he acted with arrogance, it mattered little, he had no fear of scrutiny. Standing alone at a distance. Was it not reasonable for him to be perceived as a mere cur? Yi Tianyi shook his head, admonishing, "Junior brother, tread carefully." He was not one to shy away from trouble, nor would he instigate conflict. In other words, he would only retaliate when provoked. Lu Changsheng then patted his shoulder and remarked, "Second senior brother, this place differs from Qingyun, you must acclimate to the customs of the Xinqiao sect." Acclimate to what? Yi Tianyi questioned, perplexed. Lu Changsheng explained, "Your master is a battle sovereign, capable of confronting both the spirit sovereign and moon sovereign single-handedly. Even a divine sovereign must tread carefully around such a formidable presence. Who would not be intimidated? Display your own aura." "Where did you hear that? Have you not heard?" Lu Changsheng's smile widened. He had witnessed Gu Qianjuan's dominance and could discern that this individual was fiercely protective of his own. It was clear that provoking them would yield little consequence, even if they themselves instigated trouble. As anticipated, Lu Changsheng's words dripped with provocation, yet Zhao Rong remained unmoving. His gaze fixed upon them without any hint of retaliation. The name of Gu Qianjun was fearsome, who would not feel trepidation upon hearing it? He was wise to keep his distance. With a soft snort, Lu Changsheng began to stride forward, his eyes scanning the surrounding weapons. To be frank, he felt somewhat disappointed by Zhao Rong's lack of spirit. How could a young man succeed without a bit of fire? Soon, the crowd dispersed. Each individual seeking weapons that resonated with their essence. According to external accounts, the Tsangbing mountain range was a repository of countless years of accumulated treasures, housing a multitude of magical artifacts and weapons. Here, the weapons possessed a certain sentience, engaging in a reciprocal selection process, if a weapon found favor in its wielder. They could claim it, much like a turtle gazing at a green bean. Only a mutual attraction would permit the acquisition. Should a weapon feel it was being underestimated, it would naturally resist. However, if one possessed exceptional talent and formidable cultivation, the weapons might even extend a welcoming gesture, resulting in several magical artifacts resonating simultaneously. As Lu Changsheng pondered these matters while traversing the path, a mere hint of his true aura caused the magical artifacts to emit gentle chimes. Each one rejoicing in his presence, even the royal-grade artifacts shedding their aloofness. How delightful it is to be so admired. I shall take you all with me. Upon hearing this, the little black figure scoffed, "Do not be foolish, you cannot take them." "Why not? Do you think these sects are foolish? Allowing you to take as many as you desire without lifting a finger, merely refining weapons. Is it not said that it is a mutual selection? Look. They all wish to accompany me," Lu Changsheng said with a grin. Yet, Xiao He interjected with a scoff, "What of it? There are formations at the exit. If you attempt to take more than one, naturally someone will become aware. That may not necessarily be the case." Lu Changsheng retorted, initially excited but sensing Xiao He's demeanor. He remarked, "Xiao He, I perceive a certain arrogance in you, perhaps a touch of disdain for the world. Is that so? Do you harbor any grievances against me? Is it not overt enough?" Xiao He was already weary of discussing it. Throughout their journey, Lu Changsheng's various antics had been quite disreputable. Possessing extraordinary talent yet indulging in such vulgar pursuits was truly contemptible. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes glinting with coldness as he gazed at Lu Changsheng, a hint of murderous intent brewing within him. An elder approached, surveying the distance, and remarked, "It is indeed laughable that one in the gathering spirit realm can enter the Xinqiao sect, yet his senior brother is truly remarkable, having taken your place upon arrival." "Humph. What of it? My possessions are not so easily acquired." Zhao Rong's gaze was frigid, his tone laden with menace. The elder continued, "This Lu Changsheng is detestable. Knowing you cannot act against him, he dares to provoke you. That impudent brat, even with Gu Qianjuan's protection, must pay a price. What do you intend to do? The mountains are high and the waters long, let us take our time. For now, let us administer some punishment." Zhao Rong smirked coldly. In another location, Lu Changshan walked along the path, his eyes scanning the array of weapons, overwhelmed by choice. Such a splendid opportunity demanded careful selection of an unparalleled divine weapon, otherwise, the regret could haunt him in the dead of night, akin to treason. As he pondered, an ancient long sword caught his eye, embedded at the roadside. Its extraordinary nature apparent even to the untrained eye. A royal grade superior sword. Merely resting there, it emanated a faint yet palpable sword aura. Many had passed by before. But this sword deemed them unworthy. Quite impressive. Lu Changsheng commented, having browsed for a while, this one suited his taste. Most importantly, he had not encountered any divine artifacts. Though he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from further afield, an invisible barrier prohibited closer approach. With his current cultivation level, forcefully intruding would likely lead to his demise. Very well, this shall suffice, I shall make do with it for 2 years. Lu Changsheng declared, approaching the long sword. Although his tone suggested reluctance, the sword seemed to exult, evidently willing to accompany him. However, as he reached for the sword, an unseen force restrained it, rendering it immovable. What is this? Do you disdain me? Lu Changsheng frowned and observed as the sword emitted a soft hum, resonating with him. The sword was eager to depart, yet a force bound it. Xiao He sensed something amiss. The youth before him was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, and any spirit artifact would willingly accompany him if it possessed any consciousness. If it could not be taken away, it would surely spell trouble. Lu Changsheng turned his gaze aside, reaching for a spirit-grade artifact. Yet he remained bound by an unseen force. It appeared someone was meddling, deliberately targeting him. As Xiao He's words echoed, Lu Changsheng abruptly lifted his head. And there stood a figure, a smirk curling disdainfully at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with mockery. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhao Rong. He stood guard there, a token firmly clasped in his hand. Do you truly believe you can seize the Wang sword? Not a single item will you carry away today. Zhao Rong's voice rang in his ears, his tone laden with unmasked provocation. Lu Changsheng could publicly ridicule him, bolstered by his status as a war sovereign. And Zhao Rong could certainly employ the token to create mischief. After all, without tangible evidence, as long as he did not confess, who could hold him accountable? Alas! This foolish child insists on courting his own demise. Lu Changsheng sighed softly, his tone steeped in resignation. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's interest was piqued. Chapter 76, A human cannot commit such an act. Lu Changsheng withdrew his gaze. Little Black immediately inquired, are you unable to restrain yourself any longer? It is only natural for a young man to act thus. Once you showcase your remarkable talents, the entire Xintian sect will venerate you. And none would dare to trouble you. Are you not eager for this? To be honest, I am quite curious to see the world's reaction upon witnessing your extraordinary abilities. Alas! Lu Changsheng sighed softly, in this life, why must one relentlessly pursue vengeance? This time, I shall endure. Can you truly endure? Little Black exclaimed in astonishment. As this was uncharacteristic of him. Lu Changsheng chose not to elaborate further and turned away, walking towards another location. Zhao Rong, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. It appeared he was not foolish, but realizing the gravity of the situation now was too late. At that moment, a smug expression adorned Zhao Rong's face. For Lu Changsheng had indeed retreated, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and an ominous premonition surged within him. As he turned around, a torrent of magical energy enveloped him, binding him completely, rendering him immobile. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhao Rong lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic-stricken, he furiously summoned his magical energy in an attempt to break free from his constraints, yet he remained utterly powerless. Boom! The clash of two forces reverberated as Zhao Rong shouted, "Who is it?" But his voice stirred no ripples, for the magical energies surrounded the entire mountain, muffling his cries and preventing them from escaping. Despite possessing a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the Golden Core, he was incapable of resisting. Lying helplessly on the ground, squirming in futility. Even passers-by nearby remained oblivious to his plight. Little Black, sensing the situation, asked in confusion, "What purpose does this serve? Who says it is without significance?" Lu Changsheng replied, having returned to his previous spot. He summoned his magical energy, severing the invisible restraints, and grasped his sword. "Did you bind him here for the sake of this sword?" Little Black questioned, perplexed. "Who said I was only after this sword? What else could it be?" Under the gaze of Little Black's bewilderment, Lu Changsheng leaped upwards, landing on a hillside, and with a wave of his hand, magical energy surged forth as he seized a magical artifact and promptly placed it into the furnace. A loud clang resonated, startling Little Black. Soon after, a long spear appeared, followed by a succession of weapons materializing before him. As Lu Changsheng traversed the area, various weapons resonated with him, flowing into the furnace indiscriminately. Whether they were spiritual weapons or royal weapons, all were gathered without exception. As he passed, not a blade of grass remained. This. Little Black was taken aback, suddenly comprehending his intent. He was planning to plunder the Armory Mountains, binding Zhao Rong while commencing the heist, in such a brief span. Over 20 magical artifacts had already been deposited into the furnace. Looking around, it was evident that this mountain once held an abundance of weapons. Yet he had stripped a considerable portion bare. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong, suppressed and overwhelmed, began to feel a sense of panic. Lu Changsheng, sensing the approaching presence of a nascent soul from afar, wisely decided to halt his actions. They possessed a token that enabled them to distinctly perceive the number of weapons. In a fleeting moment, the nascent soul was startled and hastily made his way here to investigate. Lu Changsheng raised his hand, and the magical energy that enveloped the mountaintop dissipated, allowing Zhao Rong to regain his mobility. "Who? You scoundrel!" Zhao Rong bellowed, gazing around the heavens, seeking to uncover the events that had just transpired. After a prolonged silence, passers-by cast puzzled glances at him, utterly bewildered by his erratic behavior. The nascent soul soon arrived, his expression grave. "What happened here? Nearly 40 magical artifacts have gone undetected." "What?" Zhao Rong exclaimed in shock, promptly retrieving his token to commence an inquiry. In an instant, his countenance darkened significantly. He realized that a total of 40 magical artifacts had vanished. In just a brief span, so many artifacts had disappeared without a trace. Although the number of artifacts here was innumerable, there was always a quantifiable amount. As long as one held the token, even a single missing item could be detected. Even if those artifacts were taken by disciples, as long as they remained within the confines of the hidden Armory mountain range, their number would not diminish. Yet now, there was no trace to pursue. "This is bad, something has gone awry." Zhao Rong's face turned ashen, panic flashing in his eyes. Moments ago, he had been inexplicably restrained, followed by the loss of the artifacts. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this. "Hurry and report," the elder urged. The loss of such a significant number of artifacts was no trivial matter. If the sect sought accountability, it would lead to serious repercussions. As for Lu Changsheng, he ambled along the path, his pace leisurely and his spirits remarkably high. Xiao He sensed everything, both speechless and astonished. "Is this something a mere mortal could achieve? Are you intending to make him take the blame? Otherwise, what do you propose? Who invited him to trouble me?" Lu Changsheng shrugged off the concern. "You did mention enduring it, did you not? Have I not endured? Endured where? I have restrained myself from striking him down, is that not sufficient?" Xiao He fell silent. While the logic was sound, did this imply that Zhao Rong should kneel and offer him a kowtow? With Lu Changsheng's capabilities, he could have eliminated Zhao Rong without a trace, yet he chose to restrain him instead, purely to make him the scapegoat. After all, no one would suspect him of such deeds. Moreover, there had been no disturbances throughout the mountain. Even if Zhao Rong spoke the truth, how many would believe him? The silent and untraceable loss of so many artifacts, was that even plausible? "You truly possess remarkable restraint," Xiao He remarked. "Indeed, it is merely my benevolence. Had it been another, he would have met his demise long ago." Xiao He, observing the array of weapons in the furnace, cautioned, "Do not say I did not warn you. A significant formation exists at the exit. The furnace may be of use here, but once you step into that formation, it will be unable to withstand scrutiny and will ultimately be exposed. Fear not, I have a plan." "What plan do you possess?" Xiao He queried repeatedly, apprehensive of being implicated. With a thought, Lu Changsheng conjured a scroll, subsequently storing the furnace within it, the scroll merging into his being, cradled by the nascent soul. At that moment, Xiao He was once again struck with astonishment. As it entered the scroll, an overwhelming sense of suppression enveloped it, accompanied by a terrifying aura that pervaded the air. What could this be? A seemingly ordinary magical artifact, which should have gone undetected by the array. Xiao He found itself at a loss for words. It prided itself on its extensive experience and had encountered numerous divine instruments. Yet the scroll instilled a sense of dread far greater than any of those artifacts. Who could possibly discern its nature? Lu Changsheng. From where did you acquire such a mystical implement? I stood there, and it descended from the heavens, striking my head directly. After I stood up, I simply retrieved it. Lu Changsheng earnestly recalled. However, Xiao He, feeling somewhat vexed, retorted, if you choose not to speak, so be it, but why mock me in such a manner? Whom do you think your clumsy lies can deceive? If you don't believe it, that's your choice. With that, it turned towards the exit and quietly awaited there. Yet, as Xiao He regained its composure, it sensed something amiss. Given Lu Changsheng's insatiable nature, even after acquiring so many magical artifacts, he would surely not rest until he had claimed at least one openly. Instead, he stood there empty-handed, not even bothering to glance at it, waiting to leave. Which truly bewildered everyone. Chapter 77, Spectacle in the Changsheng Mountains. Everything appeared to be proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, the guardians of the mountain were thrown into disarray. As the time approached for the mountain's exit to open, Lu Changsheng stood there, yet to make his move, when suddenly a figure streaked through the air and flew away. It was the elderly cultivator of the nascent soul stage, his demeanor betraying a sense of panic. Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed, leisurely stepping outside towards the mountain's periphery. By the time he emerged, numerous elders awaited him. With a resounding flourish, a grand formation was activated, intricate patterns intertwining, creating an invisible force that permeated every corner. As individuals stepped out of the mountains and traversed this formation, every inch of their being was meticulously inspected. Lu Changsheng walked along the path, navigating the grand array. His eyes alight with curiosity as he observed the structure of the formation. He bore the scrutiny of countless gazes, yet even as he reached the boundaries of the array, there was no discernible reaction. The commotion was considerable, drawing more and more individuals toward the site. In the distance, Gu Qianjun arrived. Having received word that a grave issue had arisen in the Changsheng Mountains, he hurried over, anxious for the safety of his two disciples. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng unharmed, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Soon, disciples began to emerge one after another from the mountains, passing through the grand formation. Each subjected to the intense scrutiny of countless gazes and spiritual senses. They were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, feeling an inexplicable weight pressing upon them. When Yi Tianyi appeared, Gu Qianjuan's worries dissipated entirely. Regardless of the troubles that might have beset the Changsheng Mountains, as long as his two disciples were safe, he felt no concern. At last, all the individuals from the mountains had exited, and Zhao Rong also appeared. His expression was grave as he looked towards the elderly cultivator, only to see the elder shake his head, clearly having failed to locate the missing magical artifacts. Observing Zhao Rong's anxious demeanor, Lu Changsheng felt a flicker of anticipation. What on earth had transpired? Embodying arrived, voicing her inquiries. Nearly 40 magical artifacts were reported missing from the Changsheng Mountains, a matter of significant gravity, including 6 royal-grade artifacts. Each was worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones, totaling over 2 million spirit stones just from those alone. With an additional 30 spirit-grade artifacts, the losses exceeded 1 million spirit stones. The magnitude of nearly 4 million in lost items was a catastrophe that no one could overlook. Faced with the questioning, Zhao Rong's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with panic. I do not know. I stood there when suddenly a surge of magical force bound me. The power was overwhelming, and I could not resist. By the time the force dissipated, Elder Ma Ju had already discovered the artifacts were missing. Zhao Rong recounted the events as they had unfolded. Embodying furrowed her brow, raising her hand to retrieve a token from him, her spiritual sense probing within. Yet still finding no trace. The artifacts had indeed vanished. Elder Ma Ju, what transpired? Someone inquired, turning their gaze towards him. The elder replied. As I held the token and sensed the surroundings, I noticed that at a certain moment, the traces of the artifacts continuously vanished, eluding detection. This is when I realized a problem had arisen. Traces disappearing? The crowd turned their attention toward him. Mo Ying's expression grew increasingly grim, and her voice sank with a heavy weight. Zhao Rong, what on earth is happening? Her inquiry sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving many with hearts racing in trepidation. Zhao Rong gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know. Is it possible that the magical artifacts simply vanished into thin air? Both Zhao Rong and Ma Ju trembled inexplicably. With so many items lost, as the guardians, they could not escape culpability. Many harbored doubts about Zhao Rong's words. If a magical force had indeed ensnared him, the perpetrator would have to be at least at the 8th level of the core formation stage, if not in the nascent soul realm. Yet, among those present in the mountain range, there was not a single disciple of the core formation stage, let alone one of the nascent soul realm. Some had already ventured into the mountains to investigate. The grand formation remained intact without any breaches. The Exodus formation had been examined, revealing no other items aside from what the disciples had brought with them. Moreover, the grand formation had scanned everyone, leaving no room for evasion unless one possessed a divine artifact capable of concealing everything within. However, why would someone with such a treasure resort to stealing mere spiritual weapons? Ma Ju, Zhao Rong, I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you fail to speak the truth, I will leave your fate to the divine sovereign. Mo Ying's tone hinted at her suspicion that he was not being truthful, or perhaps had conspired in a theft himself. Regardless, with the magical artifacts lost, they were bound to take responsibility. If the true culprit remained undiscovered, they would inevitably be blamed. Panic was evident in Ma Ju's eyes. Facing the divine sovereign meant soul-searching. Beads of sweat rolled down Zhao Rong's forehead. He truly had done nothing wrong and had no idea what had transpired. In a moment of desperation, he cast frantic glances around, likely searching for his master to rescue him. Yet, his gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Changsheng. It was him. He must be the one behind this. Zhao Rong pointed a trembling finger at Lu Changsheng. Who? Lu Changsheng? Mo Ying inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Zhao Rong nodded vehemently. Yes, it's him. Aside from using the token to impose restrictions on those magical artifacts and targeting him, I have done nothing else. He must harbor resentment and has thus stolen the artifacts to frame me. The crowd was left bewildered. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed. He did provoke me at that time, claiming I would leave with not a single artifact today. As he spoke, he spread his empty hands before them. Gu Qianyuan's expression darkened. Mo Ying's face was fraught with difficulty. Everyone in the sect knew that Lu Changsheng had stumbled into this situation by sheer luck. A boy no older than 18 or 19, possessing a cultivation level beyond the 8th level of core formation, and carrying a divine artifact or having extraordinary means to steal those magical artifacts? How foolish would they have to be to believe such nonsense? At this juncture, Zhao Rong could no longer afford to conceal the truth, feeling utterly at a loss for words. Originally, Lu Changsheng had sought an opportunity to accuse Zhao Rong of his misdeeds, but now the situation had become much simpler. Elders, it must be him. Please investigate. Zhao Rong exclaimed again, as if clutching at a lifeline. The expressions of the elders shifted drastically, having lost so many items. Did they truly think they could toy with them? He has finished. Someone muttered, shaking their head in dismay, having already noticed the unusual expression on the warlord's face. Before everyone present, Mo Ying proclaimed, Bring these two individuals forth, suppress them, and take them before the divine sovereign. Given the current circumstances, there is no need for further discussion. They would not investigate Lu Changsheng, as anyone with a modicum of intellect would not suspect him. Moreover, according to Zhao Rong's testimony, Lu Changsheng is indeed the victim. Such baseless accusations against a victim are truly intolerable. Just as the two were being subdued and escorted towards the divine sovereign, a voice resonated through the air. Wait! As the words echoed, the void split open, and a middle-aged man appeared. I pay my respects to the spirit sovereign. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence. He was none other than Zhao Gongming, one of the four sovereigns. Upon witnessing Zhao Gongming, Zhao Rong felt a glimmer of hope and swiftly knelt in supplication. Master, I understand. Zhao Gongming waved his hand. Retrieving the token from Mo Ying and delving into the depths of his consciousness to scrutinize, probing every corner of the mountain range. Chapter 78, The majestic and formidable Spirit Lord takes action, silence falls across the lands. His divine consciousness traversed every corner, meticulously sensing all that lay before him. Artifacts could not vanish into thin air, there must be a trace to follow. According to his previous conjectures, it was indeed a master of comparable yuan-ing cultivation. However, there was no necessity for such an individual to wield an artifact. Possessing a royal weapon could suffice to evade detection within the mountains. Yet it would not escape the scrutiny of the grand formation at the exit. If that person were concealed within the Tsangbing mountain range, it was entirely possible they awaited an opportunity to flee. Many discerned the Spirit Lord's intentions. He was not in search of an artifact but rather a person. Yet, his expression gradually grew grave. The vast mountains bore no signs of life. Even a yuan-ing could not elude his perception. What on earth is happening? The Spirit Lord murmured to himself. After a lengthy pause, Embodying inquired, Spirit Lord, what is the outcome? Nothing has been found. In that case, we shall escort the two of them to meet the Divine Lord. With that, they set off once more. Should they find the culprit, it would be well. If not, the fault would lie with the two, and leniency would be out of the question. However, Zhao Gongming raised his hand and interjected, there is no need. He positioned himself before the two individuals. Embodying asked, what does the Spirit Lord mean by this? There is no need to disturb the Divine Lord. Release them. I shall take full responsibility for this matter. Zhao Gongming replied, his demeanor calm. What do you mean? The Spirit Lord's gaze sharpened. Give me 3 days. I will pursue the true culprit. If I fail to find them, I will bear all losses. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Each individual exchanged incredulous glances. The value of those artifacts was no less than 4 million, yet he dared to make such bold claims. 4 million, and he doesn't even flinch. Truly wealthy. Lu Changsheng muttered quietly, unable to resist glancing at Gu Qianjun. Logically, the Battle Lord should possess greater strength than the Spirit Lord. Why was it that others were so affluent while he remained impoverished? Embodying listened to these remarks, observing his surroundings. After consulting with the others, he nodded in agreement. Since Zhao Gongming had spoken thus, they had no desire to offend the Spirit Lord. 3 days was not an excessive duration, and in the end, there would be a resolution. In that case, we shall return to disturb you after 3 days. Zhao Gongming nodded, glancing at Zhao Rong and the other two. Let us depart. Stop. Just as it seemed all was settled, a chilling voice rang out as they turned to leave. An invisible pressure surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Changsheng was taken aback. This emanated directly from Gu Qianjun. Others were equally startled. Embodying and the others felt a weight in their hearts, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhao Gongming's eyes flickered as he addressed the source of the pressure. I have already assumed full responsibility. What grievances does the Battle Lord harbor? Your responsibilities are of no concern to me. What was the meaning of this? The Spirit Lord's gaze intensified. Gu Qianjun stated. That little wretch has already proclaimed his abuse of power, targeting my disciple by preventing him from retrieving the artifact, resulting in my disciple's fruitless journey. This matter is far from resolved. Beyond the mountains, silence enveloped the crowd, hearts trembling as they looked towards Gu Qianjun. Was he about to confront the Spirit Lord? For reasons unknown, some individuals felt a flicker of anticipation. Lu Changsheng gazed in astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes as he turned to those beside him. Zhao Gongming asked, what does the Battle Lord propose? Apologies, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and compensation with a magical artifact. The cold voice resounded once more, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Zhao Gongming cast a glance at Zhao Rong and slowly declared, very well, I shall compensate him with a magical artifact. As he spoke, a flash appeared in his palm, revealing a sleek black spear that radiated brilliance, gliding slowly towards Lu Changsheng. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Everyone's spirits jolted, as Gu Qianjun, before the multitude, raised his hand and shattered the spear into countless shards that flew through the mountainside, fracturing the stone walls and reasserting his formidable presence. Zhao Gongming's expression darkened instantly. Gu Qianjun declared, do you think a mere spiritual grade artifact can placate me? What do you take my disciple for? Present a royal grade superior artifact. His words rang with conviction, and his aura was unwavering, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead without a hint of trepidation. Lu Changsheng was taken aback. He had only heard of his seemingly humble master's strength, but now he witnessed it firsthand. A royal-grade superior artifact? The appetite of a battle venerable is rather excessive. Even if Zhao Rong did not interfere, could he truly produce a royal weapon? My disciple possesses extraordinary talent, not only royal weapons but even divine artifacts are within reach. Gu Qianjun spoke, seemingly indifferent to the gazes surrounding him, his formidable presence resonating powerfully among the onlookers. The elders exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Fearful of escalating matters, as someone had already gone to report to the deity. Very well, I shall provide it to you. With that, Zhao Gongming raised his hand. And a purple golden gourd materialized, towering at 100 feet, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, its immense weight accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Some individuals were so frightened that their legs buckled, collapsing on the ground. Yet Gu Qianjun remained unfazed, channeling his magical energy towards the purple golden gourd, which began to glow, gradually shrinking in size until it was reduced to a foot long, hovering before Lu Changsheng. Receive it! Gu Qianjun commanded. Is this for me? Lu Changsheng inquired excitedly, realizing he had just acquired another gourd for free. Zhao Gongming withdrew his gaze and directed it at Zhao Rong, commanding, acknowledge your mistake and apologize. I'm sorry. Zhao Rong gritted his teeth, his body trembling as if bearing an immense humiliation, the hatred in his eyes impossible to conceal. At this juncture, the onlookers finally sighed in relief, believing the matter had come to a close. However, just as his voice faded, a resounding slap struck Zhao Rong's face. Crack! The speed was so swift that bystanders were left unresponsive, as Zhao Rong was sent flying. His body collided with the mountainside, the thunderous sound echoing. Boulders tumbled incessantly, stirring up a cloud of dust that soared to 100 feet. Gu Qianjun, you have gone too far. Zhao Gongming erupted in fury. Who would not be enraged at such an affront, especially before his very eyes? Yet Gu Qianjun seemed unfazed, gazing at the fractured mountainside and calmly stating, what of it? Remember, this is not merely about your abuse of power, but your targeting of my disciple. Should there be a next time, I will annihilate your entire clan. His tone was tranquil, yet it reverberated with a profound shock that resonated in the hearts of all present. The might of the battle sovereign is truly formidable. Even in the presence of one of the four sovereigns, the spirit sovereign, he remains utterly unperturbed, seemingly dismissing the opponent entirely. Let us proceed. Gu Qianjun redirected his gaze towards his two disciples. Just as he was about to turn away, he cast one last glance at Zhao Gongming. If you are aggrieved, feel free to strike, I am ever ready to engage. Should you fear, you may summon the divine sovereign, I harbor no objections to confronting you. However, should you dare to lay a finger on my disciples again, I will bring down your entire faction. A collective intake of breath echoed through the air. The newly initiated disciples were particularly struck dumb, unable to fathom the existence of such a figure, one not only domineering and powerful but also audacious. To provoke openly and challenge him to seek the divine sovereign's aid, such immense confidence must underlie these words. A group of elders, drenched in cold sweat, were not incredulous of his claims, rather, they feared the potential escalation of conflict, having witnessed such confrontations before. Zhao Gongming's complexion darkened, yet he ultimately moved. His gaze fixated on the receding figure, a glint of lethal intent igniting in his eyes. The entire region fell into an eerie silence. Lu Changsheng, cradling a gourd in his hands, trailed behind Gu Qianjun, utterly astounded. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating and flamboyant. Chapter 79, Overthinking in the Realm of Shinshao, Silence Reigns Supreme. Everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath in trepidation. It was only after Gu Qianjuan's figure had vanished that a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The preceding scene had been utterly terrifying. Truly, he was the war sovereign, exuding such an overwhelming presence. To be his disciple must surely be a blessing. Yet, the expression on Lingzuan's face turned an ashen hue. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Zhao Gongming cast a glance at the severely battered Zhao Rong, his trembling hands betraying the fury bubbling within him. He refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave. The elders present exchanged uneasy glances, sensing an ominous air. Just how formidable was the war sovereign that he showed no fear even towards the divine sovereign? One disciple could not contain himself and spoke up. Beside him, embodying chuckled dryly, not merely fearless, should he lose his composure, even the supreme elder would be dragged into a confrontation. Is he truly that ruthless? The sects throughout the southern regions tremble at the mere mention of Gu Qianjuan's name. His reputation as a war sovereign has spread so far? Is it still possible to seek his tutelage at this stage? The conversation buzzed with excitement. After much contemplation, Embodying remarked, "This matter should be reported to the divine sovereign. I fear complications may arise." The elders exchanged wry smiles. Accustomed as they were to the inevitability of having to placate him, regardless of whether Gu Qianjun was the instigator. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng and the others had returned to the dojo. Addressing his two disciples, Gu Qianjun declared, "From now on, do not fear anyone, regardless of their status. Even in the face of the divine sovereign or those decrepit elders of the sect. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall obliterate their stronghold." Yi Tianyi struggled to find the words, feeling his master was somewhat different from before. While he had always possessed a commanding presence, it had never reached such an audacious level. Lu Changsheng regained his composure and ventured, "Isn't that a bit too brazen? Shouldn't we exercise some discretion?" "Not at all." Gu Qianjuan's response was unequivocal, brimming with unshakable confidence. After a moment of reflection, Lu Changsheng inquired, "Do you harbor a grudge against Lingzuan?" "A mere clown is unworthy of my enmity." "Then what is this?" "I previously found it beneath me to engage with them. But should they dare to lay a finger on you in the future, even the divine sovereign would not spare them." Gu Qianjun continued calmly. Listening to this, Lu Changsheng felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. However, he voiced his confusion. "If you find him so intolerable, why not simply dismantle his dojo? Judging by his demeanor, his treasury must be quite substantial." "Changsheng, it seems you hold quite the grudge yourself." Gu Qianjun replied with a smile. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. "It's not that, I'm merely wary of him plotting against you from the shadows. You need not incite me, eliminating him is no simple task." "Why is that? Did I not hear that you can single-handedly contend with several opponents?" His confusion deepened. Had he been misled? Gu Qianjun explained, "If I were to entertain thoughts of murder, both the Moon Sovereign and the Divine Sovereign would certainly intervene. The commotion would draw out those ancient ones, making it truly difficult to eliminate him." "Very well then." Lu Changsheng nodded, yet it was evident that Gu Qianjuan's audacity was boundless, requiring such a multitude to restrain him. Gu Qianjun continued, "Since you are intrigued by his treasury, seize the opportunity when the sect is less crowded, and I shall make an attempt." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Changsheng's eyes. Those words were irresistibly enticing, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. Gu Qianjun then waved his hand, saying, "You may rest now. If you do not fancy this gourd, feel free to choose from the treasury. If you find cultivation too monotonous, you may also seek some task within the sect. It is unwise to immerse oneself solely in cultivation." "Yes, master." Yi Tianyi nodded in agreement. However, Lu Changsheng's interest was piqued. "Are there any tasks related to tending the medicinal fields?" "Indeed," Gu Qianjun affirmed, but before Lu Changsheng could respond, he added, "However, you need not concern yourself with that. I have heard of your previous endeavors. If you require something from the treasury, simply take it. I can provide for the three of you." With that, he turned and departed. Prior conversations held a certain normalcy, but this final proclamation bore an air of arrogance. Gu Qianjun was indeed the first to assert his ability to provide for him. Yet, as Gu Qianjun walked away, Lu Changsheng could not suppress a smile. Having such a master seemed rather splendid. After a brief moment of silence, he returned to his secluded chamber. Although he had endured some grievances, the rewards were substantial: 7 king-level items and 32 spirit-level ones. Even if a king weapon commanded 400,000, and a spirit weapon 5,000, the total would exceed 4 million. He had not anticipated such an overnight fortune. Had he not come to the Shengxiu sect? Where would he have found such a wealth of spirit crystals? He had once worried about the difficulty of cultivating the nascent soul, but with these treasures, not only the nascent soul but also the void transformation seemed imminent. Now, he merely awaited the right moment to sell them all. Little Black, having been released from the Qingyun map, could not help but exclaim, "Truly, Gu Qianjun is formidable. Indeed, quite ruthless." Lu Changsheng concurred. "Yet Zhao Rong is rather unfortunate. Having unwittingly gifted you 4 to 5 million spirit crystals. He too is at fault," Lu Changsheng replied. "Choosing to act against his better nature, he now reaps the consequences." "Ha!" Little Black scoffed, as if he would have spared you had he not acted against his own interest. "Little Black, that is a prejudice you hold against me." "Is it?" Little Black chuckled lightly. Lu Changsheng asserted, "I am of pure nature, upright and kind, adhering to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. Moreover, as you have observed, even after his treatment of me, I refrained from taking his life. Would he have survived had it been someone else? Certainly not." "Then that is precisely the point," Little Black retorted with a sneer. "Had it been another, he would not have borne such a heavy burden. He might as well have perished. Ultimately, he remains alive, and that is already a blessing. Should he not express gratitude to you?" Little Black replied, speechless. Lu Changsheng smiled. And after organizing his belongings, he rose and left the dojo, making his way directly to the library. This course of action took Little Black by surprise. "Your master possesses a plethora of exquisite scriptures and techniques, yet you still seek knowledge elsewhere." Lu Changsheng strolled leisurely through the library, brandishing Gu Qianjuan's token, which ensured he faced no obstruction. As he gazed upon the rows of scrolls and tomes, he mused, "Since arriving at the Xinshao sect, I have come to realize that my previous studies are insufficient. It is time to delve into more advanced subjects." "Your insight is indeed commendable, demonstrating a remarkable adaptability to the evolving times." Xiao He was taken aback. Such a genius, devoid of arrogance and imbued with foresight, is truly rare. He couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. If all goes as anticipated, he is destined to become an invincible being. "I have encountered numerous magical arts and possess insights into the practices of many great sections. If you wish to learn something, I can certainly offer my counsel." "Really?" "Indeed. Feel free to inquire." "Splendid." A glimmer of joy illuminated Lu Changsheng's face as he promptly asked, "Which type of evasion technique do you deem the most extraordinary? How much do you know about the arts capable of altering one's appearance and aura?" In an instant, Xiao He was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he replied uncertainly, "What?" Lu Changsheng continued, "Do you think the Xinshao sect possesses techniques for altering one's visage to the extent that even one's mother would fail to recognize them?" Xiao He opened his mouth, at a loss for words, feeling that he had overstepped by engaging in such discourse. Who could have imagined that his notion of progress would lead to such an inquiry? Chapter 80, Once he masters it, what will become of us? Little Black fell into deep contemplation. After repeatedly calling out to Lu Changsheng with no response, he muttered a few words and began searching for himself. Observing Lu's relentless pursuit of knowledge, Little Black found himself at a loss for words. What kind of good person possesses such extraordinary talent yet spends all day engrossed in trivial matters? It seemed a tragic waste of potential. Moreover, through their recent interactions, he had realized that this individual was exceptionally formidable. Not only those of the same realm but even those a level or two above him would stand no chance against him. Yet he still dedicated his days to studying evasion techniques. Lu Changsheng, for his part, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, is not the essence of life simply to exist? If one cannot survive, how can one dominate and wreak havoc? Although his master was astonishingly powerful, he could not remain at his side constantly. Sometimes, one must rely on oneself for survival. Back at the Qingyun sect, he had already mastered the 5-element evasion techniques, including even the obscure wind and thunder evasion techniques. His purpose in coming here was merely to seek out more advanced evasion techniques for personal enhancement. Previously, he had searched through Gu Qianjuan's collection but had found nothing of note. However, to his surprise, he discovered an array of evasion techniques within the library. And after thorough study, he felt significantly enriched and advanced in his understanding. Even more astonishingly, he stumbled upon a scroll named the Yin Tian Ju, a secret art specifically designed for altering one's appearance, capable of transforming not only one's visage but also aura and physique. The only drawback was the formidable difficulty in its cultivation, as ordinary individuals would hardly dare to invest time in such endeavors. Additionally, it required rare and precious materials for practice. The sole limitation was that once one altered their appearance, subsequent transformations would remain the same. To change once more would necessitate a rare item known as the illusionary shapegrass, which was exceedingly difficult to procure. Yet, once perfected, it would be nearly impossible for others to discern any clues, making it an ideal technique for him. This trip had not been in vain. Lu Changsheng rose with a smile, also collecting 2 other tomes of techniques along the way. According to the materials required for the secret arts, Gu Qianzhuan's treasury held ample supplies, and what was lacking he found within the Godshao sect's vault, assembling everything with little effort. Elated, he returned to his cave dwelling and began his cultivation. Watching his deep immersion, Little Black suddenly realized the implications. If Lu were to successfully master such techniques, he could traverse the world bearing an entirely different face. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, as he envisioned a calamity unleashed upon the cultivation world. Roaming freely between various sects, wreaking havoc at will. Given Lu's utter disregard for morals, who could predict the outrageous events that might unfold? Even if he were to consume everything and deny accountability, there would be no recourse against him. What was even more terrifying was that after a period of chaos, regardless of the fury of heaven and the ire of the people, it would matter little, he could merely procure another illusionary shapegrass, change his identity, and unleash a new storm of carnage. If all else failed, he could revert to his original form, who would ever know it was him? This train of thought sent an inexplicable chill through him. If this continued to develop, once Lu mastered these techniques, what would become of them? The entire southern region could very well give rise to a great demon. Merely contemplating this was enough to instill fear. As Lu Changsheng's cultivation progressed, he became acutely aware of a pressing concern. He lacked a precious artifact capable of concealing his true identity, preventing unforeseen powerful beings from discerning his appearance. He resolved to search the treasury later for such an item. With this thought, he nodded and closed his eyes to continue his meditation. Xiao He remained silent for a considerable time, feeling a peculiar sense of tension at the prospect of Lu Changsheng's potential discovery. Lu Changsheng shook his head, expressing that this secret art exceeded his expectations and would likely require an extensive period to master. That's a relief, Xiao He responded, unperturbed by his companion's words. Lu Changsheng then rose, intent on revisiting the treasury in search of an item that could obscure his true visage, one that even formidable figures would fail to perceive. However, he emerged from the treasury rather disheartened, muttering curses under his breath as he made his way back, his heart heavy with disappointment. Yet, as he walked a short distance, he suddenly sensed something, halting in place and gazing towards a distant mountain peak, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Ah, I can hardly believe I just noticed. What have you discovered?" Xiao He could not restrain his curiosity. Lu Changsheng replied, "The Xinshao sect possesses a dragon vein." "Where?" "In that direction," he indicated. "However, the dragon energy has dissipated and is no longer concentrated, already showing signs of depletion. In a few decades, it will completely dry up and transform into a lifeless dragon." He spoke with earnestness. Xiao He, taken aback, asked, "How did you come to this realization?" "By observing the celestial winds and the land's contours, I could easily deduce it," Lu Changsheng explained. "That seems simple." Xiao He was momentarily at a loss but continued in astonishment, "How is it that you seem to know everything?" "One cannot say I know everything, I merely possess a basic understanding of various subjects." "Do you truly find time to study these matters amidst your cultivation?" Xiao He questioned. Incredulous, as such inquiries typically demanded dedicated effort. The arduous nature of cultivation alone consumed vast amounts of time, making Lu Changsheng's ability to engage in additional studies quite surprising. Yet, Lu Changsheng's response only added to Xiao He's astonishment. Cultivation does not require an excessive amount of time. When one is idle, it is prudent to learn more. A diverse skill set is beneficial, and it can also provide sustenance. Xiao He could not remain composed. "What do you mean cultivation doesn't take much time? The implication is that you achieved the nascent soul stage at such a young age without relentless toil?" Of course, Lu Changsheng was not averse to hard work. The duration of his cultivation hinged entirely on the availability of spirit stones. Given the opportunity, he would not shy away from the joyful endeavor of diligent practice. Having long desired to experience such a rewarding pursuit, though he had yet to find the chance. After a prolonged silence, Xiao He suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Wait a moment, you don't intend to tap into the dragon vein, do you? It's nearly depleted anyway, a few more decades won't make a difference. Perhaps after I drain it, it might even rejuvenate." The notion of a dried-up dragon vein being capable of rebirth intrigued him. Yet it also touched upon his areas of ignorance. Lu Changsheng nodded in affirmation. "A portion can, though it requires some time." "How long?" "Several millennia, perhaps." Xiao He was taken aback. Lu Changsheng chuckled and disregarded his astonishment, beckoning a passing young lady. "Excuse me, esteemed sister, I have a query to pose," he inquired with a radiant smile. The young lady, captivated by his striking visage, responded, "What would you like to ask, Junior?" He gestured towards the location of the dragon vein. She merely glanced and replied, "That is the sanctuary of the Spirit Sovereign." "Spirit Sovereign?" "Indeed. You must be new here. That is one of the 4 sovereigns. If you have no business there, it is best to keep your distance," she kindly advised him, and as she departed, she took his hand, earnestly reminding him of various sect matters. Lu Changsheng found himself momentarily lost in thought. After bidding farewell to the reluctant young lady, he surveyed the area but did not rush to take action. The immediate priority was to find a suitable place to transcend the thunder tribulation and advance his cultivation. The matter of the dragon vein could unfold gradually. After all, it would still endure for several decades, thus there was no need for haste. With this in mind, he returned to the battlefield sovereign's sanctuary. However, before he could reach his dwelling, Gu Qianjun was already waiting there, striding towards him. Chapter 81, What to Eat. "I am just gathering information." "Changsheng." Gu Qianjun spoke first, stepping forward. Lu Changsheng responded, "Is there something you need?" "Indeed. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you," Gu Qianjun continued. "Tomorrow, I shall take your senior brother on a journey that will last approximately half a month. During this period, should you require anything, feel free to seek out by Jiang or El Xian." "Understood." Lu Changsheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He could discern that this master would not cause him harm, rather, he was exceedingly protective and attentive towards him. However, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to suddenly having such a master. Remain at the sect with peace of mind. Upon my return, I shall formally begin instructing you in your cultivation, gradually addressing what you have previously lacked." "Very well." Lu Changsheng nodded again. Gu Qianjun uttered no more words and turned to leave. The following morning, he departed the dojo with Zhou Qingyu. It was not until midday that Lu Changsheng awoke, rising to gaze into the distance. "Perfect, a suitable place to break through," he declared, and thus left the dojo as well. He sought out Yi Qingchen to inquire about the situation, obtaining a map before departing the sect. Initially, he intended to sell some magical artifacts for spirit stones, only to discover that the nearest place capable of dealing with such items was several tens of thousands of miles from the Xinjiao sect, far too distant. He would have to wait for another opportunity. For now, his primary concern was to achieve a breakthrough. He then quietly departed the sect, vanishing into the mountains. Meanwhile, atop a spiritual mountain, Zhao Gongming gazed into the distance, a shadow passing through his eyes. "Spirit Master, Lu Changsheng has left the sect." The speaker was Ma Ju, an elder who had previously guarded the Tsangbing mountain range. Due to a certain incident, he had been expelled from there, with all matters concerning Tsangbing now entrusted to Yuzun. At this, Zhao Gongming's expression remained unchanged as he coldly remarked, "He is indeed courting his own demise." Deep down, Zhao Gongming harbored a fear of Gu Qianjun. As long as Lu Changsheng remained within the sect, he felt powerless to act. However, once outside the sect, the situation would be vastly different. "Spirit Master, what shall we do now?" "Go forth and eliminate Lu Changsheng. I eagerly anticipate Gu Qianjuan's reaction thereafter." Zhao Gongming sneered. Unable to contend with Gu Qianjun, he resolved to vent his frustrations by eliminating a disciple. Furthermore, if Lu Changsheng were to perish, there would be no evidence to implicate anyone. "Understood." Ma Ju responded promptly, setting off toward the outskirts of the sect. They did not contemplate further nor feel the need for any preparations. After all, dispatching a mere 18 or 19-year-old youth required only the involvement of a single yuan. Simultaneously, after leaving the sect, Lu Changsheng fled at great speed, not pausing until he had traveled 3,000 miles from the Xinjiao sect. Little Black had anticipated that Lu Changsheng would find a place to break through, but instead, he arrived in a city. Just as he was about to remind him that such ill-gotten goods could not be processed here, Lu Changsheng plunged into a tavern, ordering an entire table of dishes. Little Black was perplexed. If a novice cultivator could not restrain their appetite, it was somewhat understandable. But how could a distinguished yuaning be unable to control his own desires? Clearly, the purpose was to cultivate and achieve a breakthrough, yet before embarking on the journey, one must first partake in a meal. However, during the dining experience, I overheard the surrounding patrons engaged in lively discussion. Have you heard? The Luoyuan mountain range has opened. What is the Luoyuan mountain range? It's that place which appears once every 500 years. It is said to have once been the sanctuary of a deity, transforming into a secret realm upon the deity's death, filled with countless treasures and the deity's lifelong collection. Indeed, I have heard as well. And there are legends that a divine inheritance remains undiscovered. An elder from my clan once mentioned that sometimes, upon a deity's demise, remnants of their essence are left behind. Such relics can defy fate and alter destinies. Acquiring one could potentially lead to unparalleled ascendance. Numerous prestigious sects from the southern regions have already set forth. Listening to the fervent discussions of the crowd, Lu Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. From their words, it seemed a promising destination, yet with so many sects converging, the risk escalated significantly. It would be unwise to stake one's life for such pursuits. Even the essence of a deity pales in comparison to the value of one's own existence. Yet, someone continued, if only my cultivation were sufficient, I would undoubtedly venture there to forge my future. If one wishes to go, it is not without merit. The Luoyuan secret realm comprises 27 mountain ranges. While it appears that anyone can traverse them, one must consider the consequences. With each mountain crossed, one's cultivation is suppressed incrementally, though opportunities are not entirely absent. How so? The outermost range can accommodate a cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation void, yet as one progresses inward, even a 9th level cultivator may find themselves reduced to the 8th level upon entering the 26th range. Upon reaching the final tier, all participants would find their cultivation diminished to the 1st level of the core formation stage. All at the core formation stage, there could still be opportunities to vie for a chance at fortune. The revelations were astonishing. A chorus of exclamations and awe erupted from the crowd. Lu Changsheng found himself intrigued. However, after satisfying his hunger and settling the bill, he leisurely strolled outside, picking at his teeth. Are you full? Aren't you going to eat a bit more? Little Black scoffed, somewhat disgruntled. A table laden with dishes had been consumed solely by Lu, who failed to reserve even 2 plates for it. Lu Changsheng replied, What nonsense is this? I did not come here merely to dine. What else could it be? Did you not hear? I came to gather intelligence. Is that so? How absurd. Little Black chuckled coldly, clearly aware that Lu's primary aim was to eat. With the information merely a fortunate byproduct of his meal, yet Lu spoke with such grandiosity, his audacity unmatched. Having departed the city, Lu Changsheng ventured 3,000 miles into a desolate mountain range. To avoid disturbance, he traversed thousands of miles. After confirming the absence of danger nearby, he meticulously set up a formation and sat down. It was then that the source pearl manifested in his palm. As Little Black had indicated, the pearl contained an abundance of spiritual energy, equivalent to over 600,000 spirit stones. Based on previous calculations, this would suffice. However, he did not rush to break through. Instead, he activated the ancient solar scripture, allowing a series of resonances to cultivate within him, manifesting throughout his being. Within the flesh of his skin, a thread of divine radiance emerged, enveloping his entire being in an ethereal glow, as if resonating with the profound truths of the universe. Xiao He was once again astonished by this Taoist rhythm. As he absorbed the unfolding events, his heart remained restless. The intricate laws of the great Tao intertwining like chains that traverse the air. What extraordinary path had he embarked upon to achieve such astonishing feats? Xiao He gasped softly, cautious not to disrupt the serene atmosphere. As the scriptures cycled through the heavens, Lu Changsheng formed intricate seals with his hands, the source pearl hovering above his head. A torrent of spiritual energy cascaded down in an instant, continuously surging into his body, transforming into formidable magical power. This method of cultivation was a first for Xiao He. He had never heard of anyone daring to absorb spiritual energy in such a manner, fearing the potential of being overwhelmed. However, unexpectedly, as the spiritual energy from the source pearl diminished, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow. The equivalent of 600,000 spirit stones had failed to propel him forward. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Up to this point, he had absorbed over 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy, yet he still had not reached the second level of the nascent soul. Xiao He was once again astounded. Such an abundance of spiritual energy could sustain countless nascent souls, yet it was insufficient for just one. In that moment, the mountains fell into a profound silence once more. Chapter 82. What a coincidence! A moment of silence ensued. Lu Changsheng let out a soft sigh. Noticing this, Xiao He was about to inquire, but Lu Changsheng suddenly raised his hand to stow away the source pearl. In the next instant, a mountain of spiritual stones appeared beside him. His gaze remained steady as he formed another seal, and in an instant, the spiritual stones began to vanish at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene astonished Xiao He once more. It seemed that all the stones would be consumed in mere moments. Just as the spiritual stones were on the verge of depletion, Lu Changsheng's aura transformed. His surrounding magical power surged, and an overwhelming force erupted, stirring up gusts of fierce wind that made the entire forest tremble, leaving only the roar and howl in his ears. Golden radiance surged from his body, spreading outward and transforming into golden ripples, stirring the winds and clouds in its wake. A sacred aura blossomed around him, the brilliance intertwining and illuminating all directions. His presence gradually manifested, and a shocking sound reverberated across the heavens, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Boom! As the thunder echoed again, endless dark clouds converged above, and without any warning, a bolt of lightning, a yard wide, descended directly upon Lu Changsheng. The roiling thunderclouds above began to change once more. The heavenly tribulation! Xiao He exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't he just breaking through a minor realm? Why is there a heavenly tribulation? At that moment, only the sounds of wind and thunder remained. The originally silver lightning intertwined and transformed into a 9-colored brilliance. In an instant, the 9-colored lightning cascaded down like a tidal wave, causing the entire void to tremble. The 9-colored heavenly tribulation! Xiao He was even more astonished. Even among the many heavenly tribulations, this was an exceptionally terrifying existence. Let alone Lu Changsheng merely breaking through a minor realm, even many prodigies undergoing the Yuaning tribulation might not summon such a formidable heavenly tribulation. In that moment, Xiao He's pupils quivered, and various records surfaced in his mind. It was rumored that some powerful prodigies, even upon breaking through a minor realm, would attract a heavenly tribulation. And none of these individuals were anything less than extraordinary talents, invoking the jealousy of the heavens. However, witnessing a minor realm tribulation invoke 9-colored lightning was a first for him. What an anomaly this is! Xiao He was filled with dread. Watching helplessly as the terrifying lightning engulfed him, an aura of destruction enveloping the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng sat calmly on the ground, unperturbed by the tempest. Allowing the lightning to strike him, the terrifying force relentlessly battering his body, the void buzzing, and the earth trembling. The once towering peaks were cleaved into disarray, ground down to nothingness. Eventually, all perception was shrouded, and Xiao He could no longer discern anything until a scream pierced the air, prompting him to extend his consciousness once more. Damn, this is too much. It's either tormenting me with cultivation or striking me with lightning. Oh heavens! Just strike me down already. Lu Changsheng grimaced in pain, unable to refrain from cursing. Boom! As his words echoed, the previously dissipated thunderclouds managed to unleash one final bolt of lightning that struck his face. Too much. Come on, strike me again. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. You wretched heavens! One day, Xiao He, initially shocked by the terrifying spectacle before him, was taken aback in the next moment by the string of curses that followed. which were rather vulgar. He believed that his extensive travels had afforded him a glimpse of the world, yet he had never encountered such unrestrained invective. Nor had he witnessed anyone cursing at the heavens. Ultimately, the tempestuous clouds dispersed, leaving only Lu Changsheng behind, his body singed and tender from the lightning strikes. Still prattling on. However, his appearance was indeed disheveled, his garments were tattered, with many wounds laid bare, his hair disarrayed. And he bore little resemblance to the handsome youth he once was. As the heavens and earth returned to clarity, the magical energy within Lu Changsheng surged forth, his injuries mending at a remarkable pace. He tidied his appearance and donned a new outfit, a robe of azure and a jade crown binding his hair, reminiscent of his former self. He had successfully ascended to the second layer of the nascent soul stage, though a lingering air of resentment and dissatisfaction clouded his features, a rare bout of melancholy settling upon him. Furthermore, this recent breakthrough had illuminated a grave realization: his prior estimations were likely flawed. He had once thought that 1,000,000 spirit stones would suffice to breach a realm, and with his wealth, ascending 5 or 6 layers would be a mere trifle. Yet now, merely transcending to the second layer of the nascent soul had cost him over 150,000 spirit stones. Gazing toward the third layer, he felt an almost insurmountable distance akin to standing at the threshold of the nascent soul from the refining chi stage years ago. Achieving another breakthrough would undoubtedly demand far more than 150,000 spirit stones. Such an amount, even selling myself would not suffice. Lu Changsheng mused. Recalling the dragon vein beneath the Lingzuan's domain, perhaps the fastest method to gather spiritual energy that he could conceive. However, seizing the dragon vein from Lingzuan would require meticulous planning. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, figures approached in the distance. Ma Ju and a middle-aged man appeared. Brother Ma, having lost track of Lu Changsheng. Why have we come here? The man inquired, perplexed. Ma Ju replied, over there, someone just endured the tribulation of the nascent soul. What is so extraordinary about that? The man scoffed. I have heard the divine sovereign speak of tribulations. That individual did not face the tribulation of transitioning from the golden core to the nascent soul, but rather a minor realm's tribulation, indicating he must be an extraordinary talent. If we can recruit him into Lingzuan's fold, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The man's brow furrowed. How do you know he is a genius? Ma Ju countered. If he were not a genius, how could he confront a minor realm's tribulation? Moreover, have you ever seen anyone of his age break through to the nascent soul? That was a 9-colored lightning tribulation. He is undoubtedly exceptional. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with interest. According to Ma Ju, this individual must indeed be remarkable. Not only that, but they were also within the territory of the Shenqiu sect, where those capable of such breakthroughs were likely solitary cultivators or those hidden away by affiliated sections. Typically, disciples of major sects would never dare to undergo tribulation in another's domain. As their excitement grew, Ma Ju and his companion, initially anxious about the potential reprimand from Lingzuan for losing track of Lu Changsheng, now envisioned the accolades they might receive for bringing back such a prodigious talent. They had drawn nearer. Someone is approaching, it's a familiar face. Xiao He chimed in to alert him. Lu Changsheng nodded, he had already sensed their presence. He was aware that the spirit master might resort to underhanded tactics, yet he never anticipated that an assassination attempt would be orchestrated against him. Meanwhile, his divine consciousness continued to expand, seeking to ascertain the number of intruders present. Observing the situation, Xiao He could not help but exclaim, aren't you going to flee? I've checked, there are only 2. What's your plan? Lu Changsheng replied, my mood is rather foul today, I intend to take out my frustrations on someone. But they are 2 cultivators at the 4th level of the nascent soul. If it comes to a worst-case scenario, you take one, and I'll take the other. You truly know how to calculate. After a brief discussion, the 2 adversaries arrived at their location. As they scanned their surroundings, they quickly located the area where the tribulation had recently occurred. However, upon gazing at the remnants of the tribulation, they were momentarily entranced. Lu Changsheng? Ma Ju uttered, his eyes wide with astonishment. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Lu Changsheng responded with a smile. Chapter 83, My first encounter. Before me stood a youth on the desolate battlefield. Ma Ju and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Initially uncertain about how to report their failure, they had hoped to return with a genius in tow to redeem themselves. Now, they had unexpectedly crossed paths with Lu Changsheng. Evidently drawn to this vicinity by the heavenly tribulation, Ma Ju spoke up, completely dismissing the possibility that the one undergoing the tribulation could be Lu Changsheng, who was merely 18 or 19 years of age. If he truly possessed such capabilities, he would not have relied on luck to gain entry into the Xinjiao sect. Well, it's fine. If I eliminate him, I can still seek out that genius. The man chuckled lightly, regarding the youth with utter disdain. A mere gathering spirit realm practitioner posed no threat, they could crush him with the slightest movement. At that moment, Lu Changsheng interjected, "Are you here to kill me?" "Ah. You are quite perceptive. Since you understand, there is no need for further discussion," Ma Ju sneered, his murderous intent plainly visible in his eyes. Lu Changsheng continued. "Is Zhao Gongming not here? Does it require a spirit lord to deal with you?" The two men shook their heads, unwilling to waste any more time. With a single step, their lethal intent became palpable. Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Hey, this will be my first battle against an opponent of a higher realm." "What did you say?" Ma Ju paused in surprise. The man responded, "A battle against a higher realm? Are you suggesting you wish to resist? I must at least try. I cannot simply surrender." Their laughter echoed, rife with mockery and disdain. Lu Changsheng said nothing further, instead addressing his companion, "Little Black, stay alert. If I cannot prevail, remember to intervene and do not let them escape. You should have no problem with a fourth-layer nascent soul, right?" "Sure." Little Black replied decisively. Though he had not fully recovered from his injuries, he was confident he could still fight. "Good." Lu Changsheng nodded. In that fleeting moment, Ma Ju, having confirmed that there were no tricks from Lu Changsheng, acted decisively. He unleashed his overwhelming mana, propelling himself into the air, and struck with devastating force, creating a tremendous uproar. He held nothing back against Lu Changsheng, aiming for a single, lethal blow to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. "Ha!" Ma Ju laughed maniacally. Yet, in the next instant, his smile faltered. As his attack approached, Lu Changsheng raised his hand, and a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The radiant light shattered Ma Ju's assault in an instant, sending residual mana crashing down before him. Ma Ju stumbled, nearly losing his footing in the void. Despite this, his body trembled, blood surging within him, and a trickle of blood escaped from his lips. What? What just happened? The expressions of both men darkened, their hearts gripped by shock. With a grave expression, Ma Ju declared, "This boy has some tricks up his sleeve. Go all out